https://twitter.com/Septilence. Don't put that in. I'll get in trouble. So that's worth it. Did I get too close to the camera on that one? A little bit too close. Should I? Oh, should I back up a little bit? Okay, sorry about that. My bad. I've been awake for probably close to 32 hours. Like, I have to hold my keyboard like the normal way, because if I do it, I feel like I have arthritis and I hold my keyboard like that. It blows my mind. I can never do that. Like, this guy right here, he's got his keyboard like off at an angle. His isn't that extreme. There's a kid all the way down on the board, all the way at like a horizontal.
That's really cool.
They're gonna be at that table right over there.
Public information?
Oh, I don't know. This isn't live, so it doesn't matter.
It's not live, but like you and I know.
Yeah, we know.
I'm not gonna tweet it.
Awesome. What game do you play?
Smash Bros.
Who do you play? Is it embarrassing? Is it like Villager?
Yeah.
Is it Villager? Am I spot on? Oh my god. Is it the Ice Climbers?
No.
Is it Game & Watch?
No.
Is it Pichu?
No.
Is it Wario?
No.
I can keep going. I think I can name every character in the game. Is it? Did I say the Ice Climbers already?
Yeah, you said them.
Is
No,
it them?
not them.
Is it them a second time?
No.
Okay. All right. Oh, is it one of the links?
Yes, it is.
Is it Toon Link?
It is.
Oh, that is pretty embarrassing. That is rough. Who do you play?
I'll give you $20 if you guess correctly right now.
First try?
First try.
Give me a single hint.
It's an obscure character,
Obscure character.
not played very often.
Is it Wii Fit Trainer?
Oh my god!
I'm the interviewer for a reason, baby. I do what I do. I don't need the money. I appreciate it, though. I appreciate it. So Bowser Jr., Wii Fit, and I forgot already. Are you all lying to me? Am I being gaslit? No. Bowser Jr., Wii Fit, and you told me already. Oh, Toon Link. Yep. Where's my main support at? Who are we playing this weekend?
A lot of Brig.
A lot of Brig, really?
Brig Lucia, probably.
Brig Lucio, really? I shouldn't say that too loud. I don't want to give away your strategies. It's over under.
What do you mean over under?
Like, do we think we're gonna podium? Do we think we're gonna come in last place?
Not last place.
Not last place.
Certainly not last.
What about like 5th place?
That's doable.
That's doable. That's winnable. 3rd place.
Third place.
That's where things get dicey.
That's very doable.
Okay.
First place? That's very doable.
First place, very doable. Love it. That's the mindset. That's what he loves to hear. Yeah. Oh my God. Hold on. Cut the cameras. Well, who are you? Hello. Oh my God. I saw you earlier. I saw the back of your shirt. And I was like, I know that name. I know him. It's a quick play game. They Q-sniped each other at land. I thought it was a scrim. It's just unlucky. Are you actually a Villager player?
Yeah.
How do you feel about Villager being notably worse in Smash Ultimate than they were in Smash 4?
I wouldn't know.
You wouldn't know? You never played Smash 4?
No.
Oh, that's all right. Nobody's gonna hold that against you. Now, who do you play?
I play Robin.
Okay, wow. Did you know Robin has the lowest pick rate in the game?
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy? Come on, the LEDs, it looks just like Samus.
Huh?
Do you disagree?
I guess I can see
The
it.
Samus vibe. Show the controller to the camera. We're interviewing. This is recording, by the way. Surprise.
Not my control.
Who do you play?
I play Peach.
Oh, wow, I like that. Who do you play?
I play the Shotos, mostly Kazi.
No, you lose against Kirby. That's just like a statistics thing.
Yeah.
It's maybe.
This is a death match, and I think they're all in the same one. They're all on Icebox. Are they all in the same death match? Maybe. Who knows? I feel like none of them can hear me. I want to like approach somebody, but no one can hear. They all have both their headphones on.
What's up?
How do we think we're doing?
I think we're doing pretty good. Yeah.
What's your kitty?
We're looking at 10 and 6 right now.
Oh, hey, that's 3rd, dude. That's better than I expected. Who's bottom frag right now? I want to go talk to them. Ian? Hey, how do you think we're doing so far?
You know, it could be better.
Could be better? You're one of those rough days?
Well, you know.
Let's go find more people to harass. Yeah. Where's Boise State? Who's your favorite to play?
We're at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. Let's make some noise.
Oh, and it's gonna
jumped into it. Corner judges go for 1, 2, yeah. He needs more.
They're doing even more here. You gotta touch the point. Mr. College walks it in. Toy Boy is gonna drop.
Knife him.
Right out in front.
Yeah. 3, 2, 1. Johnny.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. My name is Paul Santoro, aka Paulie Hype, and I'm here to welcome you in as we are back for the spring semester and ringing in all the New Year's joy with a qualifier for our West Regional, which will be live at Boise State University, sponsored by the Idaho National Guard. I'm so excited to be back again, once again, here for the spring semester, as we have some of the best Valorant and Overwatch 2 teams across the nation in the West region. Today, I'm really excited. We'll be starting with Valorant here, and this is a seeding tournament for the West to not only see which teams will place in what seed as we go into the West live event at Boise State University, but also to see what teams will qualify and be able to make it to the Boise live event right there at Boise State University. Coached by the amazing Doc Haskell. So happy that he'll be hosting us, and we'll finally get over to go and see some of these prominent teams in the West compete to see who will be the best. Ooh, I like the way that rhymes. Coming up first, of course, we have the two guys I love to hear from, Catinator and Septilence, over on Valorant. They'll be bringing in all the seeding Valorant matches, which will start right here first with San Jose State University versus UNLV Gray. And that's going to be going on right now after this intro. At 3 p.m. PST, 6 p.m. Eastern, we'll be joined by Overwatch 2, which will be casted by the lovely Nerdy Bird and Captain Keys. Really excited to look forward to that as well. So without further ado, I'm loving all this action. I'm so happy to be back here. We had a nice little winter break. We saw some teams qualify at Rutgers at our East Regional LAN. We saw the South Online Qualifier. Now we're going to get to see the West Online Qualifier, and we have the Midwest as well coming up later in the year, as well as the CECC, which will be going down for our May Madness. That is going to be an amazing tournament. I cannot wait to reveal all the details for the CECC later in the year. But for now, let's kick it right off to Catinator and Septilence. But before we do, it's 10 seconds of hype, baby. It's Paulie Hype. Collegiate Esports is back. We are here for CSMG Esports U, Esports Foundry, to bring to you the best of the best in collegiate esports entertainment. So without further ado, let's do the 10 seconds of hype. I'm hype, baby. Saturday morning. Woo! Paulie is here. Septilence, Catinator, take it away and bring us some collegiate esports. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Paulie. Looking hype and handsome as always, my man. But like Paulie said, everybody, we are kicking today off strong. And we're going to walk through this weekend even stronger, starting off in the West. So good morning to all of you out there. But if you're on the East Coast like myself, good early afternoon. I'm Septilence. No, that's Catinator. And we are going to be walking you all through it. And it's funny, Cat, because we often talk about, pools can be very much like, okay, one team's just going to 13-0 twice and we continue moving on through our day. But looking at the rosters of the teams coming out, we've got 11 teams in total for Valorant. I did not look at anybody and go, okay, that's an easy win. Like, all of these teams have at least 2 people that are immortal or more.
Yeah, very, very close when it comes to rankings for these teams, especially how these teams look in terms of playing with one another. As mentioned by Paulie Hype, we're starting with UNLV Gray up against San Jose State University. UNLV Gray, this is their second roster in the event. Their main roster is the Scarlet roster, but playing with the Gray roster coming into this one as well. But still, even those squads are pretty close ranking. And I think we talk about a lot of the time how close squads can be, especially when they're able to in-house scrim one another. We know the Gray squad's pretty solid. They're a team that had a run in CVAL. It wasn't the farthest run to be particular, but they did get a run in that event and got that extra bit of collegiate experience against a couple other states of schools. So that experience is going to come in. That's going to come in to help this roster as well. That'll make things interesting. So you mentioned pretty close going into this one, and you really only have to get out of groups here. So the goal is going to be to play through 2 best-of-3s to make it out of groups. And then if it does come to it, we have a group decider tomorrow. But you went through the best-of-3s. You've guaranteed yourself into that top 8. You've guaranteed yourself a trip over to see my boy Doc Haskell.
Yeah, and it's fascinating when you look at the statistics of it, right? So there's 11 teams in total. 8 of them can make it to Boise. You have to beat 3 teams in logistics here. There's only 3 teams that aren't going to make it. And it's going to be tough for those 3 teams. But for the other 8, this might be a very easy performance. So jumping in, I was super excited to see what Valorant was going to be bringing us this weekend. And then my excitement peaked when I found out what our opening map pool is going to be for SJSU versus UNLV Gray. So we're starting off with one of my favorite maps in the entire game, Cat, one that we have not seen in a long time, that has just made its resurgence in competitive Valorant. We're starting on Split. So a map all its own, a very fascinating one that can call for a lot of unique team compositions. And then after that, we are just following through with the Collegiate Classic Ascent. If we make it to map 3, it's going to be Haven, another collegiate classic. So we've got the wild card to open the gate, Cat, rather than be that deciding map.
Yeah, so we'll look at Split coming in. 2 new maps in the pool, Split and Lotus.
Yes.
I think if we get a wild card this weekend, it's 100% going to be Split because ain't nobody touching Lotus realistically at this point. I think it's the permaban. You look at the left, those are the first 2 bans. The rights are your second. I think it's very clear that Lotus is going to be the first ban for most people. I am surprised that Pearl's not the second because I think Collegiate still is kind of slow on the wagon to get around to Pearl compositions. Though I think teams are starting to get a feel, but I think that is like the very upper echelon when it comes to collegiate Valorant. So I don't think that we're going to see Pearl this weekend. If we do, we might see it in seeding a little bit later, but those are best of 1. So I don't know if we'll see it snuck in there. Icebox tends to be a much more mechanical map, a map that really can come down to who is just absolutely insane. And there is one Radiant that goes into this lobby. So I think let's not deal with it. Let's not let the duelists step in and get frags out. Let's skip Icebox. Let's play maps that we know we're going to be able to team up on. Split, even though is new, technically new to this map pool, is not a new map. It's a map that came out with the game initially, and players have a good feel. It's about having that mid control and being able to pivot mid, and it does. And if you're my ranked teammate, you know this. It plays pretty much the exact same way. Everyone walks into it feeling it's the exact same way. The only real difference is these corridors are a little bit wider now, but the difference isn't enough to change the playstyle of the map. So if you have been around the game, you've been an OG to the game, like some of these players have been, you've seen this map before, you know how this map operates. So a wild card, but one that should be comfortable for both of these rosters, to be honest.
Yeah, and the composition going into this, as I kind of referenced earlier, is probably going to be different than a lot of what we're seeing on other maps today. Split, very similar to Bind, which I don't think we're capable of seeing today. It's not currently in the competitive map pool. Is going to call for a lot more CQC, close quarters combat, which in Valorant isn't traditionally something we expect to see right now. This is a game all about gunfights, all about going for those longs. You know, Breeze was super popular.
Yeah, especially maps like Breeze Fracture.
Now. Exactly, the Fracture as well. So this one, almost the entire map feels like your enemy is at most 15 to 20 feet away. There's a couple of opportunities kind of down that middle, down holding a site where you can get an operator, you can fire with a Vandal, but I wouldn't be surprised to see a lot of judges going into this, you know, a lot of Guardians perhaps. Those weirder weapons that we're not seeing as often really have a time to shine in a unique map like Split.
Yeah, a good chance to really get your last stinger kills in before that patch is going to come through here shortly. Finally going to make it more expensive, make it a little bit less accurate. But
and
stinger,
I was going to say make it a little worse.
Yeah,
too.
It feels like it's almost always good for one, and that's something that we should expect to see on Split. But let's take a look at the rosters going into this one to see who is matching up in this 10-man.
Yeah, this is going to be fascinating, as we know there are players a little more than 5 on San Jose. So we're kind of showing you the first 5 early. We might see somebody else in there, but this is the expected starting roster. Khan, Kahim, John Hamm, Chris, and Jarger. A very strong team. San Jose, they tend to make it pretty far in any Valorant tournament they show their faces in, and I'm excited to see if they can bring that same presence here. You know, it's a little earlier than normal, Cat. It's noon on the East Coast. So way out in the West, I fully suspect that these teams are going to be just now waking up. It's a weekend, you know. They could be very tired going into this. These opening maps might be a little sluggish simply because the warm-ups may have not had time to happen today.
I like the look of the campus clutch jerseys going into this one.
Agreed.
You know, really let them know, just in case anyone's watching the VODs later. You walk through, yeah, we stopped for a reason. We went to campus clutch. We did what we could as we walked through against the international competition. I do like to see that. Let's take a look at UNLV Gray, though, the secondary roster coming from the University of Las Vegas, Nevada. Let's see what they have to pull to the table. We've got to look at Ethry. My boy, look, he got the perm. He got the chain. You know he's going to be deadly in the server. That's just how it goes. If not in the server, over in a little Spike Rush gameplay, over in a little Swift play. You know what I mean? Header will second the team. Joe Schmo pulling in. Not no average Joe, though. Jin and Proton to finish things off. And we got the power of friendship over on this Rebel Gaming squad.
Yeah, Proton's real last name, Friendship. Very cool. I was very excited to see that. And another fun fact about Proton, while we're talking about him, an Australian player on this team. That's super exciting. Probably the only Australian player we've got in the CECC West, but that was super cool to find out. And Kat, I think you really brought up an interesting point of looking at these teams. San Jose, very much so, I believe, is the more recognizable team, right?
Yeah.
I think their outreach has been a little stronger. They've been in larger tournaments, but I think we really cannot write out UNLV Gray because while this may be the secondary roster, it's at the same extent of this is a team where secondary has to be in quotes here. This cannot be called a JV team.
That's
this
pretty
is not
close.
Varsity versus JV. These teams duke it out all the time, and there's a very, very real chance that both of them make it out to Boise. But if UNLV Gray wants to make that dream come true, they've got to prove it right here, and they've got to start by taking down the Goliath known as SJSU on Split.
Yep, SJSU ranked on VLR 4th collegiately after their walkthrough of CVal West, winning the whole dang thing. But hey, it's a new day. We'll see how it goes. This is SJSU's map pick, but UNLV Gray, what do we bring to the table? The Astra going to step through. Think about the Harbor as well. I think Harbor's been really interesting to watch play on maps like Lotus. I think he has impeccable control on Lotus. It's really questionable when Harbor can be useful, but in these close corners, these close hallways, such as we get on Lotus, we get on Split, I think he looks really good due to the fact that he's able to throw these curved walls, right? These curved walls of water can just cover these close quarters in multiple angles to make safe passage possible in a way that Viper can too, but not as well because Viper doesn't have that control over where that toxic screen is going. So we'll get double controller setup from both sides. I'm interested to see the Harbor utilization. If it's played well, I think it looks like a big advantage for UNLV. If it's played poorly, maybe not so much.
Yeah, and I think you're running a pretty basic risk versus reward, right? Harbor is newer to the game, but like you said, he can beat Viper out. Those curved walls, they say it sounds like such a simple thing. You're like, oh, but curved walls. But on a map like Split that's so close quarters, you can really box or create boxes to take down your opponents, and it can help your team incredibly get onto a point that may have been unbreakable beforehand. I think we're going to spend a lot of this map talking about Viper versus Harbor. Harbor, newest agent in the game, really brings a lot of things to the table. A lot of people were ready to write him off when he came out, but slowly, like you said, on Pearl, people are trying to play him on Lotus as well, and now it looks like that's extending out to Split. Now, all three of those maps do feel like more of those close quarters maps, and it feels like Harbor is getting the Astra treatment. When she came out, she was just completely gone. Nobody cared about her, and then all of a sudden, she was one of the most viable characters in the game. Let's see if UNLV Gray can make that same case for Harbor here.
Yeah, so usually what happens, you get a new map, players finally step through in theorycraft on the newer agents and realize, well, there's versatility here, and this is going to be useful on multiple maps. So it is interesting to see. We will see indeed. Game already going to be up through this heaven spacing, and that toxic screen got him up so far. They've got the room. Now it's to play to sight.
You gotta make it onto site as fast as you can, and Gumby gonna be the first to do so. Joshmo finds one, but the Gumby two-piece that equalizes the fight early. The pistol round starting strong for San Jose, as statistically expected. But it's not over yet, Kat. If somebody's going to clutch a 2v3, the pistol round is incredibly likely to be able to do so. John Hamm caught out on the corner, and Proton wants to rush window. Is Gumby going to be patient enough? Oh, no, the timing, the wall. So
Gumby
many timing diffs back to back there, but Gumby reclaims this high ground. And UNLV Gray racing the clock to try and find that defuse. Proton catches a bullet to the body and has to
Info on just one.
Quick. This is close. A lot of damage on both sides. And if San Jose just plays the spike, I think they've got a very real chance of winning this.
Jargo come over to grab one. Trade's going to be there. Still no defuse just yet, not even halved. And Jargo will sit here on another paint shell. Here's the tap, looks for the swing. No time, regardless of how this one goes. We'll grab the frag as well. 3K for the raise. The pistol round picked up the collegiate unit that is SJSU.
And I'll be honest, I'm not usually one to love the pistol round, right? Because it can be pretty boring, and it can be something that just kind of has to happen. It's what happens after the pistol round that can really make or break a team. So we're seeing the Stinger buy up, which makes a lot of sense. UNLV Gray, they want to stall the statistics early, not the statistics, I'm sorry, the economy. They want to wreck the economy early. They want to try to buy up to what they think SJSU is bringing out. Problem is, I saw at least 2 rifles in the hands of SJSU. UNLV Gray is certainly not going to be expecting that in round 2.
Yeah, I have really been a strong proponent to the light armor rifle by round 2. As long as you're confident, right? As long as you don't play like an absolute moron. Keep the guns alive. It makes the bonus so much stronger. With the early walk down mid for UNLV, that Stingers, they're looking for something. Not going to get it, though. Most they can do is break a dog. That'll give information there is going to be a Stinger around mid. And I imagine that has SJSU playing slightly differently. That High Tide is covering absolutely zero things, and Proton has found that out the hard way. Flash is going to come through rope, and SJSU going to have the space in the mid now to deal with the close range Titans, and well, they have been dealt with. Jugger to grab both. That's Heaven control, and they're taking a walk over to the B site.
Yeah, over into the B site. They've got a two-number advantage, an insane weapons advantage to boot, and they're looking for the spike plant out the gate. Charger did miss the rope and take fall damage there. The first damage they've taken in this matchup so far. Jin has the smokes online, and that cyber cage is not going to be enough, dog. Your feet are out in the
We're on
open.
feetfinder.net right now.
You hate to see it. San Jose State University has the numbers completely and totally. 5-2. Header finds a headshot. Will take easy revenge down, but give their own life for it. Ithre, a powerful player, but against San Jose, I'm not sure you can do enough with only a stinger in hand. Jarger, a 4K for round number 2. Cat, I mean, we're looking at a bonus. Their bonus is going to include, I think, at least 2 rifles.
You know, Jarger's the lowest ranked player in this server.
Yep.
That is... You know, sometimes I like to say ranked don't tell the whole story.
I think it absolutely does.
Sometimes that's what I like to
think
say.
Valorant in traditional competitive ranked and in a team-based competition like this are 2 completely different games. I really do think that.
Well, you think it for good reason. Jugger looking good so far. 7 frags start this one out. And as we mentioned, the rifle's coming out into what is the second round buyout means they've got a pretty strong bonus going here. So there's a good chance SJSU take this bonus and they look at what is going to be a swift 3-0 and a swift economic control for them. They all tuck knife. That Stinger has no info. All they have is the dog right now for the defensive side of things. If Gumby can open up the door, there's a big chance they take this. First picked up for the Viper.
Gonna be really good at finding those first bloods, but instead going to be the first blood of San Jose. Yeah, I mean, you mimicked the call great there. I'm sure Gumby very confused how Header was able to sneak in on them and find that elimination. It makes it a 4-4. The Viper's gone, and that makes it really difficult for San Jose to get into sight. The wall has fallen. There's no smokes to work with, and you're going to have to rely a lot on these flashes from your sky to try to get some intel to know if a site is safe or not. We hear the Hawk get taken down just as fast as he is a moment later. Proton finds a 2-piece, Revenge being the second. Jarger, the absolute juggernaut in round number 2. Can they mirror it here? Can they get us another 4K? Unfortunately, they fall into the firing squad, and that is a complete thrifty round win for UNLV Gray. They've stalled out the economy a little bit, Cat, but I think San Jose still going to be in good enough shape to take this round tried and true.
Very weird calling that round.
Agreed.
I think you recognize very early that UNLV does not buy into that round. So we're looking at just the Stinger up into Heaven. And they play still to the close contact angle. They send John Hamm the Astra into mid to basically no information, and they don't bring help either. So one of the controller dies pretty early in towards mid, gives a gun away to 2 sheriffs that just stepped down into mid, and they've stepped down into mid on the eco before, right? The second round they stepped down into mid with 2 players. You should have an inclination that they like to do that. They like to get close contact early. Just feels like a little goofy calling. I don't know. I mean, they had 2 pretty dominant first 2 rounds, so sometimes you do take your foot off the gas. But I think this is a good sign for SJSU not to do so early, as UNLV Gray have given themselves a chance back into the game early.
Tasmanian Tiger going to be running up, I believe, Catwalk, but instead it is eliminated quick. No information gained for San Jose. The Sky should really be a great help in this team knowing when a site is or is not safe. Now, unfortunately, in the previous round, it didn't work out well as the Tiger was eliminated early and the Sky fell pretty much right after. I want to take a look at the spike here. As we notice, it is not pushed into the A site yet. It is slowly but surely lining up with the team. They didn't want to overextend and lose it. So the game has been changed a little bit. It's about patience right now. And Gumby might be able to find this first blood once again. Sees the body. Incredible trigger discipline, but it's the foot wall bang that takes KO down. That's got to be the green light. That's got to be the go button for San Jose to rush it down, look for at least one more elimination. Unfortunately, they can't find it, but on the bright side, they've cleared Heaven completely, and now they've got it to do what they want.
Yeah, the issue, right, is they have to still get to sight, and they're going to opt to rather than fight to sight, they'll fight away for B, knowing that the players have all rotated over, so Joe Schmo will fall into B Heaven, and that'll give them the cue to actually go take the sight. Gumby will be here on the lurk as well. Nice as mentioned, his header will fall. Just leads a player towards the alley. It's Proton doing what he can to try to stall for a bit of time here. We'll throw a High Tide to try to take space towards sight. Can't get past that alleyway though, so still gonna be stuck. Now we'll go fight the lurk, still waiting for his teammate all the way into mid, and the lurk will find another. A 3K for Gumby. And Jin just now arriving on the scene, too little too late. All he can do is collect DNA. Short-sighted of actually getting any sort of crime solved here.
Yeah, I mean, the curved wall would have been great there if anybody was able to kind of capitalize off the back, utilize that collapsed space to find the elimination. The turret gives Jin away immediately. They find Charger. Okay, you get in Elim, which is nice, but the other 4 remain standing. Spike is not defused in time, and the 3rd round win for San Jose State is a strong one. Kat, this is so great for their economy because San Jose was in a spot where if they lost that last round, the econ really could have been damaged, but luckily enough, only one of them falls. They carry the rest of the rifles, and it resets their economy to where it should have been going into this round, and now they don't even have to buy, so they've got a boosted econ these next couple of rounds where the exact opposite story is happening for UNLV Gray.
It's so interesting how SJSU play this map, because traditionally you're playing a 1-3-1 here, so you're playing 1 B main, 1 A main, 3 mid. Rather, they're playing 3-1-1, so they're playing 1 on the lurk over towards the site they're not hitting, 3 towards the site they are hitting, which has typically been A main to scale up towards heaven, and then they're playing 1 into mid just to do the work. So somehow, in that situation, Gumby walks all the way through mid, is able to get to rope, and then finds it from the back, which is interesting. It's not the typical look that we see on the map. And it's been interesting how easy they've been able to scale mid with so little pressure. Proton trying to be the difference in this one. Cascade early, but caught by him as soon as it's fallen. Dog gonna find a second. Can they swing on it in time? Both satchels expended for Joe Schmo, but does get out of dodge.
Able to make it back up into heaven, has to use the nade to make space, and you gotta feel a little lucky there. Both blast packs and the nade keep you alive, but unfortunately, that is your entire economy. I mean, that is all of your utility that you had in hand. So you're gonna have to play this game a lot slower on that raise. You're gonna have to play a corner, wait for somebody to choose to peek it, and try to farm that nade back. Speaking of farming, Jin might be able to get 1 or 2 eliminations if there's a reckless turn on the corner of Garage. Wow. Talk about timing. Checks Garage 4 times, and the time he doesn't, somebody's going to peek that corner.
They're both in mid.
Spit out into sight, and now it's going to have a little bit of intel, but I don't like how early it comes out. It really doesn't get onto sight. It just opens up that corner of sight. Might be just enough to plant, though. Jin in the corner. Oh, gets caught out by Kahem, and Gumby will find that secondary elimination. The sight wide open, and the Viper's Pit is going to be big enough, just barely, to find that spike plant. Seekers out to find the final 2 members. San Jose, they're committing a lot, but they want to take this lead. They want to be as dominant as possible in this first half.
Yeah, looking to break eco yet again, so they will expend just a bit extra to make sure that's possible. 2 players left for this retake. Header in first, going to be the bait in the scenario, 11 HP. F3 comes around, gets caught by Revenge, and he'll catch both. 4-1 scoreline for CSU, and what a crafty Viper's Pit. Typically, we see a Sage on this map. We're just finally getting away from the Sage wall needed to take space in towards B main. Hopefully, we can figure that out for Icebox too. But they throw a Viper's Pit to act as what that Sage wall would be, to clear the entire cross for sight, to get back sight, and to get the default plant spot. So they're able to shimmy their way up to sight, get a plant down, and then throw Seekers out of that plant to out of that pit, excuse me, to guarantee no quick retake. Very nice from SJSU. Broke eco yet again and are now in the driver's seat.
Yeah, SJSU, I mean, one of the best. Truly.
Where are you going?
Completely what we expect to see. Header tries to run it down, tries to kind of catch San Jose off guard, but instead Gumby's waiting just around the corner. First blood for the, I think, 4th time out of the 5 rounds we've seen so far. That Viper has been so dominant in eliminating a player from the Gray team, and it just makes it that much easier. All of a sudden, you're down a player, you've got to change your play style entirely. It feels like UNLV Gray has not yet had the opportunity to play the play style they want. So often, I'm talking about proactive versus reactive teams, right? And UNLV Gray has not been able to be proactive even once because they're constantly trying to dig themselves out of a 4v5 hole.
Yeah, desperation plays do come out a bit early. It is the eco, so look for some fun. Fortunately, not going to be had. Cypher, same thing. And Jin will get a little bit of pleasure. We'll find 2. That's 2 guns picked up. If the other player can get there, it's going to be hard for Joe Schmo, though. With Jar Jar on his heels, he'll pick up 1. Jin does have the rifle stuck, though, towards B main. Earl Theft comes out for the information, and all 3 players, they are chilling onto the site. Plant goes down.
Back to the default. Proton gets an elimination onto Gumby. Had the wall up and running. Ethray finds Jarger. This is a very real opportunity to snipe it out. But when Jarger is the last player left standing, even 68 HP,
so much
this player is feeling confident. There's so many ways for this to go wrong. We don't have the Cyber Cage online. Going for the pros don't fake strat. No, not the showstopper. I did not think they were going to do it, Cat, and he whiffs it. He damages. He goes down to half his own HP. The stick will get the job done. Can Jin live to tell the tale? Unfortunately, no, but a round win is a round win regardless. Jarger carries the Phantom into the following round, and Cat, I've got to say that showstopper, absolutely an ultimate. San Jose is going to walk back.
He almost killed himself.
Truly, he cut his HP in half.
Oh, that is a tough one. The only thing is the showstopper is so bad now that you almost have to put it directly on somebody's head.
Yeah,
to
the radius
have
is
the
rough.
kill there. So the play is he's trying to find the angle where he can get the showstopper out, but also still satchel away, which is already a hard task. I think he's got to make sure he doesn't get shot, because if that showstopper doesn't kill Jin there, then he's still defusing afterwards because he gets the trade. So that's a hard one. Unlucky, really. A couple other pieces that Yuto could have used, but you live and you learn. Great play from Jin. Great round for UNLV, and now they have the extra player for the mid control.
And you're still up by 2, which is huge, right? You bring the lockdown out early. You've got the B side open at least for a moment. And Joe Schmo going for that classic play, one that I always enjoy, where a player knows, you know, it's not going to freeze you till it hits 0, right? So you can buy a couple of seconds to try to find the cheeky elimination where they least expect you to be. Unfortunately, San Jose doesn't hold W off that lockdown the way you'd expect. Instead, it comes post-lockdown. Jin finds a 2-piece, but unfortunately, it's a 2-2 trade. And as all these rifles are completely online, the B site hit for the 4th time in a row should be able to work out well, as San Jose will find a dominant spike, or plant. Oh my goodness, site dominance is what I'm trying to say. Completely forgot the word. They've got control down. They're going to rotate into garage, but hopefully they're looking at their 6. Header's going to be right behind them. Oh! Header finds a double header, takes down 2 players, and it's up to Gumby to try and save the day. The stun falls offline. Gumby finds 2 of their own! And it's not going to be 3. Proton comes to life by the power of friendship. UNLV Gray can win that out quickly. They have cut the lead in half, and now it is only a 1-round differential. Cat, this is a very close half. I've got to remind the chat once again, the viewers, San Jose State is one of the best teams in the country, and UNLV Gray is keeping them very neck and neck here for map number 1.
Yeah, Reckoning is one of the most annoying ultimates I've ever seen, bro.
Absolutely.
I mean, he does 3 pools, dog. Hits by the last one, has no choice but to swing into it. It's a good call to throw that Reckoning to make sure that player can't get anything done. That could have been very, very deadly. He's going to be trying to pack that one up for the back of the side. I do like the nuance in the extra angling we're getting from SJSU to work different things consistently, even though they are finishing on that B site.
Sure.
UNLV has gotten good about taking this mid control back there, which has made it hard for SJSU to have extra room to work with. And they throw that lockdown. It doesn't necessarily cover all of mid, it just covers B heaven, so there's still pivot points for UNLV. They use them quite well that round.
This upcoming round is going to be fascinating as Jarger goes for an early nade, and honest, not sure why. I think it, of course, is to clear that corner, but you knew your Viper was standing there. You should have known the corner was clear. It's just a simple util, but one that kind of builds Raze's entire kit for success. So that might be an ability they want back, but knowing Jarger, they're probably going to get the 2 elims it requires to get that back anyway. Not Jarger, I'm sorry, the Joe Schmo. They both used it now, so now I'm double crazy, but
W.
As Joe Schmo has that showstopper online, I suspect the Cosmic Divide into the showstopper. I don't even get to say it before it happens. John Hamm finds Jin. Joe Schmo will take out their counterpart on that Raze. Jarger falling for the first time as that first player. John Hamm is gone. Oh, and Gumpy's behind you. You gotta turn around. My goodness, 11 HP in a dream. No, you gotta turn around. Thank goodness Ethray will finally get the elimination, but Easy Revenge finds an easy elim, but cannot get away from the spike in time. San Jose State, they win it out, Cat. Closest round we've seen by a mile. I think UNLV Gray's kicking themselves pretty hard after that.
Terrible day to be an observer on that retake.
True.
It is always unfortunate when your own Astro Wall's the reason you die. Just no one clears back a site to clear Jumbie. I think there's a little bit of chaos there. The fact that Joe Schmo finds the pick on the Jarger, who is the player holding back the site. Jarger just looks for a little bit more coming out through the divide, and unfortunately gets met with a massive rocket launcher to the head. So falls there, and then from there, no one's walking back the site. Gumby just gets to walk away with 3 kills, and it ends up being the difference in the round.
Joe Schmo, literally only a classic. This turret has removed half of his HP going into this matchup. But as you've only got a classic to your name, it makes sense to take these kind of wild card risk moments. You know this round is statistically probably pretty lost. You'd need a miracle run. Unbeknownst to UNLV Gray, San Jose's rocking 4 rifles right now. I believe the 5th weapon was just a classic or an offhand weapon. There's going to be a great flash on the corner. The Hawk finds Header, and Jarger cleans up the elimination. This should be a free walk into heaven. E3 has a strong hold. Nobody checking the Viper corner. No, they lack the critical information. But E3 walks out into a 1v3, and Kahim was looking at the right place at the right time. San Jose State, numbers advantage once again. And Cat, it seems no matter which site they choose, finding a spike plant is not a problem for them.
Yeah, definitely not. The last 2 rounds, UNLV have been retake rounds. Joshua will pick up 1, Proton another. Still 100 HP, a Cascade to work with. Some hard shots against rifles, and eventually Kahim or Mahek will take him down. 6-3 the scoreline.
Yeah, 6-3 scoreline. So San Jose, if they lose the next, I mean, they could lose the next 3 rounds. In worst case scenario, it's just a tie. So there's definitely a sense of confidence that comes from this team right now because, you know, no matter how the rest of the first half goes, your opponent never takes the lead on you. Worst case scenario, it's a clean reset at the half, and we're running a 1st-7 to get somebody that victory today. But San Jose, with how they've been playing, I don't suspect to see 3 losses in a row here. We've got rifles online for everybody. 3 ultimates ready from San Jose, one of them being that Viper's Pit that they love to use to get onto a site for free. The other being a Cosmic Divide. Hopefully, that's a little more successful than the Cosmic Divide we saw from Gray.
Really spam through. Joshua wants the heat. Ooh, pop flash to get in. Revenge will sneak away in time, though. Swarm broken. Revenge has wasted so much utility over on the B side. Has anchored 2 players, and the actual push comes now on its way towards A.
20 armor and 10 HP offline. But that KJ not even going to be in this upcoming combat. Gumby has to give their life to make sure Header goes down off that high ground, which makes it a little easier for San Jose to run the site like they want to. And Kahem does find it just as quickly. Jin has fallen, a power player off the table. At 36 HP, I'm not even sure how that happened, but it has, and that 36 plummets to 0. Here comes Jarger all over again. Takes a 2-piece out the gate, and it's up to Proton for the 4th round of this half. The last member standing on the side of UNLV Gray. I'm just not sure how this is going to go, Kat. This is going to be a very difficult journey. Something we don't see enough in Collegiate that I want to see right now. Save this weapon. And that's exactly why you should have. You're never winning that 4v1.
Well, John saved his weapon.
You're right. Yeah, you got me there.
Does that mean anything? Does that make you feel better?
Not quite, unfortunately.
Well, yeah. Sorry to see it, really. Stinger's back alive. Probably close contact on this one yet again. It'll be the full stack on its way to the A site for UNLV. They've put poor Ethry, the 2nd lowest ranked player in the lobby, also as Immortal 1, but Jarger has 15 frags, so we've called him the higher ranked Immortal 1.
Right.
If we look at the RR, he probably is. I don't know. I mean, that's my own discretion. Good Knife has scanned 3. Don't rotate just yet, though, so still the squad not confident. I don't blame them because SU has done a good job of starting early and being on the other side of the map at the end of the round.
Gumby. No, Proton, first time in a long time, not going to take that advantage. Or not that, sorry, not going to take that space to lose advantage. Jarger looking for a high ground opportunity. If they can get into sight, take down E3, they can completely smoke this out, get into heaven, and follow up afterwards. Tasmanian Tiger gets the stun, but the fragment grenade kind of cancels it out. E3 running for their absolute life, and they are going to be able to survive. Proton, a phenomenal flank down onto Hell, and it looks like it will not net them a 2nd elimination, but at least you have found that trade that will not last very long at all. Joshimo equalized once again. A 3v3 weapons disadvantage for UNLV Gray might be the reason they lose the round. Cam finds it. Header on the high ground, puts down 1. There's 2 more left standing. A Phantom in hand for the both of them. You need a miracle run here, Cat. Can miss a headshot, and Header has not so far, but they cannot get away to reload fast enough. An easy revenge will win the 8th round for San Jose State, looking very, very strong on Switch.
Yep, just forced the issue that round. No, they got the weapons advantage. Just take it straight to the dome, and they get the job done. Gumby is literal gum on your shoe, by the way. You need a scraper for this lurking Viper, just consistently picking up frags somewhere on the map, whether it be the walk through a rope, the walk through a heaven, or in this round, or the last round, the walk through mid. consistently finding that frag on the rotations for UNLV, making it so hard for them to get the extra member into their retakes, really creating chaos in the comms, and also just frustrating at some point just to always have a fly on the wall right when you're trying to make something happen as a team, right when you're getting that retake util coordinated. To see that util disappear is really difficult. So timeout's going to come through. I think this goes much more to the next half, just the fact that there's one round left, and it's not like there haven't been big SJSU momentum swap rounds already, so I don't think this timeout really goes to speak to this half at all.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think not only is this the first matchup of the day, and it's a whopping, what is it, 9:40 for them right now, way out on the West Coast. So it's very early in the morning. I have a suspect that there wasn't a scrim going into this, but not only to kind of take away from San Jose's success, this is just what we're expecting, right? You look at players like Gumby, you look at players like Jarger, and those two have been online this entire half, 17-7 and 15-7 respectively, essentially double what anybody on the side of UNLV Gray has in terms of eliminations. Now, that scoreboard is a little more spread out, 3 players with 8 eliminations instead of 1 or 2 carries, but what I'm saying is San Jose, if Gumby and Jarger are standing, every round is winnable. If UNLV Gray can shake things up and try to find those early elims, there could be a really strong success in picking this team apart one player at a time. Now, speaking of these two, here they go rushing into sight. We saw the Cosmic Divide. It's going to be answered out by a Viper's Pit. San Jose completely locking down the site. Everybody's online. Here comes the Harbor ult and a lockdown to boot. Joe Schmo puts down 2 of them. Ethray going to be able to find Jarger the showstopper. I'm not sure why, but you might as well run it. Last round in the half. John Hamm finds 1. Header finally puts down John, and it is an 8-4 going into the second half. UNLV Gray, they find momentum, but unfortunately, Cat, they lose it all by force as we change sides and reset back to 0.
It's the fastest retake UNLV has been able
Without
to throw
a doubt.
out. It's been a lot of pre-planning. That's the first time we see SJSU take full contact execute as well. I think you can already tell the implications of why it's important to have at least one player on that lurk to guarantee mid control. Why you typically see most players in mid on split. The fact that how quickly UNLV are able to take space over towards heaven, they will take space towards mid because you have the ability to rotate rope, you have the ability to rotate CT. They're immediately there. Immediate retake comes through, and great angle as well from Observer to get the free cam on that, because that was pure chaos as they stepped their way back in through the ults to make it happen. And Showstopper comes out as well to make sure that lockdown goes away, doesn't get everybody ruined on the side of the site. Cascade gonna guarantee orb control for UNLV early towards B. Interested to see where their hit ends up being. I think it's a B main orb scale here into mid A split.
I think that can make a lot of sense, honestly. We take a look at where the spike is right now from the side of Gray, and they want to be playing this slow. The pistol round is the last true expected opportunity to turn this around, right? Everybody is set completely back to 0. You're all using the same variations of the same gun. And if UNLV can find the opportunity to strike and make this an 8-5, they're expected to win the next round, which takes us into an 8-6. And that's when they'd really have to rewrite history to win that bonus, make it an 8-7 and carry it further, Cap. But the hole they're in is a large one. I'm not going to lie. Winning this round does not buy them a map win, and winning this round becomes that much harder as Jin is already down. Jarger's taken a lot of damage, but damage isn't enough until that elimination follows through like that. You've taken a massive power player offline. They know John Hamm is close, and they are rushing for that elimination, which they're able to find. It causes some fall damage, but it's worth it at the end of the day as you've opened up this B site, and the plant will be coming online. Gumby gets the bounce right into sight. Gonna miss a lot of critical shots, but Proton's reload is longer than Gumby's missing shots, and that's another player off the board. Ethray, a phenomenal flank onto sight, finds Easy, puts him down, but Kahem was waiting to turn to that corner. A 2v2. I cannot believe how close SJSU has been able to keep this so far when it felt so dominant at the beginning of the round for the Gray Squad.
Both players pinch the back of the side. It'll be the sky for close contact, and Gumby here for the extra angle. They'll both find themselves one. That's another pistol round converted.
Incredible. I truly cannot believe San Jose was able to turn that around. It felt like Gray did so many things correctly, but losing that Cypher early, they lost a lot of post-plant performance. There was no tripwire, there was no Cypher cage. It was very difficult to succeed off of that. Now that the matchup has been reset, it feels like SJSU's even more warmed up than that previous pistol round.
Force coming to this one, UNLV putting it all on the line right here. They will have time to jump back for a rebuy, but it will be looking at probably overtime if this comes through. So they want to win this round for sure. What the close contacts options are, it's going to be a look up towards a heaven or looks up towards mid. We'll see what their call ends up being, and it's like it'll be a little bit of both. We're 4 players towards mid right now. Gumby gonna play on his own wall. First peek to come through. Has recognized Header as a stinger. Has heard a second as well. They know the force is gonna be here, and they'll take these longer angles now. But Joshimo still to grab one before they can get a dodge.
0 Point Blade online. There's the pull into the Raze nade. A classic play from Raze's, or from Astra's very birth. That is a classic. And Joe Schmo unfortunately cannot live through it. 7 HP. The spray will find the damage necessary, and the fragment grenade opens up that back corner. They know if they walk in, they only have to look one way now. And that one way would be right toward Jarger. For E3 here on going into the B site from mid. A lot of damage to be dealt, as it's odd they would clear the entirety of B site and then rotate to A anyway, but it's unexpected, it's weird, and now it's not working well as they're tied back up. Easy Revenge finds an easy elimination onto E3. Header has to drop low, might be able to dismiss the Killjoy, and they're able to do so. A double swing puts it down. Jin finds Kahem, and UNLV Gray, they're breaking statistics here. They're supposed to lose this round, but instead the buy-up might be just enough for them to be able to win it.
Ever heard of the Jarger 1v3? 30 HP, 2 set. Yeah, I've never heard of it either.
Yeah, no.
Header will take that one away with the Bulldog in the back, and that is a much needed force buy win. It's broken the eco, it's kept them cooking. It's given them a chance to sneak back into this one.
They can definitely sneak back in here. Trying to catch San Jose off guard with some new information is going to be helpful. They don't have the weapons they want for a round 3 situation after the half, but you've got better weapons than your opponent, and that much they're fully aware of. Bulldog, 3 Stingers, and a Spectre is absolutely going to outplay a Frenzy and some classics. It's going to be the Frenzy online and the Shorty. Wait, Easy Revenge has to have a classic. I don't think they're... I saw a knife in hand.
Walk down on its way, this time with a flash involved. This could be big for the eco. 3 players in first. Joe Schmo will take 1 before he's traded by Gumby and John Hamm and get themselves 2. Traded back still, though, for the looks of Ramen. The looks into Sewer. As Header will find another. They've traded it back. They've avoided the guns being picked up. And John Hamm has to leave empty-handed unless he wants another frag. Jin gonna fall. Both players in the bottom side of mid. Both players have been spotted thanks to the KO knife coming out as well as the Astra spotted. LV gonna step in towards mid. A 2-on-2. Still no gun to be picked up though, because this mid space got taken back so quickly.
Yeah, and Kat, it's so funny because I so badly want to be like, there's no way. If UNLV Gray loses, clearly San Jose's the better team, right? Because you totally should be winning this. Then we have to look back literally 1 round where San Jose lost this exact same thing. So it's fascinating that both these teams really seem to thrive when they're on the back foot. It's like they don't want to be in charge. They want to be at a disadvantage. They want to work from the bottom because, hey, when you hit the bottom, there's only one way to go, and that's up. And UNLV Gray, they have been up these last couple of rounds. This one, though, not exactly in their stead. Easy Revenge has a Shorty. That's an easy 1 elim, but maybe not 2. Easy Revenge is able to get that job done, and UNLV Gray, I mean, Kat, that tilts me in a heartbeat. I can only imagine how they feel.
Yeah. UNLV do a great job on the force buy. 1 round to go. They get things to a point where they're in control. They just have to win an anti-eco, and unfortunately they did not do that. So they're going to be looking at no armor into this one, thanks to some pretty good mid pressure for SJSU, and they're going to bring it back. That toxic screen looking like a staple in the defense now.
Yeah,
that is the benefit of the double controller.
It's like a pseudo sage wall, right? Like it doesn't get the same thing done, but it does that same kind of absence of space of we're not really sure what information's happening on either side, so we're gonna be afraid to break it down or to walk through it, you know, with this Viper wall. Now we're gonna see that star pull into the corner, but no follow-up off the back of it, so it's a delay more than anything else. Joe Schmo goes for the ADS and not able to find it. John Hamm gets the trade out the gate. B site a bit clumsy, and I've got to say we've seen notably stronger success on the A site than the B site from Gray. So I think maybe we just try to run it down a little more consistently. Like, let's fall into our defaults. Let's get a little more comfortable. We don't get any more points for the A site. The B site seems where they are notably more comfortable, and I'd like to see them continue to run it down out there. Right now it's in mid, so A is absolutely still online, but it really feels like they are trying to dominate this B site, or this A site. Sorry, I got confused. I want to see B, not A, is what I'm trying to say.
But the Killjoy setup's on B. Killjoy setup's scary.
I mean, yeah, but so are the other 3 members standing on one site. You know what I mean? Like, if we're running odds here, you've got a higher chance of 4v1ing the KJ. than you do 4v4ing one of the best teams in the country. You're
Well,
gonna
don't
have
worry.
to play weird. Header finds an elim. It looks like Jin finds another. Maybe I'm just completely wrong.
They
They've
cut
heard me.
noise.
They disagree. Cutting noise, oh my goodness, underrated, dude. Let me tell you what, people forget how important that can be in this game. But look at what it can get done.
Yeah, cut noise for about 30 seconds. Caused for the Viper to rotate to B, and it left them into a 4-on-2 in the A site. So good call from the haven't played to recognize or to hear the Viper leave. Say we got the numbers advantage. Let's take the fights, and didn't even need the trades. Just won them straight out right. So they've got themselves in the A site. Plant's gone down, and it'll be save city for SJSU.
Yeah, they're just going to save it up. They're holding both angles. And while it's boring, it's incredibly effective. I have more space to talk about that now, which is exciting. I kind of got to mention it earlier, but we didn't get to talk about why it's important. Guys, you know, at the core of this game, it's about economy and making sure you have as much economy as you can get to fully buy weapons, to fully commit to an engage. And when your opponents constantly have better weapons than you, this is a very, very hard game to win. When San Jose is up by 5 rounds at the time, giving up 1 round, not a huge deal, especially when you know nobody on your team in the next round is going to be able to buy. These save rifles have turned completely into hero rifles. It is up to Easy Revenge. It is up to Gumby to try and win this round for San Jose. Gumby, our first player in lobby, to drop a 20 bomb. Now, Cat, if I'm on the side of San Jose, that Phantom is going immediately into the hands of Jarger. I don't think Easy Revenge needs it on the KJ.
Not a terrible point, not gonna lie.
I mean, if you're playing KJ, right, you want to play kind of ratty, you want to play kind of slow. Jarger needs to be in the face, needs to be in the front line on Raze. The Phantom's just going to do Jarger better.
The only thing is typically you're leaving your KJ alone, which isn't the case
That's
in
a
this
great
round.
point as well.
but
Yeah, that's true. That's very true.
Is the typical case. So if they're the site anchor, going to have their best chance of winning what is going to be a disadvantageous fight. All right, goes to clear flower, nothing there. Unlucky, really. Ultimate expended, and they have no real room off of it. They are going to play through B main right now. Johnny has picked up 1 header, the trade. But that means mid space is going to be taken. 2 players have walked away from B, and see how quickly SJSU have realized this. So.
Phantom wouldn't have done you much.
Yep.
Oh, see? And okay, never mind. It does Revenge better. Takes out Jin. The blast pack off the high ground there. They know somebody's up into heaven. And Gumby's rotate's going to help them get onto the low there. Joshimo was taken out directly on the A side, I believe, which is a difficult spot to be in. Not sure how E3 ended up in 1 HP, but by golly, they sure are. So instead of a 2v3, we're looking at a 1v3, no doubt about it. And now it's a 0.1v3 as Kahema lands a phenomenal Hawk. Needs literally a fraction of a bullet to hit, and it will do so. San Jose setting up their 3rd to last round. This upcoming round could very likely be our penultimate round of Split, as it should just be a complete total bye. You know what? Jarger wins that with a Phantom. Jarger wins that with a Phantom, I think. They hit 3 times with the Singer. That's a kill with a Phantom.
Well, it's 4, but...
Is it 4 this with the Phantom?
Yeah, he had a 4-shot body shot.
Oh, well. Could be winnable. Hindsight's 2020.
Yeah, could be.
The round's still won at the end of the day. Not a big deal.
Phantom kickback's pretty hard, though, so he might have headshot
That's
him.
true. That's very true. There's that wall again.
What is that wall?
I mean, it's the same wall we've been seeing, so the angle's a little steeper, yeah.
Very clever. They're gonna flash through it. Just was already in front of this, though, so the Viper has... Oh, Gumby's timing is just so lucky sometimes. The ability to walk in and out of that, yeah.
Joe, terrified to peek the corner, doesn't know which way to look. Oh, still lands a bullet onto Gumby. 62 HP. Toxin screen has to go up from Gumby to make this really difficult to break through Catwalk. And it's not even the Catwalk push they're worried about. Drops down into Flowers. Tries to hit the close corner. I don't think they made enough noise to be heard. This could be a surprise, Elim. Oh, phenomenal observing from our friend Cool Scoots. It's going to be a 1v1, now a 1v none. Gumby gets it and dips. Jin out the gate. Gone. A lot of information off the table for UNLV Gray.
Ooh, almost the head taken off. Look at him, but that will not be the case. Throw everything into this one. Immediately through that harbor. Cascade gonna come through as well to clear off screen. Johnny M still doing work from the back of the side. Almost found another. Joshua will be there to win that fight, though. So 3-on-3. When the dust does settle, Plant's gonna go down inside the cove.
I love the cove there. You know, it just buys a little bit of information. It's a bullet shield, makes the spike plant a heck of a lot easier. And Proton finds it. An elimination to boot afterward. 2v2 has not been the name of the game for UNLV Gray so far, and I really do not want to see a push here, Cat. I want to see a hold. I want to see a spike kind of confirmation. Maybe you go down with it, but a round win is so unbelievably important right now. Holding corners and letting them fall into you is exactly what needs to be done for UNLV Gray to win that round, and that's exactly what they did. E-Gray holds it, plays it low and slow, put the 7th on the board. They have to continue to win. They need to win 12, what am I saying? They need to win 6 is what I'm trying to say. In the time, San Jose cannot win 1. They need to get 2-13 before San Jose hits 12, or they constantly run the risk of an overtime. Now, we're not there yet, but it does feel like we're starting to see some footing from UNLV Gray on the offense. It's a difficult team to run on offense. You've got a Cypher who prefers defense. You've got an Astra who can thrive more on defense, and you've got a Harbor who is just Harbor, and nobody's really sure what he does yet. But it's fascinating that they're finally getting some footing on the half, where statistically they're expected to do worse. And now they might do so as they lose their duelist, and it's up to the rest of the squad to clutch up this moment and capitalize on this space. Here comes that null command, puts down Kahem in a moment. Got to check this corner where Jarger is waiting, and Proton will bite that bullet early on. Very difficult round win for UNLV Gray incoming.
Crucial error from Kahem. He tried to walk away. Literally said he couldn't do that. Gumby's still going to hold close B main. Caught by the util, but does have the info first onto Jin. Oh, on land, the crowd is screaming for him to spam through that.
Absolutely.
Unfortunate, really. That 3 will be in the back of sight. But not much to be done. You have to link up with the spike player and see if you can find anything leaving the site. Try to create an opportunity.
Oh!
Does find Jarger. Does give himself away, though, and there's still 2 players nearby. Somehow after we can make this one look good, he's got a chance to bring the spike back around. Gumby thinking about it. It went for it. Pits dropped.
This is
3 game for the KO, and now his teammates here for a 1v2 on the Astra site.
They got to not peek the same angle, though, here, Cat. They've got to just wrap around the pole.
John
It's
M's
very
killing the
easy to
planer,
do.
bro.
No. Critical thinking skills 0.
Patience
They
is
did
a
not
virtue.
clear. They did not clear that part of sight at all, Cat. They could have been on either set of boxes. I don't like what we just saw. Incredibly reckless, and he's not doing it again. Come on. Oh, just I don't know what happened, Cat, but I'm speechless. I mean,
fairness,
they had there is no fairness.
He's
They
been
had that
on
round
the
in the
site
bag
for like 40 seconds.
but they never checked.
Yeah, but like that's more a good play from John Hamm than a bad play.
To
from
go for a
UNLV.
default plant with with over 25% of the site uncleared.
If you don't have any information, you're supposed to info peek if you're the defensive player, and it's more just John Hamm never peeked. Like he sat there and ratted for 40 seconds. He's literally like Tom and Jerry in the hole of the house.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just,
munching
in
on
a 2v2, I don't know. You've got to break expectation. You've at least got to be like near each other or covering each other, which was not happening.
It is tough
was
that he
looking at
didn't clear the
garage.
second time.
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, exactly. Like it's I don't know, the clears were not where they needed to be for UNLV Gray. That's a really damaging round. This is their last time out. This could be the last round. Their economy gets shattered off of that, Cat.
Yeah, that's
there's so little to be done here.
Yeah, and this
Was
time
this
even
their
if
map
it doesn't
pick?
go to any, no, it's not. Even if this doesn't go towards anything, I mean, at least it's timeout just to try to calm the frustration of both players having to die to a judge on site. So yeah, they'll take a second here in this one. They'll sneak out what they can, which is unfortunately 2 rifles and a lot of stingers. So see if they can find value into this one. It's an offensive round, so they get to at least pick the angles, give these stingers a chance at the round, but this is not going to be one that goes easy. There's going to be that cognitive divide for the retake. There's going to be that showstopper for early damage or for the retake as well for the defensive side of things. And you can't really use a neural theft unless you find a frag, so we'll see what they can do. The Gumby walkdown is going to be here. Just going to take it dry, and we'll pick up 1.
Not bad, yeah, honestly. They're able to find 1. It's going to be a 2-1 trade now, actually. Jarger does find that second blood. Okay, let's make it a 3rd blood. Proton gone as well, and this is just unfortunately the name of the game right now. UNLV Gray did not have the weapons they need. They did not have the utility they needed. There's only 1 player left, and I don't even know where he is. Jin, Catwalk. Maybe you go for the hero play ace. Like, it's incredibly unexpected, but it'd be a heck of a watch, that's for sure. The first Vandal we've seen, I believe, on this map so far. Split is like the Phantom map of Valorant.
But they'll give him it.
Making a lot of noise.
They'll give him these 2 first.
Oh, through the hawk. Poor Jin caught out, and Jarger, just the Jargernaut of San Jose State, leading this team to greatness. 13-7, dominant performance through and through, Cat. Now, bright side, not a BO1. Okay, Split's back. It's weird. It's new. The game has drastically changed. Maybe they're not ready for it. Next is the face of Valorant. I mean, it is Ascent, the map everybody has played hundreds, if not thousands of times. So it's going to be a little more comfortable. And I suspect the compositions we're seeing are a little more comfortable. The further into that game we got, the less and less I liked the comp from UNLV Gray. So hopefully they go for something a little more default this time. I think that could work well for them.
I like the usage of the Harbor. I think it looked pretty solid. I think it was just, I think more so there's issues on that attacking side.
Yes,
not attacking side, excuse me, and the defense side in terms of
I just
trying to make retake you to look good.
Yeah.
There's a lot of moments where like those high tides, like covering sight, just aren't really useful. But that also comes to like the team dying in rotation and not being able to play off of them, right? Like the high tide comes out of alley, there's a player to step after. Maybe it does look good to cover your initial points. I thought like the cascade timing was pretty solid going out of heaven.
Yes.
I think especially where it came through, right? Like it's so misleading sometimes is where that wall of water is going to stop. So it comes so much deeper into sight that a lot of the time the heaven player sneaks away, right, to try to play behind it, thinking it's going heaven. It goes to sight. It ends up just fully baiting them out, putting them off the angle that they should never ever actually leave. I don't know. Very interesting. Very interesting going through the whole thing. I will say, though, I think I'm a supporter of the Harbor, but I don't think I want to see it on a set. But speaking of supporters, the Idaho Army National Guard is a proud supporter of the CECC West Qualifier. The Idaho Army National Guard invites you to take your impressive critical thinking skills into real time with more than 10 jobs offering a $20,000 bonus and your degree of choice paid for. The Idaho Army National Guard is the best team out there. You can reach out on Twitch at iGuard Gaming, but for now, we're going to reach you out to a break. Maybe go ahead and talk to them while we're on break, and when we see you, there'll be a scent.
It's Moroccan, right?
It is Morocco. Oh my God, I don't think anyone was gonna get that. Oh, you're good. You're good. All right, see you later. Let's go harass Boise State more. Who is this? What school is this? Boise?
This is Boise.
Oh man, that's okay. Boise's still got really good odds. A Large Bagel, one of their tank players, Nerdy Bird, they're off tank. Both of them not here. A little bit scary, if we're being honest. Getting warmed up, getting ready to cast some players. No, okay, not cast. Interview. Change your mindset. Change your mindset.
Words.
No, but last words until we come back.
Oh, okay.
Because we're leaving.
Enjoy.
Oh, that was good. That was good. Anything from you?
How are you doing, Polly?
Awesome. Thank you so much for your time.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome back to ECAC Top Plays of the Week. I am Septilence, and let me tell you what, right away, if you thought last week's clips were great from weeks 1 and 2, your minds are going to be blown here in week number 3. Let's take a look at what these players brought to the table this week. We wanted a banger to kick things off strong in our 8th slot of the week, and let me tell you what, CU definitely coming in clutch. They're already up a couple of points, but they want to make sure they can walk away victorious in game number 1 with a pretty good pinch from Pancake.
Yeah. Ooh. Another good shot. Pancake with that shot.
Oh, get your syrup and your chocolate chips out, because this pancake is looking tasty.
With only 60 seconds on the clock, the University of Kentucky was feeling great. They'd already won a fight, Midtown was within their grasp as they only needed to secure one more fight win to full hold Bryant University. But Klaus knew, sometimes it's not just about winning. Sometimes it's about sending a message.
Okay, they've got to move. Their initial hack. Klaus down like the cat among the pigeons. And there's not a lot of coming back from that one. The fawn, it's...
RPI found themselves with their backs against the wall on bind. They were 2 round losses away from losing the map and the series being tied up 1-1, going all the way to map number 3. They needed a hero. They needed somebody to guide them to the promised land, and it was Moses with a 3-piece that secured the deal and won them their 9th round.
The team, Southern Arkansas, will make a free and clear take on the site unless Moses able to lock it down with a 3K. It's all up to the singular Briani, who's nowhere to be found.
That must have been, you just walked through.
CU did such a good job this week that we want to highlight them not once but twice. This time the attention pulling over to Larrick, who gives us a great aerial coast-to-coast play and seals the deal with what looks like a 0-degree goal to put CU just 1 point further in the lead.
Oh, that was beautiful. Beautiful aerial goal.
Could have said it better myself. Look at how Lyric creates space. And the accuracy. Does it get any better than that?
It really doesn't.
For this next clip, we're jumping over to a Smash crew battle where things are looking good. All three players alive on both sides, and Bounce with 3 stocks against their opponent, Sam Kalta. Bounce finds an amazing snipe off stage to guarantee Sam's first stock be taken off the board, putting Bounce's team in the lead.
Unlike
but that nice neutral B off
beautiful
stage.
snipe. You love to see that one.
Week number 3 was the week of Rocket League, the week of CU in particular. Lyric, just when you think this team can't come out any stronger, finds a 3-second goal against CMCC that just showed the dominance CU was willing to come out with here in week 3.
We are 3
Oh my god.
seconds into game
You don't get
number
much better
2.
than that. That was awesome.
Oh man, that was beautiful. Ceramics, pedal to the metal right there. Foot on the gas pedal.
With a 1-round lead on Ascent, Suni Canton was feeling a little bit shaky, and it was up to Lil J to make some big moves.
You got dash. Not gonna go for it. Get all the way out of that one and fake the dash away so they know about him close. Well, the Roomba will give it away. Has tucked the nade though, so definitely gonna stay alive.
Party's over.
Good.
All right. Spike down B.
Jinx, bro. Yummy a soda now.
Love that.
Oh, the timing.
I like the gust.
One enemy remaining.
Ace.
Fantastic Lil J ace on its way. Happy to have it. 5-3. Sunny Canton.
Things were looking bleak for the University of Kentucky on the 5th and final map, but the momentum started to shift. Now, we were certainly split on who the winner may be before our first map split, but afterwards, it was not a surprise who comes out on top. San Jose State University was able to win in a relatively dominant fashion, but Kat, we discussed a lot kind of why split may have gone the way it was. It can go to the success of San Jose, one of the greatest teams in the country. It can go to the defiance of expectation of, playing split, which has recently returned to the competitive scene. But if our friends over at UNLV Gray want to make a statement, it has to be on this next map, the most basic map in the world of Valorant, one we have seen many times. It's going to be Ascent, Cat. So are we going back to basics here? Are we returning to the OG play styles, the safe picks that we expect to see? Or do you think we're seeing some more unconventional picks? It's a guess. It's a wild guess. But, what do you think we're seeing?
We're back to the norm, bro. I mean, like, come on. It's tried and true. You know the map.
It works for a reason.
The Harbor does not sneak away here because you're playing solo controller and you just don't have the room to try to make some goofy shenanigans happen with it. I think they learned rather quickly on the map of Split that it would be useful to have some more info gather. So a second initiator, that KO came through with nothing more than just the 0 point. I just don't think it gave them the info they would have wanted it to, especially around mid, right? Because consistently they'd sit at the bottom of mid, they'd throw dagger over to the top of heaven, and then literally not know if that Viper is chilling over into the actual A tower side or if she's standing in their face. And half the time, unfortunately, she was standing in their face. Or they had a Skydog, or they had a Fade, immediate. Oh, she's right next to us. You know what I mean? So I think we see something different here on Ascent for sure. What that'll be for UNLV, I don't know. I mean, we'll see what they want to throw to the table. SGS, you look pretty good though, and Ascent a map that everybody knows, right? So mechanics are gonna be the look here, but we'll go to Agent Select. We'll see what these teams want to throw at us. Don't think it's anything too unusual.
I think we're going to be seeing a pretty basic expectation here. Now, something that I did want to comment that we haven't had the chance to yet, and as they lock it in, it feels even more prevalent to bring up, is E3 on the KO. So E3 was getting a lot of eliminations early on, but the utility never came to a true fruition, and it felt like they got kind of stalled out early on. They weren't able to utilize the KO to his highest success on Split. Now, this map built much better for KO, and he's going to have to play a little bit slower of a game than perhaps he wants. But as UNLV Gray truly defaults to the defaultiest default, I think they're trying to go for safe bets here. I think they want to go for expectations. They want to play the comps and the game that they know, the map they're familiar with. They don't want to make it about surprises. They want to make it about expected gameplay and winning out underneath. But I mean, I think the furthest away you could get with an unexpected pick is like a Cypher or a Sage. I think if you fully send this to agents that don't work well on this stage or this map, like it's just going to damage you more than it's ever going to help you. And yeah, the Cypher from Gumby, I think, is the furthest we're going to get away from, you know, meta.
Yeah, things look pretty good, pretty natural here in this one. I think Cypher trips, especially unique and creative Cypher trips, can really make a difference. Also interesting to see role swap coming through for Gumby. Moving over to the Sentinel, as opposed to the controller, which was the Viper. It was the anti-lurk. So Cypher's interesting on the lurk. I think, well, every Sentinel's interesting on the lurk when you compare to somebody like Chamber back in the day. So we'll see what the look is here. But I do believe we'll probably see Gumby working that lurk again just because of how natural it looked to come through. But I would be interested to see somebody like Gumby on an Astra or something who does have that full map presence.
Sure.
Just for the ability to lurk wherever they want to. You know, I hope, you know, they consider that in the future because very much we're activated onto the map of Split.
Ascent is a map notably different from Split in a variety of ways, where I feel like mid in Split is something that we don't see really at the start of round. It's usually a post round or mid round or end round. But this time it's going to be a reliance in a lot of ways, I think, for our friends on the offense, at the very least. But if you can get through mid early, you can then break off either way to A or B. If you can gather presence in market, it makes it really difficult to find success. And something I do want to call out early, actually, that I'm just now catching, is San Jose State has made a substitution, I believe. Mans is joining the roster, and I believe they are subbing out for Easy Revenge, who was playing on the Killjoy. So Revenge is gone. Mans is in on the Omen. Kat, it's fascinating to take your KJ player out on a map where KJ can work really, really, really well. But you also can't play Cypher and KJ together. So is that what they're going for?
Oh, let's get the post-match interview, man. Let's ask them.
Yeah, I'm truly fascinated. The more I look at this, the more I have to deconstruct it, and I'm very fascinated to see what San Jose is trying to work with. Now, I assume they knew they were going into this on defense, as this is kind of a scripted matchup in the sense of one team picks map, the other picks side. So maybe the Cypher is in an attempt to just win as many defensive rounds as possible and then clean up what you have to on the offense. But at the same time, that is what I think UNLV Gray was trying to do on Split, and they got folded on Split pretty aggressively. The final score being 13-7, I believe. So their defense was not nearly as strong as they wanted it to be. Can San Jose kind of break the curse we've seen so far today, or are they going to get pushed into that same box and have to adapt?
Well, forget asking the question. Find out. It's the tech pause will end and we'll get started into the game. I do appreciate the tech pause at the very top set list, not going to lie.
It's nice. It's much better than kind of mid-game. Yeah, it's nice to get it out of the way, clean things up early, and hopefully everybody's all ready to go. We'll find out how ready UNLV Gray is, though. I like what we're seeing here. It's a risk, but it's reasonable. As you send the Jet out early, she's got her dash online. She's fully prepared to kind of dodge in when she needs to, or dodge out, rather, to stay alive. And the rest of the team wants to play it slow. Now, A-Site is completely wide open, and the timing diff happening toward mid. This Omen gets no information. All he saw was a dark cover, and he hears a heck of a lot of noise. The plant will come through a full-blown team rotation onto the A-Site. Cat, this is about to go from 0 to 100 in a breakneck speed.
Interesting pistol run play. I haven't seen a team play retake.
That was a headshot
on the on the pistol round. Yeah, headshot will come through early. Bit of damage chipped off from a couple players early in this one. Just will grab one. Is that trade coming through by the looks of the dart? And it is absolute bloodbath going into this one. Game will find 3 when all said and done. Header left in a 1v2. Has to work through his own dark cover. Quite unfortunate. We'll step through into the angle. Second dark cover walks through, kills Diffuser. A one-on-one. A very low HP Sova, but a 4K to be had, and the defuse to come along with it. Yet again, all 3 pistols thus far in the series have gone the way of San Jose.
It's a pistol round. You know, we never think they're going to be interesting, but somehow these teams continue to defy our expectations. It's that one round that has to happen no matter what, and San Jose clutches it out. I can't believe it. It felt like UNLV graded so much correct, but it was that headshot. You know, I even gasped, and I was like, that was a headshot, because poor Proton was standing there and through the smoke caught a ghost bullet to the dome, was down to probably sub 10 HP, and then caught the very end radius of Kahem's shock dart, which did find that final elimination. Made it really difficult for UNLV to capitalize in those closing moments. San Jose, though, starting very strong. They need, like I mentioned, as many defensive round wins as possible, and they're looking to find them here.
Doesn't have information on just the Jet. So I don't really expect anyone to move off of this, and they will not. Be still a 2-on-2 defensively. There is room to work towards a mid. That KJ Util is pretty deep over towards the site just because it can't buy a as you'd like to into this round. So we'll see if they'd like to play in that direction. Have not called for it just yet. Broke Cypher Cam over on towards B. That or it's pulled back. Might just have been pulled back. We'll see how soon he gets it back up, and we'll know the answer to that question. So sit towards lane right now. No, actually broken. So Gumby without the info. It's going to be the scale for UNLV over towards B. They want to take this exit pretty quickly. That recon is info on 3, though. Does that call them off?
Got a lot of information, but all 10 players still standing. Nobody wants to back down yet, and UNLV Gray just looking for the rundown strategy. They want to tie things up early on the 1-1. Gumby stuck in Boathouse, and the scariest thing about him is once you're in there, there's nowhere to go but 6 feet under, and Gumby will be there quickly. Header finds the elimination. 5v4 turns into a bloodbath, a massacre even, as Header finds everything under the sun. Mans puts down Proton, but that is a round win regardless. UNLV Gray, 3 members left standing. First round in a while, including Split, that we've seen that many people actually survive the round.
Yeah, and again, we'll see UNLV able to convert themselves a force. We're able to do it on Split the second half to give themselves a shot back at the game, and this time done it again. See if they can break their curse. They're able to force over on Split, and then got thriftied immediately after and killed all the hard work that they had thrown together, trying to get themselves back into that map. That could have been a whole different result had that not happened. See if they can avoid that crucial blunder yet again. Early KO knife has found nothing over towards B main. It means the controller has full reign to play there. But they want to hit A. You're going to need that Omen over towards mid. Just the fact that that dark cover does not go very far.
Yeah,
unfortunately.
It is an ability that does not have quite the radius you'd want it to.
Yeah.
But Omen's, he's viable for a lot of other reasons as well. His teleport, his paranoia, and that dark cover does get the job done at close quarters. Now, the full suspect that somebody's playing wine when in reality nobody's there. What the heck?
My boy hit the rim and bricked.
Oh my goodness.
Where is he going? He was waiting for LeBron to slam dunk that. That was an
waiting for the alley-oop. Oh my goodness. Jugger finds Jin, so it does not work out well. Even that slow burn, it does not play for UNLV Gray. And the rotation with the spike, it feels like they're trying to bait out an A rotate, but the team has not fallen for it yet, keeping a double commit on the B site. Both John Hamm and Mans waiting in the wings. That could be disaster. They don't know where to go. I mean, UNLV feels lost here. They lost a player, and all of a sudden, it just feels like they're trying to clean up consistently.
They gotta work on these 2 players back aside.
Okay, here we go. You've got to clean that Boathouse, and quickly.
Okay, early dart. Wolf force Mans away. Great early utility. The second player that they gotta worry about is John gonna find one. Still no plant to go down. 4 seconds you're gonna need here, and they still haven't cleared John Hamm's. 2 players gonna work their way towards CT Stair. All of them eliminated, and that includes the Cypher. Everyone will go down. Forget the plant. Let's just kill all the players. UNLV will avoid the thrifty this time around. We'll take that second round, and now into guns for round 4.
That was a risky one for sure. The double Boathouse strategy can be just as damaging as it can be successful. And while it did work out well for the friends of UNLV Gray, it's simply because they had that Sova online. Rewind way back to round number 1, and it's like, dang, they lost him first. No wonder the pistol round fell apart so early. Luckily enough, that round does not take it. And for the first time this entire series, Cat, we got to highlight this. UNLV Gray is in the lead. Sure, it's only a 2-1, but they have taken an advantage over San Jose State, and they're looking to carry it forward. They're already feeling notably stronger on this map than they did, I'm going to be honest, at any moment back on Split.
Unfortunately, you jinxed them, but they are in
No, I didn't. They're fine. They've got this.
Yeah, you are jinxing them more.
No, surely not. I'm knocking on wood. You just can't hear it.
Oh, okay.
Uh-oh.
Jugger out early towards Cat has cleared the early mid control. Dark cover gonna be expended back 3. That means just 1 for the actual execute. If Joshua gets this space, gonna make things really awkward timing wise. Fortunately, did not peek into the 2 players that would have been close. Dashes away, and that should give the noise away for SJSD that these players are indeed leaving. Joshua gonna come back and try to make an additional contact, probably in like 15-20ish seconds, just to try to give the effect that they are coming back to this A site. But you can see that spike on the minimap has gone all the way over to the outside of B lobby. They're trying to finish this one towards B now.
Here.
Thank you.
Wrapping it up toward B could be
Here.
choice they choose to make. The Cypher is completely locking that site down, so they're going to have to
All right,
get
here goes Joe
themselves away
Schmo to try to
early.
reinitiate, to try to get this extra contact yet again, to try to get players away. But if he doesn't find anything, there's immediately going to be a rotate, and things are going to get super awkward. Didn't find anything. May as well take him. They see that it's just that one player. Everything over to B now. 17 seconds to fight against full rifles. He's going to plant down.
John Hamm has the wall bang onto headers. The eliminations coming through for San Jose State. John Hamm cleaning it up, though. Gumby finds Proton. Jin finally gets the counter kill, but with 3 people left, this is tough. I don't think they're going to make the plant in time, Cat. I think it's about survivability. And Jarger does find that elimination. That stinks. It's another round where UNLV just tries to do something, and they fall too little too short.
Yeah, so UNLV are doing a great job of trying to work other sides of the map where they recognize the extra defensive pressure. The only issue is, and the issue we see so consistently in collegiate Valorant, is that this late execute comes through, but there is never any working of the site early. So all the utility still stands when they're trying to make this late round execute, which is a big issue when you're playing against big sentinels like a Cypher, like a Killjoy, who have all this extra utility. Back when you played with Chamber, it's just the one piece, it's just the slow. You break the slow and you're in. Done. We've got the site. We're good. But when you have these trips, you have these cages, or when you're playing against the Killjoy, you have all that alarm bot utility, all of that turret utility. You just can't get in. Even if that player isn't close, that player could be all the way out to CT stair and still has all the B site secured. So you just have to do the extra work on the default, and that's just not something we see that round. It ends up being a big issue for them as they're now back to the eco.
The eco is a tough spot to dig yourselves out of. UNLV did it successfully twice on split, but essentially, like we talked about earlier, a completely different map, one where the angles aren't as free. You can't hold as close as you want to. Yoshimo looks for the corner peek, tries to get the pre-fire, but just can't line it up. They were in line this time, and nobody remembered to check. The dash does fall down, and Proton gets traded out early, so at least it is a half-half on the board, and that might catch John Hamm. It does a lot of damage, but only the one going to hit, so the elimination not a guarantee in the slightest. Committing an ultimate in that circumstance is a tough spot to be in, and I'm now realizing that was their own teammates, Hunter's Fury, that did damage to John Hamm. Kahim is going to be able to find Proton. 4v3 on the board. They've got the B site locked down. 30 seconds left in the slow play style for UNLV, working, stacking against them again. They aren't able to get into the site in time, and then they have to work against the clock quickly. Null Command online. They can't clear Boathouse in time. Cam tries to rotate out with the dark cover and successfully does so. Can't put Jin down in time. Jin finds a 2-piece to open the gate. The spike plant trying to happen, and it's Jin cleaning house right now. 3 on the board. John Hamm takes down Jin, and it's Ethray in the corner. Needs to win it. Will win it, and will finally put UNLV back in the lead. Cat, they win the round, but holy cow, was that expensive for everybody.
This is why we never learn, man. Because yet again, late round execute, haven't cleared the utility. But then Jin says, what if I just kill everyone? Oh, it don't matter. Forget the utility. I am the utility. I am the danger. That's how kills 3 people. Gives them the site control back, guarantees the plant goes down, and puts Ethray in a perfect position to grab the last. They walk out of CT stair. So even though, technically speaking, the round call isn't where it needs to be, the frag call is exactly where it needs to be as Jin picks up the phone and finds all the frags. So gets him in nonetheless, and it doesn't even matter. UNLV back to the lead. The lockdown, the A side here, and they don't walk away. They don't walk away.
Yeah, no, they don't walk away. There's no way they do. I think it's kind of a bait out there waiting to hear the footsteps, and it looks like San Jose reading this like a book. They might be able to get the entire team flank here, at least 3 of them standing. We see the KO, they're up in heaven, so this bloodbath right around the corner, and it's going to be happening in a moment. John Hamm caught out, has the read. Is Joe Schmo gonna fall for the classic peek? No Command comes out from UNLV. Great. John Hamm traded out for Proton. It's gonna be that rush up through behind them. The flank from the entire San Jose that might be able to get the success online. He has blades, but he's not gonna use them. Kahem is finding Ethray, so they're not offline yet, but they're gonna be danger close. 9 seconds remain. Mans finds Jin, and San Jose with a weapons disadvantage are still putting themselves in the winner's seat. The possibility of success tripling by the second. Goes for stabilization and does find it, but it was all for naught. It is a 2v1, a huge weapons advantage. Can they clutch this out? Joe Schmo walks into Kahem's Vandal, and that will be the tie-up round. Another expensive one, but San Jose is looking good to keep their lead or to restabilize the lead they gave themselves.
That was so interesting.
a lot of variables had to happen the exact way they did for that round to end the way that it did. It was very interesting how each individual choice from those players led to that outcome. There were probably 10 different outcomes right there, and we just happened to see one of them.
Yeah, I feel like Doctor Strange looking through it, all the
straight up. We saw all the
different
timelines.
possibilities there. Yeah, like that A main lockdown, they didn't scale off of it. They kind of waited to see if the eco team was playing close contact to push them. And they kind of banked everything off of 2 players from A site instead of leaving site like you would do any other scenario, walking into them and finding the first 2. It's just very interesting. And Jar gonna walk into him now. Unfortunately, got beat out there. Couldn't find the op shot. Joe Schmo gonna hit that one instead. Him with a trade back from Archway. Has a very low Joe Schmo who's looking to find a rifle to sneak away into mid. Dashes into danger. Into his own powers. Header to pick up 1. Joe Schmo does pick up the operator. He's got what he wanted, but does not have the frag. Still 26 XP. Now taking out through his own cloud burst. Him gonna have that one away. That leaves 2 players here for UNLV, and they are not re-peeking this. They see that is not a place they'd like to be. The rush shot gonna come through the wall, will not find anything. Gumby will find Ethray. That's just 1 player now into spawn. Gumby has the space, is clear top of mid. Header 5 HP in spawn, spike in hand. Has is from the shadows if he wants to throw it into this round, but it's an eco anyway. He's got 5 HP, certainly not. 50 seconds left on the round, 3 players to find. Everybody back turned right now, except for the Cypher, which was just in time, and Gumby will take a second look on the flank, has that one as well. 4-3. San Jose will take the lead back.
I really liked what we saw from the side of Joe Schmo there. It was like an insane risk, but it was the hero play they were looking for. They wanted the op, they wanted to get up, and they were at, what, 16 HP for like a majority of that round. Unfortunately, didn't work out, but it looks like the Econ is strong enough, just barely, to get that operator online. Unfortunately, San Jose has more than enough money to buy one of their own. The pause makes a lot of sense for San Jose. They've taken the lead. They understand their economy is in a weird spot, but they know UNLV is in shambles going into this round. They're going to barely be able to scrape out a buy, and that probably implies not full util. What can San Jose do, and what should their play style look like, Kat, going into this round to guarantee an easy and dominant win?
Honestly, I think San Jose have the opportunity to just play pretty passive, right? Because UNLV have been willing to cut noise at pretty much the first sign of anything. So it's allowed for San Jose to really put like 1 player committed into a site. Everybody else can float around mid, can float around garden, can float around market, can float around CT, and can be kind of anywhere quickly, right? It's been the reason why San Jose have been good about stopping the late execute for UNLV, because they don't really have anything committed early, because they don't need to have anything committed early. So I'll look at it from the other side. I think UNLV have to be a little more confident on what decision they want to make, which the only issue with this is to be confident on the decision you want to make means you have to be confident on your read of the other team. And I feel like we're at a point right now for UNLV where they haven't really been confident on where the other team is, because they're not confident. They don't feel like they can put players into positions, because no one wants to see their men led into a massacre.
Of course. No, I think
you don't want to kill your whole team.
Yeah, well, without a doubt, it's about UNLV playing with a dominance and playing with confidence, like you said, but there's a very fine line where confidence turns into hubris, and if UNLV just holds W into an operator or holds W into a 3-man held choke, that's where they find themselves falling short. So I think a lot of this is going to come off of the first elimination found, which I'm afraid is going to be Jin, who peeks that corner with an operator in hand. So at least they know the op is on B. That is critical information. But Joe, I'm not huge on what we're seeing there. Wants to take the op duel at very close quarters, completely unaware that Jarger's rotating fast to that A site. So now that information they gained completely null and void, unbeknownst to UNLV Gray, which encourages at least 1 more person to get taken out by that op, because now they've completely lost where it is.
Yeah, exactly. So you get your util gather, or you get your info gather, and you don't take any space off of where your info now lies. Like, now they're going to have the space into lobby, but they're not going to take any additional room off of it, so they're not really going to use this pivot point for anything. While UNLV are going to work their way up towards a mid instead, a place where they have no info. The man's been able to step out to find Proton. That'll take another player off the board. And this would be a really good paranoia placement if it caught the Sova, but I don't quite think it did.
I think it was
out
missed
early with the operator, caught into a flash. First look not going to be found. Mans will take down 2 as Header gets traded. F3 with it all to do. Spike on the floor. 4 seconds needed for a plant. That means he needs 6 seconds to grab it, get the site, and put it down. So
and get 3 eliminations.
Yeah, pretty short-sighted in this one. We'll look to save towards market. Would be shocked if someone from San Jose doesn't swing this. They have the eco. Take this gun down.
I think they know kind of roughly where he's at, but I don't know if they're willing to take the risk of running into market, especially with one of the weapons being an operator online. So they don't want to run that risk early. They don't want him to swing the corner and get an elim. I think it was almost like a pseudo save from them as much as it was from him. They didn't want to overextend because their economy. Actually, I'm looking at Jarger. They probably could have lost a weapon there if they wanted to, but
yeah,
it's not about wanting to. It's about wanting to keep it. And San Jose, they want to keep the lead they found as well. That's 3 rounds in a row. This game, almost more so than any other game in the world of esports, is truly momentum based. And San Jose, they finally put their foot down. They finally found the snowball a little bit, and they're looking to continue it out. Last time we saw this matchup was an 8-5, I believe, going into the second half. So let's see if San Jose can let that happen again, or if they instead can take a lead a little bit more dominant. Or a 7-5, I'm sorry, not 8-5. No, it was an 8-4. I changed my mind. I'm positive it was an 8-4.
What, last half?
That's the, last game, the halftime was
last
8-4.
flip?
Yeah. 8-4 on the half. So my point was, does San Jose want to get to 8 again? Can they even bump it up to the 9-3 instead of an 8-4? But as Jin takes out, I think that was an operator very early. Never mind. It was grabbed immediately by Kahem, who finds a 2-piece and makes it even more valuable than it was in the hands of that Jet. Drops it for the Odin again, juggles it all the way back into line. A very clever play. Could get timing diffed here.
Damn, if he was
fast
just
enough.
5 more seconds patient.
Truly. Not
through.
even 5, maybe 2. Like, that was right around the corner.
Maybe 2.
Let's see if they find that 3-piece, though, looking good. A little bit hungry for that third elimination, and refuses to ADS, though, which is freaking me out, Cad. But clearly, Gahem is calm, cool, and collected, ready to win this matchup. Found 3, looking for number 4. The last player left standing wants to take Proton down from one Sova to another. Can they find the Elam? Proton, there's no chance you swing this. I don't know what your expectations are. You know there's an operator over there, and you did not know where it was. Not a good call from UNLV Gray. One that's going to cost them the at least tied up round there. So San Jose, worst case scenario, it's a 6-6 on the half. But as these rounds continue to pile on, I'm leaning much, much, much towards a 9-3 instead.
Collegiate players scare me sometimes.
Amen to that.
Just like the nonchalance is terrifying. Like, this guy is just absolutely chilling. He's been in 15 different places. He's just vibing. He thought of picking the Odin back up. Every time someone's peeking him, he's looking at the ground. And somehow it's still in time for the shots. Top fragging the server for a reason. In 9 rounds, has 14 frags. Playing one heck of a game. UNLV, this is the first time they'll make a harsh decision. They're going to look for the Hunter's Fury to open the door for them on the A site. Unfortunately, they look Dice. They looked over towards Garden, and they looked over
hit on Ham.
towards Jen. They did get a hit finally on the last one. It did technically clear out sight because Hunter's Fury didn't hit anything. The only issue is they got stalled by so much utility that by the time that chaos has been averted, they've only got themselves 1 frag. Out of door is going to be the KO to pick up a second for John. As Mans will get involved as well. That is a clean look for San Jose to immediately walk back in. First spike can even go down, and header will fall to end the round.
That is so tough. There was a moment where the Jet was comfortable being all the way out on site because they were watching doors, and then Mans on high ground eliminated the person watching doors, and then John Hamm just bodied down through door, found 2 eliminations, I think. Maybe it was only 1, but cleared the site completely, and San Jose, a phenomenal retake there. We keep complimenting the patience of this team, and I think that's a lot of what we're seeing is they're working as a unit, as a squad, and nobody's looking for those hero plays where it feels like UNLV currently feels like that's what they have to do, is find those hero plays to dash into mid for an operator, to go into site with only a sheriff to try to find an elimination. It feels like they're looking a little bit more for flashy, a bit more for hero, when in reality, slowing it down might be the success that Gray needs.
All right, timeout gotta come through for UNLV. See if they can push it to 8-4. Mr. Septulins. This rifle certainly does not actually get bought. Because we buy for last.
You can't. You can't. That's a critical mistake.
Jin, Jaden, Wardlow, you better put that thing down. I don't care if you got a 310-pound deadlift.
That's true. That is a real fun fact. I'm with you.
Unstrap your hands from the barbell and put it down. Now
you can't lift enough, and this unfortunately
I will pick your 90-pound self up and throw you against the wall. That's what I thought.
This highlights the point I was just making a moment ago. You know what I mean? Like if they went for that hero rifle there, that could have been a disaster. But it feels like they are trying to change it up a little bit. They are trying to spice things up a little less than they'd like to. And Kahem gets it onto the high ground here. No. waiting for any kind of read. I thought he was going to send it out quick into the ceiling, but instead...
Oh, there it is. 4 people here. They don't break it. Oh, they broke it. Never mind.
And he sprays the wrong spot. They know exactly where he is.
That's fine.
I don't see a world in which Gahem wins this 1v4, especially now at 29 HP or less. There it is. Header runs it down, finds a headshot. Gumby does fail in the trade of Joshmo and Header. Ethray finds Gumby as well. 3v3, Spike Plant already online. And here's a big difference. As UNLV, they're not waiting finally. They're just running it down into sight. They're not waiting until the final 10 seconds of the round to get in there. They're forcing a retake from San Jose, who unfortunately for UNLV have been phenomenal at retakes up to this point. Getting a little worse as Jin finds Jarger. There goes John Hamm. Mans gets the elimination, but now it's a 2v1. They've got to get the KO up, or they've got a hero clutch to get the 2v1. Wallbang doesn't find purchase, goes for the res. Oh, it was a fake, but Jin does not care, finds it anyway. A 50-round win and an op to walk away with, Cat. Could be huge going into this next round.
Yeah, the one time they're willing to make the contact exec happen is on the eco. Just trying to run it down, get the round over with, and ends up being a round that they convert. Ironically, Gumby's cage kills Gahem there. The fact that it's thrown it is hard to accurately throw cages sometimes, but it's thrown a little too shallow. So you talk a lot with controllers who are learning the game for the first time. It's important to put your smoke so it ends right where the entryway is. So the extra bit of smoke is in the angle still. So the extra bit of smoke is in B main, isn't out of B main. This is to ensure that players don't walk through, right? Proton, wow, they just a little spam battle. Little spam battle gets converted. Luckily traded immediately right back from mid, so no worries.
Yeah, that could have been disastrous, but instead it was a very strong trade. Jarger cleaning out that mid area, and Joe Schmo holding the wrong angle, but gonna swing back. Oh, you get the read, you get the jiggle peek, but you don't get the op win. That is the operator taking Joe Schmo down once again. You know, they fought so hard to get that op, and it finds little to nothing, unfortunately. Not able to get that lineup. Gotta shadow step out of there, gotta get out of it. Jarger finds Ethray, and I think San Jose's probably got this round in the bag, Cat. I can't imagine there's much to be done here. 4v2, even if they take down the Jet, there's 3 full HP players standing. A Neural Theft still online as well. Header finds Mans, ties it up a little more so. Spike Plant comes through, and there's the Neural Theft I was afraid of. Y'all are completely given away in this moment.
Oh, Wallbang gonna go right. John Hamm, though, on the flank will pick up one. 1v3 for Proton, got it all to do, and did not got this.
They tried, you know, that's a tough spot to be in, 1v3, and something funny that I realized after hearing you say it for what might be the 4th time, John Hamm on the flank. That's been happening a lot more than I think I realized until this play right here, where that KO continues to find himself behind the team, and that's been really easy in helping them clear that site a lot. I mean, I complimented it back when they took over door control and they took over tree, and this time they come up from line and they're able to find an elimination, just dominate the A site for San Jose, and that's going to be a lot harder to do on offense than it is defense. So let's see if John Hamm can capitalize with that KO flank more so. Back on Split, I talked about how I felt Ethray was struggling on KO, wasn't able to utilize the kit very well. It feels like John Hamm absolutely does not share that problem.
Yeah, John Hamm gets around. Definitely does, which is interesting because they do have anti-lurk utility on that team. Still, John Hamm just kind of makes it happen. They just going to go over towards B. It'll be San Jose looking for the A split early. Dagger goes to tile, has seen nothing, but they're walking up Cat still. So Joe Schmo, we'll see if he is the wiser to this one. Was not. Fortunately, though, does sneak out the angle in time. He's going to get swung pretty hard here, though.
You hate to see it. You hate to see it. Lands the headshot, but unfortunately not the elimination. Jarger is able to find Joe Schmo. John Hamm puts up Header as well. 5v3 already in San Jose. If they win this one, they will have a 100% pistol win rate so far, Cat. This is a tough spot to be in, Jin. Nobody's looking at you. How much can you get done, my friend? A 3-piece to boot! Welcome back. Jin finds 3 and equalizes the matchup in fruition. This Sova, critical HP as well. Jin has the high ground unlocked with a Spike Plant. Has already happened, Cat.
Found both.
Found both of them. You know you can get onto site. You know they're close. But hopefully somebody keeps an eye on that window, because here comes Gumby, and they are angry. Not as angry as Ethray, who is sick of losing these pistol rounds. 1 bullet away from being able to do so, with the lineup Larry on the other side of tree might have a different story to tell. Alarmbot gets intel. Jin forces them out of position. I'm not seeing a defuse, Cat. I don't love to say that. Nobody's on the spike. I don't know what's going on, but they had the half. They dropped the full, and come on. Woo! Okay, 0.6 seconds on the clock, but a win is a win regardless, and it's a pistol round, so it does not matter how many players went down. UNLV are still in this, and they finally win a pistol round against SJSU.
Yeah, that one came a little bit closer than I think you expected it to.
Without a doubt. Without a doubt.
Stepping off to find that frag, yeah. Good early pacing offensively. It just comes down to Jin bailing them out yet again. Last half did the same thing to get them that late round plant. Found 3 sheriff frags. This time it's 3 frags with the ghost. At this point, we gotta put Jin just on pistols only. Biggest plays in the game for Jin to come pistols, both against opposing pistols and against full rifles. So there's something special when Jin's got the sidearm in their hands. Got some work done. Got them the round yet again. Josmo gonna find one early out of tile. They've left the spike behind in this instance, and the Sova's a long way away from home. So if they do manage to win side here on the eco, things are going to be very awkward. The KJ Util won't let that happen anyway. They're into the microwave. Proton will find 2, F3 will find the other, and Spike still remains in Swan. Joshua going to spot the Sova, and we'll take it out at 2K for the Jet. A flawless round for UNLV.
Out of the what do they say? Out of the frying pan into the microwave? Is that how that goes, Kat? Something like that. I don't know, but I know the Jin is truly coming alive here in a lot of ways. Like you said, the sidearm has been online. The KJ lineups, or the setups rather, seem like they're working well for UNLV. Great in a couple of ways.
Out of the frying pan into the fire.
That's what I said, right? Microwave, same thing? No, microwaves kind of have fire in them a little bit.
From a bad situation
right?
to one that is worse.
Yeah, I would argue that the microwave was a tough spot to be in there. So technically I was. I'll take it. Partial credit, not bad. But I know that if Jin can continue to have this success there on the B site, I mean, it really helps lock down site entirely. It's odd to me to have the Sova over there right now because KJ's capable. The KO rock in mid makes a lot of sense, but we're looking over at the A site now where Header is about to walk into a 300 situation to 1v everybody, and it looks like it's not going to work out well. Mans takes down the counter Omen and stuck back in line is going to be Joe Schmo with the Marshall online. Can't even get an exit frag as they go down Cat 5v3. To be fair, San Jose is mathematically supposed to win this round, so it's not the end of the world for UNLV Gray, but UNLV Gray's job right now is to make it expensive, and right now they've only been able to find 1 elif. Okay, let's make it 2. We're looking a little bit better. Unfortunately, no more than that, but 2's not bad.
Hey, eco round, looking for the close contact, unfortunately goes awry. And that's been nice from SJSU early in these couple rounds, is that consistent drone for their contact to make sure they have that early contact. Like Header gets stuck there trying to fight the drone, gives away his positioning, has no choice but to die. I actually wanted to talk about that on pistol, was Gahem's drone through Cat that Jarger sneaks in front of, where I think like little moments like that, SJSU have just better game sense, right? The fact that they recognize the player who is on Cat is going to wait for the drone there, is expecting the drone, so when Jarger swings instead, it catches them off guard. It gives him that first frag opportunity just because that player's not expecting it. His head's aimed, or his gun's going to be aimed a little higher or a little lower for the drone and isn't going to expect the headshot level player. So little stuff like that from SJSU is quite nice, as this time they're going to try to walk their way in towards mid. Seen the KJ utility microwaved over towards B. I think they're trying to take the read here that there is not an alarm bot mid, but it'll be a Joe Schmo instead. Working as a much stronger alarm bot, looking for an operator shot here early.
The op shot has been devastating on both sides so far, but Joe Schmo, I will be honest, has had a little bit less of luck.
Yeah, they're playing on the attack and it has not looked great.
Yeah, has not been able to find some great success with that, but finally makes us eat our words, takes Gumby down. That's a lot of intel offline for the side of San Jose. Jarger dashing all the way into sight. I like this. I think they kind of snuck through the firefight. They make it in, but unfortunately the last player standing as the rest are taken down in a true firing squad fashion, looking at the wrong angle, finds the wall shot, but cannot win the 2v1, and UNLV Gray are keeping it close, Cat. They only lose 1 player. They're going to carry 4 rifles into the next round, and they want to take us all the way to map number 3, which would be Haven.
Yeah, typically that one goes the exact opposite way.
No doubt. No doubt about it.
Where the Jet is sacrificing their life by dashing into Workbench, and the rest of the gang gets to go lane for free. So they run it the other way, and the rest of the gang did not get to go to lane for free. Which is typically why you have the Jet coming in first into the front part of site before really touching site, to try to make sure that those eyeballs that are market CT aren't looking at the rest of the team. So that doesn't come through. It leads to 3 players falling and to a round that does not get converted. Joe Schmo's found, I thought he found a leg there, but I'm actually just wrong. He doesn't find anything.
Nothing online. Hey, there we go, Joe. Looking a lot better now in these last couple of rounds. Finds the Elam onto Sova, has to dash out as they hear the fragment grenade. Finding space, E3 takes down Jarger, who I'll be honest has not had nearly the game they did back on Split. We've seen a different top frag making the appearance there. And it's Kaham who fell first in this round. With that top frag missing, can San Jose capitalize? A strong paranoia just allows the go button for this team to dominate through tree. The pop flash is not going to be enough, and a 3v1 firefight, 20 HP is John Hamm. No, there's nothing to save. Only a classic to the name, a team ace, as UNLV Gray finds their 8th round win. They're one shy of tying us back up, Cat.
Here we go. Guns back out for San Jose. Lots of ultimates on the board for both sides of the coin. Pretty easy to ult orb scale for the defense here as well to get those additional 2 ults on the Blade Storm. Really only going to be help onto what will be the retake. Same story for the lockdown here, so they have time to try to work them out, and they look like they do want to consider the scale towards A main. Joshmo going to look for the early peek with the operator. Will get guilt activated if he can do such a thing. Will be a peek on its way. The Omen going to TP deep. Dart going to force the Jet away, and that's the early spacing for San Jose here towards the A side.
$80 seconds on the clock, so the round truly has just begun. We know that there's going to be 10 players left standing. Let's make it 9. But instead, that flick was so hard, my computer lagged a little bit. Like, genuinely, my feed lagged for a moment on that flick. But it does miss. And here's Kaham, that top frag I was talking about earlier from SJSU. They're going to try to get a lot of space. Now, you get a lot of intel. They get up and over Dice and Gen. They know nobody's there. They don't make it all the way up to heaven, but they know a majority of this site should be open. It forces a pinch approach from the defending side. A Hunter's Fury is a fascinating choice from Gray, but I think it is going to be able to get a lot of information, hitting their own teammate in the process. Joshmo gets the weapon out, gets the blade kill onto Mans, and Kaham will trade it out. 3v3. This could be a wall banger, I guess a floor bang from Jarger. They've got the intel that at least 1 or possibly even 2 members are standing up there, but as Jarger is lit up like a Christmas tree, this is going to be a very difficult spot to be in. 3 HP in a dream. Kaham finds header, and somehow Gray has not lost this round. But this may finally be over. Gumby has the flank. Oh!
Ojin said that the
Jin
site.
clutch?
Picked up 1. I'm gonna be close.
Oh no!
Whoa! Running guns and finds the second. Finds Gumby 180s for Kaham.
Oh my
grab
goodness.
the defuse to go with it. What a clutch. Jin yet again bails this team out. It's a 3K to get them a plant into the last half. It's a 3K on the pistol round, and now it's a 2-piece with the 180 turn to 1v2 clutch and win them yet another round that just looks like it's going to get away from them.
I am very, very, very impressed that that was turned around by UNLV Gray. It was expensive, but luckily enough, their economy is so good right now, it does not matter at all. They can buy an op and not even blink at it. But on the side of San Jose, they're taking an incredible risk here, Cat. I'm not sure Gumby's going to stick to it, and it looks like they're going to change their mind at the last moment. Makes a lot of sense. Going to stick to the Sheriff, commit this to a full team short buy round. Gonna try to win out the Thrifty, and with the Blade Storm in hand, especially with Jarger behind the wheel, this feels very possible to win, as long as they don't go down in a moment. Paranoid out the gate, Operator somehow misses as Joshmo has the free limb, but just can't find the right click to happen, I presume, but no, instead it's the Stinger who takes Joe off the table. Oh, no command! That's huge, but the Operator is in hand. Oh, Jarger finds it early out the gate. Let's see, Cat, how many more they can put down. At least 1. Let's find 2, but the wall bang headshot puts him down. E3 finally coming to life like I've wanted for nearly 2 maps at this point. The KO getting the value he deserves. We are tied up 2-2, 2-1, 1-1. Gumby with the Sheriff, the Neural Theft online. And this is going to be a tough spot for our friend KO, as they are completely out in the open. 0 point up and over, but there's no util left to be used. E3 gets the read, a 4K to boot, and UNLV have dug themselves completely out of the hole and have now gone as far as taking the lead here on the set.
They can't keep getting away with this, man.
Truly, truly.
Every round, it seems UNLV one player steps up in a massive way. This time it's E3. San Jose start to swarm the sites, and E3 shoots fish in a barrel. Steps out, grabs a 4-piece, or an early 3-piece from Scaffold, and the 4th to come in the 1v1. To bring the round right back on its head, but UNLV back within the lead. Full guns into this one. San Jose loses. They break eco. They're looking at overtime to try to play back for.
I want to keep a close eye on San Jose's approach here because they're going for essentially a full gamble stack down toward the B side, except for that Omen who's playing a lurk, playing a slower game, wants to get the read if they hear a rotator or somebody's looking for a flank. This is so risky to bring the spike with you for a push like this, Cat, because when San Jose gets the action early, they might be able to win it, but if spike falls out in the open and nobody's there to clutch it, they're essentially handing a round over. And it might be just like that. Jarger already gone as Header finds the shot and finds an advantage as Proton cleans it up even more so. It is a bloodbath for UNLV Gray, and that's the worry I had coming to fruition in its entirety. They peak, they get over-aggressive, spike goes down, there's nothing to be done except to fall. UNLV not only have taken the lead, Cat, they have taken a 2-round lead, and now San Jose has to overtime because they are fumbling the bag here. All of a sudden, their backs are against the wall, and UNLV is 10 elims away from taking us to map 3.
Yeah, they very much forced them to play for the OT here. They just do not have the money to realistically buy for this one. We'll see if they want to force anyway. A lot of teams you're going to see do like to force anyway, just they don't like to play with that 12th round directly in their face. We'll see their call ends up being. The issue is if they force into this one and they do win it, they're probably going to lose next round.
Yep.
Because UNLV will walk right back out with a bye unless they play flawlessly. So we'll take a time out here to talk about it. Very interesting last round for them. They've been consistently trying to work strats, has been working, say, okay, let's just contact B. Let's go back to the basics. We're making the game too complicated. We just need to make it simple. They take B, get absolutely slaughtered.
Yeah.
And that's going to change things for them. So I expect to see this round come back into a much slower pacing. But still, the issue is, how do we win a round, bro? The last 5 rounds we've lost. We got a couple of them incredibly close. We almost won a thrifty 2 rounds ago. Just barely got outdone by the KO's 4K. What can we do to win this one? This will be, yeah, the light buy going in this one. Gumby probably can't really afford the rifle, but if they do lose this round, it's max loss bonus. It's 2,900, and they will be able to sneak away with enough to buy into the next round. So they'll get a rifle light armor next round, and they'll head back to the close contact B. Here we go.
Close contact B is the name of the game. The dash up and over does nothing. Joshua has the perfect angle to take Jarger out of the match. John Hamm close behind, and UNLV Gray dominating this round already. It's been not even 15 seconds, but when you open the gates like that, you didn't open them. You ripped them clean off the hinges and guaranteed a round win for your team when those 2 eliminations happened as fast as they did. UNLV, Cat, I don't know if their non-sponsored Gamer Liquid has kicked in or what, man, but 6 rounds in a row is insane.
Nah, everyone be quiet. I want that Joe Schmo shot 25% speed now. I want it now. I want to see it again. I need to see it again. That is ridiculous from the Jet and Market.
Truly baffling.
Catches Jarger on the top, and there's only 1 player on site there. So if they get in, if Jarger can get in here,
dude,
he probably gets that rifle, and this round looks a lot different. Joe Schmo ruined this round. Single-handedly ruined this round. That is ridiculous. I can't believe he hit that. That is crazy. Thank you, production, very much. San Jose now playing with what they can. And 2 people are gone. The spawn walls just dropped. Another for Joe Schmo. He ain't done just yet. He's having a field day. Trying to turn this back around. And who better than Joe Schmo? A 3K for the Jet.
Dog.
For UNLV, the underdogs in this game. The secondary roster from this school have turned things around. They are looking at a 1-1 series score. I got so hyped, I pulled my mic out the freaking arm, dude. It's in my hands now.
Dude, wow! Like, wow, dude, that's insane. 7 rounds in a row. You do not see that. You do not see that in this game. That is incredible that they just woke up and dominated like that. I'm baffled. I'm bamboozled. I'm flabbergasted. I'm whatever word you want to use. But truly, I am stoked because our first series of the CECC West Qualifier 2023 is going all the way the extra mile to that 3rd map, Cat, and it's Haven. Another, I kept calling it collegiate classic, one these teams are going to know very well. And if Ascent is any dictator of what we're going to be seeing from these teams, it feels like when UNLV knows what they're doing, that is an indomitable team.
Hey, they came out and they showed us the Harbor game 1 and said, you know, we'll see how this looks. And maybe they go back to the classics here. Went back to the classics, and man, there's a reason why we love the oldies. Let's just say that. They came back to what works, and well, did it ever work? JSU just barely sniffled out. And man, UNLV's potential is to have one player step up so consistently is absolutely insane. Joe Schmo towards the back half, of course. being seen that 3K in the last round, that 2-piece to shut things down. But the looks from the likes of the KO, right?
Yes.
To shut down 4 for E3 going into sight to guarantee they win a round that would have otherwise been a thrifty for SJSU that would have completely turned both economy and momentum. And then we get 3 insane rounds from Jin. We get a look for a 3K to hold down the back of the site to guarantee a plant goes down to get them around on what was their attacking side. Defensively, a 3K to come through to completely shut down the game, and that comes with a 1v2 clutch towards the back half of the second half as well. So ridiculous stuff from this team. Hopefully they don't cool off over the break, but we'll see when we come back. It's Haven. It's map number 3.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Collegiate Esport Commissioners Cup. I am Septilins, and I get a really neat opportunity here. We get to interview Burns from E United. Burns, how you doing?
I'm doing well. How about yourself?
I'm doing great. We're on day 2 of the event. It's been a fantastic one. I ran into you yesterday, but we were running around like chickens with our heads off, and it has been, I mean, how has your time been here? What has this event kind of been like?
Yeah, it's great. I just love being in the passion pit, seeing all the college kids go at it. Reminds me of like an old school MLG event almost, but being like in an epicenter of the passion pit, seeing Rocket League, Valorant, Overwatch, and Smash, just it's amazing to see all of these schools compete against each other and get a shot to play on this main stage.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And tell us a little bit about kind of what is E United, right? Because we know that you're here, we know you're here to represent them, but for the people that don't know, what is E United?
Yeah, E United was founded in 2016. We're a professional esports organization. We've been in League of Legends, Overwatch, all the way to Battle Right, I think it was called back in the day. Right now in 2022, we are in Gears of War, Halo, Rocket League, PUBG, and announcing a new title tomorrow. I know, get the small intel here. So it's a lot of fun. I went pro in Call of Duty when I was younger. I ended up playing my last event under E United, switched in 2016, and I've been the GM ever since. So it's a true blessing to be able to stay with an organization for as long as I have, and we love giving back to the collegiate community. I actually graduated from Full Sail in 2013.
I was a little confused about the jersey.
Yeah, so the Full Sail boys are out of the tournament, unfortunately, but I decided I would rep them today in their honor. Yeah, it's just great. I love working with younger individuals who are trying to find their path in esports, and these college kids are really showing what they're all about.
Yeah, so to be kind of an ex-pro player, where a collegiate scene at the time didn't exist, especially not to the scale right now, what is it like to see such high levels of success, such high levels of support for something that you weren't able to kind of get as much support in at the time, something that was looked down on a lot more?
Yeah, I'm extremely jealous. That's all I can say. Full Sail started their program in 2017. when I was there in 2011 and 12, it was just a bunch of nerds running around, just creating their own clubs. I was still striving to go pro, but now you have these opportunities to play on main stage, play in front of thousands of people. We just had locals back in the day. You would show up and play for like $200, $100. It was like lunch money.
Right.
Now these kids are playing for scholarships. They're playing for fame. They could pop off here and end up getting a sponsor for $10,000 or $20,000 from somebody.
Right.
So the opportunities are just endless at the moment, and I think it's just great that you know, you basically can prove yourself and make anything happen right now.
It's instead of kind of what you had gone through, being in college and also trying to go pro.
Yeah.
These kids can try to go pro while being in college.
100%.
It's hand in hand instead
Yeah.
of those two kind of battling kind of matchups. So if somebody's trying to go pro, right? They're like, Burns, I want to be you one day. I want to be the GM of EU United one day. What is that first step to really take it from a hobby to a passion, to a job?
Yeah, I think I've told this story a lot, but it's really, I thought about going pro every night before I went to bed.
Right.
Like, I lived and breathed Call of Duty for years. It was my life. I had to skip dinner sometimes. I had to skip family functions, and my family didn't really understand, but it was what I wanted to do.
Now, we are definitely back to being split here on the desk after UNLV Gray ascended on Ascent, tying the series up 1-1. And this, Cat, is a guaranteed final map of this series. It is a best of 3 after all. And now, I mean, going into that second map, I thought, okay, 2-0 out the gate here. If San Jose can keep this up, they're feeling good, they're feeling comfy. But UNLV, I don't know if they finally woke up or what, but holy cow, what a completely different team than what we saw back in map number 1.
Yeah, really, and a lot of it comes through mechanically, right? So the team
absolutely.
just looks better hitting shots. I think that really surprised SJSU. I mean, they're a team that is ranked 4th in the nation. A lot of people consider them to be one of the best collegiate teams that plays this game, and to come through and look at what is the secondary roster of UNLV and take down a whole map off of them and get pretty close to map number 1 of Split, I think surprised SJSU a lot. I think we see a lot of interesting decision making right towards the second half of that game. It comes down to a point where we're almost looking at just content executes, like so much so that every strat is going to arrive for 5 rounds straight. We're just going to walk in and hope for the best at this point. And obviously, if a team's performing better mechanically on this day, it's not going to happen playing purely for the mechanics over contact. So we'll see what they do here on Haven. I think we'll get different compositions just because of the different map. Breach is going to come out here into this one. Looking at the double duels for San Jose, considering it for a moment, wonder if that gets locked though.
I'd be surprised, but okay, that's definitely not going to get locked. So maybe we wait a second to see what comes up next. I want to
the
comment
real breakdown.
Yeah, Mans is still in the game. I just want to call that out as well. So no easy revenge here on Haven either, playing both map 2 and 3. No substitutions from UNLV Gray, as I believe it is just the 5 of them. So I think we are going to be seeing the 5 of them a lot as they make it further down into this matchup. I suspect a mirror matchup here, Kat. Maybe it's KO versus Fade, but never mind. Gahemrock and the Sova here, I'd be surprised to see both a Sova and a KO locked in. So I think we're seeing the rotation early from Gumby. A double duelist may very likely be around the corner. I don't think it'll be Phoenix, but I think it'll be...
Phoenix pick's not bad, especially if they use it as an initiator.
That's okay, fair enough.
Second flash option and get the wall as well for C-Site. I would be interested to see them locking in on top of a Sentinel. We saw Gumby walk through and play Cypher, so has the opportunity to play Sentinel clearly after the initial role swap, which came through off of the Viper. But the Viper was double controller, so that speaks more to being a flex player than being a true controller player. So yeah, probably going to be the Sentinel lock-in to come through. I think Fade slowly deteriorating. Interesting stat line. In the first 10 maps that we've seen in NA Challengers League, we haven't seen a single Fade pick.
Wow. I didn't even know. Yeah, no, that's very fascinating because she is really like she was, I guess, a very contended player. But I know that here on Haven, Cat, we would often see her with a Raze accomplice, right? And they would kind of go for that Raze Fade combination. So now it's not only odd that we're seeing Fade, but it's twice as odd that there's no Raze to accompany. So this is going to really rely on the FaZe's unique kit. And this is hard to explain, so I hope what I'm going to say next makes sense. But it's like you almost have to play her in the way you would play a Skye, but without the flashes. You know what I mean? Like, you've got to play kind of that close quarters. Somebody's always there to flash you.
Yeah.
Can't go on and be the hero on.
No, absolutely. You definitely play her to be a more supporting piece of utility, especially with the Prowler coming in first, just being that bit of extra health when compared to the Skydog. So we'll see if we can open an opportunity. I really like the double initiator in general. I think the Sova's kind of fallen off as well to this map, who fell off for Fade initially, and now we're finally seeing that Sova walk back in, which Sova does look very good on this map. It originally was the map that you're playing Sova on outside of Ascent. Gumby gonna find that first look over to the B side, so Joshua dashes in straight into trouble, and Gumby back to form at the very least. See if that holds true for the rest of the team here on Pistol.
Holding Garage is our friend John Hamm once again. Oh, gonna overextend just a bit. Find out they're staring a 2v1 in the face. Gonna tuck tail and try to get out of dodge as fast as possible. Will be able to do so. Nobody wants to chase into Garage. Very dangerous place to be. But the spike itself rotating around to the A site. So they got the information they needed. They said, okay, there's at least 2 people rocking between B link to C. That means A site's got to be somewhat open, and they're willing to take that risk here, Cat. Now, unfortunately, there is a breach on the other side who's very strong at preventing plant or preventing defuse, respectively. So luckily enough, the breach just kind of cancel each other out. But for the time being, is San Jose going to play that breach play style of trying to prevent the plant or trying to make the space to get the defuse?
Heaven does give some room to work off of.
30 seconds left.
I gotta pick up one fault line. I'll be there. See if they take the quick retake off it. That they do. Flank gonna be interesting timing over towards B. After we're gonna pick up one on the Jarger. Dart broken late, so it does have information where these players are holding on to the back of side. Mans is gonna cover the flank, so no worries there. It'll be a 3-on-3 when the dust is settled. It's about the timing for the retake now.
Might see one from Proton there on Ikanem, who's up top, but they've lost everybody else in the matchup. There it is. A phenomenal crossfire will find the remaining members of San Jose, and that is the second pistol round win in a row from UNLV Gray. They won the pistol round in the second half of Ascent, and now they've won it here on Haven. So they're definitely figuring out the playstyle of San Jose. The pistol round can be pretty important just for economy, just to guarantee yourself at least one more round, but it's also strong because it can, to some, be the most mechanical round in the sense of there's no util or weaponry to line up on or to rely on. You've got to play with what you know best, and UNLV Gray, they're really starting to deconstruct the San Jose approach to a pistol round.
Yeah, absolutely. They get that momentum flowing. They get it from winning mount number 2, and now they take the pistol as well early. Should give them a secondary round. Bolt broken early. We'll get one scan, but will not get information on anybody outside of a lobby, so can't be too confident on that one. Should anchor the players there. We'll see, though, because no noise has been made to scale. Jin will take the space in towards grass. So it'll be a slow round here for UNLV. No shenanigans. Wanted to make sure they get this second round. They get those bonus weapons into it as well. Jin will spot Jarger. That's the first look to be had. Great turret, but no one reacts off it. Jin still, nonetheless, will pick up 3. Gumby traded quickly.
Don't get a 3K challenge. My goodness.
I'm saying.
It's insane. I think, and I'm not positive, I think that is the 4th 3K we have seen from Jin in this series. Unfortunately, not a 4K to boot. Gumby, the run and gun of a lifetime there, as poor Jin is pinned into the corner. Luckily enough, Gray still has the numbers advantage, and now 400 additional credits in their pocket, Cat, because they've got that plan.
Reach util ready to go.
I love it.
Push out a CT. Aftershock gonna force them out to site here. Everybody is hell.
Everyone is in hell, and I think Gumby's about to be in hell too, because they get bodied by the firing squad. John Hamm surprisingly gets the trade, so that's what I'm talking about, Cat. When I say make a round expensive, I'm thinking 3 or more opponents go down. 3 members of UNLV did go down, so this upcoming buy gonna be a lot of what I always call a Franken buy, right? So some of them can buy all the way up, some of them might not buy at all. It's gonna be very sloppy, and they're gonna rely on those with the economy to find success in this round. San Jose, barely by the skin of their teeth finding this full buy.
Yeah, so it is a bit skin of the teethy. San Jose will be able to sneak out. Just a slightly stronger buy than UNLV just because it is the bonus, but it does make it closer than it would be. So there's a real chance that UNLV going to walk away with this one. Haven't seen a team be able to convert their bonus just yet, but it's always time to change the narrative here in this one. Gonna be messing around with the gun. Turret will get the early opportunity. Instant nano swarm and Josimo off the angle. So that's going to be the turret broken early, the nano swarm broken early, Garage, and there's still a lot of time to play with here in this round.
We have time on the clock, and it's before the spike really goes down that you can utilize this time, because when the spike itself is planted, it becomes a whole new factor in which you need to defuse it to find a level of success. Hopefully corners aren't checked, but they're already waiting to peek that corner. Gavin didn't know. I thought he did, but Ethray gets a very cheeky kill. Joe Schmo finds Gumby, and UNLV might be going for a B approach here, at least a B link, maybe even up all the way through into C. Uh-oh. We see John Hamm out of the C side by himself. Oh, Jin! Definitely going to be wishing for a better outcome next time. Come on! Header falls as well. There's no way John Hamm bodies the entire Gray squad right now. Come on, dude! A 4K to boot, the champion Vandal buff happening live on stream. Oh, that should have been a free win, but John Hamm destroys. Or a free plant, excuse me.
Yeah. Yeah, immaculate isolation there from John Hamm. Finds the first coming out of CT, able to use the box to his favor to get behind here. Paranoia only catches one. Ironically catches the player that he did not blind, but it gives him an extra one-on-one, right? Because Proton gets blinded, leaves to go behind the box, and then never swings to help his team, ironically. Sits there out of the Paranoia, which allows for John Hamm to take another 1v1 with Joshimo down into Garage. And then finally, the fight comes for Proton, but he's already low HP. It's so much later to have an opportunity for the trade.
It's always so risky to play up
Wow.
right there, and I couldn't even finish the thought before two of them go down, because once you're in, unless you've got a smoke, a flash, or a dash, you are not getting out of there, as those two learn way too quickly. UNLV Gray has the 5-3 advantage once again. They said, you know what, C-side didn't work? A-side's already worked twice. Let's go ahead, let's try it a third time to put another point on the board, and they've got to feel comfortable, Cat. I think the lockdown wouldn't be a surprise to see this round, but I think they definitely want to try to win it high and dry, and it becomes that much easier as Mans peeks the corner. John Hamm, a real hero player, but you can't take them both down, can you, John? Joe Schmo already bites the bullet, gets the Paranoia on the corner. No way! Header just stands there and takes it. John TP's right into Proton's LOS, and UNLV Gray win their third round on Haven today, looking very strong. I mean, this is surprising. San Jose, fourth best team in the country. UNLV Gray looking to knock them down a bit.
Did not TP as far as he was hoping.
Yeah,
Trying to get that dark cover, did not make it all the way. So yeah, gets directly under Proton, but another very clean take for UNLV, just pushing that tempo. I'm interested to see if we get a new look for the Killjoy here. I'd be interested to see the Killjoy think about the transition over to the A side, just how easily, as you mentioned, we've seen UNLV able to scale this thing, as they're very quickly making it through the spacing. This round they play a lot slower though. It'll be an early fall line. Is against the eco, so I like the way that UNLV has been working the anti-eco. I've been playing pretty much 5 to spawn, looking for San Jose to push up. Because I mean, if San Jose are pushing up on their rifle rounds, surely they'll push on the eco, which is a pretty solid logic.
I like the fault line early. I mean, that's a breach classic. You'll see it either down through C or down through that A choke into sewer. They will check the corner, support Gumby. Definitely not the new sheriff in town. And all of a sudden, it's bouncy time as the Rolling Thunder clears the C site entirely. Now, unbeknownst to them, a worthless ultimate as no one was there. But it's about clearing the site, not actually finding the people with it. So that has been done. 400 more credits in the pocket. Spike plant came to fruition. And last time they lost the C site, it's because they couldn't even get in without going down. But this time they're able to make it. You see some shocks, some flashes, and Jarger has to smoke quick, but just can't get out of the way fast enough. Cat 4v3, UNLV Gray looking for their 4th round win. That much more likely, as there is only one person left standing.
Sova Garage stepping into Ethray and will fall as well. Eagle round done and dusted, almost in flawless fashion. Bring on round number 6. San Jose gonna put rifles back in their hands. Ultimates to work with for both sides of the table, so that shouldn't really be the telltale on this one. See which one wants to play. I need to see a new A setup. It needs to.
I'm down. Yeah, I'm down for that for sure. I think the A has been pretty vulnerable, but there's this weird sense, and I think it's interesting that you only see this in Haven, the only 3-set map in the game, is how it's tough because if you hard set up A or C respectively, and they go to the other one, then you're in pretty hot water. So I think San Jose is definitely trying to figure out this 2-2-1 situation, or maybe 3-2 none, or whatever they'd like to run. I think it hasn't been happening to fruition yet. it feels like a little bit of a fumble on the defense as they're still definitely trying to find their sea legs in this circumstance. It's definitely rocky waters so far, and it looks like it's not going to get much better here on round number 6. A Nightfall to boot. Might just barely catch somebody, but that KJ, I think she's just out of the radius. Yeah, Gumby is not going to get caught by that and gets onto the site. Cancels out Fade early, but the numbers still for our friends, UNLV.
Gonna be hugging close sight timing gap. Unfortunate, really tried to turn the flash. Ends up stepping into header and dying. Jin will find the last 2. And yet again, it's a walk into the A side, and it is a win into the A side for UNLV. They'll take their 5th round win attacking side. And yeah, it just looks like, there's a weak link.
Definitely.
And I think it relies on just the A side in general, not necessarily a certain player.
Yeah, it seems to be like almost like a bad luck curse. Whoever's on the A site, unfortunately, just hasn't been able to make it work so far. And I want to point out, Cav, really quickly, that each game we've seen a top frag on the side of San Jose that's never been the same person. It was Gumby, then it was Kahem, then it was Jarger, now it's John Hamm. So it's really interesting that this is not a team being carried by a single player, but they've each individually had their time to shine. Now, unfortunately, they haven't been able to shine bright enough to 5-1 on Haven, but as they go for an insane connection here through A-Lane, A-Site, it might be a little bit of action here, a 1-1 trade. Not what you want to see when you full commit a series like that, but it's not the end of the world either. A lot of damage dealt. You can definitely walk away proud from a 1-1.
Joshua's peak is good. We'll find Gumby. It gives him the extra spacing. So not only do they get C, but since the spike is so far behind, it guarantees the rest of the team going to be able to play behind.
Yep.
Look at that spacing. That turret, I think, is still up, and it is. So John Hamm going to be spotted on the flank of this one. No easy looks for the Marshall player behind on this one. Thought about this shot instead. It's not really going to make a difference.
Right.
Still have to peek down long.
Yeah.
First peek will be there. First shot.
I love that sound, dude.
Yeah, it's the Sovereign. Sovereign gets you going. What? Oh, they lined up.
Not only did they line up, Kahem was already 1 bullet from death. Oh, that's a bummer. Oh my goodness. Poor John Hamm just can't do enough. That dog, talk about a timing diff. Oh man, check this out. I mean, that they didn't even, I'm 100% sure Joe did not even know Kahem was there. They saw one person and fired, and that was the end of it. That's devastating.
Yeah, and insult to injury, even if he isn't 1 HP, bro hits him in the head. So what out of both anyway? That is ridiculous coming through. Counter strafe on point, shots on point, and yet another point added to the scoreline of UNLV, who are making San Jose look like the underdog the whole time in this series. Joshua yet again gonna go work towards garage. Been great about killing the early KJ utility. This time it'll be playing over towards B, so he's looking for a frag instead, and we'll catch Man's arm, and then we'll read Man's walk through the wall to find the wall bang as well. So that's one dead early for SJSU. It means the B-site player has instead opted to head towards garage, and UNLV gonna have a wide open look if they want to go over to the A site.
A lockdown comes out early. There's not going to be a counter one, so unfortunately no Killjoy Venn diagrams today. But the B site's relatively locked down after this. No pun intended on that. It's difficult to get in to make that space. So have you guaranteed a slow push through A or a slow push around through garage to C? And I think as we can see, it looks like they are going to go for that garage debate instead. Possibly C link to B. Kahem finds Yoshimo in spawn. Header does get the equalizer, but finds themselves in a notably riskier spot. Paranoia into the backside. Jin on as well. Finally going to have a 2v1, but they're both looking the wrong way as they're unaware as the rotations from San Jose State have made it onto B-site, Cat. This is going to be a surprise round if I've ever seen one. Jin puts down John Hamm. Gumby. Somebody look at Gumby. Somebody look at Gumby. A 2-piece as they come in through C-Link to B. Or B-site to C-Link, rather. Kahem and Gumby, they've got real potential to win this one, Cat, especially as that lockdown comes out. They force the
gotta win this fight.
Into garage. Taking it down. Proton gone. Kahem 2-piece? No! One and done. UNLV Gray with the 7th round win.
I feel like I'm at elementary school recess and
real.
I'm on the blacktop and I'm drawing. This one looks almost chalked up.
Back to the drawing board for sure, I think. San Jose State finding themselves for the first time in a long time. I've seen this team a lot. I'm quite familiar with them. I can't remember a time I've seen them down 7-1. I mean, this is definitely some new waters for them. And luckily enough, it's not the end of the map by any means. But if this ends up being an 11-1 half, I mean, it's going to be really hard to dig yourselves out of that hole. We saw UNLV Gray successfully do that with a 5-round deficit, but we're already at the 6th round, and San Jose State can't even commit a full buy here.
Early Swarm will go to deny anything cubby just in case someone from San Jose is pushed up. Johnny M finally tried to win this fight garage. 3 people have tried now from San Jose. Can he finally be the difference? Unfortunately, cannot. That turret has been here every round for the attacking side, and it's guaranteed no one from San Jose can push out. Yet another player's had to learn the hard way. Kahem is going to have a trade at the very least. A side open, minus what is just 1 turret. So San Jose going to play for the retake here. They will have the Rolling Thunder going back into this one as that turret now broken. UNLV free to scale. Free to move about that cabin. Seatbelt sign is off, and play should be down momentarily.
Oh, Hunter's Fury online as they want to get a little bit of intel, possibly even an elimination if they can be so lucky. Okay, he didn't get hit. Wow, Jargo totally just walked right into that, right? Am I crazy? Is that...
No, he did. Yeah, I don't know.
Luckily enough, it looks like he just took a lick of damage, but still a very odd choice to make. Rolling Thunder comes out. Mans has the flash online. They clear Hell immediately as they've learned the hard way. If you don't look at Hell, you're going to find yourself having a hard time. Header finds Jorgen, and now Kahem falls as well. UNLV Gray, with all these ultimates coming out from San Jose, they're still being bodied, Cat. A phenomenal performance, losing 1 player. The economy essentially untouched. And there's still no economy for San Jose. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it just gets tougher and tougher at the end of the day. It'll be yet another light buy to sneak its way on out for SJSU. Light buy into this one. And then the decision is, do you buy next round or do you buy for last? So I have money for a full buy in the next round. I feel like probably buy and then look for a little curse activation. Unless you can sneak away with this round, we'll see. They'll put a lot more resources garage this time, but it's the same issue, right? The turret's still there.
This game of chicken that continues to happen on Garage has really not net anyone anything for a while. The first blood finally comes through, and
there we go.
Taken down by John Hamm. Oh,
please.
We hear the spray, we see the prayers, but nothing is going to come through off of it. Luckily enough, get the Vandal. Takes no damage,
Didn't see him.
Header sneaking around. Uh-oh, the flank is coming up. And Header lives? Hello?
Stinger.
Okay, there we go. Header will finally go down, but I see that KJ at 5 HP, Cat. Everything but being eliminated there.
Yeah, that Stinger just was not getting the job done. Long range. Fortunately, teammate going to be there with the actual rifle. At 3 and Jin going to find themselves too. For Kahem got the trade with the Stinger in hand. Fault line has put Sova in quite a peculiar position. Flashpoint to go with. They can finally see. Shoots through the Prowler to find 1. At 3 to trade. 42 HP, running it down to the A side. Gumby's going to hear every step in the sewer. Gumby knows. 5 HP. You don't contest this. Wait for the team. Good call. Is going to go Heaven. He's going to wait his time. No time for the rotate for at 3. Could go to B technically if he wanted to, but that would be...
This is so
He is going to go to B.
He might have to. I mean, he doesn't know the KJ's there, but I think it's just running the risk. You've got a 33% chance of them being near you.
No way! No way! He fell off! Spike's planted. Nightfall doesn't have the information, so they have no idea where his Owen is on the flank right now in a one-on-one. John Hamm has all the space in the world, should have the recognition that he is going to be hell here. The advantage is going to be in his favor. Hunt has nothing to peek for at 3, and John Hamm will bring it back. Wow, that could have been disastrous.
Gumby is stoked right now, fighting for his life in the voice chat right now. I mean, just gives away the rifle, dies to fall damage, misses the elim, but luckily enough, my man John Hamm, thank God for our production team here, just misses 7 bullets on the way down, and you hate to see it, but John Hamm clutches it out. Doesn't even take damage for his efforts there, so carries the rifle into the next round for free. Still has the light armor if they choose to keep it, but of course you upgrade if you can afford it. Cat, could that be the beginning of San Jose's return to greatness here on Haven?
It depends on what side of the round you're talking about. If you're talking about winning it, yes. You're talking about falling off, no.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Can't argue with that, Cat. You got me there, man. I think you know, the next half, as we go into the next half, we could be seeing a 9-3, an 8-4 if San Jose can clutch out. But the half coming up is so important because, like we keep saying, that's like the last time the cards really all get played the same. You know what I mean? Like, everyone's got the same weapons. You've got your very base util. You've only got armor if you're sticking to choose for the classic, which rarely happens at this rank. So it's going to be the mechanical opportunity for that team to answer back. Header finds John Hamm early on, that clutch player off the table. One Omen found another. 2 ultimates in the pocket of UNLV Gray. Pat, what are we looking at here from San Jose to try to win with a 1-player deficit?
Oh, look at that. Heck of a retake here, and unfortunately not going to have much going into the actual retake of it. See if Proton has this frag. His timing is just so abysmal. But Kevin's able to pick up one. It's going to be hard to find anything else in the back of things, but it has put his whole team in because the rest of the grass players are now looking for the fight on the flank. That's put them all to the front of the site. They've got no actual coverage, though. So they have to take the fight. They have no choice to work it down grass. But they found the first 2. Gumby looking to start this defuse. Mans killed his teammate. That is unfortunate, really. Header going to pick up one on the Jarger. Mans is now fallen, and everything picked up for Header. A 4K to be had. The 9-2 score line. As the woes continue. First, it's fall damage. Then it's an aftershock to your 5 HP Sova.
Cat, it's hard to leave me speechless, man. It really is. But 2 rounds in a row, somebody has accidentally taken part in eliminating their own teammate. Now, to be fair, John Hamm could have done nothing to save Gumby in that moment. So it's truly not Gumby or John Hamm's fault. But Hamm fully falling to the aftershock of Mans. I don't know if it's a win or loss. Yes, he was at 5 HP, but it's a different story. It's possibly a different timeline than we could have been in. And it's a loss. They're going to have to beat themselves up over a little bit. They're down 9-2 on the board. They could win this third one, make it a 9-3, win the 2 pistol rounds. They're still down by 4, but it's doable. If UNLV Gray walks away, if they hit double digits in the first half, Cat, it's going to be very near impossible for San Jose to clutch that back.
Yeah, agreed. Very much agreed. And they've had this momentum just the entire time to say that for a 5-round streak over onto a set. John Hamm will take Joe Smo. Header will trade. The Rolling Thunder are going to come out here to clear the back of sight. It's just Gumby, 25 HP, doing what they can, and, well, no longer. There has the second frag going into sight. Plant's going to go down, and this will be a hard post plant to overthrow, especially when you get the lockdown considered.
There's a little bit of chaos here. It seems everybody's a little unsure on where their opponent may be, especially as San Jose lines up for E3, who's on this far side. It is going to be the fight win. Jarger cannot do enough, and UNLV Gray will find a double-digit round win going into the second half. Cat, they literally need to win 3 times. I have not seen a scoreboard this one-sided in a while.
Yeah, if they can
win
take
the
a third
pistol
pistol
round,
in a row.
it might be 3 in a row. Yeah, genuinely.
Yeah, take a third pistol here. I think we look at San Jose on the force, and I don't know if that'll be favorable for them. So, yeah, this pistol round could mean it all. It definitely could. As this almost dropped 20 seconds away, San Jose a chance to make a decision on this one. Looks like they're going to go for the old school Eco Classic on Haven. They want to take the rundown over towards B for the plant. Only thing is B is the world's easiest retake site. You got 2 rushing C-long for UNLV. They win this fight on John Hamm. The controller's dead, and they've got flank opportunity for the B plant.
You got to play it low and slow here. We talked earlier, you know, there's a difference between confidence and hubris. You've been mechanically reset to the same level, the same weapons, and this utility so far has made it tough for San Jose to really know what's going to be hitting them. Poor Jin might get caught by the entire firing squad if they don't watch their step. They go underneath. Can Jin find even one? Seal it out. There it is. Already 1 and done, possibly 2. Not today. Jarger will find the trade. Joshimo and Kahem, a trade of their own. So we're on a 3-3 trade, but look at the damage San Jose has sustained in this fight. 2 of them already in the red.
Yeah, this first thing gets very difficult. The low Sova, the low Jet. Sova still sitting to the B site looking for the lurk. There will be nothing there, so they'll get to play the back of CT. They're going to break turret early. Josimo's walked all the way up. Has found 1. Has found the second as well. Now it's all up to the lurk of the Sova, who just got caught out trying to take the fade in the back of the head. Prowler's through, and F3 has the frag. Yeah, let's know about it, fams. Not only his ghost bullets, but his opponent's ghost bullets as well.
thin line between hubris and confidence. That's all I'm saying. I have seen a team, this has happened one time, I watched a team go 12-0 in a half and lose that map 14-12. I have seen it happen.
Wow.
It is absolutely possible for San Jose to come back. This is the 4th best team in the country, Pat. If someone's going to clutch this weekend, there's a very high chance it's San Jose.
All right, here's the force buy. Especially they lose the pistol, they probably force into this one. They lose this one, Eco's broken, game's over. They have to win this round.
This is it. All the cards on the table right here, right now. And already, that Haunt able to find some action. San Jose State backs against the wall. It is now or never. And unfortunately, it's looking like it might be never for game number 1. Proton found 1, but Jin has fallen, and Jin has been really strong at finding the eliminations necessary for UNLV to find their success. A double weapon spam through that door cannot find the wall bang, but it's actually the A site that's under lock. So now the defending members who are on B and C have to rotate out a little bit and possibly change their game plan to switch this approach. Either way, still in heaven. Oh, and they're caught out by Mans. You got to win the firefight. You got to get out of the way. And it looks like they're going to get out of the way by force.
Yeah, Shockbolt will take down the fade. Spotline looking to go for the graffiti player. Get the team out. Recon Bolt. Tuck for a moment. Joshua will break it now. Doesn't see John Hammond.
Hey,
so 2 stinger frags picked up. Header with a fake TP. Time runs low. You have to make an opportunity here. You gotta do something. The fall will come through and Kahem will find the frag. San Jose have been able to sneak away the bonus or the force spike that they needed to come out with. We got economic control for just a moment here. A little bit of breathing room.
A little bit of breathing room, Cat. Kind of in a sense of like you're being crushed by a steel beam, but it moves just a little and you can inhale a little bit more. You know what I mean? Like, they're breathing, but they're certainly not out of the fire. Not quite yet. It's going to find themselves back against the wall until this game is over. Whether it's a win or loss, every round could possibly be their last, because with the economy they have right now, if this is lost at a thrifty, like you said, game's over. If they can win this one, stall us up to 11-4, possibly a bonus follows through, possibly a buy-up follows through, and they try to clutch off of UNLV's overzealousness to succeed. Paranoia a bit early. There comes a shotgun in the corner. Every bit of util they have, he TPs right into Jarger. Jump scare warning, as Jet is going to take you down in the blink of an eye. San Jose, complete control of C-Site, even more so as Joe Schmo's been eliminated.
Jin can't be asked to peek this. You can't make it. After what he had to endure his teammates go through, you can't make him peek this angle. You can't do it. They'll have the turret do it instead.
A classic.
The AI step in the angle. Chat GPT for the peek. Cam and Charger are going to fight the last couple frags, and San Jose will take another round. They take it pretty clean as well, which keeps the eco cooking, which is quite nice for them. Means they can buy rifles continuing into this one. Now they win another rifle round. They're breaking eco yet again. They've got a good amount of control. They have 2 extra rounds to win off of, and they've got the real chance to bring this one back.
There's an absolute chance to at least make the score a little closer before it comes to an end. But like you said, rifles online. You're still rocking with 1 Bulldog. We'll count that as a rifle. I think, it's definitely not a sidearm, all things considered. So Man's trying to make it work. The Breach has been Man's worst roll that we've seen so far compared to the Omen back on Ascent. It looks like they're going to try to make it work a little earlier. Jarger finds Joe right out the gate. E3 barely makes it out with their life. And San Jose, that should kind of instill a new level of confidence to rush it up down the A. You've got the numbers at the very least, as they're not going to rotate off a single elim. At least they shouldn't.
Yeah, at least they shouldn't indeed need the confirmation. Looks like go to garage. That turret's broken as well. Danos from expended. We'll see if that puts additional pressure back towards the left side of the map. It has not. As UNLV still going to hold this one strong, and they've made the right call. Drone's going to come through and spotted just the fade. Breach back a sight, trying to throw the util, but Jogger's already stepped through. Has found 1. The second will go down as well to the likes of John Hamm, and just like that, San Jose have the ace.
They have the A site, and this seems to be the name of the game, right? They get in, they find the site, and they just lock it down. They don't peek for eliminations. They don't kind of hold the close, creepy angles. They just let the team walk out into a multi-held angle, so it's never a 1v1 firefight, and that makes it near impossible for this opponent to win. That KJ just got jump scared to all hell and back. You can see the reaction of Jin completely flip a 180 to find out it was just their teammate opening fire behind them. Nano Swarm gets nothing as Jarger does peek that corner, walk into a shock dart. Not going to be the way to walk away with this one. Jin finds it, just can't find 3 more. And that is another round win for San Jose State. The offense looking strong for this team. UNLV Gray needs to clutch out 2 more. And in these 4 rounds, they've only been able to find 1.
Yeah, suddenly San Jose State looking like they might stick their way back in the scoreline. They've broken the economy. UNLV playing with what is Stingers and Sheriffs into this round. San Jose will be full rifles. They've guaranteed themselves rebuys for at least the next 2 or 3 rounds. It's quite nice for them, and they're going to look to take this one slow. They'll play a pretty smart anti-eco here. They'll look for the fight early out of garage. We're going to hear all this noise C-long, but they do get pinched pretty quickly.
Ushmo flanking deep into the back line. Might be able to catch somebody off guard, but has to really extend outward. Kahem is the one to fall. Nobody's checked window, and I saw a body in there, but it looks like Gumby is going to become a body indeed. They get taken out by Proton's headshot.
They have 3 rifles now.
3 rifles, a Bladestorm online, and just a general numbers advantage. Yeah, it's going to be really fascinating if San Jose pops their own Bladestorm. I suspect we're going to be keeping the rifle for this round, possibly a Bladestorm in the next, possibly final round, if UNLV Gray can clutch this out. But I suspect we're going to be seeing that same story of the double crossfire blocking the spike angle, because that's what's been so successful for this team. But it looks like they're trying to break the conditioning. They're going to shake it up and possibly look for a flank.
Yeah, I feel like
I don't like this.
I don't know. I feel like you should have just had so much extra information there. Double shot's gonna come through, acknowledging there's nobody on site, so UNLV know they can scale. It's no controller though, so they do still have to play off with the close contact.
Paranoia is found. That's going to be huge, especially when Holding is not looking where they need. Proton finds Jarger the spike, running out of time. 84 HP. Do you go for it? You do, and John finds it. That is another round win for San Jose State. I cannot believe the capability of this team to clutch out in those moments, Cat. No ultimates used. 1 rifle makes it out, and the economy is still looking good. UNLV Gray, I mean, it's their turn to have their back against the wall. That's a 4-round loss streak.
4 rounds, and they do start to continue stringing them together. Joe Smoke going to finally throw an operator. His defensive operator looked pretty good when it came to Ascent.
Yeah.
So you can find that same value here over towards the likes of A-Long, as San Jose do look to scale this direction. They're a team that does typically play with the util in first. We'll see if they make that point usable here in this round. They'll be the turret first. They don't know. They don't know what's in his hands. They found out the hard way. Gumby going to take the first. Oh, I just can't quite finish him through the smoke. 16 HP, but the cloud burst is enough to act as a shield to get Joe Schmo out of dodge. So he's gone back to the site.
Mans, I do not like what you're doing. I don't know why E3 did not take the shot on that, but, you know, it's going to be a choice to make sure you don't lose the firefight. Here comes a Prowler on the corner, finds a little bit of information, but it's Jarger who sneaks into sight and grabs them as they're fighting that 1v1. Sight open once again. San Jose just doing the exact same thing that has worked 4 times in a row. Lockdown is fascinating, but when there's a Sova on the other side, it's a very easy ultimate to dismiss, just like that. John took out Joe. 4v3 for San Jose. They've got the numbers again, Cat. This is incredible that the same plan continues to work. Roll bounty time as the rolling thunder comes out. I mean, it's desperate, I think. They just want to win these last 2 rounds.
Yeah, absolutely. Just surprising to how off-site everybody here is. Johnny, I'm going to be on top of heaven. Proton's picked up 1. Johnny, I'm still alive and cooking. It's going to be a thorn in the side here in this one. Header going to look to hold. He's caught by Kahem. Proton will catch 1, but he's got to find 2 more in the defuse with no time left. Looking for the stick, and Jarger will find him through the smoke. 7-11. That's 2 ultimates expended for UNLV. Man.
It was 10-2, dog. It was 10-2.
Was 10-2.
And now it's 11-7. This is Ascent all over again. I mean, it's incredible. One team does poorly in the first half, has a 25% win rate, and then all of a sudden, a 90% win rate in the second half. That exact same story is happening right here, Cat. I mean, it is San Jose just floundering the opening half of this game, but now UNLV is taking their own turn. They said, okay, you do one, we'll do one. It's been 11-7 now. I just cannot believe the turnaround from San Jose. But I mean, when you're one of the best in the country, this is exactly what I expect.
Yeah, eventually you got to jump in and hit him with the guys. Guys, come on. This is not who we are. This is not who we are. Come on, we gotta show them what it's really like. Yeah, San Jose broken eco yet again. Means they're gonna get this round, and we'll see about the round after when the rebuy comes back around for UNLV, who are most obviously playing on max loss bonus here. Time that's gonna come through. Interested to see what the discussion is, because they are switching things up. To be quite honest, it's just not quite working the way they'd like it to. I think if anything, just a little bit less peaks when it comes to the contact. So a little bit deeper looks onto their retake, because they are able to get sight early, and that is thanks to the fact that San Jose, especially on the A site, are playing so far off the site. But it's about making that pressure quickly enough and being set up for the retake quickly enough that they're able to kill the util early.
Big play there, but can Joe get out with his life? That's the question. Now, the answer is probably going to be no. His dash was already used. They know exactly where he's at. Goes for the spray and pray, gets stuck into the corner. The KJ there to help, but only a share for his name as well. Oh my goodness, I cannot believe anybody is still standing after that bloodbath. Nobody falls. And Jarger will finally take Jin out of the equation. The lockdown completely prepared, but they're going to hold on to it for just a little longer. There it is. No Venn diagram in sight as Jin has already fallen. Proton finds Mans, and the numbers advantage is for UNLV Gray right now. They could put themselves on a penultimate round win. But with 3 members left standing, Cat, it is not a guaranteed win, not even close. Uh-oh, here's a great bait on the corner. Aftershock gets a little bit of info. They can't watch both corners at once. The flash into Nightfall. Holy cow, they're desperate for these elims. They're going to use everything they have to find them.
Jarg is absolutely melted by Header. UNLV holds strong on the back end of things. Either going to be caught by, or either going to catch Gumby on that flank, and that leaves John M 1-on-4. This
1-on-4, and they're all right there.
Yeah, this is not looking very plausible, is it? A second dark cover can come through if John M wants to throw his smoke in the mix. Has opted to do so. A step into trouble, and well, that is a pool full of sharks. Thrift round picked up for UNLV. That might just be the momentum they need to finish it off.
That could possibly be it, Cat. Now, the economy definitely not broken for San Jose, so I think we're just running it for, like, a decent kind of full buy scenario, which feels like the first one in a while, if we're being honest. It has felt very much like we have weapons you don't, you have weapons we don't, over and over. But this time, it's going to be that breakthrough. All 10 rifles online, all 10 full armors, and only 2 ultimates in the mix. Now, Cat, one of them is the Omen ultimate, so it's basically just 1 ult, and that's Jarger's Blade Storm at the ready from San Jose. I think they've got better odds with the rifle, though, so this might be an ult we don't see at all.
Turret broken quickly by Kahem as they're going to scale hard in towards C. Jin's going to find that first look. That could be the shutdown needed. A second to have as well. Gumby finally going to have it on the flank. So it'll be a 2-on-2 trade when all things are considered. Plant will go down on the C site. Here comes that post plant. 2 on the lurk.
3v3. UNLV Gray, they know it's all on the line, baby. And Joe Schmo is ready to snap the line in half. A 3-piece to seal the deal, and that will be a 2-1 victory for UNLV Gray against San Jose State today. I cannot believe what we're seeing. I went into this with an expectation, Cat, as most people probably did, and it was shattered. You do not see the 4th best team in the country lose very often.
All I want to say is game ends 13-7, which is quite poetic because that is the scoreline of the first game. And on top of that, it ends with a Joe Schmo 3K, which is how the second map ended. It all really comes together in the end, doesn't it? Yet again, it is a big step-up moment from a UNLV player. And this time it's Joe Schmo yet again to close out a game.
That was honestly breathtaking through and through. I'm super glad to see that improvement. It goes to show playing at 9 o'clock in the morning can be difficult. As we got later into the day, the entire skill of the whole lobby continued to grow as these players really did start to wake up a little bit, get a little more familiar with their opponents, and play their hearts out, Cat. Now, I'm double excited because I know we've got an interview with somebody from UNLV coming in just a couple of minutes. We're going to go ahead. We're going to throw it to a break, pull that interview in here, back in here. And then after that interview, we've got a full second series. And then after that, there's Overwatch 2, so the day isn't even close to done, folks. We'll see you right back here with some more CECC West in just a couple of minutes.
All of your eggs in one basket. So even though it worked out for me, there are so many opportunities in esports. There's being a caster or interviewing people. There's working in production. There's helping people get waters. Like literally, there are so many opportunities. So, oh, this crowd's awesome.
They're going crazy, dude. They stayed on their last life right now.
Off subject, Smash, regardless if it's middle school, high school, college, it pops off all the time. I love it.
Well, Burns, thank you so much, man. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you, guys.
We're at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. Let's make some noise.
Oh, and it's gonna jumped into it. Corner judges go for 1, 2, dip. He needs more. They're doing even more here.
You gotta touch the point. Mr. Collins walks it in.
Joy Boy is gonna drop.
Knife him.
Right out in front.
Yeah, 3, 2, 1, running.
Visit NationalGuard.com to begin your guard adventure.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome to the ECAC Top Plays of the Week. I am Septilance, and I'm super excited to walk through these with you so you can see all of the great moments we are getting out of collegiate esports. One of my favorite things about these seasons is as they go on, as the years continue to pass, the skill ceiling just gets higher and higher, and the teams get better and better. Starting things off in Week 1 and 2, these teams came out the gate swinging. Let's take a look at what they were ready to bring out in these early weeks. Valorant is a game all about risk versus reward, and Sin from NYIT wanted to show us just how much he was willing to risk to get that great reward of a round win.
Sort of forced to pop off, maybe get a little bit more sniper play, but these direct tight angles make it tough. You have Axorus that actually gets a wall bang headshot onto Prime. Oh, that timing on the paranoia works so well.
Yo, give it up for the util, bro. Sin's gonna pick up 3 into the site. It's a lurk on its way from the chamber, but unless you're gonna spam through this box, you're not getting anything done, and Panda won't even let him get that far.
Super Smash Bros. Ultimate is a game that can be decided in milliseconds, and Waka, one of the best players from SUNY Canton A Squad, wanted to show us just what they can do with only a second and a single stock on the board.
Cena, sledge option gonna be charging forward smash, going a little early. They're not quite getting what you want. Drop shield after first hit, and pick getting hit by the kick. High percent. There is the stun into Claw. That Claw could have been charged for a lot longer. Oh my goodness, that's a forwarder into stage with the stage spike and then upping immediately after. What a sick.
1 point in Rocket League can never make a team feel comfortable, but Driftsy wanted to show us that not only was he going to pick the pace up, but he wasn't going to let his team down.
Defensive test with flying colors, though they couldn't get out, and that is the important part at the moment. Clears a must for UA, and it's just not in the cards at the moment.
Dripsy! Dripsy connects off the backboard! What a shot! I watched it unfold slowly! You stopped speaking at just the right moment.
Valorant is often called a team-based shooter, but sometimes it can't just be about the team. Sometimes you gotta have those hero plays. Spec wanted to spray and pray and was actually able to save the day for SVSU, tying up the series 7-7.
Hard B push here, 2 Omen smokes coming out. 1, oh, Spec just finds 3. What? Spraying through the smoke? Oh, what, Spec? That's not legal, man. That's not legal. This is match day 2 of the ECAC League. You can't be doing that right now. Spec just goes with the call.
Here in this clip, Fanshawe finds themselves with their backs against the wall, 20 seconds left on the clock, and they're desperate to take down Wake Forest. They don't have anything to get through this team, they don't have any weapons on the field, but with Jackie Moon in the wings, at least they had a sniper.
Apparently. Guys gonna believe all the shots. Oh, a sniper! Jackie Moon from about midway through. What a shot right here from Jackie.
Wow, good eye sniper. Yes, sir. Jackie Moon puts us on the right side. A little bit more to the left. This one would have been...
Here in this clip, we're going to get a great moment from a Pac-Man, and as a Pac-Man player, I was super excited to see it. We're going to hear a lot of praise from our commentators giving Mosey those compliments of choosing Snake against Pac-Man, a great counter pick. They were super excited to see a Snake on the field, but even without their blessing, Trollery does not yield.
Approach, but like you said, he's trying to play this safe because losing a stock right now for Concord would be really bad, and, well, a little bit of commentator's curse there. We kind of willed that one into existence. Oh, man. Oh my goodness! What?
Now I know what you're thinking. Oh, Septilence, how could that be all we got from weeks number 1 and 2? Please tell me there's more. If you like what you saw, you've got to go check out ECAC Esports on all social media platforms. Please see what they're bringing to the table. It is great collegiate esports week after week. On the bright side, folks, this is just the beginning. We've got the whole rest of what is guaranteed to be a great season ahead of us. Thank you so much for joining me for this recap, and I'll see you on the next one.
And there's so many other jobs as well that can translate out of this experience in esports. The only path is not just as a player. I think all of us are representative of jobs in esports, but it mirrors traditional sports in pretty much the same way. You've got, broadcasters, you've got production people, you've got marketing and sales, and now NIL and things like that. But really, esports is kind of a great accelerator for a lot of new businesses that are coming up in the metaverse and Web3, and there's a lot of new technology that is going to be needed. And so these STEM students that are also esports athletes are really the future workforce and leaders of tomorrow. And us, as well as all of our brand partners that we work with, really recognize this. And I think that's really, a key driver of why brands are in this space. They want to be part of building that future workforce and leadership and shaping it and supporting it. So, yeah, it's been a very interesting space to watch.
And we offer such a big, we offer such a big counterpart to traditional sports also, because it's a counterpart, but it's also the same, is what I'm trying to say. Because when you're traditional sports and they're done after their 2-a-day workout and they're done after their practice scrim, they're coming home to play Call of Duty and relax and put their feet up and get a drink and play video games. It grows their brain, problem-solving skills, and their hand-eye coordination while they're home. Hand-eye coordination, if you're a football player, massive skill. So it helps build those things while they're off the field. And then for us, vice versa, if you're an esports athlete, one of the errors I had growing up when I was competing in esports is that I was not active enough. I played sports, I competed a little bit, but I wasn't active enough truly when I look at it. So that's one area that esports players can learn from in terms of activity and physical and the marrying of both. People say, oh, sports and esports, video games. Not really. We're just kind of the tech industry's competitive form of competition, as to where traditional sports are more physical, hands-on. So I believe in the marrying of these two sectors and that they actually live together while also being counterparts.
I think then to speak to something about marrying, right, from traditional to esports, that to me speaks to this whole new thing, at least again from you guys, right? You guys have more traditional sports background, right? Paulie, Mike, and all of that. But I think let's talk NIL then, because I think that's something that I think is really interesting, that at least when I heard about it, right, of what we're trying to do with, esports athletes, schools, programs in general, because it wasn't something you would think normally, right? You could understand, right, football player on the field, star quarterback, it makes sense, right? The guy is somebody that everybody knows on campus, whether you're on the team, off the team, or you're just going to the school, it makes sense. But I think, nowadays it's not as common, or people don't think that they could be somebody that their name is out there, right? Or that they're known, right? As we're growing the space, as we're putting this together, it almost feels really interesting that, your star entry in Valorant, or your star forward on Rocket League, right? Whatever the case might be, now they can have NIL
forgot to.
Back to the CECC West Online Qualifier 2023. Septilence and Catenator. We just wrapped up UNLV Gray versus SJSU, and it was, I will be honest, a defied expectation with UNLV Gray coming out on top, a 2-1 series. We actually get the chance to interview Proton, the Sova /Breach/ Harbor player, which, spoiler alert, Proton, one of my questions does have to do with that. But before we get into the analysis here, how does this win feel? You know, going up against a dominant team like SJSU, do you guys feel like you really had to like extra prepare, or was it about taking every round as they came to you?
Yeah, I think we knew they were a good team, but we just went out and did what we were ready to do.
You love to hear it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I do want to ask, like I just kind of hinted to, Harbor. Something we're not seeing super often, you know, a very unique pick. And if you can kind of explain, without giving your whole strategy away, of course, what was it about that character on that map that made you guys want to play him today?
Yeah, we like to take space with Harbor. I know even my teammates, some people don't like Harbor, but I think there's a lot of value there that people don't see.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, so speaking on the Harbor pick, I think we got to see Harbor kind of step back into compositions thanks to maps like Lotus, which we're looking at a new map pool, right? Coming through. Bind and Breeze are gone. We've got Split, we've got Lotus. We got to see Split play today. What are your thoughts on this new map pool, and how has that shifted up training, especially for the second half of the season now that this new semester comes with a new patch?
Yeah. We've been preparing the new maps, but it's definitely a big shift. There's a lot of different agents we have to use, but we're getting used to it slowly over time, and we'll get better at it as we play.
Perfect. And I gotta ask you about the wall. We got like a lot of musical instruments hanging up behind you. You want to give us a little tour? Tell us what's back there. Tell us what you play.
Oh, just a couple guitars. You know, nothing much. I play a bit in my spare time, but that's all. Not very good, but.
Not very good. Yeah, 5.
Yeah, so you got 5 of them, dog. You got to be at least a little good.
They're like passed down through the family, you know.
Okay. Well, they look nice on the wall.
Yeah.
Hey, Proton, just one more quick question for you, man, and we'll let you hit the road. Is there anybody you'd like to give a thank you or a shout out to just while you're here with us?
Oh, just UNLV and my teammates and everyone that supports us.
Perfect. Well,
thanks, guys.
Yeah, of course. Thank you. Huge congrats on the upset.
Yeah.
And with that, folks, I do think we're going to go ahead and throw it to mild break. I know our next matchup is slated to start around 3 p.m., but of course, we have to go track down 2 teams and 10 players and make sure they're all ready and whatnot. So we'll be right back with the CECC West Valorant in just a little bit.
Bring NIL into the mix. So it's a common occurrence, occupational hazard. So I would say that so NIL for I'm sure most of you watching understand what it is, but NIL stands for name, image, and likeness. Name, image, and likeness, that term has been utilized to describe the transition of traditional student athletes, NCAA athletes, and their ability to monetize their name, image, and likeness. It went live July 1st, 2021, and it has continued over the course of the last nearly 14 months now. It's an interesting term because it's been co-opted to describe the NCAA's approach to student athletes being able to make endorsement money or be able to monetize any part of their name, image, and likeness, but it's been around forever, right? We've had athletes endorsing brands for over 100 years. Babe Ruth of the New York Yankees was endorsing brands 100 years ago, and it has continued onward from baseball cards all the way through now, where we have lots of different integrations of how influencers can monetize their followings. So what I would say on the traditional side is it's still a very young space. There are a lot of stories out there regarding NIL that tend to focus on the negative or how out of control, I put in air quotes, it has gotten. But there is still a burgeoning marketplace for many more student athletes that are involved. About 17% of NCAA athletes are currently involved in NIL, but 65% more than that want to get involved and are curious how to get started. On the flip side, brands are challenged with a few different things in the space. There are 10,000 professional athletes in the United States. Once July 1st, 2021 hit, and you dump every NCAA athlete into that space, that's another 500,000. So brands that maybe didn't have a dedicated athlete strategy when there were 10,000 now have 500,000 plus that 10,000 to figure out how to activate who they are. That's a lot. I understand brands' hesitancy in some instances, but I can tell you that companies like us are on a daily basis educating brands and student athletes as to the software you can use, the types of activations you can get involved in, and how to utilize your followings, or if you don't have to or want to be a social media star, other ways in which you can monetize it. Now, I know I described that under the umbrella of the NCAA, but I see it as being no different in esports. I think there are massive opportunities for people with followings to be able to use that and connect with brands. I think a company like us can help you to do that. And then beyond that, we can make sure that those transactions are safe for you. I think there are opportunities, not just at the individual competitor level, but at the program level to have a sponsorship go to that. I'm sure some of you out there listening and watching already have deals like that in place, but I think we can continue to enhance, augment those deals and make them more comprehensive and make them, first of all, I think product deals are perfectly fine, but I think we can get beyond that and grow some of these deals to a greater extent. Paulie, thoughts on that?
Yeah, what you said is right. So I'll put it in for layman's terms here for just the esports players, because I talk to so many of our athletes that compete in our CECC series that are currently still in college. And basically when Mike Blewett says NIL, what he's referring to is just very simple. If a brand or any sort of anyone wants to use your school's name or your brand or anything with you, there is a deal for you that can be put in place, whether it's product deal, whether it's a paid endorsement. You can, whether you're a macro influencer or whether you're a micro influencer, you can be paid for your services. So most of the people, when I talk to them, most of the, I won't say people, college athletes, they are, intimidated by the word. They don't really know what it means. They've never done anything with it before. And that's what it means. Any single time a brand or anyone at all wants to use your name or do a deal with you or do some sort of activation with you or your school, that's basically what the layman's terms, the NIL meaning comes from. And it's evolving in this space. There are so many brands that want to associate with micro and macro influencers and just get people involved with their products or their services. So all of you, collegiate athletes out there that are competing in esports, not only are we trying to broker those deals, but also keep your eyes, ears open, and don't be shy or scared to take these deals, because that's what I've heard the most, is that most of the time they're just scared to take them. They don't know what they are. They don't know if they're locking themselves into some agreement or terms that they're like going to give their name away or something too. So this is a really important space, and it's how you're all going to physically make money and build your brands along with company brands. So it's really important to learn. And my advice is to just get your feet wet. Don't worry about shying away. Read the contracts and take some of these deals, because growing your own brand is the future of what our industry is going to be, in my opinion.
Exactly. And if you follow in the pro space, you'll see that the pro teams are not only focusing on competitive play, but a lot of them are focusing on their brand and their cultural importance in the space. And so, one of the things that we do also is help athletes build their brand, build their following. And that's part of what Paulie and Kyler are doing on their side when we do this behind the scenes training. And so, building your brand, this is a creator economy. Anybody and everybody can be anything they want to be. And so we just really want to be the conduit that supports that across the board.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think so. With that said, thank you everyone for, I think, great insights in terms of, for any of you that were watching this and maybe had questions about, what is Esports U, what is CSMG, who are they, what are they doing, what are our plans, right? Well, we know we kind of tried to make a bigger splash in the spring, and we're excited to bring more stuff with you guys for the next year. But I think maybe as we close out here, I know we're slowly approaching on time then, but maybe let's go around the room with everyone here of just what's one thing that we're all excited for this next upcoming year. I know we touched on our plans and a lot of things, but if anyone had to speak, if you had to speak to just one thing of just what has you excited for us as a company, for us as the collegiate or college esports space, right? What's one thing that has all of you guys excited? And maybe we'll start with Mike, since our traditional sports guy, and we'll let Mike speak first.
Sure. So I would say many things on the traditional side, but I'll focus on esports. And I'd say the thing that I'm most excited about going forward is, after yet another year of us doing a round of events, I'm excited that more schools will understand exactly what we're doing with our regional events and culminating in CECC and getting more schools involved. I think schools will be more excited to compete in our events because we've established it over the course of a year, and I welcome any and all conversations with getting people involved.
I think for me, I'm most excited about like the schools and conferences. Mike, that's amazing. And that's so exciting. I'm also excited about the brands that we're starting to be able to get involved in this. In our Commissioner's Cup in last May, we had over 14 brands, blue chip brands participating in our event. Barbasol, Microsoft, CDW, Morgan Stanley, New Street, Air Force. And so I think brands are really starting to get excited about being involved in college esports, and we're offering them a platform that not only gives them, a big event, a big yearly event, but also regular daily programming where they can have exposure in front of this audience that they want to build affinity for with their brand. So I'm super excited about seeing the brands get on board and help grow the space along with us. A rising tide lifts all boats. And I think that's probably one of our mottos here at CSMG and Esports U. We're growing our brand, but at the same time, we're also really growing the college esports space as a whole. And that's our goal, for it to be a healthy ecosystem for all parties involved.
Yeah, I agree there. And I guess for me, obviously always, seeing the collegiate esports space elevate, coming from competing, this didn't exist when I was competing. And just to see it now in literally within the last 5 years, probably really come to fruition and start just blossomed out of nowhere, and now becoming a space and seeing everyone, schools, players, productions, companies all elevate together has been really, really nice to see. But if I was the most excited for one thing, it would probably be the city where we're going to land for CECC 23. I'm really excited to know where we're going to be. There's a lot of great cities. I mean, I personally would love for it to come to New York, despite whether we got a positive bid or not. I want it to come to New York, but I just think the atmosphere in New York when you throw an event here is just super magical, especially in the summertime. But either way, I'm really excited to see where it lands. Tons of great cities, tons of great opportunities, and yeah, who knows? And I think that's going to be the most exciting process for me.
Absolutely. I won't speak to anything. I think I'm filling Paulie's job on this one because Paulie's more a panelist than this one. So,
The first series of CECC West Valorant has come and gone here on stream, but while that was happening, many other games were happening in simultaneous, and both the teams were about to see Cat emerged victorious, and dominantly so. From the statistics, I have been given a 2-0 from the both of them. So we are just going to be kicking off series number 2 with an immediate Clash of the Titans. Both these teams currently up 1-0, and by the rules of a series like this, somebody has got to lose this upcoming matchup.
Yeah, let's take things a little deeper. You say it was 2-0. Let me raise you this, Sepulence. Oregon State takes down Arizona 13-2 and 13-2. And you say, well, you can't beat a team worse than that. It's not possible.
It's not possible. Surely.
That's where you're wrong. The University of California Riverside Blue, they take down the squad 13-2 to 13-1. Over against Seattle University. So you tell me if it's the unstoppable force or the immovable object winning this one.
Yeah, no, this is going to be really interesting as well because, not to back teams that lost, but perhaps one of them was a higher skill caliber than the other. Perhaps one of these teams had to try a little bit harder to get that kind of dominance. But now the point is that, they're both going to have to really kick it up a notch because in a 13-2 and a 13-1, how hard are you really trying at that point? You're just looking to win the game. Clearly, there is a skill gap. It's unfortunate, but it's true. So going into this, Are we going to see another steamroll? Is one of these teams that good? Or is it instead going to be these two 13-2 demons just immediately clashing time and time again? Are we going all the way to map number 3? And speaking of maps, well, folks, honestly, I hope you liked the few we saw because we're just seeing them again. This time the order is a little bit different. We're going to run it right back to Haven, the only 3-side map in the game. Ascent being that middleman once again, and this time Split. That wild card map is our tiebreaker if we get that far.
Yeah, so we'll just we'll flip it on its head. Why not? We'll start with a very familiar to you folks at home. We'll go back to Haven for a bit of a field day. This time, though, we'll be this in the game. Let's check out those faces now. Let's start over at Highlander Gaming, University of California, Riverside. Let's see who they've got bringing to the server. They've got a couple options here listed for the event today. Final 5 going to be Jason, their newfound IGL half content creator. Vix, the original player. He's been here since the beginning of this Valorant roster and will continue to be here today. Soup, Andrew, and Azalite going to finish off that roster.
Yeah, this roster working with a lot of new things. We've got a player that just joined this quarter being Azulite, a new IGL like you mentioned, but they've got a couple players that have been around for a while. Vix being that OG, being kind of a natural leader to the team, having been through many variations of it, and they're hoping this one is the best, Cat, but we got to remind everybody, they're going up against the Oregon State University squad, a very strong one at that. They're bringing in just a main 5, many of them coming from other games and kind of defaulting now into Valorant. We've got Rio, we've got Dragonfly, Neon, Walt, and Blarps, and this squad has been together for a little while, made almost entirely of juniors and seniors. So a lot of them trying to go out on their last hurrah here at CECC West. They want to make it all the way to the end.
I'm terrified of Blarpson, dog. One, he looks mean. He looks angry.
You got that game face.
And just the name. Imagine Blarpson pulls out with the 4K, bro. Like, I'm leaving the server. It's over. It's wraps for me.
That's an alt F4, baby.
I'm saying without a doubt, bro's a business major. Bro's got the emphasis in financials. Bro's economy going to be on point September.
He's going to have the mathematics to it at least. Maybe they're going to be running really like number crunched specific runs here of like, we can buy up this round. You can exactly buy up next round or maybe something crazy like that. But I'm very excited to see what these teams are going to do on because we don't know their team comps. We're seeing them for the first time. We got the info of the maps, but we didn't get the specific rosters they ran, yada, yada. We're going to get a couple of surprises here, but I suspect Haven in particular, we talked about this earlier, there are comps that work here, and I doubt we're going to be seeing anything too far outside of that echelon. And right now, it seems like that story is telling true. This is lining up to possibly be a complete mirror matchup, Cat.
I haven't seen this in a minute. I haven't seen Astra and Haven in a while.
They both might do it.
Yeah, when we got the initial Astra nerf, there's a lot of conversation of like, man, Astra's just not good anymore. A lot of people said, well, Astra's good on Haven because Haven's the biggest map and Astra has the biggest map presence. So obviously we should run the Astra on Haven. But most of the time it was like the Omen, right? For the paranoia, for the extra flashes, which is really beneficial when you go over to places like Garage. Also for the rechargeable. So you can get like 5 or 6 smokes out if you throw them early enough to where Astra's getting 4 and only 4 do that star limit. But it is going to have the potential to lurk, because you can throw those smokes from anywhere. It also means your Omen doesn't have to just sit on the B site forever or sit over towards Garage forever because he can only throw the smoke so far. So we get that extra bit of umph to the teams. But yeah, as you mentioned, it'll be a mirror match all the way around everywhere else. It'll be the double initiator composition. Look at the Sova, look at the breach, look at the extra flashes. We'll look at the Jet. Chamber left, Jet came back in. That's about how simple it is.
Yep. And Kat, there's something I always say about mirror matchups, because I really do believe it in my heart of hearts, is there's this weird sense of a mirror matchup of it's no longer one team versus one team, and it falls a lot more down into 5 1v1s, because you have to be individually outplaying the person who's playing the same agent as you. You're going to have the same strategies. You're going to have the same utilities. You're going to have the same rotations. You need to constantly be one step ahead of them without accidentally putting yourself one step behind. It's this weird cat and mouse game, and I feel like we're going to be seeing a lot of 1v1s. The breaches in particular, one needs to get rid of the other, or it's going to be a constant game of I'm flashing, you're flashing, I'm flashing, you're flashing, and it's going to be a really difficult challenge for these teams to capitalize on that breach because there's somebody on the other side ready to do the exact same thing to them, and that spans out to all 5 characters. It's always a really difficult match. Very clear, the exact same thing you're trying to make work.
All right, 5 1v1s, or we can view it as a 1 5-on-5. Which team runs the composition better? Let's find out. Let's witness whose strats are better, whose Valor plants going just a little bit harder, who paid for premium. We'll also find the first look. Soup will have a trade. Back of the site, still continue that fight, and Dragonfly gonna swing out to grab 2 looks. And Jason suddenly wondering, where did my team go as he recovers from the lurk?
Yeah, the team completely vanishing from the site, and poor Jason caught out in garage by their lonesome, has nothing online to help except a Frenzy. You're looking for an exit frag, maybe just to farm the ult a little bit, but 50 HP, a Frenzy, and not nearly close enough to do the damage. Dragonfly will go down. I suspect we're not seeing a 3v1 clutch at 9 HP, but you get the ult, or at the very least, you get the boost to your ultimate, and Oregon State wins round number 1. Cat, it was a really strong lead from Riverside. I really liked what they did of the hard rush down to get into sight, to kind of shake up Oregon to force them to adapt. Oregon just did that, though. They adapted fast enough to win out that round.
Yeah, absolutely. That help coming through way sooner, CT, than I think the offensive side expected it to, so definitely had its value, definitely shut things down pretty early. Will be full saves all around. Just Andrew going to buy up a Sheriff into this one. Not really expecting much if you are UCR. And not much off of the default for them either. Just playing pretty deep to spawn. Recon out early. Has spotted Jason, but just Jason, typically the lurk agent, should see a player move off of this.
Buying up the Sheriff can always be a risk because it does kind of dig into your economy a little bit more than any other sidearm. So you want to get value with it. You want to make it worth the purchase. But when you're expecting to lose the round and you should have enough econ to buy up in the next one, it's not as damaging here to the econ as it may be later in game. Blarpson, danger close to his own death and has no idea that there's somebody just hovering around the corner. Dragonfly playing in the smoke, doesn't want to overextend as they hear way more than 2 footsteps. Neon finds one, Blarpson another, Waltz comes in for the third, and Oregon State, just like an assassination on this squad, takes them all down almost in the same moment. Oh! They line up for it, and Andrew finds an equalizer. The Ares online, can't find the lineup, 28 HP, sprays to prey, but just can't line up that third headshot, and Waltz will break it. If you're Riverside, at least you made it expensive.
Wow, that was almost winnable. That was the only weapon they brought into the round, is just that Sheriff, and almost ends up being what takes them out of it victorious. So very close, but not quite. Rifles into this one, bonus on its way for Oregon State. See if they want to buy extra bonus weaponry. Probably not. Maybe a couple of Sheriffs. They got the eco to spare, but we'll see if they want to throw it out.
That's crazy. Oh, I think they were both full HP too. That was just a collab headshot. Like, it's just insane to get that. And you know, they made it expensive. The round's going to be a little clunky for Oregon, but Riverside, if it's the full buy, this is what they're supposed to do. They need to rewrite that momentum right now, because if Oregon wins this, they can carry it into like 2 or 3 more rounds.
Right here. Walk into A. Early A main scaling off that recon, finding nothing down long. Use a drone now to cover short. Does it clear? Waltz it does. So they're gonna know his players close. Still, Jason, no gun in hand, gets it out in time to find the frags. The Astro shut down. That side open up for Riverside. Not going to go down, and now they got the advantage, even though it wasn't necessarily via the guns.
Yeah, Walt's got a small chunk of damage in, but it's not nearly enough to make that kind of pushable, if you will. Jason finds a 2-piece onto Blarps, and Vix gonna find an elimination of their own. And you know, you gotta wonder if the Astro would have won that fight against Jason. That story could have been way different. But Riverside, they dominate the round when they get those rifles online. Only one of them goes down. The expenses are looking great, and they're looking to make this a 2-2 gap.
That they are. Walkway with the round. Rifles into this one fully. Will be unfortunate light armors for Dragon and Neon, but nonetheless pretty close when it comes to it. Oregon State win this round. They got things back into their control pretty early. They'll have that score lead. We'll see what the case ends up being. They got pretty hard util dumped over towards A long last round. Now they want to send 2 players into this util dump. Interested to see how this one goes. They have snuck Neon into the corner close box.
Looking for the Sova lineup to gather some information to the A site. They're going to aftershock it as well to get a little bit, or a fault line, excuse me, to get some more information. They didn't get anybody with the dart, so they're completely unaware of this double damage waiting for them down A long. Andrew finds Rio. Neon has to get out of there. That's the extra shot trying to find some value. What a flick onto Jason, who's now off the table. That is the IGL going down first. Riverside has to keep both their secondary IGL, whoever it may be. Florpson and Neon find 2. Soup gets the trade, and it's a 3v2 in favor of Oregon. The dash in, not going to be enough. Soup reads it like a book, and Dragonfly there to clean it up from behind. A 3-1 lead now. Every gun going down from Riverside.
And they'll just finish it pretty quickly. See if Riverside want to take this rebuy here in this one. They can't get everybody rifles. They can't get Andrew a Blade Storm, and Vix will get a buy round. So they've made it look as close as they can. We're going to lose rifles into that round, even though they win it. So actually going to have the worst economy going into this round, ironically. Riverside yet again want to scale that A long side. They don't want to mess with C. Feel like the angle is just a little bit longer than they like it to be. So instead, they're going to work back towards A. They've been able to scale it efficiently. Just getting towards sight where they've gotten there once, not the second time. Blade Storms popped on both ends. Nothing yet found.
Yeah, battle of the Blade Storms, but they completely ignore one another, or they don't want to go into the knife 1v1. Andrew dashing into sight, wants to find anybody, but walks right into Rio. Can't even get the right click out in time before they go down. Vix trades it up. That's officially Neon's Blade Storm coming to an end. That is 0 eliminations with 2 Blade Storms and 10 Blades online. 4v4s. The rest of the team is trying to clean up for these Jets. The Jets may have to stop just a moment here as there's a complete change in direction from Riverside Blue. Jason caught in garage by Waltz, and the rest of the team looks like they're going to try to stick to this C commit. The dangerous game to play, Cat.
That'll be a scale towards C long. Divide expending this round just to make sure they've got safe passage to sight. They have gone there. That lockdown covers everything. They have no choice but to go towards long. I don't know if the planner is going to make it in time. It's going to be a close run for the breach.
Oh, but he goes down anyway because Dragonfly just peeks it. No, the divide goes up way too late, and Waltz was on the proper side. Oregon State looking just as dominant as those 13-2s may have seemed. This is a team that did not come to mess around, Cat.
Yeah, I don't know if they needed the divide there. I mean, good reassurance, I guess, but already had all the frags by the time the wall was up, so didn't even need it for the retake. They just got there quick enough. Dragonfly, as you mentioned, with the spacing, make sure the breach goes down. And I really do like the call for the lockdown there. Gets everybody off of sight. Next thing's awkward. Allows for them all to transition quickly for the retake. Don't really even have to do the work. Just that one piece of util is enough to cover it. Riverside Eco broken. Looking at the upgraded Chico, if you will. It used to be just the Sheriff economy. But not thanks to these Stingers. They've slid their way into it as well. Yeah, that'll be a little more expensive than just the 900.
Oh, Hunter's Fury from Rio. Whoa, a 2-piece to boot. Now that is not something you see very often, but if Oregon wants to clean up a round, that's the way to do it. Only a single ult used. Oh, basically half the team down. Andrew finds Blurpson out the gate, puts down Dragonfly, and equalizes both Jets. It's sub 10 HP right now. This forces out a lockdown from Riverside as they want to make sure they walk away with this round. It's been expensive, Cat. Waltz finds Soup, who already found Jason. Andrew, a 3-piece out the gate. 1 HP in a dream here, but Rio, could they be the hero Oregon needs to keep this round alive?
Low Andrew, just gotta find the Astros, holding all the way to the back of C-Link. It will make the footsteps, so we'll be known about to the back of the site. Now walking into a crossfire. Walks into the concussion, a free pick for Andrew. A 4K for the Jet, who just brute forces the way in the back of the B site. They'll take a second round.
That's insane. We took down 4 people at 8 HP because they took that damage in their first fight. I mean, it's baffling they were able to find such a strong success, but that's why these teams are 1-0 right now. That's why these teams were out there 13-1ing, 13-2ing people, because they have the unbreakable spirit like that and incredible gameplay. When they need to clutch up, you can rely on them to do so. Andrew just taking the charge as this duel is trying to put Riverside back on the board.
All right, get a bit more even in terms of the buys here in this round. Door's broken pretty early. And Andrew gonna try to play off this flash. He's broken the KJ utility. They just want to swarm through this. Taking a lot of damage to do so. We'll see if that comes back to bite them here. I don't think they saw the Astro, so Waltz is gonna have some spacing to work off of here. Out by the recon now, and well, he's dead. Hazlight will have that one. Look towards logs.
Oh!
Rolling Thunder activated, and everybody in the back of sight now stunned. Soup gonna pick up 2. Riverside have all that control. The C plant's gonna come down. Just one look towards CT early.
It's a sloppy combat, Cat, no doubt about it, and I'm shocked to say that Riverside is somehow still on top. They lost 2 members right at the start, and Oregon answered back early, giving 3 of their own for the cause. Rio gives themselves away, tried and true. They know the garage is the location to be, but it's Rio that has the crossfire to keep them alive. Oregon State, talk about a clean execution. I mean, they are like They're like the Navy SEALs the way they come into this. It's incredible.
Yeah, great teamwork. Without a doubt. Great teamwork, great timing out of Garage and out of CT to isolate those first 2 fights. I mean, you see Rio go for the spray transfer out of Garage. Doesn't even need to. Teammate already has it covered. Got the fun one. They can work that back to the side together. Very cleanly played. Keeps them both alive as well. So those guns will come back into this round. And now I think we can finally say they have an economic advantage. It's taking a bit, right? We're going back and forth. That loss bonus definitely helping as well to get a Bizak on the table. But finally, Oregon State going to have a comfortable bye over the top of Riverside. I will say though, 2 rounds ago they had a much stronger buy, and then Andrew Sheriff opened the door for 2 frags, and suddenly they looked at a round win. So I wouldn't call things out the woodwork just yet. Riverside showing us a bit of magic. They're gonna go with downgraded weaponry, right? With shorter range weaponry, they're going deep to go towards C. Interesting call.
And they want to send it into C. So reminiscent of round number 1, honestly. This is exactly what we saw. They just gave us the hard one down the C long. Hunter's Fury from Azulite picks up Dragonfly, trying to block out that C connect as well. It looks like it may work a little bit better than they expected. Jason finds Neon 4v2. Oregon State has clutched 1 4v2 and they lost another. So let's see if they can kind of rewrite the story a little bit and put themselves back on the map of this matchup.
Turret broken. Chance for the retake. It's got to be a very clean 2-man retake here in this one. Rio going to find the first. Fix will trade though. Bucks in 1v2. First 1v1 with Soup on its way. Didn't get the full commit to the peak. Has found one. 1-on-1, 17 HP. A flash to work with. Gonna have the fault line as well. Time runs short. You gotta find this one quickly. Soup just not gonna give that peak away. Forces Blargman to have to tap. He doesn't even, not even fits his own sight.
Yeah.
Soup plays that so well. Blargman looking towards Garage at that point. Soup will find it. Won't get out alive, but will find the frag nonetheless. Riverside make it happen.
Yeah, it's an expensive one for the squad, Cat. All 10 members go down. We talked about you finally have your economy in a good spot, and they win. But, I mean, let's be honest, just barely there. Riverside, they were the ones in the deficit, and they sneak out a victory. So now they have an economic advantage. They should be able to put Oregon down a peg. But if the stories continue to be what we've seen today, for some reason, Riverside's going to lose this round.
I mean, holy dude, Riverside just ran at them last round and
straight
somehow,
up, I love it.
Somehow made it work. And now Oregon State gonna run out Riverside.
No, everybody's blind. Neon whiffs every single knife.
There were too many goodness to choose from.
Andrew whiffs every knife of their own. Rio picks up Jason. Here comes an aftershock on the corner. They want the C-long pick, and they're gonna be able to find it. Just a bloodbath out the gate. Damage done to every member. Dragonfly sneaking up on you, the silent wings, and able to take them both down in the blink. Oregon State's dominance continues. 6-3 on the board.
Okay, that play was absolutely fantastic, though.
I loved it. I loved every second.
That flash is phenomenal. It puts Neon into, well, you're not expecting 5 to be there, but it puts Neon in a chance where he really can have a field day. Unfortunately, sometimes there's just too many targets to choose from. And the moment is just a little too chaotic, so fortunately nothing gets found off of it. But like, look how well this is played. That fault line for the other concussion into everybody being flashed. And just unfortunately, the opportunity a little bit too big, the moment too big. So nothing going to be found there. So that on the round, yet again, we've got a team that is lower economy somehow winning the day. So Andrew gonna find the first frag.
Andrew picks up Neon out the gate. Second round in a row, Neon is the first blood. Now this time, the circumstances are a little different, all things considered, but losing that player is still going to be very detrimental to Oregon on the defense, especially when you're on a 3-site map. You've essentially got to leave something somewhere, right? I mean, it's going to be, you've got to leave the site open. There's going to be a crack for Riverside to slip through. We're going to have to see if they're aware of that or if they just want to go for a default kind of push once again. I'll be honest, Kat, that really does seem to be where this team thrives. It's just playing the game in the most basic way possible.
Yeah, definitely does look like a 10 players solo queued. And I love to see it.
It's a TDM right now, honestly.
No one's breaking this lockdown. Everyone's detained.
Oh my God.
What the hell?
I've never seen
he just walks through. It's the freest ground I've ever seen in my life. There's one player still heaven. Andrew.
Dude.
Okay, if he won that, I would have.
I've never seen a 5-man detained in my life. I have cast probably several hundred maps of Valorant, and I have never seen a lockdown get more than 2 people, let alone 5. Cat, the plan just crumbles.
No, here's the worst part. Because I've never seen 5 players get detained. I've seen like 3 players get detained, And I've seen 3 players get detained on the sense of, let's all push the lockdown, and if we don't break the lockdown, then whatever. But there wasn't even like an attempt to push the lockdown. Like, if you saw the detainment, it's 2 players detained short and it's 2 players detained on site. Like, they're just chilling.
Straight up.
Like, no one even considered going to break it. Very interesting.
I've seen a lot of things, Cap, but that's absolutely a first here at the CECC West Valorant. I mean, that's a round. That is one of the rounds of Valorant of all time.
We did watch it, for sure.
I mean, things definitely happened. But now as this new round opens up, can the curse kind of be reversed a little bit? Oregon, they've taken a dominant lead, a guaranteed round lead going into the second half of the game. But the first, still several rounds from being over. Neon on the flank. Doesn't have the crosshair in the proper spot, but luckily enough doesn't catch a bullet for their troubles. Instead, will finally go down to Soup. That guarantees them the A long at the very least. But as Oregon knows where their teammate fell, the rotation's coming in hot.
We'll get the flank coming through from the Killjoy in the meantime. Should have a plant come down here from Riverside. That we will. Jason, none the wiser to the flank, has taken down Dragon. We'll also find 2 for he's traded. And Andrew getting in the work from Graffiti will take all 3. Quite a nice picture painted. 4-7 scoreline.
I'm impressed, to say the least. Riverside clutching out a pretty big moment there, and I think removing that player early helps them just find a lot of great advantages. They clutch in the final moments of the round, and Andrew's 3K to just really kind of guarantee that victory is what Riverside needed. They've won a round. It wasn't particularly expensive, and the odds can be in their favor here, Kat. Yeah, definitely. We're looking at a full Franken buy from the side of Oregon.
Yeah, very good way to put it. They are doing their best with what they got. Buying for last year in this one. This will be their final look at the half. 7-5 half ain't too bad. So
not at all.
Well, microwave.
8-4 might be a little different. Out of the fire into the microwave once again. Vix takes down Waltz for an equalizer. They get the spray into heaven with the Astra Smoke. Going to keep them up and running. Rio could have a 2 or even 3-piece here if they trigger discipline, but instead they give themselves away, and of course it's going to cost you your life. You've got to halt in those moments, because if they would have waited less than a second longer, they would have seen the Sova guaranteed 2-piece. Now it's going to be a 3-3 on the board. The lockdown up and running. Cosmic Divide here to boot as well. Jason going to hold on to the lockdown for a moment. Surprising, but I think they want to buy them as much time to move into sight as possible. Neon can't find the shorty out the gate. Lockdown's going to be big, Cat. It buys a lot of time. Uh-oh.
Oh, where have I seen this before?
I think I've heard this song before, and I did not like the ending, Cat, and it looks like things are going to be changing up, or not changing at all. Once again, the side swap comes through. 7-5, totally doable. I am not ready to count Riverside out at all. If they win this pistol round, mathematically, we should look at a 7-7. But it's about the pistol round, and they lost the first one, so the odds of what we know are currently against them.
You know, I'm just happy to have that half gone. Let's get into the next half of Valorant. I'm excited to see what these 2 teams have to bring to the table. In my book, it's 0-0. And it's
except
a first
it's
to 12.
Except it's 2-0. After shot comes out early, the rotation up through mid. On the pistol round, I feel it's not something we see super often. It feels like people usually tend to default to A site. Occasionally you'll get a C, but the mid never really feels like where somebody wants to be. Neon gets a first blood, goes in deep for a second, but it's 1 bullet from death. Turns out Soup was 2. 2 players gone, 5v3 in Oregon. They want to put this pistol round as quick as they can. Right now, the odds absolutely in their favor. Clarkson looks for the plant. Andrew gets too blood hungry, and Waltz is there to put him down. This could be a flawless round if things go to favor, and it looks like they're 1 elim for making that happen. Vix, last member standing.
Can he make some magic happen? Got his full kit to work with, 2 low players. And anything's possible. Classic in hand out of CT. First flash gone. About 20 seconds out the clock as well. And well, Vix is off the map. Waltz will take a 3K, 8-5 your score line.
That's a strong scoreline at that. You start the pistol round mathematically, and of course this is always, subject to change, but we do expect this following round to be won as well. I'd like to see Riverside not buying up. We saw that a lot in our first series, and there's always just, I never feel like the risk is really worth the reward in this early kind of portion of the game. Buying up later makes sense, but it's the second round after the pistol. You can lose it. You're not going to lose the game because of it, and you can try to answer back with a full buy next round.
Yo, Jason got a knife, bro. He's not even taking a pistol in this round. Don't care. Bro, walk down
you gotta
with
do
his
what you
knife
gotta
in his
do.
hand.
It's probably a loss. 2 shorties. I saw a frenzy in there. There's definitely an expectation from this team for the remainder of this match, or for the remainder of this round, rather.
For the Astro Stars, give info. This one is looking like it's going C. Paul's gonna come through for sure. Soup does pick up over the shorty, and he got away. Chance for a second. Neon gonna spam through the box, though, so it's not gonna come through. UCR now back on the side. Andrew gonna pick up 2. That's Spike down. Another player here to involve to help, and he's not involved. That's like gonna find one. The newest member has guaranteed control of the Spike. Wants to win out the last round, but this time none of his teammates here for trades if it's needed.
Andrew wants to be the hero, doesn't have to be. Vix will find it with the Aftershock, and Riverside, I mean, it's crazy, Cat. Why do they keep winning the rounds that they shouldn't be? Like, what is going on? And it feels like this team loves to work from the bottom. Like, when they've got their back against the wall, it's fight or flight, and it turns out we're looking at a bunch of flightless birds because it is dominance. It is fight every single time. Riverside closes the gap to 2 rounds again. Can they finally get within a 1-round gap?
Stingers on display. Forget the armor. This one's running down a long. Can't even call it scaling because they're here in a second. Kurt's still alive. No one's broken it. No one smoked it. Now they will. Neon gonna step through on the timing. Does have the pull at his fingertips. Unfortunately, can't find the players inside. But has that to find one. Dad's gonna have another one. Microwaving him up. We'll find a second. Look down through short. I make it a third. And why not give them all 4?
Hey, why not, right? What the heck? Let's let Jason have a little bit of fun out here. The curse has been reversed. They've been able to break that 1-round gap, and as the pressure stacks, I mean, Cat, Oregon had a pretty dominant lead in that first half. They had a really, let me look at what I wrote down here. They had a 58% win rate, so they were winning out pretty consistently against Riverside, but the second half feels harder. And Haven is a map that, while I don't personally agree with this, a lot of people say it's an offensive-sided map. So this is where you're technically supposed to do better.
Yep.
Uh-oh.
Andrew looking for it all early.
No way.
Farther in after the fall line of Cuss or not. Now we've got an interesting trade in our hand. Vix tried to flash his way into a rifle. That did not go his way. We'll also take that one as well. And, well, we're happy to have 3 free picks early. They've got the seaside as well.
Andrew straight up said, I'm going to commit to the bit on this one. He said, I'm going to run it. Maybe I can find one more. It was a 1-1 trade, so it wasn't as damaging as perhaps it could have been. And Oregon State putting themselves a 3-2 advantage. They might be able to put a 2-round differential between them once again. Riverside, though, they've clutched out some pretty incredible moments, and this very likely could still be one of them. Waiting for the garage rotation could be the play. It's all about patience, Cat, and patience. No, it is going to pay off. The spray and pray. Can't even pick up the Sova. The headshot finds. Oh my goodness. Azulite, 17 HP. Keeps the dream up and running. We are tied 8-8. 2 teams that were at a 13-2 or 13-1 now find themselves 8-8 on map number 1 of this series.
The immovable force. The, what's the other one? Unstoppable force? Immovable object. Is that what they say? Is that it? Out of the pan into the fire.
Out of the frying fire pan to the microwave with the kitchen.
Don't run with your shoes untied.
That's what it is. That's the one. Don't run with your shoes untied in the kitchen when I'm making fire, okay? That's, you know what I mean? Riverside right now, they've got a complete dominance with the economy online. The Aftershock finds naught. Andrew wants to watch window, and all things considered, this might not pay off as the KJ sneaks up. Not sure how Andrew whiffs it, but that's just the game of Valorant sometimes. You could have sworn that hit. It's all about that movement. There you go. You stop moving, you find the shot, you dash out of the way, you look for one more. Oh, come on! Poor Andrew!
Hey, at least he hit him that time. Legs him, but is still alive, indeed. Soup's gonna find flank,
Yo!
and that one is crazy. Andrew will have Blarpson hit it through the wall and everything else.
Gotta be feeling good here. Whatever, 2-for-1 trade. I mean, you know there's a dominance. You know that Jet is 5 HP. The Aftershock blocking the op is so intelligent, Cat. It makes sure that operator cannot be grabbed. Rio, last member standing, only a stinger to the name. Riverside not only has closed what felt like a possibly unclosable gap, but they've gone as far as taking the lead unless Rio gives us a miracle run right here in round number 17.
Yo, let this guy plant. What's your problem?
How rude.
Trying to fight to the alarm bot, the turret, that swarm. Like, just let him plant the spike. All right, plant's going to go down.
Now you can
Utah's on his way. Yeah, he's definitely dead here. Jason will take it from Heaven.
The Heaven lineup there works out well. 9-8 on the board. Cat, only one person falls there. I mean, this is an insane round. Your economy is phenomenal. You've got 3 ultimates in the pocket. You've got 4 of the rifles. Plenty of money to buy another one. This is really looking strong for Riverside, and this is probably the perfect time for a timeout.
Yeah. Yeah, don't things get too out of sorts here for sure. So we're going to start to think about things just a little bit, and I think that is a good call for everybody in the server because we are having a field day right now. It's a lot of things happening everywhere all at once, and man, that was a team of 5 people, and there were quite a bit of special effects going on. So, you like
the production value of this round was very expensive. I'm sure.
Yeah, I do like the chance to consider a thing or two. We'll see what the change ends up being. I mean, Oregon State looking at a lot of contact executes right now, so maybe we'll get a stronger default presence. The only thing is Riverside is a strong proponent to getting in there, even defensively. So if you do default too heavy, are you getting run down by 3 players C long? And if so, are you ready for that flank wise? So we'll see. I mean, I feel like a 2-on-2 would work pretty well here, especially against some of these more aggressive defensive pushes, but we'll see what they decided in that 1 minute of time.
That 1 minute feels like an infinity when you're watching it. You're like, gosh, let's just get back to the game. But in that moment, those players are experiencing a true panic of discussion because you really want to win this out. You want to go positive into the season, and you don't want to go 1-1 because that is statistically where most of these teams will end up. So you want to set yourself apart. You want to be different, and you want to have that advantage over the rest of these matches or the rest of these teams going into the seeding.
You want to fight it?
All right, so it's straight to C.
Divide.
You gotta get in contact. Yeah, this is a classic Riverside execute. They just stole it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Kind of messed up.
I mean, it's the meta play for sure. The Cosmic Divide comes out. You cover all the approaches to this C side, and you own it until that divide comes to a close. Is Riverside going to allow this patience, or will they run the risk of poking through? It's something we've seen teams do before. It can be very risky and dangerous because things like that can happen. The lockdown baits it out perfectly, and Waltz finds 2. This is becoming a very expensive round just for everybody, Cat. It's a lot of ultimates. 3 now have been commit. 2 from Riverside, and they're still finding themselves down in the numbers. 4v3, even with Azulite's space. Andrew has only an operator in hand, looking for a defuse, but I think the time may already be up. They've got a firing squad on that spike.
Yeah, the spam through is
you don't even try. You take it up and you
favorable.
run. Get out of there.
Made it out. All right. Everyone else makes it out. They lock down to guard the flank. So they lock down garage, so you can only push through CT if you want to retake. Azulite drops the Hunter's Fury to deny that, but no one ever works the flank again, so it allows for everybody to sit long and just kind of firing squad. But I think that lockdown gives away the fact that everybody is towards CT. I just think it's very chaotic. I think it takes a little bit too long to try to click what the implications are of that ultimate, and I think from there it just kind of shuts the round down.
I can be on board with that for sure. I think that's a very strong analysis. The lockdown, while it may have worked in theory, gave away a lot of information that was then utilized to eliminate a team pretty quickly, but the firing squad simply too strong towards the end of it. They might just go for a good old-fashioned run back, at least a bait towards C-Long, but it's a hard commit. We see, Cat, the spike's been by A this whole time. They want to force a rotate to C and then go, haha, gotcha, but they may have not gotten them as much as they think. Jason, steadfast, never left the area, and no, does not find an elimination. Oh, gets it from beyond the grave. The Nano Swarm will take down Neon, ties it up, makes it a little easier for the team to try and do some damage control. Spike plant is not successful. They go for the dodge out of there. Bladestorm from Andrew finds one, a reasonable trade. Dragonfly, a Bladestorm kill of their own, but a team ace from Riverside secures their 10th round win, only 3 shy of taking Haven.
Nice divide. Getting it back in on the retake forces those players that are holding long and short to make a decision on whether they want to play through and risk not hearing the tap, risk letting the defuse come through, or if they want to try to make the contact, and they opt to play with the rest of their team who's cut off from the wall towards site, and unfortunately, they just get outgunned going in. The util looked pretty solid from the Killjoy initially for the post plant, but just was not quite enough to guard off the CT. Neon going to go ahead and pop blades here. This one, so it still looks like a full buy for Oregon State. With that blade star, I wouldn't be surprised to see him take it pretty quick.
I have to agree. They want to go fast. They want to get this Bladestorm, but Neon's Bladestorms, unfortunately, have not been that impressive so far. I don't believe we've seen even in a Bladestorm elimination from this player up to this point. There's a Rolling Thunder as well. Has to dash out, put the blades away for just a moment. That's one ultimate baited traded now as the Bladestorm for the Rolling Thunder. Oregon State's pockets run much deeper than what Riverside can afford to bring to the table right now.
I think we've seen on flank just yet. All right, Oregon State worked B, wanted to get in quick. Didn't break alarm bot, gave the information away, and unfortunately caught by the Rolling Thunder. So have to rework things. Looks like they want to take B yet again. This time there's no util, so will be a bit of an easier time. Soup gonna get away from Garage unscathed.
Soup makes it out, 51 HP. Neon, who's at 88, goes for a B spike plant finally, and will get it. It's a lot of rotations, it's a lot of fakes, and it's a lot of looking right behind you as Jason, execution style, takes Neon out of the fight. Lockdown might fully be destroyed by that aftershock, and for Hunter's Fury from Rio as well. A Rolling Thunder to boot, every ultimate under the sun being thrown at the wall, but nothing can stick right now. 3v3 and all those ults for naught. One player left in window, Dragonfly gone, Rio gone, and Riverside back on top, looking for their 11th round win, and that will do it. Vix finds the headshot kill. Riverside Blue, 11-9. 2 rounds away. The pockets run dry for both these sides.
Lockdown for the extra space over towards B to shut down grass. You have to make a decision there. Do we play so far away that they just hold the defuse, or do we fight for it? Most teams going to fight for it. Forces them in a very awkward situation to where Blarpson has to run out of a smoke, try to shut it down. Means he's gone. Numbers advantage immediately goes to Riverside. They're able to find the fries, able to win the round. So well played from the defensive end of things for the retake. I mean, that's why we say most of the time you don't want to see plants over to B.
Yep.
Only real safe time to do so is when the defending team's eco. If they're not, I mean, they've got the util and they got the guns to get back in, and they always will. Jason will find one early, traded instantly. That's a gun picked up for Dragon.
Gun picked up should make the difference here. Vix with the aftershock takes Blarpson down 4v3. Riverside on the numbers, but they can't prevent the spike plant, at least not for the time being. Comes to fruition. Waltz, an amazing flick onto Soup. Goes to set up a star, makes it that much harder for the approach. They never expect 2 from Garage. Nobody's looking behind them, but Waltz doesn't even need to appear as Vix overextends. Falls into the hands of Dragonfly. Azulite clearly not far behind.
Wow.
Oh, you've got to be kidding me, dude. Phenomenal. But Cat, right now, it's not about winning. It's about saving that operator. But Andrew wants that hero play. Do it with honor, die with glory, or to a shock dart. Up to you. Rio finds the elim in Oregon with a thrifty round. Brings us back to a 1-round differential.
Didn't find the out. So won't go back to the attacking side at the very least. But yeah, that one does come down to the wire just a little bit. Crazy no scope to come through to find Waltz. If you could have found Rio there, maybe, just maybe, because Dragonfly was already pretty low. But nonetheless, it will be Oregon State finding another round. They can win this one. They'll tie things up.
Tying it up might be exactly what they're looking to do. It's tough, though. The pockets ran deep enough for Riverside where even a dominant round loss like that isn't enough to halt this team and their progress for the time being. A full ride on the board. They've got the operator in hand, ready for a C-site approach, but a cosmic divide separates the team in the blink of an eye. Here comes that fault line as well. A lot of panic, a lot of choices have to be made right now. It looks like Riverside's ready to put it all on the line. A 2-2 trade ends in favor of Oregon as Waltz picks up just one more. Hunter's Fury, it's a blind fire, but hopefully you can hit anything, make it that much easier for your team to succeed. But it is all for naught. Maybe one hit onto Blarpson. Andrew falls, and Azulite. This has got to be your hero play, my friend. Oregon has a very real chance of 13-11ing this matchup.
Aftershock gonna stall for space. Bolt will reconfirm positioning. Comes out, has nothing off of it, unfortunately, and Waltz will find a 3K. Things are indeed tied up. Oregon State I've walked it back. 11-11 going to be the score into this one. Andrew will rebuy yet another operator. This guarantees broken economy to lose around.
Yeah, this is maybe a bit of desperation coming from Andrew. Had a lot of great plays with the op today. We certainly can't take that away from them. But in a moment like this, buying something else in the heavy armor could make or break your success going into this round. I think off the top of my head, I can think of 4 different times this map alone we have seen somebody at sub 10 HP. We're talking a difference between 25 and 50 on the armor. Like, it can really keep a player alive in a critical moment. But Andrew's not worried about criticals. Andrew's worried about hero plays and being the savior of Riverside Blue. Rio is gone. It's a 5v4. The chase is quick, and they can't find the secondary. Have to smoke out, run into the backside, possibly looking for a heaven rotation. But whiffing that shot, Cat gives Oregon State the space they need to take this site essentially for free.
The lockdown going to reconfirm that there's not going to be a quick retake here. It gives time for the post plant to actually become established. Use a shock bolt for it as well, which is not going to find anything. So lockdown is finished. It's a bit of timeout. Now retake on its way.
Retake possibly right around the corner. The Astrostar makes an appearance. This is a pressure-built scenario. Coming through this choke is tough with a breach on the other side. A fault line to cover the spike, and Astra pulls to boot. A 1-1 trade. Vix picks up Dragonfly. Waltz finds 1. Waltz finds 2 as Vix finds a second of their own. Astrolite versus Waltz, but it's going to be closing out quick for Riverside Blue. A miracle run, if we're being honest, Kat. There were, again, a million timelines, and this just happens to be the one we ended up in. Now, here is the risk. Riverside needs to win this next round, or we go to an overtime where everybody is reset back to 0.
Absolutely so. Save themselves from economic despair and almost definitely losing this game. Off of winning out here on the retake. Andrew jumps in, literally the bait in that scenario for the CD players to make their way out. And that they did. Able to find themselves the round win. We'll see what Sue puts in his hands. Guardian, Bulldog will be the call. Okay, so we'll get the Bulldog for the Astra. Everybody with weapons in some capacity, and the op still online as well for Andrew.
And I think if you're on the side of Riverside Blue here, if you've got an ult, you better use it, because things are going to be looking rough, and you want to guarantee everything you've got to make sure this overtime does not come to fruition, which it feels so stinking likely to. Whiffs the shot on Neon. Azulite down. Oregon State up 5-3. 20 seconds into the matchup. 2 players left standing. One of them has a lockdown. The other a Blade Storm to boot. If Andrew wants to give us the hero run, this is the way to do it. Cat peeks the corner where Neon is waiting for them to strike. Whiffs 4, finds the 5th, and sends 2 more into the wall for comfort. Bladestorm not finding what they want. Not even a lockdown can save you from Waltz on the flank. Cosmic Divide buys some time, jumps in deep, uses the wall for cover, and can't even find the right click. Waltz puts them down 12-12 in map number 1. This sends us into a true overtime of the CECC West.
Here we go. First series goes the distance. Second series starts in overtime. And that's for a better day one. That's for sure. One of these teams guarantees themselves that trip over. They'll skip the decider round. They'll go straight through into seeding rounds later tomorrow, and they'll guarantee they've got a ticket to Boise. So playing for a bit here, you can definitely tell us we're into overtime. Number 1. No glass cannon ops gonna sneak their way out. It'll be rifles for everybody on the board.
I love it. I think the glass cannon op is terrifying, and it can win your team the round just as much as it can lose it. You've got to be 100% sure you're going to be able to use it to its truest fruition, or it'll cost your team a very critical round in this overtime. Now, in traditional overtime, for those that don't know, you have to win by 2 rounds, so it is not whoever wins this wins it. You've got to win a 14-12, a 16-14, whatever it may be. You've got to put all the cards on the table. You've got to win not once, but twice in a row to win an overtime. Nobody wants to be the first to make that mistake, Cat.
Oh, that shock's supposed to go to break the alarm bot. It hasn't quite hit the target, so that's still going to sit here onto the B site. It's still going to be fragile for the players that want to step their way in. They've broken it now. How to do it physically. They'll walk away from the angle. It does guarantee that Blarton will continue to hold here towards the B site. It doesn't pull an extra player, so there's still going to be 2-2 capacity on the other side of the map.
10 players left standing, 45 seconds remain for Riverside to plant this, and they don't even have a spike preference. I mean, they're just looking for an opportunity. Nanoswarm does get popped, but Andrew lands that one bullet headshot, gets rid of Dragonfly. Fault line finds Yadash, already used to survive, and Waltz knows exactly where that jet's gonna be. Puts down Vix, but the trade will fall from Jason. They've got to triple commit here, push. They've got to get somebody behind this boxer. Blurbson will land that fault line, forces the flash out. Now it's gonna be that overshock to get a little bit more damage. Azulite and Blurbson have traded their own. 2-2 turns to 1-2, turns to 1-1, turns to 1-0. Soup, 30 HP, can't land it, and Oregon takes the 1-round lead. Cat, they win on the defense. Now it's time to do it again on the offense.
Down to the wire in that round.
No doubt about it.
Into the one-on-one, they make it out of garage just barely. Barbs is on site so early, but it ends up being enough just that stop potential to allow for the rest of the team to get involved. Wonder if he'd try to step out for the retake. I like the call there. Just recognize he doesn't have enough time to get out of dodge, but it's successful in the util just to solve for a little bit of spacing. Allows the end to take that last one. We want to win it out. 13-12 now. One round offensively needed for Oregon. They want to take this one straight down C-Long.
Yeah, you want to run it high and dry. They've found a lot of really good success here, but often complemented by a Cosmic Divide, which they do not have this time. So the playstyle changes. The smoke onto the high ground, they miss the updraft dash. Jet falls onto low there, and no, they're not able to capitalize off that moment. Rotation around box. A 2-for-1 trade already in favor of Riverside Blue, but Soup does as much as they can do. Walt and Dragonfly cleaned it up. Going to be Waltz left on point, and if somebody's going to clutch, it's absolutely going to be Astra on this Waltz. Has no idea. Wait, no, that's not what I meant to say. Has no idea they are walking into a crossfire operator to boot. Nandrew puts them down. We are going into an extended overtime. We're looking for a 15-3 victory.
Switching sides.
Overtime number 2 on the way. Let's keep things cooking here. So, okay. See if Neon wanted to play a little glass cannon too after seeing Andrew finish the round with it, but decides not to. Thought about it for a moment, hesitated for a little bit, but we'll make the safer call, especially when you see him win their last overtime round, the likes of retake, and can't really retake with an operator. Well, you can, it's just hard. So
yeah, it's just really difficult.
Won't do it. Back towards C for another round. Riverside looking to take this one down C long. They see Waltz early. Waltz might get out of this.
Should be able to survive unless Andrew kind of Batman style assassinates you from above. Waltz falls early, and Waltz has been a power player against Riverside so far. Oregon State puts themselves in a disadvantageous position, losing the Astra. I love this. It's so simple, but it's so unbelievably effective unless you don't turn around. Neon and Dragonfly sneak up behind, get a 1-1 trade, but it's still a numbers advantage for Riverside Blue. Aftershock into the cubby. Yep, you can't peek it with a flash waiting on you. Rio gone. 2 members left standing. Neon tries to play the high ground. Wants to chuck the dash without losing it, but you got to use it or you got to lose it, and lose it. They certainly shall. Fakes it. Astrostar pull into the stun. Blurbson finds Jason. Biggs finds that counter breach. And it's up to Neon to be the hero. These Jets always want to be a full rolling thunder. If you're going to get reset, you might as well pop it. And Azulite finds it. Riverside wins the one both teams lost, and now it's on the defense of Riverside. Win this map in overtime.
So hard to get ults activated in overtime, but they do make such a difference when they do.
Seriously.
Guarantees that there is no shenanigans to be had. Neon clutch once. Not able to do it again there, so now the tides do shift. Oregon State had a chance. Had match point in overtime 1. Now it's a match point for Riverside in overtime 2. Can they be the team to finish the job? Andrew yet again going to go to the operator. Put on the top of the B site. Oregon yet again. They're going straight back to C.
East side seems to be what everybody loves in this overtime, but a rotation up through Garden is definitely a defiance of expectation. A hard commit into garage. The KJ not there this time. The Owl Drum, though, gonna ruin every plan you had around the corner. Wallbang gets a lot of intel, but nobody falls for it yet. Andrew's still holding B-sided. It's a fascinating play by Riverside. Soup makes it an equalizer, so it's a 4-4. Now, or a 5-4. Now it's a 5-3 against Oregon State in a round where if they lose it, Cat, map number 1 comes to a close. We're going to ascend no matter what happens.
Larson's picked up 1 from garage. Andrew's operator spotted and dead. Dashes back into trouble. He'll fall as B-site room to be opened up. Jason, though, takes the 2 frags back. That's a low HP Blarbson with it all to do, and it'll be the nanoswarm from Jason to finish the game. 15-13. Riverside will take map number 1. Boy, does it come ever so close after
Close, but no cigar, Cat. You know what they say, close only counts in hand, horse, and shoe grenades, but it's not going to help this team out here today. 15-13, our second overtime comes to a close, and map number 1 does as well. We're going to throw it to a very quick break here because that's a long map for the players. We want to let them get water, use the restroom, do whatever they got to do. We'll be right back here with map number 2 of this series in just a bit.
Me personally, I'll just say something real quick. I'm just excited to keep telling your stories. If you're a student, if you're a program, let me know. Let us, reach out to us. We just ultimately, at the end of the day, we want to tell your story. And I think that's what has me most excited, because now I think we're getting to a point where people know us. I hope you guys trust us, and and we just want to keep expanding and growing the space. So with that, Paulie, I won't make you do the weird thing where you got to toss to yourself. Unless you want to do that. I don't know. Actually, you might have a funny way of doing this. Let's test it. Yeah, okay.
Right,
how do you want to throw yourself here?
Well, that's going to conclude here the future of collegiate with CSMG and Esports U. Thank you so much to Angela, Mike Blewett, and Kyler Tandel for hosting our panel. And now back to myself for the day 3 of the CSMG Coaches and Director Summit 2022.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome back for week number 4 of the ECAC Top 8 Plays of the Week. Now, at this point, you're probably realizing 2 things. 1, that's right, I'm going to be with you all season long as we jump through the best moments of every week. And number 2, wow, Septilence really only wears one thing when he's not on the clock. And I can't even defend myself. It's a comfortable outfit. Anyway, without further ado, let's jump into week number 4 and see what these players brought to the table to beat out their opponents and be victorious. Wake Forest was already up a game, there were 4 minutes left on the clock, and they just couldn't find that first point to take the lead and put them up 2-0 in the series. In a final moment of success, Malone clears it from one coast to another and finds an open goal, giving Wake Forest the lead once again.
These Champ 3 and Champ 2 is doing. I mean, seriously, look at Malone making advantages for himself.
Wow.
And he will put Wake Forest on the map. This game number 5 could just go their way.
I just want to say Malone just said, I'm going to show you what a Champ 3 can do. All right, buddy?
On a control map in Overwatch, your team must capture 100% of a point to succeed. 99 just won't cut it. King Rock from Keene University was fully aware of that and didn't just find a Death Blossom. He found a full-blown Death Garden to keep his team alive.
Sound barrier to go away as well, especially now that you have your own. It's going to be a little bit more breathing room. Doesn't look like the Winneco. Okay, there we are. Now it's coming up big. This Reaper has bloomed.
That was just gorgeous amount of patience.
GVSU Blue found themselves up by 5 rounds, and it's always better to turn that 5 into a 6. It's incredible, however, that this team doesn't always need all 5. It can come down to just one player and how much they can really GVS do.
An Illusion delivers with efficiency. 3 in a row. No time left, even if they had the chance at Orbital Strike out of the last.
This battle between Muskingum and St. Francis was insanely close. Only 3 players in a round, and there were 1 player left on both sides, both down to their final stock. Things were looking pretty strong for St. Francis, their Luigi only at 40%, but it was up to Splat to do anything but.
Just keep him off stage with that Zare. Oh, that spot right here for Teo.
If that block didn't disappear,
oh
no way!
Oh, just steps on the
pressure plate.
A tale as old as time, Pace White versus Pace Gold, and Pace White's morale was through the roof as they won a fight, but little did they know, this was Lofi's world, and they wouldn't be living in it for much longer.
Going in with the blade.
Uh-oh, Blade is out. It's hacked. It doesn't matter, though. Slashes away for 2. Looking for a 3rd. Looking for 4. Won't get it just yet on the Blade. However, the slash and dash works out. Lofi's got 3. Looking for everybody else on this team. It's a white.
The Inkling versus Ganondorf matchup is not very good for Ganondorf, but let's be honest, which matchups are? In this clip we're going to be watching as JD from Fisher learns the hard way that you never really want to meet an Inkling off stage.
Sooner if you don't find that kill confirm or that kill or a bomb off stage like that.
That bomb angle
guarding is so good today.
Yeah, that bomb angle was beautiful.
Week 4 of ECAC Rocket League was absolutely insane. CMU and FC were tied up 0-0, but it was Gand who told FC they shall not pass game number 2.
Side of FC, they've only got one player for a moment there. They're trying to recollect, they're trying to reposition, but how do you position around a pinpoint accurate shot like this? Gand goes crossbar down for the first goal.
Adams in reverse, backed the defense off with that.
Whenever I'm on the mic for Valorant, you'll often hear the line, check your corners, repeated over and over and over again. And even with me not on the mic to tell them, I have a feeling this team may have learned that lesson.
Nah, he's got to take the shot.
Take it.
Oh yeah, sounds of teammates running on through and come on dive. The 4K on a completely unaware trio. And it's 11-0 right now.
And those are the top 8 moments we thought deserved just a little bit more time. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to CECC West Valorant. We were having a good time on our first map of the day, but we're jumping to our second in just a moment here. And Kat, it is a familiar map, one not only literally today, but through an extensive of, the entirety of collegiate Valorant as well.
How'd you get here? You were just on the
crazy, and I moved my entire bookshelf as well.
Yeah, what? How'd you, dude?
I'm magical.
You are so fast.
I'm
That's
a quick
crazy.
changer.
That's immaculate speed.
It's actually a green screen. There's nothing behind me. It's all a green screen.
So it's like the fridge is a live video.
Yes, absolutely.
No, Semblance is fast. Just somehow, I don't know how you got back here that quickly, but that game, even though it went all the way to overtime number 2, it went by incredibly quickly because these teams are the 2 fastest playing teams I think I've ever seen. I would say in the region, but I'm going to give that to the entire game of Valorant. These guys just play so incredibly quickly. Tons of Conde executes. The default is a myth. I don't even know what that concept means anymore after that game. So I'm excited for what game number 2 has on the horizon. We started off with Haven. We'll go over to Ascent, our map 2 from last series as well. And the interesting horizons on our way. Let's let's be fast too. Let's keep with the theme of things. Let's hop our way towards the agent selected, see what comes to the table, Zeppelins, because this one is a speed run.
Yeah, a speed run indeed, Kat. I think you bring up a lot of great points. Very fast teams, they ignore default a lot. They just kind of do what they want. They make the space they think they need, and they capitalize off the back of it to the point of a 15-13. So it's working for both of them. These are teams that, for those that might just be joining us, they 13-1 and 13-2'd in their first matchups, respectively. So they're both 1-0 on the board right now, and then just barely we see University of California Riverside Blue win 15-13 on Haven. Hopefully this one does not take us as far. Maybe one of these teams can establish a bit more of a dominance. But as Oregon default to the defaultiest default team comp, they are bringing out the Ascent, just A squad right now. You've got to wonder if Riverside's going to do the same. I see Soup hovering that Astra.
I really like Astra.
I think she works for
on
sure.
Ascent. I really like Astra on Ascent. I just think her stall potential is immaculate. I think a lot of people will tell you need the Omen for the one-ways, but all those people are wrong, so don't listen to them talk anymore. Because you can get rid of one-ways and trade them for the Astra defensive utility. The suck, the pull's worth it. It's worth
also,
it.
Cosmic Divide's just a better ult. I mean, the Omen has one of the worst ultimates in the game. So it's a mirror matchup, except Omen versus Astra. So this is going to be a great kind of an experiment to see if those Omen one-ways can make up for the differential. It's going to be if this Astra can take the charge, if Soup can be an incredibly dominant force and just mow through their opponents on the side of Oregon State University, we can say tried and true Astra clearly works better. But if we get the answer back and the Omen seems to be doing numbers, seems to be getting the paranoias of their life, then the Omen could prove his own worth. It's really going to be fascinating, Kat, as the rest of them are staying to that mirror match. These two, they've got to prove themselves.
Listen, the Astra's better. I'm going to let California Riverside show you why. The only thing, though, I will say about this matchup in particulars, the way, like the speed at which they're playing, the Omen might look better. He's got a little bit extra offensive utility.
That's a good point.
And the Astra's main purpose is going to be to slow pushes. So it depends on how you utilize her, really.
Yeah, I think that's
we'll
a really strong point.
We'll find out. If you save stars, she's good for the retake if you want to play fast. you don't save stars, you know, shouldn't get as much done. So we'll find out. It's like lottery winners. They get the choice of whether they take all the money outright or they
get the payment over 30
checks.
years.
Right, yeah.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
You play Ohm and you get it in checks.
And you actually get more money if you take it over the 30 years. A fun
That
fact,
is
if
true.
anybody's winning the lottery anytime soon.
You don't
if
get all the
take over
taxes out
30
instantly.
years, yeah, I mean, it pays off. Also, you still get like over $1 million. Anyway, okay. Riverside Blue, they're going to be taking a slower push already. And it's funny that it just started, and I can confidently say that. Because they're not immediately running it down into sight.
Yeah. You can't the same way, right? You got to figure out where the Killjoy is. At the very least, don't do yourself the disservice of running into 15 nanoswarms.
Yeah. I mean, the microwave, it was made famous on this map. Like, it is truly where a Killjoy can find her value. She can thrive in a lot of exciting ways like that. Jason finds the right click, puts down Neon, and should slow the momentum of Oregon State's rotations a little bit more. Now, the interesting thing of jumping from Haven to Ascent is we're down a site, right? From A, B, and C, we're down to just A and B. So the probability of where they're going is a little more predictable as well. There's this weird kind of infinity of possibility that we're seeing. The dash through, Dragonfly gonna miss it, gets counter Nano Swarm, forces them out of position. The Astra Smoke makes the space, and here's Astra really working well. Waltz, though, working even better. Puts down Jason, finds a lot of damage onto Azurite. Shock Dart to boot. KJ still standing in Riverside Blue. Gets themselves those 400 credits going into round number 2.
Little rhyme. Jump off a scaffold on its way. Recon spotted 2, so they do have information jumping into this one. Reel's picked up 1, traded by the opposing Sova. Reload for Blarbson, and he's caught out due to it. 2 low players for Dragon. Scariest players over towards A main. Can he find the help players quickly? He's found the first. No bullets left. Andrew freely can pick up the trade. Riverside have round 1.
Riverside get round 1 as, you know, the cards seemed like they were going to fall. The pistol round in a strong start. Riverside already up 1-0 on the series, so dominating this quickly into the second map is a strong sign that they are definitely not looking to play around. They are here to win, and they're going to do it by any means necessary. At the same time, it's only a pistol round. You've got to win 12 more. So it's going to be if they can keep the momentum rocking. But as I see 2 sheriffs already from Oregon State, that's a one-tap potential.
Yeah.
All right, Neon, can you be the big shift up in this round? Immediately spotted by what is the 0 point and will not hold the angle off of it. So that'll be B lobby control picked up. Oh my goodness.
That's not how that was supposed to go. I don't think.
If you and Archway, it's all yours. Don't take the space though, ironically.
I was just about to say that. I was like, that's odd that they fall. Oregon State doesn't retreat and Riverside doesn't capitalize on the space. Instead, they stick to bricks. It's not working out great yet, 4v2, but they've definitely got the numbers, they've got the sight, and they're gonna be feeling confident because they get a couple of weapons for free too. There goes Walt. Dragonfly not far behind, and the headshot from Vix actually keeps Andrew up and running with that Spectre into the bonus round. So a confusing round, Cat, one where the pace of play has certainly changed, but it's still ending well for Riverside.
Yeah, I'm interested to see this continuation throughout the rest of the map as well, because it really is a much slower pace going into Ascent. A lot more considerations, at least for momentary stuff. Like, we at least get the look down towards mid, we get the look towards Cat before the push comes through towards B main. The execute is still coming pretty quickly in the round, but
yeah,
there's at least the thought about defensive utility for this attacking side before they step in. Walt's going to be close to the A main angle. A little bit of shenanigans going on with the KO right now. See if he can bait players.
Yeah, and something I just want to point out that I've noticed in this moment is we're actually seeing everybody run the same agent that they played in map number 1, except for Vix and Waltz. They're the only 2 that have swapped, and it's fascinating that we're focusing so much kind of on their performances. Waltz in particular has not been able to find the cleanest run, but the rest of these players are particularly warmed up on these agents, especially with how long Haven was. So I don't know, I wanted to bring that up because I thought that was an interesting situation to find these players in. Jason takes down Dragonfly, now Neon, not far behind either. Uh-oh, Andrew goes for the knife. I think they had run out of bullets, and Blarbson gets the 180 spin, lockdown from Jason, gonna clear sight a bit. Soup going for a rotate out. I like what we're seeing. It's a bit of a pinch maneuver, but at only 44 HP, it's tough for Jason to peek this corner. Nice. Well, very well done. Gets the spike. The high ground. Soup finds it, and Riverside Blue wins their 3rd round on the bonus.
Yeah, close but not quite for the retake. Great pop flash initially. Puts Andrew new in awkward position. He was trying to peek scaffold. Gets full blind. Has to step under hell and gets caught in the meantime. Allows for that 2-man retake coming out of scaffold waterfall to get a look. At the end of the day, the extra man allows for the trade to come through from Soup to win out the round. So they'll take it. Riverside know they got the team on the eco, and they want to take it quick to beat. Really force the tempo on the eco team.
Right here. Scanning ahead.
Scan comes out through bricks, and this has worked twice for Riverside already. They're going to try to make it happen a 3rd time. Andrew almost guaranteeing that. Poor Neon, I feel, has barely gotten to play the game. Rio making up that missing space. Now a 3-piece. There is certainly a new sheriff in town, and he's by the name of Rio. Can't put the 4th one down. Riverside equalizes the numbers. They've got a huge weapons advantage, and while it may be expensive, I do believe this will be a round win for them, unless Walt gives us a miracle run like Rio did just a moment ago.
Okay, Fragment will go towards lane to kill some time. Guarantees that a plant does come down here for Riverside. 2 rifles picked up for the eco team. They're going to turn the flash. Get that turned out just before he suppressed, but unfortunately suppression means he can't use it. Watts, what in the world? Finds the first out of CT stair, swings for the second on a Vix, and just barely does his aim peek up through the box. He's able to find the wallbang for the second. So sneak around converted for Oregon. Very much off the back of Rio. 3 sheriff frags as Riverside enter the site.
It's not something you see often, Cat, but it's something that can absolutely happen. One player finding the exact lineup, the exact ADS they need to get those double eliminations. The 3rd time we've seen someone pick up an Elim back-to-back like that today. Waltz, I mean, it's so funny. I said we need a hero run from Waltz, and certainly we got one. But it's the 1st round win for Oregon on the board. This is fascinating. Riverside, they won 3, but their econ never really got to the point of, like, not a big deal if we lose. This is where they're putting all their marbles in the pit here, and they lose this one. Oregon has real potential to tie us back up 3-on-3. Action pack coming out the gate. We see that Hunter's Fury online, but not going to be used. Rio falls early. That power player out the gate. Neon with their elimination, answered by Vix, finding that Vandal Elim back off of it. Clearing Boathouse, a genius play, something teams forget to do way more often than they'd like to admit, and Jason guaranteeing that spike plant. This is a tough spot. Oregon finding themselves on the retake, and Cat, they've struggled pretty consistently on the retake so far.
Yep. We'll see if they can make something happen here in this one. We're able to find last retake this time. Yeah, shut down. Very much so by Riverside, so they don't have to worry about a lack of a rebuy. They're able to win this one out. They got a rebuy in the next round. They've got a vow for economic control yet again. Let's see if Oregon State want to buy back into this one, and it'll be 50-50, probably a half buy. The call made, so yeah, it will be the control of Riverside here into this one. They're able to avoid danger. Oregon State won a big thrifty round, had a chance to get back into the game, couldn't win that round, and now things right back where they started.
Never where you want to find yourself is back where you began, but right now that does seem to be the name of the game for Oregon State. 1 round win on the board. Pretty comfortable, pretty confident, all things considered. But when you're looking at 4 on the other side, not exactly where you want to be. A Blade Storm from Riverside definitely kind of alludes to this confidence, this overextension they have found themselves in. Rio, 31 HP, barely makes it out with a breath still to take. And I'll tell you what, Oregon, they want this win like they want their next breath, Cat. They want to dominate this matchup. And right now, it just feels like Riverside is doing everything right.
Yeah, tempo is slowly increasing, if you notice through this game as well. This is different. Rio gonna find yet another one.
Man.
Andrew will have a trade. Rio still on that original 31 HP. It's the ever so lovely Sepulence points out early into the round. Still be the case for the Sova. Andrew stepped through to CT, has found 1. Rio gonna get the job done. Finds nothing. Asline Andrew gonna have the last couple of frags. 5-1 your score.
4K from the Jet on the board, feeling good. Something about this map in Jet players, dude. Let me tell you what, they are continuously wreaking havoc. And It feels like Andrew has truly woken up as we get later into this series. I like the comment you mentioned a moment ago, Kat, is the pace of play is increasing every round. Like, they are getting exponentially faster. And I think it's because these guys don't want to play slow. We learned that back on Haven. They were willing to take the risk at the beginning of Ascent because they didn't know what they were coming into, right? But now it is clear cut what their opponent is trying to do, and they want to capitalize on it. They want to run these rounds as fast as they can.
It's the ADHD match.
Truly.
You got a bit of focus early in Riverside, slowly deteriorates back into just vibing. Rio yet again give me the player to find frags. He's found one early. A Soup will have a trade. You don't want to fight this for lobby. Won't do so. It'll be the look over towards A. The rotation is on its way. But good old friend gonna be on the site, Sepulence.
Yeah, the KJ, we said this way back in our first series, you know, if someone's going to hold down a site by themselves, it's probably going to be Killjoy. She's notorious for it. That microwave setup, the turret gains so much information, it's basically half a teammate. Rio locking down B makes it even harder. So Dragonfly, a guaranteed 4v1 here, unless Rio starts booking it right now. It looks like he's headed there slowly but surely. You got to get there soon, my friend. These people are waiting to strike, and strike they certainly shall. Cat jumping onto site, closing the door. Rio makes it into heaven. Might get some intel with this dart. That might help the team collapse on these eliminations. If you find even one, a 3v2 is so much more winnable. You tie it up a 2v2 and 4 Dragonfly. Last one left alive. I like this. I like this a lot. It's a risk, but I absolutely think it's worth the reward.
Plants tickets. They could both just sit wine.
That's true. That's true.
And then they can just walk back in
going
and
to
have
destroy it,
defuse.
which
That's
is the
gonna be the
worst
issue.
part.
Yeah, that's even worse as the walkthrough comes down through door.
There's
Turns
the
the flash.
crossfire. Damn.
Yeah, that's tough.
Very well done. Very well done.
Well, I like the effort. Try to make the 1v2 possible. Unfortunately, just not enough. I mean, nothing really to lose there. You're down 4 rounds at the time. Try to make something happen. Try to make the hero play. Get a bit of momentum back in the camp. Unfortunately, it's not to be. So, no s'mores to be made on this timeout, but hopefully some better decisions into the next round.
Calling this timeout makes a lot of sense. Your opponent has officially reached the threshold that I always point out because it's so important to acknowledge that if they lose 5 rounds in a row, you're never taking the lead. And that's a colossal problem. That best case scenario, you're lucky to get a draw going into the second half. And with the way Riverside is playing, I mean, they're 6-1 on the board. It's not like we're looking at a 6-4. This is a 6-1 cat. So I truly believe we're seeing minimum 9-3. Minimum. This may be 11-1 if Riverside can continue this momentum.
Whoa, Sepulence. Not a believer?
I gotta say it, man. I like to call it. Like to call it like I see it, and I think I see one timeline right now. So perhaps Oregon can upset this.
Septi, they could 7-5 it.
You never know,
it's
Cap.
It's not too late.
No, they cannot. Oh wait, yes, they can. Riverside can.
They can.
I thought you meant Oregon could. I got confused. I got confused. No, I mean, it's possible, Cat, but Riverside, they've got a strategy, and it has worked almost every time except for a fluke round win where Woltz accidentally got a 2K.
Do they have a strategy, or are they just killing them?
Hey, that's a strategy. You know what I mean?
Based, yeah. I'll give it to you.
Nobody to kill you if they're all already dead. You know what I mean? Like,
no, that's scientific. That checks out. I like that, Con.
I just hope that Oregon can do something, or this could be our fastest map of the day. Right now, it is a truly established dominance from Riverside. And on the, we did see something similar back in our last series where it was, it was a 90% win rate for one of the teams. Yeah, a 10-2. And then all of a sudden it was a 13-11, I think, was the final score. I mean, there's a lot on the line, and it continues to be shaken up as these matchups get closer and closer. But Riverside, they haven't really shown a sign of fear yet.
Yeah. Very true.
You should run.
0 point is caught too early here in this one. Lockdown's going to go towards B. I thought maybe they'd fake this.
Yeah.
But I think this is actually, I think Oregon reads this as a fake because of the early contact over towards Cat, which anchors those 3 players towards A. So not only does the lockdown come through to force drag into the back of B side here, but it's also giving them space into B. So they're going to be your early dragon stuck with nothing to do and is dead.
The counter Nano Swarm there was so fascinating. They both had so little room to move because somebody was waiting with a Nano Swarm to take them down. The KJ matchup was won by Jason with the help of the team. Andrew gets the showboat Elim onto Neon. Shorty into Bladestorm. 7th round win for our friends at Riverside. And that 7-5 has to start now, Cat.
Look, don't get me wrong, right? I think strategically, that's a great round. A look up towards Cat. the early KO utility towards the garden split to try to anchor players towards the A site while you through the lockdown. So even still with that utility gone, it doesn't cause for rotation and allows you to look into the B site is great. The divide later in, once you have anchored players long enough and confirm it up to A to take the Kali divide again to B site is great, but it's against an eco. Did you need all that?
I don't know, man. Probably not. Yeah, probably not. It's just that overzealousness, that overconfidence perhaps of trying to change what's going on, trying to really help yourself take a dominant lead.
Yeah, for sure.
It can be expensive. You know, we're in a moment where it's kind of like, I don't want to call it panic, but overextension really may be the word for it.
Coming out the timeout, no shenanigans, sure.
Yeah, just trying to really like flip the script, and it doesn't work. You know, the weapons just weren't where they needed them to be. See a 0 point come on late. Oh, that was a full flashbang. I'm sorry. Neon does find Jason and lives. That's a neat play. I like that a lot.
Yeah, it's a great pop flash out of Archway to give the look for the cat player to step out. Neon gonna take a little bit extra off of it as well. Found a second, looking to get out of door for more. The other Jet gonna find themselves too. They cross in the smoke. Victus has the awareness. Now they touch the smoke, turns around, realize I'm not on the wall, I'm on a player, turns and finds the frag. Victus will find another and go with it. A 2K for the KO now. Has shut down the round for Oregon State. It's just Rail left alive. Throws 100's Fury, does not have tags. So it's going to have everything to do. Recon both at his disposal. Nice wallbang.
Rio's been good, but we need Rio to be great here. I mean, this is a tough spot to be in. 1v3, two of them holding a crossfire, the other possibly flanking you up to 3. Got the intel on 1. The wallbang finds it, and Azulite seals the deal against Rio. 8-4 is the best case scenario for Oregon State right now, and Riverside would have to basically unplug their mouse and keyboard to let that happen, because this team has been ruthless against anything Oregon wants to do.
Yeah, I love all the ults going forward now too as well. Lockdown will be back on its way soon. They scale A main here pretty early, so they'll put that on 2 points instead of the 3 away that the gap currently sits on. It's an eco round, so you can put your killjoy towards the front of the team. There's a chance for extra frags to go with it. Yeah, this is a tough one. It's gonna be the eco push though from Oregon. Damn.
Damn indeed, Cat. This is Oregon State versus Riverside, and Riverside just taking just control. Every single moment of this has been Riverside making a play. Neon gets it, trade falls through from Vix, and even with a classic in hand, that Elium is tabooed. Rio finds Jason. We're not even a lead. Oh! Nail swarm moment, I guess. Just obliterated. Shock dart onto Vix. Doesn't find much, but it finds something, and that helps the bullets later down the line. Possibly waiting for a wall bang. And I think you gave yourself away with that shock dart. Vix knew where you were. They're going to guess where Dragonfly is. They've played Tree every time. The rotation isn't quite there. Dragonfly finds Soup. Up to Vix to save it. Good go for the spike defuse. Ah! Vix, come on, man. Ain't no way. You've had the lead this whole time. You've been in charge, but they saw you, and it's going to be a tough one to turn around. Dragonfly with a stinger puts a 2-piece on the board for Oregon State. A tough one to find, but possibly a 10-2 incoming again? Who knows? Maybe an 8-4, Cat. I feel like maybe I'm being too pessimistic.
Hey, they did manage to sneak away with a round that they should not have grabbed. Not only did they clutch it up, but they grab it off of what was an eco. There is a chance for this one. I'm not going to lie, because now that Rifle's back into this one, got themselves a bye, which is hard to do without the max loss bonus coming after winning a clutch like that. So sometimes on the eco, it's better not to clutch just for that, you know, have your blabble on Reddit, but be what it will be. So Rifle's going into this one. Yeah, they win this Rifle round, come the next round after, and then suddenly things could look a little bit better for Oregon.
Ooh, speaking of looking better for Oregon, welcome back, Neon. You know, I made one comment about feeling like Neon hasn't been able to play the game, and now that's his 3rd round in a row. They found first blood. Only one of them has net into victory, as this round itself has not come to a close. But Neon found first blood, hungry for more. Might even find second. Pop flash on the corner. Vix able to put him down quick. Both Jets off the table. The speed has to plummet. Waltz found Soup. Astra offline. No Cosmic Divide. No coverage for the team. Gotta win this one high and dry. Intel on the KJ. Nanoswarm online. Azulite puts Dragonfly to sleep. And Riverside tied numbers up again. Last time it was tied 2-2. They lost that round, but they're going to make sure it doesn't stay tied for long. The double swing finds Rio. Waltz in the back line. Shadow steps closer to the edge, but might get pushed off by these remaining members at Riverside Blue.
Yeah, still caught by the drone as well. Larson's been spotted mid-market. Oh, these headshot angles are so very difficult. Hit one, you open the gap though. As a locked in 100's Fury online, we'll see if Riverside want to throw either of them out. One flash left to work off of the KO here.
One flash is all it takes.
Doesn't break the Nano Swarm.
But if the whiff one, yeah, Nano Swarm boxes you out. Your Omen's at 30 HP. 3 members left standing. I think Oregon's best play is not that, Cad. Maybe I'll just wait till this is over to discuss what I wanted to see. There it is. Jason finds Blorpson. But what I wanted there, not even exit frags, the existence of you existing could scare that team into going down to Spike. It could wreck the econ a little bit. That was a possible win condition for this team. Maybe you aren't able to win the round, but if all 3 of them go down with you, I can call that worth it. But now that none of them went down and both of you did, that's disaster on board.
Yeah, it's such a hard call in the moment, right? Because
absolutely,
I think your point definitely makes sense in the sense of at least we can kill their econ and make their rebuy really expensive here. Because if you look at it, they're either, well, I don't know, they might have been able to buy 2 players, so it might not even matter in the first place. But the concept of, in that moment, I feel like the calls, we just need a round. Like we need rounds to round in this half.
That's really true.
Yeah, let's go 50-50. I think the round would have came through regardless. But yeah, interesting to think about. Dragon's gonna sneak all the way out, caught by the alarm bot, but does get a little bit of damage on the players that are tile. Great 0 point coming through to get that information. Andrew shot a little bit better though down mid.
Here we go. Both KOs offline, so a lot of information in that null command also going to fall. Null and Void. Waltz picks up Jason and Oregon. They need a win, my man. You said it best, Cat. They are just looking for that round on the board, and a 9-3 could be huge. It could certainly help them flip the momentum and turn this map on its head. We saw it go all the way to overtime last time. We used to say that very same can't happen here. 4v2. Remaining members of Riverside are power players, no doubt, but this is just an awkward situation to be in. Bright side, Hunter's Fury is online.
Will break locked. All right, so lockdown killed. Still stuck towards main nonetheless, though. Drone's out. Out of the diffuser. He's off the Spike for now. Back on it. Azlai has to kill the diffuser. He's killed 2, but Dragonfly will step off. We'll find the headshot, and we'll guarantee a curse activated, perhaps. Oh boy, does that make things interesting as Dragon guards what could have been a 10-2. Speaking of which, the Idaho Army National Guard is a proud supporter of the CECC West Qualifier. The Idaho Army National Guard invites you to take your impressive critical thinking skills into real time with more than 10 jobs offering a $20,000 bonus. Ain't no eco round for you. And your degree of choice paid for. The Army Idaho National Guard is the best team out there, Scepterlands. You can reach out to them on Twitch at iGuard Gaming.
It was all about guarding that scoreline, Cat, like you mentioned, and now as Riverside Blue finds themselves with 3 on the opposing side, you've got to wonder if they're ready to shake up this new half. The offense started very strong. They've got a 75% win rate, but the defense has to be just as strong moving into this, or it can spell disaster. And strong, it's starting off for sure. The pull into the flash, into a 3-piece, out the gate, and a flawless round right around the corner. That is, without a doubt in my mind, the fastest round we have seen today.
Let me analyze that. 1 second.
Cat, it's also important to note
that's all I needed to say.
Outside of that round, that Riverside, 4 of them have more than 10 eliminations. Oregon, 1 of them has 10. So we are very much in a one-sided matchup for the time being. And if that pistol round is any iota of an indication of how the rest of this is going to go, this could be a wash for Riverside, and Jason wants to clean up indeed, trying to get this team out the gate. Neon puts it down, Blorpson finds the trade, and all of a sudden a 3-3 on the board. It's almost a mirror, as it's the Jets, the KOs, and the Astra versus Omen. We wanted to see this highlighted, and we might finally get it. Jumps into Boathouse, clears it quick, and Oregon State has the spike plant in success.
I feel bad for making the washcloth sound effects now. They grab 2 picks back the other way, so this one is pretty close. Stinger's good for 1 most of the time. Now you can refresh the counter because it came back on close contact, so they could be good for 2 in this round. Andrew's gonna have the angling, but caught by the paranoia. Vix is out early. Soup's gonna pick up 1. That just leaves a backside player. Pop flash is good to get Blorpson 1 pick. Has to reload the thing though. There's no bullets in the damn gun, so Andrew's gonna have the frag. Instead, it's 11-3 when the dust does settle. Stinger, it's good for 1, but it is good for 1. So
yeah, for real.
I mean, that's how it works.
good for one, and he means it when he says one. You know, it's like you're not going to get much more out of that without really putting the work down on it, or if they line up perfectly.
You got to live
which
way
we have
longer.
not seen in a moment. Also, not being cornered in a boathouse like that helps. But hindsight's 20/20 after all. So Riverside 2 rounds shy. A series that I want to remind you all again, just in case we forgot, went to double overtime in map number 1. Might be a 13-3 in map number 2.
All right, so the call yet again gets to come through. Do we force this, or do we play for overtime where we have to win 9 rounds in a row? And we've got a weird mix of the two. A couple players bought to where I don't think they're going to get a comfortable buy next round, but yeah, this is a weird buy. I think we had a hard time in the comms about what decision we're going to make.
Oh, Rio changes things up a little bit, puts down Vix, and I feel like Rio has been most successful with that.
Two rifles.
That's absolutely insane. 2 rifles in the hands of Oregon State. How well are they going to be able to use it? One of them's a Bulldog, so it's like 1.5 rifles, but we'll take it.
Base.
Riverside Blue in a difficult spot, Cat. I mean, for the first time in a while, it's not just going to be that free 10-second round win. They're really going to have to work for it if they want to find it. They don't have the numbers. They don't have the advantage. They don't have the weapons. This has to be nothing but mechanical raw skill to win this, and Andrew tries to show us how. Puts down Neon. Azulite gives his life for the cause, and Waltz with a flank will find Jason. That's Oregon State's 4th round on the board.
This is what it took, baby. So they needed how to sneak away with another round, and they've done just that. So segmented buy for them ends up being a value, and now they get like a late bonus.
Yeah.
If you want to call it that, because I don't know if Riverside's
I'd
gonna buy here.
call it. I mean, it's an essential bonus. I think that makes sense.
Oh, now it's a bonus because they bought. I don't know why they bought, to be honest.
Now it's an extra bonus.
I would have just... Okay, here's the thing, right? I would have lost this round so I could full buy next round and win next round.
I would have lost this round because I'm bad.
Because hear me out. Now they half bought, so now they're not really super comfortable with the buy, and they're glass cannon opping. And so if they lose this round, they've got no money next round, and they're going to lose 3 rounds in a row.
I don't know if I've made this clear enough yet. I do not like glass cannon opping. It's so unbelievably risky, and there's smarter ways to get the eliminations. But I get, maybe it's just because I'm not a good player. Like I'm not a high ranked.
Yeah,
player,
I don't hit any op shots.
It's just never to the risk for me. It's unreasonable, unviable. I'm just a commentator for a reason. These guys absolutely know what's up, and whoever wins, I'm going to ask, because I feel like we've seen enough of it today where I can at least ask logistics on the choice. That's certainly a choice as well. A 2-piece for Riverside. Blarpson spraying and praying, and finally, the Elder Gods of Valorance are going to give him that elimination. 4v3, Riverside looking for a retake. Astra's given away, but the rest of the squad, MIA and Dragonfly, knows this plant is free, at least in this small moment.
Damn, that's unfortunate. All right, Nailstorm's gone down. It's going to kill a bit of time. Interested to see where this my lineup goes to. I imagine Jen. I'm right. Let's go. On the spike, ironically, but enough to clear these players out of the Jen to give the angle for Vix. He's going to pick up 1. Second look for Jason as well, and Blarpson got it all to do. Null command in his hands.
Null command online, tearing it up right now with 3-piece. It'd be an ace to boot, and by golly, is it feeling likely, Cat? There it is, all 5 online for Blarpson. The Null command ready to assert dominance. Kill mode always active. Oregon State's 5th round on the line, and Riverside Blue. That's the first time this map they've handed 2 rows over back-to-back.
Let's go. Blarpson pulls up. I told you at the top of the cast, I'd be scared of Blarpson. If I had this call, Blarpson pull up with the ace, I'm petrified. I'm leaving the server. It's time to leave Riverside. This dude is different. Yeah, Null command comes out. Guarantees no retake utility. Gives him the one-on-one fights, and he just wins them all.
Got the built diff, that's what they call it.
I have heard them call it that.
Yeah, absolutely. I hear that all the time. Totally, for sure, definitely. Also, things happening as well. It's getting 2 of them. Wow, a phenomenal flick through that midfield. And now Blarpson does put down Soup as well. Possibly the 3rd round for Oregon State. I mentioned this around the half, and I said we saw a team with a 90% win rate all of a sudden almost lose the second half. Is that what's happening here, Kat? There's truly only one way to find out, and that's to let the rest of this round continue to play. 5-2, weapons disadvantage. Riverside, they're ready to hand this one over. They're comfortable calling it a loss or a wash, but they know the upcoming round needs to be one where they can really knock it away. Azulite puts down Rio, 1 down, 4 to go, and as Azulite falls, Jason, hopefully your shorty's long range.
Oh boy.
It's just delaying the inevitable. Like, you
I'm
don't
not
save a
here.
shorty. Yeah, I don't know.
Don't feel scared to walk in, man.
Don't perceive me. You have no idea I'm around the corner.
I just washed them. That's why they're wet.
No other reason. Yeah, just go check out mid for weapons. Not because there's a Killjoy with a shotgun back here. Looks like they're totally ready to leave it, though. They've got the KJ turret blocking. Oh, no, someone's still on heaven. I just can't see him from this angle. Oh, that's so mean. Well, you know what they say, Cat. It is what it is.
That's what I say after every ranked game, so you finally got to say, I do know.
Andrew's been 20 and something for 5 rounds. I just want to call that out. Andrew's really starting to fall a little bit. Was like a dominant top frag in the first half, and then the second half has not been his play so far. But maybe not a glass cannon.
That's so funny to say, too.
Armor. It's like a plastic cannon, but it's still a cannon regardless, and hopefully Andrew can fire appropriately to make it worthwhile.
Imagine falling off and still like being this far above everybody else.
Yeah, that is pretty whack, honestly. It goes to show how in charge that first half was.
Yeah. Gotta reactivate it. I haven't fallen too far away. Still timeout as well, so it's plenty of time. Great flash, lol. Nonetheless, we'll make it into garden now. Suppression gonna be there, so no utility for the next 5 seconds.
Larson's crit HP back there. Neon finds Azulite, and it's a 2-1 trade, Oregon State. Okay, Andrew
He's
says
back.
goodbye. Counter Jet. I am going to try to win this one for my team, and with an op online, I feel like heaven can be a scary place to be. They can rush you down and catch you off guard before you even know what's hitting you.
Kind of wallbang dart. I like that play. Jason gonna full one on Rio. Retake potential gonna be here. They got a lockdown if they really want to use it. They haven't won around a minute, so I would use it. They do indeed. Andrew takes the head off the robot. Barbson gonna fall. The toaster's gone away. 1-on-3 for Dragonfly, and he's got nothing to do. Andrew,
wow.
We talked about him. Where did he go? Well, you found out he is back, ready to be perceived. He'll take a 3K in the round, and it'll be match point for University of California, Riverside.
That was a very dominant showing of force, like you mentioned. Andrew just needed a few rounds to get an op, but once it was in hand, things were looking good. Even the Killjoy Venn diagram wasn't enough to win that 1v4, and with match point just around the corner, I assume this operator is going to be a scary one. 9,000 credits belong to Blarpson, so they were able to buy the weapons for those team members that were not able to afford them a moment ago, and Cat, it's a full buy for everybody here, so we're going to have to see, can Riverside catch that early op shot again and hand themselves the win, or is Oregon going to clap back like they have several times already?
Heavy hitters on the squad when they want to be. We're able to claw themselves out of danger rounds ago. Can they get back to the winning way? Super Dash is going to go awry, so there is no pressure on the scaffold. Instead, everyone will hold under the site instead. There's a lot of ults here for the retake, man.
Yeah, certainly a lot of ultimates to be used. That's going to be the first, predicts the default plant, and actually prevents it, which is phenomenal for this team. Andrew on the B site, maybe a little confused how much is going on over here, but definitely wants to hold it down to prevent a flank or a fake or a rotate or whatever it may be. Finally going for a rotation, but peeking heaven with the op. I talked about how hard that can be earlier. It might even be better to just go down toward tree. Try to catch somebody off guard like that. Vix finds Waltz, 5v4, null command. Pop trying to get all the hack they can. There's Andrew with one. Blarpson finds Jason. Vix goes down as well. The shot is swift, and the Blade Storm online. Looking for the read. 2 players left standing, and one of them in tree, one in hell, and that's exactly where Andrew wants to send them, but it's Dragonfly's 3K that wins Oregon the round. A lot of ults thrown at the wall, and nothing going to stick. Cat.
Phenomenal. Phenomenal. They get all the ults expended from UCR, and somehow they still won the round. They dealt with the Cosmic Divide null command combination, meant no post-plant utility, and no looks from main. And still they walk out victorious. This
Look
squad.
at the econ now, dude.
Yep. Another round to be expended here for them.
Owl Drone might get the information onto Soup in the corner, but I like what we're seeing. Both the shorty skin and the smoke. They know the corner. Soup just risks it all and makes it out with every breath they were all ready to take. I like what we're seeing from Riverside. Check that Soup has only a shorty and no armor. They're low buying as much as they can. If they want the next round to be the one that matters, they know that they're going to short by this round. It's not about the hero plays. It's not the wins at the end of the day. That's what they want to find. Andrew does equalize quick with that Sheriff. That the rifle in hand, I believe, for Azalite. They could really do some damage with this cat.
Let's see if they do. Drone early has information on Heaven. Real's going to swing out to find Soup, so finally the shorty player shut down.
Oh, dude. That's another rifle, too.
If they can get to it, there's going to be pressure from Scaffold. Can't not do so. Real will have one, Dragon will have the other. And Oregon State will hold on to 2 rifles and will take the round. Rebuy shouldn't be a problem here for the other 3. Yeah, rebuy's not going to be a problem. Can they keep defying the odds? 4 rounds.
Stuck in a time loop. This is incredible.
4 rounds, Sepulence.
It's all it takes. 4 rounds is all it takes to draw things up here. 12-12 and force another overtime for the second map in a row. This is it, man. I feel like Riverside's really betting it all, putting it all on red and waiting for the ball to spin. They are spending every ounce of the economy they have saved up to get for this round win. Hopefully it pays off, Cat, because if not, it's disaster through and through. That 12-12 will feel crazy likely if Riverside hands this round over.
There's the lockdown to get in for Oregon State. The Hunter's Fury for the post plant. And they do leave the Sova out towards the main. The opportunity is going to be there. 5-on-5 for the retake. No real util, or no real ultimates going into this retake itself. But no A main flank, so there is going to be a chance that Hunter's Fury means Riverside's got to play a lot faster here in this one.
That's what I'm thinking. The Hunter's Fury could really spell disaster as the rotations are a little spread out, but still close enough together to wreak havoc. And speaking of wreaking havoc, here comes a 2-2 trade. All of a sudden, it's 3 on the board. Andrew puts down a second with that operator online. I said they had to make it worth it, and by golly, are they trying to do so, but they didn't look into the smoke. They do know that Rio's back there. Neon picked up Soup. Azalite able to find Neon. It's just the Sova left standing.
Please don't
Can't land that op shot. Gonna whip another one. The shot guard does not find purchase, and the second op shot will do it. Andros 3-piece seals the deal. Rio doesn't have the lineups, has to peek, and will be the final one to fall as that spike will not go anywhere. Riverside Blue 13-8, 2-0 victory over Oregon State, and now 2-0 on the weekend, Cat. An incredible performance from that team.
Yeah, they move forward. They guarantee themselves a ticket to Boise, chance to play for seeding tomorrow later in the day as well. What goes for the Oregon squad, they're going to have to play a bit of a decider tomorrow. Another best of 3 going to be in their future.
Right around the corner is that other best of 3, but I'm very excited because y'all know the drill by now. We're hopefully going to get an interview with somebody from this winning squad. 2-0 on the set, 2-0 on the day so far in complete series. This is a squadron that is looking for that #1 seed going into Boise. We're going to go ahead and throw it to a quick break. We'll see you right back here with that interviewee in just a couple of minutes. challenge for you. Wink, wink. And folks, this has been all from me. Thank you all so much for watching. Enjoy this, and we've got plenty of weeks down the line. Can't wait to see what comes of them. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Collegiate Esport Commissioners Cup 2022. I am Septilence, joined by Ethan, another cancer survivor and esports enjoyer, brought to us by the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. So, Ethan, of course, if you're comfortable, can you kind of walk us through what cancer you had and how long you were battling it for?
Of course. I have B-cell lymphoblastic lymphoma, which is a blood cancer. And I was diagnosed in March of 2017, and the day after we started treatment. And we had daily, weekly, and monthly chemo treatment appointments for nearly 4 years.
Wow.
And then of June of 2020, I finally took my last dose of chemo meds and finished, and I was in remission.
That's wonderful. I mean, that's fantastic. And you and I were talking a lot about kind of how you have a really unique kind of connection to esports, right? We talked about this off camera, and how you aren't a streamer like Brenda was, and you're not a player, you're simply an observer, you're a spectator, and how even being outside of the game can still be so impactful. So during that difficult time, what video games or esports did you find yourself kind of magnetized towards, attracted to?
Esports have always been something that has been close to me, and video games have always been close to me. But it really shone and really attached to me during treatment, because I was isolated. I was in the hospital for nearly weeks at a time. And watching streams in esports, I was able to interact with other people that I couldn't do physically in the hospital. It brings people together. It's a great community. And with video games, I'm able to log on to Minecraft with friends.
Right.
Go and screw around in a world.
Yeah.
When they got back home from school, and we could talk and just enjoy each other's time, even while I'm in the hospital.
Absolutely. And you know, that's really interesting as well, because you and I had the chance to talk about how a lot of people are hesitant towards esports, right, and kind of video games as a whole, but you give such a unique kind of circumstance about what it can mean to somebody outside of the traditional life, outside of kind of what we've lived in. So if somebody were to kind of look at you and your connection to esports, how do you think you would kind of explain the impact it's had for you? Has it just kind of been that constant flow of positivity in such a dark time?
Yeah, I would explain that people are afraid because it's not traditional.
Right.
It's not something like football that's been here for dozens and a ton of years.
Yeah.
This is something new, and something that's bloomed from the first computer ever made, and that esports is able to bring people together. It's a big community that reaches all around the world. And that's the most important part of it, that it could reach people that you cannot talk to physically.
Yeah.
You can all enjoy something together, even when you're apart.
Beautifully said. Very well said. And you know, before we kind of end our interview, I want to give you the opportunity, if there's anything that, I know you mentioned you don't stream, but if there's anybody you want to like shout out or just say thank you to, or anything you'd want to plug, I want to make sure you have that time.
I definitely want to plug LLS, and there's not really anything else I want to plug. Just LLS itself. It's so important, Big. They work so hard.
Do you kind of want to explain something that we actually probably should have done earlier? Do you want to explain what that is and kind of how that brought you here?
LLS works really hard to fund top researchers and to find amazing things for blood cancer, to help prolong kids and adults with blood cancer's life. And they're really important.
Absolutely. Well, Ethan, thank you so much for joining us, and thank you for sharing your story.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Hey everybody, and welcome back to another ECAC weekly highlight clips. Now I feel like I've been saying this every week, but this week in particular is full of some really unique kind of once in a lifetime plays and clips and moments, so I'm super excited to jump into it with all of you. We're kicking things off with one of my favorites, Overwatch 2. University of Albany finds themselves back against the wall, 1/3 of the point already capped, but with a lot of great communication and a little bit of teamwork, they're able to snipe this fight back quickly.
Controlling these fights, and now are able just to go with the blade. It's gonna get one, gonna be able to get a few with the cleanup as well. It's just near team kill gonna come out. There it is, Loose Milk getting taken down.
Clip number 7 almost takes us back in time to Super Smash Bros. Brawl, where we would see Diddy Kong versus Meta Knight all the time. But unfortunately, EJJ from St. John's is about to find out that Benedictine was not kidding around.
Great catches Billy with the carry, dude. Oh, almost gets the near up shield. Oh, 5. Yo, oh my god!
Ooh, and not enough height. Yep, that was really well done by Kid there.
Number 6 here in week 5 is going to be an amazing play from Wayne State. Amatsugachi finds a huge needle thread and guarantees the first point goal for Wayne State against their opponents.
I've seen this play before. Amatsugachi just waiting for the ball to plummet down in the zone, the scoring zone. That is massive dunk to get Wayne State on the right foot.
I'm super excited about clip number 5 because it feels like the first Valorant clip we've had in a while. It's coming out from our friend Doodle V on the side of SFU. Uses every single knife in a Blitzstorm. It just can't find that elimination, but luckily enough, still had one knife in the chamber.
Linking in from the backside, they're going to be able to swing on this one. They do have a sage that's behind them as well. EK is going to be able to give big value. They are able to maybe get the defusal. It's still beeping. They're still dropping. They have the right click. Trying to knife them. Oh, they jumped them like a ninja in the night. Oath is put on their back, and it's just that.
Sometimes as casters, we get a cool opportunity where a player's name matches up really well with what they're about to do, and I can't think of a better example than Bad News being the one to deliver that game-winning goal against Keen Blue in the 4th game on the side of Wayne State.
And double tap every time. Massive goal for Wayne State.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back just one more time here for CECC West Valorant. Still Sepulence and Catnator, but this time we are joined by the KJ extraordinaire from the University of California, Riverside Blue, joined by Jason. So, Jason, I mean, for a kind of a pseudo question here, how do you feel? I mean, it's a 2-0 victory.
No, I feel great. Coming off this win, I think I have like really strong hopes and high hopes for my team. We've probably been like a team for like 3 to 4 weeks.
Nice.
And being a new IGL to this roster, we did have some bumps along the road, but seeing how we can compete against pretty good teams right now so far, let's see, I'm really impressed.
Yeah, I'm glad to hear that. So you kind of answered this question already, but just to give you a little more space to talk about it, going into the rest of this weekend, going in tomorrow, looking for that seeding, do you guys feel pretty good about your odds? I think you've had a really strong performance today, but is there anybody here maybe that you're like, uh-oh?
Looking at the rosters, I can see a few teams that could be bumps, but I'm pretty confident in my team. And if we play as well as we did, probably play better tomorrow and catch up on some things, I think we can make it pretty far.
I like that. I like the confidence. I want to talk to you, the new IGL for the team. You guys are calling the fastest strats I've ever seen. The speed of play is so very quick compared to some of the other teams we get to watch. Talk to me about your form of calling. Now, don't give me too much, right? Just because everyone watches this, don't give me too much. Talk to me about your speed of calling and what makes it different.
So I like to go for our team. For the past few days, we've been like working on how we should call and kind of basically go off our opponent's tendencies, but also since we are really explosive and I think we all have the micro, as long as we have the fundamentals, we have the mechanics, but eventually once we get the cart rolling, we have so much momentum, so we can abuse that and actually just destroy teams.
For sure, absolutely, and we definitely got to see elements of that throughout these rounds. Now I'll switch the gear just a little bit away from your team play. So you're the IGL for the team, but you're also in your spare time a content creator. So
yeah,
you want to talk a little bit about that? You know, maybe plug the socials a little bit. What is your content?
So I make TikToks. Probably I have like 25K right now on TikTok. That
Wow.
Yeah, basically I just go in, play ranked, and clip streamers and get the reactions, and a lot of people love it. That's just it. People know me for UCR Jason. That's like they just see me ranked to be like, oh, I'm gonna get put on TikTok. Like the first match that we had, I got an ace, and they're typing in chat, this is definitely going on TikTok.
That's awesome. That's such a fun like legacy to have. I love that. But Jason, just one more question, and then we will let you go celebrate with the team or do whatever you got to do today. But is there anybody you would like to just give a thank you or a shout out to while you're here with us?
I like to shout out my team and how hard they're working. I think they're really dedicated, and also I like to shout out to my staff, my managers, and all that kind of stuff that provide what we do, basically take care of us and stuff.
Awesome. You love to hear it. Well, hey, Jason, a huge congrats going 2-0 in the series and on the day, and best of luck tomorrow.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. And with that, folks, that does bring CECC West Valorant to a close. Now, exciting news, Overwatch 2 is coming up next. A little bit of good news, bad news. Good news, Overwatch 2, so exciting. Bad news, it's an hour from now. So we finished a little early now, but they're going to try to make it happen the fastest they can. So keep an eye on the channel. They're going to try to get the teams ready, do what they can. But the latest it will start is 6 p.m. EST, 3 p.m. PST. So please keep an eye on the channel. Go ahead and give that a watch out. It's been a wonderful day from us. We're going to be back at the same time tomorrow. We're super excited to see you then. Big shout out to Colton and Chris in the back line for making all the production and observing possible today. We love each and every one of you. So great to see all these teams. Check your posture, drink some water. Don't forget to love each other, and we'll see you tomorrow.
at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. Let's make some noise.
Oh, and it's gonna
jumped into
This corner judge is good for 1, 2, dip. He needs more. And they're doing even more here.
You gotta touch the point. Mr. College walks it in.
Toy Boy just gonna drop.
Knife him.
Right out in front.
Yeah, 3, 2, 1, running.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup West Online Qualifier presented by Idaho National Guard. I mean, this has been an amazing event so far. We just saw the conclusion of Valorant, and that was casted by a fantastic pair of Catinator 3K and Septilence. We saw UNLV Gray beating SJSU 2-1 in a massive upset, as SJSU, we know, is our champions from last year's CECC Valorant. We saw UC Riverside Blue beat Oregon State 2-0, another monumental match. Well done, UC Riverside. Tomorrow, we'll have the finals for Valorant. That'll start at 9 a.m. PST Pacific Standard Time or 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time if you want to watch the conclusion of Valorant. Coming up next, we have the fantastic game of Overwatch 2, which was released here in the fall semester. We're now seeing teams in Overwatch start getting some chemistry, adapt, learning the 5-on-5 meta, really coming together with solid strats and fluidity. Obviously, patches keep the game forever evolving, so it's good to see Overwatch back in the fold with Overwatch 2. And all the action will be casted by Clutch Key and the Nerdy Birdie. So this is fantastic. Nerdy Bird and Clutch Key on the call for that one. And our first game, we're going to see, I know the production guys are going to like this one, it'll be the University of Hawaii taking on the University of Arizona in Overwatch 2. So without further ado, let's throw it over to Clutch Key and Nerdy Bird. 3 seconds of hype this time. Woo! Overwatch 2 is back. It's time for the action and the West qualifier to see who will be joining us at Boise State University. Clutch Key, Nerdy Bird, over to you.
Thank you very much, Paulie. We're here inside of the booth with you all weekend long. Clutch Key alongside Nerdy Bird with you for the entire call of CECC West Online Qualifiers, where we have 15 teams lined up for you. Top 6 qualify for the LAN at Boise State University on March 3 through 5, all on the road to Arlington, Texas on May 5th and 7th. And this is going to be a good showdown here. Very first matchup we've got for you, University of Hawaii at Manoa, the Rainbow Warriors, or rather, excuse me, UH Esports for the University of Hawaii taking on the University of Arizona Wildcats out of Tucson, Arizona. So good matchup here in Group A. We'll take you through as much as we can, going all the way down the line here through CCC West today and tomorrow. And Nerdy, you know some of these teams. In fact, you know one of these teams inside of the conquest for the CCC West very well in Boise State. Mm-hmm.
There we go. Okay, so yes, I know one team, and a lot of people that know of me and who I used to play for will think that it's Boise State. Well, yes, that is my friends, my family, my alma mater. I actually, in the fall, started coaching for GFU. They are a relatively new program, and the Overwatch team has been going through a lot of growing pains, but they're excited to be here today. This is their first ever tournament-style Overwatch event. So best of luck to all of them. And for anyone that this is your first, online tournament in general, make sure you stand up, drink water, and don't get yourself too gassed too early on, because you got a lot of matches to play today.
Oh, yeah, lots of matches to play today, all throughout the weekend as well, should we get there. But again, plenty of teams lined up here for this situation. Again, top 6 guarantee themselves a spot in the land in Boise State. And we're actually playing Overwatch 2 here, but we're playing it only a couple of days before the new patch comes out, or rather, I should say the new season comes out in general. February 7th is when that all drops. And Antarctic Peninsula comes out. Love the penguins on that map, by the way. And you've got different patch notes coming up as well, including the fact that Ramatra's ult goes down from infinite to only 20 seconds at the very most, which I know you're very happy about.
I am so excited about the Ramatra nerf because just in the lower leagues of play, which is where we do see a lot of players, not so much that we're going to see today, but just in general, they're struggling with Ramatra. So I think a quality of life overall will improve for the players that are trying to get out of that mid range, because an infinite ultimate, when someone doesn't know what the term backup, reset, or die means, is a very long ult. 20 seconds, still egregious, but it's better than it could last the entire extent of overtime.
Yeah, and it's great that it will not go. Although, I mean, I like playing Ramatra too, so I have a little bit biased with that nerf, but it's okay. It's a give and take thing. You know, you like competitiveness, you like watching it, but when you're playing it yourself, a little bit of a different story. You like it just infinitely and just shredding everything. But anyways, going on to this first group here, and a lot of things to note as well. Again, only a couple of days until the season ends that we have here, so teams are going to see a little bit of a different shift when we head on to Boise State in a couple of weeks from now in March 3 through 5th. Everything can change, like we said. Malta Alt going down, a new map coming out as well in Arctic Peninsula, and you've got basically, I mean, a lot of changes coming up as well. We know for right now, only 4 changes from the hero updates back on January 24th. Orisa got nerfed a little bit, in all honesty. Roadhog Roadhog basically nerfed down to the ground. Sojourn gets a little bit of a change in Kiriko, maybe nerfed a little bit on the healing of Fuda, but other than that, a lot of different patch notes to go through here for just those 4 heroes. I mean, is there anything that you've seen as of late that out of these 4 heroes have the biggest impact on team play and team compositions?
I just think teams that heavily relied upon a Roadhog Ana combination, and there is one team here today that I know for a fact did, are struggling now because Roadhog, you know, he didn't really get as much attention in Overwatch 1, but in Overwatch 2, when one-shot combos became very viable, Roadhog became a problem. And the way that you typically support a Roadhog is you have an Ana, or you have to have another Ana on the enemy team who's capable of sleeping that Hog, because they just live way too long with their own self-sustain. Now that Hog's been nerfed into the ground, similar to Genji, but Hog will probably come back sooner, he's not as viable, especially because the team can easily turn, focus, and punish a Roadhog out of position now. So let's hope we don't see too much Hog play today. Otherwise, you're probably going to be turned into pulled pork yourself.
Well, pulled pork sounds great when you think about eating, but in the Overwatch game, if you're playing against it, not the best thing you want to be going into. But let's go ahead and move on to the rosters here for both UH Sports as well as Arizona. And I believe we're going to start off with the UH Sports team here out of Manoa. And this roster looking very interesting. I know there is a sub here. We'll talk about that later on. But you take a look at the roster: Math Dealer, Lazals, Say, River God, Banana Lumpia. Your starting 5 here for UH Esports out of the team at Manoa. This team coming up and old Overwatch Collegiate as well a couple of years back, landing up top 32 as well. So this team with plenty of history in the Overwatch community. We'll see if that lands up being anything good here for their team here today in 2023 in the spring semester. Move on over to the University of Arizona, where the Wildcats look like this for their starting 5. You've got Nope with an exclamation mark, mind you, Nether Dragon, Drizzle, Winter, and Sia all line up for the Wildcats. Very nice looking jerseys for them as well in the red and white dawns there for them. So University of Arizona versus University of Hawaii coming up in a little while, and all, by the way, in order of tank, DPS, and support. So you'll take a look when you see that Nope being your tank, 2 DPSs lined up after that, followed by the 2 supports. But first map coming up here is going to be Control, as is the normal standard issue for any of the Overwatch matches. And I gotta say, for at least for these qualifiers, I really wish Antarctic Peninsula was in the map pool. I really do, just to see the teams if they want to either fish or if they want to see the penguin. But either way, I mean, you got the standard 5 for both of these teams. If what you know about them, or for what you know about your teams, what would you start off with?
I mean, Lijiang Tower is always a safe bet. If you got a team that is very powerful with hit scan and is comfortable with that, going with Busan, especially if you're planning on kind of mecha base kind of being your one map you're not so great at, but then both Sanctuary and Downtown can be completely dominated by long range hit scans, such as a Widowmaker, sometimes an Ashe. But truly, if you've got somebody who's comfortable on Sojourn, you can win on any of those maps. I do really think we'll still see Lijiang Tower just because of the standard type of compositions that can come out of those. Ramatra is still viable on that map. Rom is not as viable on Busan, especially the outdoor ones, but can still be utilized. So we'll just have to wait and see what these players are more comfortable with. We might see Elio as well, but I mean, Elios is kind of in this weird dark zone right now where not everyone really wants to play it.
Yeah, well, we'll see where these teams line up. We're going to go right into game here. And like you said, Lijiang Tower going to be our start here for the day between these two teams. And you can see for right now where both of these teams stand in terms of what they're going to run here with only about 15 seconds. Remember, this can change at any given moment anyways. But for the University of Hawaii, going a little bit differently than what we're used to seeing, where they're going to bring out a May and they're going to bring out a Sigma at the same time. Kiriko Lucio stay the same.
And for the side of Arizona, we have a Genji over what would typically be a Reaper pick here, or maybe if you're feeling a little crazy, a Junkrat. The Sojourn, of course, so they're matching on both sides. The issue here is that University of Hawaii has got like a hybrid spam comp, and Arizona's sticking with that Ramatra Death Volley style of composition. Ultimately, I think it's going to come down to our two creative DPS picks that are going to clutch up these fights and see how long they live, as we have the Mei wall come out. Ramatra already used Nem form, and it looks like Hawaii, utilizing that wall, is going to be able to capitalize and gain some space for their comp.
Let's see if they can, though, is the question. They're going to try to utilize and make sure that this Ramatra stays at a point whatsoever. About halfway, about 75% to flipping the point, but Nether gets two on the railgun shot onto both of the DPSs, and it's only up to the Sigma and the supports, which isn't looking very likely. And the Arizona Wildcats off to a running start here on Lijiang Tower.
I really did think that that wall on the ROM and forcing them early was going to be the kind of keystone to winning this point out early for Hawaii, but unfortunately the Soj got caught out. They're going to go down so soon, and one DPS down in a 5-man game is really an unfortunate situation, especially because of just how much damage Sojourns are able to play. And going into this next fight, we already are going to have Ram ult online for the side of Arizona, as well as Overclock. Other ults coming online quickly thereafter. They probably could just pop Nemesis and they'll win this entire first fight.
Well, let's see if they do right away here. They decide not to for right now. Soundberry invested very early on from River God. So is the Gravitic Flux, which finds one onto Nope, and that Overclock goes for absolutely nothing from Nether. You've only got the Ramatra ult left, but Hawaii able to flip the point right back.
The unfortunate truth, though, is the side of Hawaii burned their sound barrier to sustain through that Overclock coming from Nether, and now we're going to have Beat, Kitsune Rush, Blade, as well as Ramatra ult going in from Arizona, and just one of those without Beat is going to eviscerate one, if not two people for the side of Hawaii.
The Annihilation is on. Here comes Nope, but already down to half health. Needs the sound barrier from Sia to invest as well, but they're going to keep running around. Map Dealer takes care of Nope. In the process, Lazals brings out the Overclock as well. A sound barrier and Annihilation go all for naught. Hawaii's going to keep it in their possession.
Sia tried so hard to make sure they could sustain their Ramatra, but nope, you got to make sure you're in your line of sight of your Lucio when that ult is popped. You can't just pop Nemesis or pop your Ramatra ultimate and then just go completely aggressive and lose line of sight on your supports. Now we have Nope swapping over to the Zarya. It could be too little too late. We're in two-fight territory, and ults are heavily favored currently for the side of Arizona, but their ults have not been fruitful.
Kitsune rushes out, so along with the Blade. Great stun there from Lazals. The great accretion stops any hope for Drizzle to get that Blade going whatsoever. And now the rest of the team starts to fall down here, with Nether going down the Mei wall, blocking off any chance of escape here down on the left side of that wall. This Zarya in so much trouble. One fight territory. Hawaii's put up the fence.
Drizzle got stuck between a rock and a hard place. That was so unfortunate to see. You got to make sure those cooldowns that can stop your ult are taken out before you go in. And that comes down to making sure you're communicating with your team. Now Hawaii has a free beat. They don't need to save it for anything really, because just the ults from the DPS for Arizona have just not been in their favor during this first map, and they're gonna have lift. That fight-winning ultimate as they drop B early and are gonna be able to go aggressive.
They go in aggressively. They drop the beat very early on. Gravitic Flux finds 2 for Math Dealer. It's all but signed, sealed, delivered. After the first 34%, Hawaii takes it all the way home. And the first map of Lijiang Tower and the Gardens belongs to them, 1-0 on the map.
Okay, now you've got a 50-50 chance. Are we going to go into Control Center or are we going into Night Market?
I say market. I say the Night Market as a prediction.
All right, I'm going to say Control Center then. And you were right. It's going to be Night Market. And Drizzle is swapping over to the Pharah, and Sia is going Mercy. They're taking out the Wrecking Ball. Okay, so after the nerfs that came to Roadhog, hamster play has become somehow annoyingly viable inside the realm of competitive ladder. It's just the issue comes if a Tracer's not able to follow up Wrecking Ball's damage. You're kind of just more or less playing a game of who can be more annoying. And then we still have this ban coming out from Hawaii. So this Wrecking Ball Tracer kind of dynamic duo has to be very careful of the stuns and just damage output solely from the core of the University of Hawaii, because they're going to still operate as a unit.
It's basically mainly off meta versus off meta here, depending on how you see it, really. But nope on that Wrecking Ball, like you were saying, up to 9%. Math Dealer pretty much building up at the same rate as well. Still up, nobody really taking care of Drizzle thus far. Almost falls down, but gets down to 20 health. Is healed back up right away thanks to the Pocket Mercy. Full point unlocks. The Tracer in a little bit of trouble, so is Save on that May, but Lazal's able to find a pick onto Nether, which straight it out right away, DPS for DPS. However, when a Kiriko goes down, that's a big source of healing down, and when you only have a Pocket Mercy on the far, you're not gonna get a lot of healing done on the point. So that's why this Wrecking Ball is in so much trouble. So is the Mercy who is attached to it, and right now this Wrecking Ball is just getting so damaged by everybody else, and with that slow burn, UH is able to take first tap.
As much as I love off meta and I love having a Kiriko Mercy, I've definitely been guilty of doing it myself. Your Kiriko has to be 100% capable of self-sustaining and understanding when they are needed mid-fight and living to not take damage in rotation. The issue with the comp that has to surround and conquer someone is that you are in a lot of open area. Drizzle pops the barrage and goes down. Tracer follows up and does manage to take out the Sojourn as a return, but Sia goes down. Now we are down our Mercy and our Pharah. A lot of damage is gone for University of Arizona. Can they focus up and take someone down? Winter goes down. This is most likely a lost fight. They actually are going to drop mines as well, so possibly a comp swap coming up if they're willing to expel an ult so late in that fight.
Well, and a big thing there for the University of Hawaii too, Motion, huge on the protection Suzu there to save Lazals for a little while, which allowed the team to get that one pick before Lazals fell down. Doesn't really matter after that because Hawaii was able to find picks after that, so a big protection Suzu for Motion there. But coming up now, Nope switching on over from the Wrecking Ball into the Doomfist. We'll see if this Doomfist makes any difference. But for UH, 4 ultimates coming up on a 5th online. Nether misses wide with the Pulse Bomb. However, Lazal's able to take down Nope in the meanwhile. It's only 28% while they have to back up already, and 78% not looking great.
And we're still chilling out on Math Dealer's Lift. The one thing that I will say is it's not going to be as easy to get a multi-kill through Lift with this one, just because of the sheer nature of this comp. But however, they've gone to double splash damage for the DPS. So it's Junkrat Pharah range, but a lot of damage if they can land them on the same target. We'll have to wait and see what happens. They're definitely forcing the side of Hawaii to back up. They do lose one.
They lose one, but they're able to trade that out. DPS for DPS, and there's 2 on the lift. It's not easy, but they got it. Math Dealer's gonna slam down with another double kill on the Gravitic Flux. He's trapped inside for a little while. Sound Barrier saves him for just a couple of moments, but this Junkrat pouring out so much damage in the process. Peace and Air Rush having to be invested, as this is possibly last fight territory, but Math Dealer just making sure that this could end right here, right now on this Junkrat. Lazals pops the overclock to make sure that they can go for a big amount of damage. Nether gets Lazals on the trade though, and that's both DPS down for UA. Comebackable here for UA. The Wildcats still in a position where they could win this out. Nope is back on the point here, trying to burn the overtime clock in their favor. And now it's a Pocket Mercy having to use the Valkyrie to invest in to make sure this is going well still. Protection Suzu was used, which means this Ritzar could find at least one. It was on to Motion for right now. The fight still continues on, crazily enough, in a 99-0 for right now for UH, just trying to build up an ult. But in the process, you lose Lazals, you lose Math Dealer. This is probably back off situation here for them. you've already got 99%. Doesn't mean you need to keep playing this point. They're just building up it right now, and they're just maybe stalling this out. River doing such a great job at doing that. However, it's finally a backup situation as Arizona flips it back.
Arizona may flip it, but the unfortunate thing, you mentioned it earlier, you don't need to keep stalling, but the one thing Hawaii did was they forced out Tyre, and they forced out a Mercy Valk near the end. So Mercy's low on ultimate charge, Nether's low on ult charge, and they were just able to continuously charge theirs. River with that insane stall is already 83 on their next beat, and we have Math Dealer 83 on their next Graphitic Flux. So the question is, how does University of Arizona intend to survive? They do lose their Soj, but Echo is hot on this Mercy's tail, looking for an opportunity to pick off this one support, make things equal. They microwave him down, and that is an opportunity now for University of Hawaii to engage.
Oh, the lift up again. This is right on the Doomfist and the Kiriko yet again, and the Kiriko does go down. Sound Barrier is going to go invest right away here. Meteor Strike is going to drop on absolutely nothing. It is the punch that is still active. However, this might go all for nothing. You get rid of the Pharah, and now all that's left is one Lucio to try and stall the point as long as it possibly can. But when you go down that quickly, and the overtime clock is going to start to bleed off as well, no chance to touch the point. It's the University of Hawaii that's going to take a 1-0 lead in the series here against the University of Arizona.
I mean, the question here is whose off-meta comp is stronger, and right now it's looking like it's Hawaii's. Arizona had some moments in the sun, but there's just some things that need to be kind of cleaned up. Pharmacy and Wrecking Ball Tracer is great, but Math Dealer was able to shut down almost every attempt to use an ultimate, as well as the Lucio just looking and focusing down Afara in ultimate. It was just an unfortunate circumstance for the ults being used from the DPS for Arizona. I think possibly Game 2, when they get to pick the map, might play more into their kind of surround and conquer play style.
That was control points as well, and this, again, another great accretion here from Math Dealer to absolutely make sure that that went all for nothing. And again, another big play for Math Dealer here. That's 2 on the Sojourn as well as the Kiriko to allow them to win this overtime fight and basically take it all away here. And I mean, yet again, the Sigma, again, you said it, off meta picks who's is stronger. Right now, it's UH's on the Sigma, and really for the University of Arizona, no answer whatsoever that they had. So either way, it's looking like a good start for UH, up 1-0 in the series. They go 134 on the Gardens and win ultimately on the night market here. So next map coming up is going to be Escort. Now, again, we only saw control points here, obviously, since map number 1 was Control. Does it change when we change the Streets mode that is Escort the entire way through? And you saw what the comps of the University of Arizona pulled out. They pulled the Doomfist, they pulled a Wrecking Ball, they pulled the Pharmacy, they pulled out the Junkrat. It shows that they've got flexibility, but as to which map that brings out the best in, I'm not too sure.
I mean, they were doing a lot of more projectile, not so much hit scan DPS, it seems like what they're comfortable on. So that probably means Junkertown is out. Dorado, if they want to stick with the Wrecking Ball, can work. So can Route 66. The issue with Dorado is, unless they're most likely going to attack first because they're going to choose map, getting to high ground, other than the Pharmacy, Junkrat can really struggle. Your supports have to make sure they get to high grounds quickly, otherwise they can get eviscerated trying to push that cart. It really comes down to a lot of great timing and a lot of, synchronized ability usage and capitalizing on tempo control, but not over aggressing out of line of sight of whomever's pushing carts.
Yeah, and so we'll see what map those come out. In fact, we just got word that the next map is going to be Junkertown. So you're right, projectiles out for Junkertown coming up next. Also, University of Arizona is going to go ahead and swap 2 in here. Coming out, Winter and Sia, and then coming in Dragnivore and Shmurda. So there's both of them support lines. So the supports are going to change a little bit, which indicates to me that maybe it's not a Kiriko Lucio composition. Maybe it goes to that maybe Mercy Ana that I've been seeing a little bit lately as well, or something maybe of that nature we won't see yet. I mean, we know both teams a little bit off meta, like we saw. I mean, we only saw the Ramontra appear like in 2 fights in Lijiang Tower. The Doomfist appeared in the latter half of the night market. Sigma, Zarya was also out. Wrecking Ball was also out. I mean, who knows with these teams at this point? It could go any which way. But when 2 supports come in, does that signify anything when 2 supports kind of sub in?
It can and it can't at the same time. What it could signify is that they were really on Li Jiang and this control map, wanting to focus around a Mercy-centric comp with a Kiriko who just had a little bit more survivability, the one who tends to play a little bit further back and doesn't tend to be super aggressive and not playing for picks. I mean, with the current state of the game, your supports are, as much as it sucks to admit, we are meant to do damage, but the way the meta is, you're not. You're just a heal bot the entire time. So this could just mean that we're pulling in a Kiriko Lucio that work better with more of a dive style composition, which is great on attack here for Junkertown. Or you could also be right that we could be seeing an Ana Mercy. We could be seeing a Baptiste Mercy. I do foresee, though, a team going away from that Kiriko Lucio is really going to struggle. So hopefully they still have the ability to swap to that duo in their back pocket, because the sustain that those two bring out, as well as a Lucio who's chronically on heal, you get beat basically off cooldown.
Yeah, and I think for these two teams as well, I mean, you looked at the way the Kiriko Lucio was playing and the way that they were building up ultimates for the University of Hawaii. It looked really good for them as they were building up pretty quickly, might I add. I mean, that Lucio, like you were saying earlier, back on Night Market, already back up to 84% before that last fight anyways, and they had it for that last fight. So the way the Lucio and the Kiriko was building ults was great. Is it going to stay meta is the question, or is it going to stay on this comp is the question as well, because we saw earlier, right, as well, where University of Hawaii the support lines, they stuck on that. Meanwhile, for the University of Arizona, they played that Pocket Mercy. They played a different composition as well in the supports, even DPS wise. I didn't expect to see a pharmacy, at least for right now, but we'll see how this plays out as we head into the Junkertown map that is Escort. So map number 2, Hawaii on the attacking side, Arizona on the defending side. And for Hawaii, okay, I was going to say this, it's probably the bait option because it was on the attacking side, but there was a Bastion to start. Arizona's going to bring out the Sojourn and the Ashe to start off as well, and Nope going to try to reflect the Sigma.
And we do have another Mercy pocket coming out, I think possibly for both sides. There's a love-hate relationship here with Mercy's. I'm not trying to throw shade. I have a lot of hours on her. A good support isn't going to win you a game, but they could sure as heck lose you one. If the whole point of this Mercy is to make sure we get confirmed kills and not just sustain here, if they're in a bad spot, it can really be a team's undoing. But it looks like They is trying to just throw off the entire defensive line, setting everyone up here inside of the stable, and they've got 2 on cart. This is a very interesting rotation coming out right now.
It's interesting to say the least, but it's not horrible either, because I mean both of the Sigmas are down. It is rezzed back up, but it wasn't bad from the looks of it to start. They were pouring out damage. Unfortunately, it just doesn't work out in the end. So are they going to stick on this is the big question. They are with this Symmetra. We'll see if this lines up working for them for right now. They try to peek on over. Going to see if they can line up for that TP right now. It is blocked off for just a couple of moments. They're going to go the same way. This time, the TP goes on the same level, and now they're just going to try to run rampant. Unfortunately, when Drizzle and Nether hit their shots, it's going to work out for the University of Arizona. Wildcats in command as they put up the fence yet again.
Zuzu's forced out. Sojourn's pelting damage down on Motion, and Motion's forced back into the spawn. We're coming very close to a Bob as well as Kitsune Rush for Arizona. Lift about equal on both sides, which is something you really want to see. It means both tanks are matching one another, but Say swapping over to that Hanzo. Looks like RNG is going to try and come in clutch right now for the side of the fight.
If it finds any shots for right now, but 2 minutes and 27 seconds left to go. How about that for RNGesus as Say hits the headshot onto Drizzle, which forces out the rest very early on. Not so much RNGesus as it is great aim. Right now, that bot's just going to get immediately melted away, but it doesn't matter when Lazal is able to, it does go down to the hands of the soldier, and that is Nether, who's been hitting shots all round long. Now the Gravitic Flux is out. Nether uses the overclock to find River God, to find Say at the same time. This Gravitic Flux finds absolutely nothing. Nether's gonna find 3, might find a 4th, and this is the University of Arizona banking off half the time.
I am shocked. Drizzle's Bob got eviscerated. I mean, when you don't have a sleep, you don't really have the opportunity to throw another shield down to block it. The strat is to turn and burn and be aware of where the Bob's at. I've never seen a Bob get burned that quickly. That was awesome to see. Going into this next fight, we're pretty equal on ults, but Stay coming in late with a dragon could ultimately destroy the side of Hawaii.
Valkyrie on the overclock being used simultaneously by the University of Hawaii. Gravitic fluxes up. Will it find anything? It finds at least one, and it does find Say in the back line. Down 1:20 left to go on the clock. It is pressed up, and Lazarus finds Nether, and there's going to be the res up on either side, which means both of them not available. Dragon Strike down the middle of the lane finds Drizzle, and now it's just going to be shots fired away here for this Hanzo who's trying to find the Mercy in the back line. Can you find it? Yes, you can. With the help of the Accretion, with the help of the rest of your team, the only person left is this Signal, and a fight win for the University of Hawaii 3 minutes in.
I mean, I said it before the fight started, a late dragon from Say could win the entire thing, and man came out of spawn, dropped the dragon, or was rezzed, and was just, it absolutely gained so much space, killed one, forced two insanely low. They got deleted shortly thereafter. The question is, how does the side of Arizona respond now that they have a wrecking ball again, and there's a Sig lift just going to pick up this poor Sojourn and send them to the Shadow Realm. Mercy struggling to live on point as they are getting focused.
Yeah, they are getting focused down. That's already 2 kills already. They switched to the wrecking ball just to contest from the looks of it right now. This Kiriko causing a lot of trouble, but Lazarus is able to find the kills. They're able to find the picks, and they're able to add 2.5 to the bank. Arizona switching on over, by the way, from that Ashe into the Genji instead.
This is where some teams start to struggle on Junkertown, but Matt Dealer is going to basically take away the entire zone that a defending team uses to just help damage down on the attackers. Taking over high ground quickly is important, but the question is, can they survive? Wall goes in alone. Genji tries to follow up. Nether goes down. Mercy goes for a risky res and goes unpunished. Genji dropping down into the back line, praying for their life. Gets a deflect kill. Let's see if they can clean this one up.
The can they is the question. They have the rest potential, and the Valkyrie make sure they avoid it. Say gets the shot onto Drizzle while he's not looking anyways. The kills starting to fall for Hawaii. UH Esports looking good so far here on the second point. They drop the landmines though from Nope, and also gets the shield out. Dragon Strike down the middle. Is this going to find anything is the question. No, it will not. Now the slam down, takedown. It's going to be a lot of ultimates being used simultaneously here. Lazals is going to pull out the overclock. Same thing with Nether to see whose overclock goes down better. It doesn't look like either of them will find anything. Here's the blade out with the Kitsune Rush alongside of it from Motion, but Drizzle's going to go ahead and dash, slash away for 3 kills, and it's going to be Arizona that puts up the fence here on point 2.
Drizzle, you've redeemed yourself from taking the Accretion to the face on Lijiang Tower. The question is, are they going to let you get away with it twice now since you deleted 3 people in that blade?
Well, look, that would be the big question here coming up now for Hawaii. You still have a Gritic Flux, and now they're going to switch on over from the Hanzo in to the Cassidy, so this will be an interesting console. Still projectiles, a lot of them hit scans mainly for the University of Hawaii. Well, hit scan plus projectile from that Lazals as well, and Math Dealer at the same time. So question is, they're going to use this very early on, maybe to catch out the Sojourn, which they're looking at, but misses everything. That Sojourn finds a way to slide away in time, and the Gravitic Flux goes for absolutely 0. So a great slide away and a little bit, maybe too much patience from Math Dealer to try to find anything going there. However, picks starting to fall. Math Dealer dies upstairs, and Nether is going to be able to get res up from Dragnever. So it's hard for the University of Arizona, who finds the kill onto the Mercy, and now no more healers left except for Motion to try to stay alive. Say can only have to find headshots here. See if there's anything going, but right now it's a stave away and maybe regroup.
The Cassidy swap is working out. I mean, lots of people will say it's just, it shouldn't have been put in the game, but that the homing grenade can insta-kill a squishy if you get a little bit of damage on them. So for the ability to prevent people from going after your backline is huge. But ulting first could be the win here as we, yep, there it is.
Yeah,
there
it's not though. There's the grenade. Here comes the Deadeye. It's going to try to get reflected. However, Lazals finds Drizzle's back of the head, and this is an overtime clock that the University of Hawaii starts to like. They've only got a res, but now Nether finds the overclock. Nether has to come up big, only finds Lazals, and that's it. Another grenade kill. So he's in a lot of trouble here with the Wrecking Ball. Is going to slam on down and already down to half health. But good pocketing from both of the supports here means that this Wrecking Ball is in oh so much trouble. Only a Mercy left to go, and this Mercy is just going to fly towards death, and it's going to be survival being the name of the game for UH as they add another 90 to the bank.
The question is, can they secure this third point? I mean, playing for overtime, both points, now you have a minute and 15 seconds to round around this corner and get onto that final checkpoint. And pushing with one person, because you need this high ground control, could mean they automatically force overtime. Now they've got two. Genji pushed in, is very low, goes down. Ball's gonna play the annoying card and just go to card a little bit.
Well, they tried to, but I mean, they got pushed down from that accretion very early on, which allowed UH to kind of move in on that upper area and make themselves some space themselves without even needing the tank. Meanwhile, Matthew out with a gravitic flux yet again. Nether, meanwhile, Lazal's lifted up. Nether finds the kill onto Lazal's. So now the Deadeye is out on the backline. Is this going to find anything? It doesn't. No skulls on the board. However, now you've got Say in their backline, but Nope finds two on the landmines in 28 seconds. It's got to be a fast regroup here as Arizona shuts the door on them.
Okay, so I thought I saw a skull on that Kiriko, and I think Say might have just been affected by one of the huge bugs that currently exists on Cassidy, which is for some reason you could get a skull on someone in Deadeye and they still won't die. I'm 90% positive that Kiriko should have gone down. I am very sorry, Say, but now they're going to take away the cooldowns of this Wrecking Ball and play for a late EMP. And with the way that this side of Hawaii has been playing, a late EMP could be all they need.
No time in prime time for Drizzle, however, as he gets two on the slash and dash away on the blade. This monkey's in a lot of trouble. It's a 2-on-5 situation. It's a clutch up situation for Hawaii that will never come in this fight. Arizona's going to be able to shut the door on their face in 60.17 meters on the second point. That's all they need to do to get the win and tie up the series.
The question is now, are they going to stick with this Wrecking Ball composition? It relies on a lot of well-timed disruption play, and I'm not saying they weren't doing that perfectly here. It's just the side of Hawaii has the ability to make swaps to counter the Wrecking Ball and force them to not find as much value. So we'll have to wait and see what the answer is.
We'll wait and see here, but the question now becomes, for UH, can you shut the door on them? Can you slam the door like Arizona did on your second point? Can you do that the entire way through? Because look, the offensive side, you're a little bit melting away the time there with that Symmetra that wasn't really working out because Nether and Drizzle were hitting their shots on both the Ashe and the Soldier, and then you finally were able to push through on that Hanzo. So Hawaii's going to stick to what they know on for at least the defensive side. We're saying on the Hanzo, Lazal's on the Soldier, and meanwhile Matt Dealer sticking to that Sigma, sticking to what they know so far. But with the way it's looking on Drizzle, I mean, Drizzle got a couple of good clips in that last round. Can Drizzle do it again?
Oh, Nether's going with
to
the Widowmaker pick?
Oh, interesting. Nether goes to the Widow, but they may not go out of main here. They may go out of the side door from the looks of it. Drizzle might be the only one going down main.
Nether immediately looking down to the standard Widow spot on the far
oh,
right.
What a shot!
Oh, River God on the Zenyatta. I understand the play, but my friend, you are the squishiest support that exists. Wrecking Ball's gonna throw everyone to the low ground. Accretion does not land. Motion goes down. Genji pick it up
no.
2. Drizzle pick it up 3, and it's just cleanup crew now.
Drizzle finds 3, and what a start here for Arizona. Does not even need to worry about that one bridge area or that one overlook area. Now it's Arizona pushing it forward. But luckily for Hawaii, at the very least, that fight happened very early on. So Hawaii's going to be able to get a chance to fight this again right before it hits the turn here, actually right afterwards. But Nether finds Lazal's in the back line, finds him through the window on a headshot. There's another person here in the back. I believe that might be the Tracer here that is in the back line, and it is. Say is in the back with this Tracer. At least they have that calmed down for right now if you're Arizona. So, you know, there's a Tracer in the back line. It could be a 3v5 situation for the current moment. However, now you have the protection. Suzu already out. You have a blade. Drizzle could use this right away. No immortality field. No protection. No. Suzu doesn't even have to use it because there's just so much damage being poured into that little room. And Arizona, the Wildcats, are going to be able to push this one right through. Oh my
and we
goodness.
have Say making a Junkrat swap. You know, Drizzle, you are a unicorn right now, because Genji, as I said at the start of the broadcast, you got the light shined on you, and Blizzard said, okay, now back in your cave for the next year to year and a half. But somehow you're getting the right amount of support, the right amount of damage boost, and you are popping off. And we have another Blade online. Math Dealer probably is trying to get Flux up just to pull you in that to prevent your Blade from getting value. You might live if you have a Mercy pocket. The question is, do you live though?
Oh, that
if you do,
yeah. If you do, you're successful. But if not, Motion's in a lot of trouble here, just like that. However, Drizzle does go down. Switched out though. That's a DPS for support. I mean, if you're Arizona, you take that any day of the week. Now you're stuck in a Junkrat trap. However, the Junkrat does go down, so really no worry in the process here. Only going to be the Kiriko left to go along. And now Math Dealer's going to go ahead for a very gravitic Flux that, I mean, was very risky from the backline, and it finds absolutely nothing, which means another ult for Math Dealer here that goes absolutely for nothing. And Arizona is going to get yet another free push, and it's looking like they may even get another 90 seconds here without another fight happening.
I think Nether popping it on this Widowmaker was kind of the clutch that the side of Arizona was banking on for, you know, Junkertown. It's a map that heavily favors a good Widow, and this Widow, though they're missing some shots, they're finding the ones that are important. They just choose to completely wall off Widow with the Mei, and that means the side of Hawaii needs to gain space and gain it quickly, but they've got a VAP as opposed to a Lucio, and that makes things a little more difficult.
They have 3 ultimates online. Arizona has 1. That's the Kitsune Rush online. Hawaii's got Overclock, the Amplification Matrix, and the Kitsune Rush. They use the Amp Matrix and they use the Overclock very early on. Motion having to use that Immortality Field, but it's going to be for good use here as Motion takes down Drizzle, and 2 DPS is down, a support down as well. Only a Mercy left that you could call, but they decide to take her out right away. And what could be the first time this round, Hawaii's got a fight win, but they still got to defend it for another 4.5.
The important thing about this fight win for Hawaii is that it's right at the doorway, so they're in an enclosed, smaller space. This is where making it a lot of value using their walls at the right moments. We could possibly see Kitsune Rush in exchange for a Kitsune Rush, resulting in both tanks getting their ult. But now we've got a Brigitte coming out from Hawaii, which is going to be a little rough. However, the Genji that could be their problem has already gone down, as does the Mercy, and then they find the Kiriko as well.
Oh, that's a Kitsune Rush also invested from Smurda, so now they have no ultimates coming up here for the support side, and you've really only got an Infrasight, if that. And so now Drizzle's just out here by themselves, and look how close they are to the spawn room. They could really stall them out if they wanted to, but they back off for right now, knowing that the Wrecking Ball is back to cause some damage. So 3 minutes and 35 seconds left to go. They motion switches on over from that map to the Brigitte, and like you said, they want to take up space. They want to make sure that they've got enough damage poured out and make sure maybe they can stop this Wrecking Ball or even that Genji to go as well. They have the landmines out in the back line, and a great slide. Finds 3. Protection Suzu immediately used right away, but now Drizzle's going to bring out the Blade. Finds 1, might find a second. No, Lazos gets the headshot. It's a trade-off right now, and now Battle Mercy is out as well. Gets the res off from Drizzle. Valkyrie is out. Now they've got the Greater Flux out. Finds the Kiriko. Math Dealer's got 2. Could clutch this up. It's Drag Never versus the world alongside Drizzle. It's a 3v2 situation, but now this Genji finding no way out. The Mercy cannot find a way out. Either has to fly away. What a clutch-up from Math Dealer to save the round.
This is both horrifying and I love seeing it. The intro with the mines, knowing it wasn't going to find anything with the follow-up Blade, but Hawaii kept their heads cool and clutched it up. Splitting the team is exactly what their composition relies on. They find River God, though, from Hawaii, so down goes their main support. They're at 70 to rally. If they can sustain long enough, they can split this entire fight with just rally.
Can they do it, though, is the question. No rally just yet. Lazals finds the head of Drag Never, though, so you're not going to get a res up. And now Nether's going to have to run away for their life. They switch on over through the Orisa from the Wrecking Ball. Lazals going to run rapid and run right up to the ramp here on side of their spawn room. And 2 minutes left. Mind you, 5.5 to start, 3.5 have been wasted.
If I were Arizona right now, I would just be fighting for the last fight. And that is basically, we're going to charge all of our ultimates and we're going to drop 2 and then we're going to drop 3 to round out the corner and clutch into that last payload objective. Trying to just force the ult out of Hawaii, knowing that they do have almost every ult online at this point. So this has got to be a long fight or a very, very quick one as we see Kitsune Rush, Overclock, both committed.
See if this finds anything is the question, though. Motion does find Drag Never, and this is going to be a good fight here for the University of Hawaii as they find the Lucio, they find the Reaper, and now this Marisa in the backline. Nope does have the Terror Surge, isn't going to use it for right now, Protection Suit for right now, but decides not to use it, knowing that the fight was lost already from the very get-go. Down to the last 30 meters, but potentially down to the last fight. Hawaii's up 3 ults to 2 right now.
I see Say they're playing in this back little area, asking their team not to reveal them, and they're gonna drop a Mayblizz from behind, but there's a rotation from Arizona that could thwart that. They just need to go all the way to the high ground here. They'll get out of the area.
No, they're not.
That May's still going to drop it.
They drop. Nope is going to drop the Terror Surge, which isn't going to find anything, but the Rip Tire's out for Motion as well. Motion, or onto Motion, I should say. So the Junkrat able to find a kill for right now. Now they're going to surround River God and Lazals, and now all that's left is this main to stall for right now for just a little while before they go down. Math Dealer getting trapped as well, down to 31 meters. It's going to have to be a fast retake here. Say is gone, and so now the payload starts to move a little bit more. It's down to the final 20 meters. The question is, will it be fast enough for Hawaii to regroup? Down to the final 10 meters, it's fast, now or never. Rally is out to speed them in. Lazals has to rewind back out. We will get one more fight here left to go. Will this find anything is the question. The Granite Flux is up, it finds 2. Sound Barrier needing to be vested very early on in this fight, and now they've got the Junkrat trapped. However, you also have a Death Blossom from Drizzle. Is it gonna find anything is the question. Will it? It doesn't find a single thing. That's a Tracer traded out for Lucio at the same time, though. Juicer finds Math Dealer, and this looks to be a fight win here for Arizona and Hawaii on the brink of defeat, and this game being tied up, and they leave the point, and Arizona finds a way to bring it all the way back home. Had 5.5, just enough to make sure that this series is tied up at 1 apiece.
I think that game was too close for both teams' comfort, but either way, Hawaii did great swaps. Stalling out for over 5 minutes is a hard task for any team. Typically booms a lot of teams' mentals, but they focused up quite nicely. The May swap was incredible. The Brigida swap, unfortunately, when you don't have your front line, which is one person, your tank, rallying in, I understand they needed it, but got way too aggressive and therefore almost deleted immediately. So that's just something to watch out for. But at the end of the day, this could go either way. I expect us going the entire map series at this rate. What do you think?
I mean, I'm just happy. Look, I mean, in other casts that I've done, the curse has been, for me at the very least, that I've only seen sweeps. I'm kind of glad at the fact that we're going to see at least 4 maps here, maybe even 5, depending how this one goes. But hey, I mean, like you said, the way this game is going, and especially that last point, could go really either way. But I mean, you were saying about Hawaii, that was a tall task to do, 5.5. You got to feel pretty good that you were able to melt away that entire clock and force what basically was overtime for Arizona to win that point. 5.5 and 60 meters is a huge ask to defend, and yet they were able to do so, and almost winning in the end. In the end, except for that sound barrier that kind of made sure that gravitic flex in the end really didn't go for anything. Good thing they had that sound barrier at the end as well. But now we get to see Hawaii's map pick here, and coming up next is going to be Push. So 3 maps really to choose from here: Coliseo, New Queen Street, or Esperanza. For Hawaii, though, I mean, they like playing close up, so the question is where we're going to go. By the way, coming up here for the support line, rather, you're going to have another switch off where Shmurda is out. Sia comes back into the game, and I believe Drag Never is going to stay in here. Winter will stay out for on the bench for right now, but Shmurda out, Sia is in, and as I say that, we also get our next map roll, Esperanza, coming up for the University of Hawaii's pick.
Well, I think this could play into both teams very easily. It just depends on who takes the better positioning on first fight. And I think the the telltale sign we can look out for which team's more comfortable on this map or more comfortable on push in general is which team's going to go take bot first versus which team's going to look to take positioning to win the fight. Because whichever team does win first fight has about a 60% higher chance of winning out the map. While pushing bot is important, those little few meters you get because you decided to ignore the fight could ultimately be your undoing because the other team just then team wipes. So we'll have to wait and see what the strategy is here for both teams. I just hope we don't see either one go straight to bot.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be interesting to look at to see what these teams pull out, especially on the fact that, again, it is a push map. Like you were saying, the statistics show if you get the first fight win, you're going to be able to have a better shot at winning the game entirely. Although that's not to say, I mean, we've seen this in the Overwatch League. We've seen this in Collegiate before. Even if you lose that first fight, you can make it all the way back down about 80 meters and still have a chance to win this. And to no avail, Esperanza is not exempt from that map pool or from that statistic either. So we'll find out what comes up here as for the team compositions. Although the big question now is, I mean, Math Dealer has been playing the Sigma, and although it didn't really work out, missed, I believe it was 2 ultimates there on the defensive, or rather on both ends, really missing 2 times on that ultimate. But do you stick with the Sigma here? I mean, I know it's an off-meta pick, but is the Sigma really the answer here going forward, especially on a push map?
Okay, so Sigma, we got to give credit here. Sigma is kind of a niche pick, not so much entirely off meta. You can force Sig on a lot of maps. It's just the question is, are you zoning off the right damage? And if there's a lot of splash damage, like you got a Junkrat and a Reaper as opposed to any form of hit scan coming out from the other team, it's going to be really hard to block off that damage because they'll just go past it. Whereas if you're able to block off a hit scan and you anticipate blocking off a hit scan, then using your shield wisely to allow your team to rotate is really important. But it looks like Math Dealer is comfortable on that Sigma, is sticking with it, is going to have the Mei in their back pocket to allow for extra protection, and they're going to look for walling off either damage or walling off someone who overextends. It's just that type of strategy does not work when there's this much mobility coming out from the side of Arizona.
And Arizona's also flying up in the air as well. Nether on the Echo at the same time. Drizzle stays on the Genji. Genji was looking good so far. Hawaii's going to take a different angle here. They're not going to, I mean, they're fighting here in the smallest room possible, and this is good if you're the Wrecking Ball right now, although Say on this Mei, make sure that this Wrecking Ball can go absolutely nowhere. But you also have an Echo and a Mercy to worry about, but they're traded out right away. Drizzle and Say both go down. That's the Genji and the Mei both out for right now. 9 minutes and 20 seconds. Again, like you were saying, just because you leave that bot for a fight doesn't mean that it's going to go unpunished here, which means both teams going to go off the bot for a fight here, and it's going to be Hawaii that gets 2 and a 3rd pick as well, and they're going to win the first fight. They're going to get the first distance.
Arizona, you're playing a surround and conquer comp. Why would you put yourself in a tiny little alleyway where there's just straightaway damage being pelted down on you? That is just not capitalizing on how your composition plays. Hawaii, well, they do have like a slight spam hybrid, was prepared for it and punished you for the poor positioning.
Well, they punished them for poor positioning. They're able to get the first at least 30 meters here and ready to go. Nether in the back line, though, already putting down that Sigma down to half, but good shield there from the Sigma of Math Dealer. Now, good freeze there from Say just in time. However, Drizzle able to find Lazals in the back line means it's starting to back up for the University of Hawaii. There, the Wrecking Ball still causing a lot of problems. Protection suits are having to be used, and now you've got the duplicate Nether on the Mei right now, but can you take care of the Mei is the question. Right now, Nether having to use that freeze or icicle block right away, so just hold on for just a couple of moments. Still, the robot frozen in place at 37.85 meters, or just a little bit behind that. Drag Never able to find out motion, and now a great blizzard here from that duplicated Mei is good for the University of Arizona. Say having to use that blizzard at the same time, but it's Arizona, the Wildcats on the move.
Going in the next fight, Hawaii gonna have that Graphitic Flex beat as well as Kitsune Rush. Arizona, a little bit behind on the Kitsune Rush, but can probably get it so long as they're heal botting a little strong here during the poke phase. We're gonna have another Blade online. So Math Dealer might be looking to respond to Blade with Lift, unless we see Drizzle pop it early and in a position where Math Dealer cannot cope with it, which happened before. We'll have to see. They use both abilities very quick and are forced back into this little alcove. Blade goes out. Suzu, we hear beat to sustain, and that might be enough.
Is it enough, though? No, it's not. Drizzle slashes and dashes away for 2 kills. Waits out the sound barrier, waits out the protection, Suzu, and Drizzle finds 3. Nether Drag never clear up the rest. It's a team kill, and Arizona will take the lead.
Holy cow, Drizzle.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah, you also should definitely give your support either a coffee, a cookie, a pizza, a hug, all of the above, because your Mercy has been pocketing you through thick and thin to make sure you're able to pull off these Genji blades. And this Mei going for stall. might not live too long, but the rush is going to come through and allow them to gain some space as Nope is getting the Overwatch experience.
That was such a huge stall from Say to make sure that they don't get the first checkpoint, and the front checkpoint at that. They're able to find Nope, they're able to find Nether. What a great play there from Say to make sure that this team plays up. And the University of Hawaii makes sure that Arizona can't get first checkpoint. It's all the way to the back spawn for them. And what a play there from the May to keep them in.
Greetings. Hello.
Yeah, Say definitely has been clutching a lot of fights for the side of Hawaii, but that could also mean that the side of Arizona is starting to recognize that and will be looking for them more. They have Mailts online that can block off an entire lane. And it looks like most of Arizona is looking to come in through mains. This is an opportunity now for May to just force the fight away from the payload, away from bot. Yes, that's exactly what they're going to do.
But Nether duplicates into the Sigma, and that's all the way up above as well. So Nether's almost got a Gravitic Flux to use, which they will use right away. Finds the Lucio, is going to find the May up as well, but that Lucio doesn't go down just yet. But River God does get taken down in the process. Drizzle again finds another pair here in the ultimate process. All the Sigma can do is watch as the rest of his team dies, and 3 meters is the difference. But Arizona takes back control.
The clutch combo that they had previously of the Kitsune Rush with the May just icing on point for Hawaii may not be able to work out here. They don't have Kitsune Rush. They will have the ability to amp speed in and just gain space and prey on Math Dealer to use that Graphitic Flux early on to snag whomever's on bot, but I don't think they're going to get the chance to touch. They will not, but we'll see if they give up space to get archway control. As they lose Say, Drizzle goes down to their equal. Yes, there's Blitz. It's going to snag the Mercy and the Echo, and both go down.
That's huge. 3 kills for Math Dealer on the Gravitic Flux. That's what you needed right at the checkpoint. They are going to get front checkpoints, but if you can stall out this fight long enough, I mean, you might be able to get that off. But now you can see at the top of your screen, 4.23 meters makes the difference. Spawns now go back to where they once were, back on either side for right now. But Hawaii, 4.23 meters from tying up the game and bringing that robot back to that checkpoint. But Nether's going to stay in the sideline position. They're going to rush down Lazals, and Lazals doesn't even know what's coming. Nether cooking, and Nether's going to send them down back to the spawn room from whence they came. Down to the final again, 4 meters being the difference. They bring out the blade. Drizzle's got to find something here, which they already do. Doesn't even matter when the rest of your team follows up. It's another big wipe here for Arizona, preventing Hawaii from tying up the game.
Now we got to walk the bot back, and this is just kind of the worst part of this is whomever has to sit on bot, and when you don't have a Lucio, you have to get a fast DPS on it, so it could have been Ball, but it's going to be Genji in this instance while everyone else posted forward. We have Kitsune Rush and Beat online for Hawaii, which could be enough so long as they stagger them. We have Rush get popped, Wall get popped, Poppy in response to Kitsune Rush. This could just give them space without even having to get the May ult online.
Well, let's see if it does, though. Nether already being up to full ultimate, and is this going to find anything? It will. Drizzle's already found 2 in the back line, so that's a great Kitsune Rush. That's going to be a great Blizzard, freezing out the rest of the team. Say's already having a backup for their long, and 3 minutes and 20 seconds left to go. Arizona's going to extend the lead even further.
I foresee when they hit this corner, not this first one, but the second one right in front of the spawn door, they're going to get into a rough situation with Deadeye, Kitsune Rush, Beat, and Mailed all online. As long as Hawaii doesn't drop all of them at once, they have the opportunity to turn this fight around in their favor. They're going to pop Kitsune Rush. There is Deadeye. Deflect was out, but they could not find a head. They will take down 2. This is an opportunity for Hawaii to pull this back in their favor as they find Drizzle.
Yeah, they find 2. Meanwhile, the Wrecking Ball still causing a lot of problems in the backline. Seal does res up Nether, and now Nether is able to find Lazals yet again in the backline. So this Echo is just going to stall out. Now this next fight is basically going to be a 4v5 situation with Arizona getting all front spawns, and this is huge for them to go right in. And this is, I mean, if this isn't all systems go, I don't know what is. Say has the Blizzard, River God has the sound barrier, but is it going to be enough as Nether again coming up on yet another duplicate? Blizzard is out to make sure that they can still contest this point, but Blizzard's not going to find a single thing here for Say. In the meanwhile, they bring out the blade. Sound barrier is also going to be out. They bring out the Gravitic Flux in response to the blade as well. Drizzle in so much trouble, and Drizzle just goes down, melts away just like that. Lazal's back into the game now, as we'll see the rest of the team from Hawaii start to follow up with a little bit more damage. They don't want them to get anything further. Now you have a duplicate being used by Nether, who's at 49%, and yet again at a great position up top. They do capture the checkpoint meanwhile, but it's still a long way to go here, and no sound barrier for River God either, which means he's going to take a lot of damage. And if the trade-off from basically a Kiriko for Mercy at the same token. Math Dealer with a great accretion kill onto Nether while they get out of Duplicate in the process. And right now, while they still have forward spawns, it's looking good for Hawaii. Unless the Wrecking Ball and the Genji make a big difference here. There's going to be... I thought I heard an ult for a little while there, but still fighting right along the checkpoints here. Say does take down Dragnever, and this is starting to look like a fight win for Hawaii, which it absolutely will be when Nope goes down, and Hawaii is going to try to make sure this lead is cut just a little bit more.
While this Deadeye has not found a whole lot of value, what it can do is completely clear this lane to make sure that they can get around this next corner a little easier. So depending on when Lizelle pops that, I think could win them the opportunity to just get the tempo control necessary to move forward as they pick off the Genji after Rez onto Echo. Mail gets dropped, Nether goes down. Now I think it's just Wrecking Ball and Mercy, and they got no other choice but to back up.
7 meters left to go, though. Somebody's got to contest if they want this lead. There's only 40 seconds left to go. Hawaii gets the lead in the meantime. Meanwhile, they get the grid and flux up. Is this going to find anything is the question. The Mercy able to get away scot-free, but Nope goes down and no possibility of a res either. Kitsune Rush available. They might not even need it, though. They've got 3 on a 5 situation here. Advantage Hawaii. Kitsune Rush available. They could use it down the lane, but down to 20 seconds left to go. Hawaii's got the lead. What a comeback here for UH Esports. Will they hold on is the question. And they've got what they need to. They're going to try to make a comeback here with the Kitsune Rushes. Blade is also available. Protection 2 used at the same time. Rivergod has the sound barrier, which he won't use at all. Rivergod does not use the sound barrier. Maybe a smart play here, knowing that Arizona has to use every single ult possible. But it's a 3-on-5 situation, down to a 3v3 now, as Nope takes down Lazals, takes down Stay. Math Dealer wins the trade fight on the tanks. Meanwhile, those spawn rooms still in favor of the University of Arizona, but they're able to take down Sia. This Sojourner in a lot of trouble now, has to slide away for right now, just trying to clear the point in a 1v1 situation. Kiriko is out, so is the Sojourn out. Now they've got the Reaper to contest the point. Rivergod still holding on to the sound barrier. I don't know if they want to try to win this right here, right now, because they do have the lead, and they still have 1 fight territory left to play. Math Dealer is gone, which means this should be a fight win for Arizona, but they got to bring it back 40 meters for the win here with overtime clock still online.
You called it earlier, holding on to those ults for the side of Hawaii, I think, is the clutch play here. Now they have Lift, which in combo with Deadeye can be absolutely deadly. They're going to have Beat and then a late Mail, whereas the side of Arizona, they've only got Overclock, which can gain them some space down a lane, because Nether, it has been a dominant force on most of the hit scan heroes. So we'll see how that works out. But Nether got overzealous and goes down. Lift is not going to grab anybody. We hear Beat as well as Deadeye. Deadeye doesn't find anyone.
But Math Dealer...
we do lose Kiriko.
Math Dealer still finds 2 in the process. Terror Search has to be big. It finds Rivergod, and Stay goes down at the same time, but it's only the Orisa left to go on point. It's only the Reaper now left with no Death Blossom, and Hawaii, despite being down early on in the final minutes, comes all the way back, and Hawaii is able to send this to match point.
I'm interested to see what play of the game is. I have a hunch it's going to be Math Dealer, though.
No, it's not.
Nope,
It's Drizzle, and I can tell you which one exactly it is.
Yep.
It's going to be right here, in the side room. Just slash dash away. Drizzle is able to find what they needed here. Unfortunately, though, Hawaii able to win in the end. And what a game. That could have gone either way from the looks of it, down with the final 2 minutes left to go. Look, I thought right at the end there, Math Dealer clutched up for me absolutely wrong on the Sigma. What a game from UH, and now you got to feel pretty good going in up 2-1 into the next map of Hybrid here. But I mean, again, Drizzle popped off, Math Dealer popped off, Nether popped off, Say popped off a little bit as well, especially on those shots on the main late game onto both of the DPSs that were on the side of Arizona as well. So University of Hawaii getting the bearings together. Arizona needs to bring it back. And look, it's their map pick now. Hybrid coming up next, but it's still close.
It's too close, honestly, to call either way. I anticipate us wrapping all the way back around to Control. Could I end up eating my words after this next map? Yes, I could. But I feel like if there is a map that could play into the playstyle that we've seen thus far from Arizona, it is the hybrid style maps. Now, to keep in mind, I do believe Numbani is still out of rotation technically because it's not in competitive play, and that would be the first go-to pick, in my opinion, for this instance. A lot of teams, there's a reason why it's called Scrims Row, probably gonna lean heavily into the Kings Row pick to be safe. But if I were Arizona, I'd go Blizzard World.
Oh, Blizzard World. Wow. Interesting pick there. I mean, Blizzard World, again, still in rotation. Came back recently into rotation as well. Not like it wasn't anything. I mean, it wasn't anything new to the old players. And I'm assuming a lot of these players already in Overwatch 1 have played it. But different style in a 5v5 situation. But, I mean, you still have Blizzard World. I would say I've seen Eichenwald being picked before as kind of a throw-off pick as well. We've seen teams play Eichenwald here. Now, the question will be what they go for here as the teams decide, or at least for the Wildcats, they'll decide what to pick here as well as the subs at the same time, because we know that 2 out of these 3 maps so far or actually 2 maps in a row we've had that sub, the only 2 maps that could have had a sub. So Winter and Sia came out, Dragnever and Schmurda came in, and this time now it's not just going to be a little bit of a rotation of support. It's going to be a role rotation at the same time. In fact, the next map we're going to see is not Eichenwald, it's not Blizzard World, it's not Kings Row. We're headed to New York. We're headed to Midtown coming up next here for the next map. And in fact, talk about the role swaps, if you will. Drizzle now out, going onto the bench. Schmurda in for support. Dragnever now switched from support to DPS. So talk about playing musical chairs a little bit with your lineup just a little bit. But Drizzle now out of the game here for Midtown.
Okay, so this can be a red flag for any team, is hearing a support swap over to DPS, because any support that's worth their salt that is capable to play both roles at the same level can be quite scary. Or it could just be that they need to throw kind of a wrench out and really shake things up and pull someone in on DPS that plays in just a weird way, but it being not detrimental for their own team, and a team being able to work around someone being creative can be huge. We'll have to wait and see, though. It does look like they're going on to the Ashe pick. It's gonna turn some people into barbecue for a little bit. Always great.
Well, when you got that paired up with the Junkrat as well, that's an especially fiery barbecue, if you will.
And the Mercy pocket on Dynamites can be huge. Nope. Okay, they're baiting me. This is fine. I'm used to this at this point.
A little bit of a bait situation, but Dragnever onto the Sojourn. Meanwhile, Nope onto the Orisa, which we saw on the latter part of Esperanza. Did work out for a couple of picks, but not enough to stop Hawaii. Meanwhile, for Hawaii, I guess the thing is, hey, don't fix what's not broken. So for Hawaii, they've pretty much staying on the same thing. Lazal's now on the Sojourn, Say on the Mei instead, which they played later, early game, latter half as well. They also played him the Cassidy as well. So the question is this going to work? So for Say and the rest of the team from Hawaii, they're going to start off by rotating all the way to the left. They're going to rush to the left here and make sure that they've got enough space to work with here, especially with that Mei not having to be close enough and knowing that there's an Orisa right in their face. Can they get in close enough to the rest of the team here? Now they're going to rotate all the way upstairs, and this is what you call I don't know what you would call this. I mean, the cinnamon swirl, the rotation of a lifetime. I mean, they're just going all over, and now they've got Nope all the way surrounding here with so much damage. Having to need to the Suzu already for Motion, though, but now Motion goes down in the hands of the Junkrat. Now they're just going to go all the way around here, and this is just, they're looking at damage wherever you look here, in whichever angle you look at here. So they try to go all the way around. Unfortunately, what they're met with is just damage.
Ring Around the Rosie is a great strategy when you're fully aware of your cooldowns and everyone's communicating them, so you're able to create the sine wave necessary for your tempo management. And when they went up in that first apartment, they had it. It's just, unfortunately, they split their damage, and then they kind of started just using cooldowns unnecessarily or without communicating them. So their rhythm, so to speak, got completely broken.
The rhythm, yep, broken up for right now. Rip Tire already being out. Is this going to be used in the subway is the question. They're all in the subway. They don't know where that tire is. That tire's going to be right behind them. Can they get rid of the tire is the question. No. Lazals goes down. Dragnever also finds the pick onto River God as well. And Dragnever switching from support to DPS finds the heads, finds the kills, and it's going to find 4 in the fight as they waste away half the time bank.
Okay, so I don't know how much you like this map, but I love it just because if someone decides to go into train, what that junk did typically is what you want to do. You pinch them off into it. Walking through train is never fun. It forces a conga line, but they are definitely hell-bent and committed to this train strat, which could be their own undoing.
They're going to keep going at the subway as well. Maybe fight close quarters.
Oh,
Terror Surge is also out. They
no.
also have the May Wall at the same time to keep Nope in there. Nope does go down. Great May Wall there from Saiyan. Not enough damage being poured onto that wall to make sure that there's enough time to save Nope. And there's already 2 picks. Now you have the Sojourn and the Mercy Pocket right there. Overclock is used. It does find save, but it's not going to find much else other than that. They will get at least 1 tick out of this. But the way the trade fight is happening, and Nether is still alive here, they can fight if they want. But first tick is available there for the UH team. Second tick is going to come up as well. Nether has almost a Riptire ready and available. Question is, are they going to be able to use it? There's the Gravitic Flux is going to come up. Gravitic Flux finds nothing, TP's away, and it's also impaled by the spear at the same time. Liz also wants the overclock. This is going to find anything. It does find 1 onto Drag Never. Now the Blizzard also out at the same time. Kiriko having the TP away for right now, and now they're all inside of that one room, which are your Hawaii. You're really liking where they are, especially in close quarter situation. And on a May, Riptire is out, finds save. They're almost there. 3% more until they get that point cap. This Junkrat, though, in a lot of trouble, and UH is going to be able to find 2.5 and is able to cap the point, and the fire truck is out of the station.
They're going... the side of Hawaii is going into this next fight with no ults online, as is the side of Arizona. So this is neutral fight territory. This comes down to target focus, really, and who is pushed up too far, which Nope may be, but they're a tank, so they can sustain for quite a long time. It's just, they got Lazal now peppering damage down to that right corridor, which can make anyone trying to gain space to support their tank. Basically, they have to take a different rotation now, except for the Junk, who's gonna take a rail shot, but Nope with the damage boost will find Lazal, so they're +1. Now they need to start gaining space. As Junkrat is gonna fly down, drop, trap, and barely surviving his math healer.
Barely survives for right now, but backs off. Drag Never, though, able to find motion. A huge stagger here for Arizona, and Rivergon now finds Drag Never, which means the spawn room now in favor of the University of Hawaii. They're so far pushed up, and now Nope goes down, so hey, all systems go. Green light ready to go here, and now that Mercy in oh so much trouble, so low, but can you find the pick? No, that Mercy somehow stays alive, and Never punished the save for even trying to chase that. But now down to 1:50 again. Spawn rooms in favor of the University of Hawaii as they back off for right now. Nether has the fire available, is going to use it right in front of the window here, right in front of that glass pane. Just stalls it out for a couple of moments. Tries to wait around, see if there's anything coming to it. Still at 100 health. 3 seconds left to pop it. 2 seconds left. Pops it at the last second. And Nether is able to find River God and Math Dealer just as it runs out of time. And University of Hawaii already having to back up.
Let's just see if Arizona gets a little overzealous this time. We do have some stationed on high ground here. If people aren't ready to check up here, it can be a bit rough. So I think the strat right now for Arizona is let them come in and then pump the overclock. But popped it a little early. They have to find the Sigma. They won't. The Mercy goes down inside the Graphitic Flux.
Oh, but they still find the Sigma at the same time. The Sarah Surge now comes up big. Nope is just going to say nope to your attack. Thought you had the train. Nope sends them back. And 50 seconds left to go. What a play by the Orisa to keep this team online. And now it's down to 1 fight territory with the fire truck halfway home.
1 fight, but 4 ults in favor of Hawaii right now. Definitely Say's ultimates have been fight winning, and they've used them at the perfect times, waiting for cooldowns from Arizona.
Oh.
I don't know if they'll sustain through it, though. We'll have to see.
We'll see if they can, though. Like you said, 4 ultimates online. Arizona's got 2. No Terror Surge, no Riptire, no DPS ults online or tank online. It's just Arizona support. Valkyrie keeps in a rush for the only things they have. Here comes the sound barrier to let them go right in. Lazals misses the slide to go right up. Blizzard also used at the same time. That's 3 ults simultaneously, which hasn't found a single pick just yet. So if you're Arizona, you're liking your odds here of winning the fight. And in fact, with Drag Never taking out Lazals, that's a lot of damage here in this sideline room, and great support for a little while as Nope now comes in to play hero. Drag Never able to find a kill on to stay at the same time. Kitsune Rush being used here by the Arizona team. Smurder's just going to let it fly. And now Hawaii in so much trouble. Math Dealer getting a lot of damage being poured on. The question is, can they stay alive for the overtime clock being bleeding right now? Almost up to another Gravitic Flux. Nope, also almost up to a Terror Surge. About 30% away, but the difference about 20% in ultimate. Gravitic Flux is going to have to be huge here. There's the spear that's already used. Already 1% up. I think that's the Mercy up at the same time. Oh, Nether in the back line looking for Say. Oh, Say almost flicked on him, though. Drag Never's going to pop the overclock at the same time, though, and finds Lazals on there, and there's the Riptire that finds both of the supports. It's all falling apart for the University of Hawaii. Arizona's going to find a way to win this one out, and in the long fight, the long time overtime haul, it will be Arizona that only gives up a point in 89 meters, and they are that much away from sending us to game 5.
Okay, so you were talking about tank ultimates and how like waiting on when they were going to use those. Truth be told, I was staring at the Junkrat because Junk had Tire, and when they got that high ground, just had to just not even kill that Soldier 76, but get them out of the danger zone for the Rat to be able to survive through their ultimate. I knew that was it. It was over. Even if they pop both DPS ults at the same time, Nether's Tires have picked up 2 almost every single time, and all hope was lost at that moment.
Yeah, all hope was lost there for UH. But again, this is Midtown. We've seen teams full hold at this point. We've seen teams just rush through. I mean, in fact, I can tell you one team pushed through in 30 seconds. Maybe then, I mean, we'll see if this is, I mean, this is Arizona's map pick. Let's put it that way. So they know what's up. They know how to play this map. We'll see if Hawaii can counter, but Hawaii's going to go basically the same thing as they have been. However, what could be one of the few times we see it, River God, instead of the Lucio, picking the Zenyatta instead, maybe to make sure that that Discord stays on to Nope or really anything for Arizona that's causing them a lot of problems. But Drag Never now, this might be good for them. There's really nothing that can, I mean, there's no hit scans. So for, I mean, except for Lazals that can basically pick them out of the air. But other than that, this pharmacy combo looking pretty good for Arizona to start.
Yeah, Lazal, if they use their rail shot, can get a decent amount of damage on Drag Never, but the issue is that you've got one hit scan, maybe a Discord orb, and trying to 1v2 is really rough currently, but Nether goes down immediately to Say, so that one junk trap is stronger than the other, which is unfortunate.
Oh, but Drag
the
Never,
trade comes out.
Yeah, Drag Never finds Say in the process, so Drag Never, and both Junkrats pretty much traded out spawn rooms mainly in favor of the University of Arizona. The Wildcats able to push in for just a couple of moments here, or they're stunned out right away. Good impale there. River God now stays alive and finds the health back to stay up for just a little while. There's a great accretion onto the farm, but it's not going to find enough damage. The Bucket Mercy just a little bit too strong. Orisa's going to go right in again. Lazal's just targeted out, and great focus fire here from the University of Arizona. Now Matt Thielen going down. Not a great start here for Hawaii. Do they want to recontest this? Down a tank, down potentially another Zenyatta as well. The Zenyatta finds Nope in the process, and this Zenyatta is finding River God finds 2 somehow, some way. But Drag Never's just going to send them right back, and it's looking like all 3 ticks here for the University of Arizona, which they don't get just yet. Somebody's on the point, and I think that's Day that is fighting for their life. But Nether finds 2 on emotion and Say, and Arizona 5-15 to send us to game 5.
Drag Never is at half health and unfortunately took an accretion to the face. They went in solo. It was definitely worth it because they kept everyone else off the point. However, they're going to have to come back and fight for aerial control again because high ground has been given over to the side of Hawaii, which is important if they're looking to conquer the pharmacy composition. But it's now Say and Lazal going after the pharmacy. Could be much easier this time if they target focus.
And there's the rocket barrage that's out. Say peeks out a little too far. Lazals goes down to it as well. River God can only res one of them and then pick Say in the process, but Matt Thielen left alone for just their own devices for a little while, and Drag Never is just making sure you're never in this fight with this pharmacy combination here. The Echo can only do so much. Down to the final 10 meters left to go. Hawaii's got to contest. It's now or never. Say can't even get there, though. The Great Spear keeps them out, and Hawaii is denied access. Arizona is going to win this map, and we are headed to map number 5.
Okay, so we're back to control. We saw Liu Zhang just based off of what University of Arizona has shown us. I think Hawaii needs to stay away from Busan.
Well, I mean, you've got Busan, you've got Busan Oasis is left as well. Oasis, another map that's been played a lot recently. I mean, you still got, you've got those 2. Again, really wishing our Peninsula was in this game somehow, some way. I just want the Penguins. Look, I just want the Penguins, all right?
Imagine going into a qualifier tournament, a new map is announced, and somehow production gets the rights to it, and it's just thrown in. I can't imagine how tilted any of these players would be. I mean,
look, I just want a couple weeks from now, it might be in the rotation. I just want to see the Penguins. But anyways, you still got, I mean, you've still got Oasis, Busan as well. I mean, you got options. But
You got
staying away,
Ilios.
you got Ilios as well. I mean, Ilios, although against that pharmacy combination, if you go to the well, I don't know if that's a pick you really want. I mean, even on Ruins too. I don't know if Ilios is your pick here, but
I think Oasis.
I think Oasis has to be
the
the pick, right? I mean, that's really the one and only option you got if you're UH. I mean, you've got enough room there. You've got enough time to. I mean, even if you wanted to change comps there, especially going against this pharmacy combo. Look, if Drag never stays on the DPS side, Drizzle could come back in at the same time as well. So if they know what swaps are coming in before the subs, I mean, before the map pick, you might have a chance at knowing what you are, but right now, no subs in play. So Dragnever is going to stay on the DPS side. Lineups stay the way they are, but the next map coming up is Ilios. The final map of the series is going to head on over to Ilios, which an interesting pick for map number 5, although Nerdy Bird has a little bit of different opinion, if you will.
Okay, so we know Arizona has a god hit scan in their back pocket. If we go Ruins first, it's going to be just Widow v Widow. I hope at least there's a Widowmaker from the side of Hawaii that's willing to go toe-to-toe with them. Otherwise, they're going to have free reign. If you go to Well, you have to fight for cage control first. Otherwise, you're most likely going to be spending most of your time at the bottom of the well because there's a Pharah. And then, I mean, Lighthouse, you really got to pray that Lighthouse is the first one. Well, yes, Pharah gets a lot of free spam. So long as you shut down angles and shut down lanes, you can survive and destroy that composition afterwards, so to speak, after you take care of the core group. But Ilios is just going to be a tough ass going into a pharmacy that really almost went entirely untouched on Midtown.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to have to be an insane game here from, I mean, really either side. For what you're talking about. Arizona, I mean, this has been back and forth as much as you can, folks. It's not a reverse sweep. It's been one punch after the other. Lijiang Tower 1-1, or went to UH cleanly 2-0. Junkertown 3-2 for Arizona. Esperanza, UH having to make the comeback, but able to win it 1-0. Midtown 2-1 in favor of Arizona. And now the decider right here. What a banger of a game for game number 1 of the day for Overwatch 2. We're headed to the Ruins to start, like you were saying. It's Hitscan versus Hitscan. It's Lazals versus Nether. Widow versus Widow. Who's going to win the trade fight here on top of the Parthenon? Question is, who's going to peek first? Jump shot there. Lazals does get body shotted first by Nether, so Nether's going to drop for right now onto a different angle. Meanwhile, on the point, you've got the Sigma versus the Orisa. Is he going to find anything is the question. The Junkrat from the side doesn't find Dragnever, but Matt Thielen able to follow up on the assist from right there. Dragnever is rezzed up back, though, so we're back to a 5v5 situation. Motion does find Smurda, and no res for that either. So Hawaii's off to a good start here, especially in a 5v4 situation. Looks like they are going to flip the point, and River God finds no, meaning that absolutely signifies a backup game here for Arizona. Hawaii's got first cap.
We have Nether trying to take the standard high ground positioning, praying no one tries to egress onto them. Lazal also on low ground in main, which can be scary if this Widow hits their shots, but we'll have to see as Dragnir does go down to the Lazal with some help from the Zenyatta.
But it's going to get rezzed up right away. Say gets the kill right into Dragnever. Dragnever couldn't even blink before he's rezzed, and back off and back to the spawn room they go. So 27% you lose yet again your Sojourn, and now the Sojourn only at 45%. Meanwhile, Hawaii coming up on 70% on their ultimate. At the same time, Matt Thielen needed to back away. Nope. Switches on over to the Wrecking Ball, which finds Lazals in the back line. Say almost has that ready to go. Say finds Dragnever yet again. This Junkrat causing so much problems and has the Wrecking Ball at the same time. Can only res one of them. You find the res up onto the Sojourn, but halfway home, Hawaii's forcing them all the way back.
Finds one DPS, or it finds the second DPS.
Gosh.
Are they going to find a Kiriko or a Mercy? The 3-piece combo? No, ball comes in to save them. Matt Dealer, I definitely nod my head in respect to you and picking up both of them, trying to go for the supports as well. Had you gotten it, it would have been amazing, but getting 2 is still great.
And getting 2 is still amazing as well, but for Hawaii, they just got to hold on at this point. Trying to hold on, and you have the ultimate to use as well. Riptire available, but Dragnever finally gets the revenge that they wanted onto Arizona. Matt Dealer is able to find 2 inside of that room. Can't find Shorter down those. And still now 5v4 situation. Nether switches on over from the Widowmaker into the Genji. And now the Transcendence countering the mines all entirely. Kitsune Rush being used by Shmurda to see if they can get any picks. But in mind to no avail here. Dragnever does go down, which means Sia has to use that res onto them. Smurda able to find Lazals in the back line in the meantime. There's a big rip tire there for Smurda, and onto Smurda rather, and there's no res available left to go here. Overtime clock starts to bleed away here, but Arizona still having to contest this. Hawaii doesn't have the opportunity to. They do flip the point, but Matt Dealer finds through the wrecking ball, trying to find as much as they can, trying to stall out what they can. The Genji back on point, and the Genji is the only one left to try to do anything. The point will flip back to the University of Hawaii for right now, but can you stop the Genji? The Genji is stalling as long as they possibly can. Protection Susu used very early on. Overtime clock starting to be used, and there's the Lucio out from Sia, who was on that Mercy earlier on, so no Mercy pocket here for either Drag Never or Nether in the process, but still the fight continues on. Drag Never able to find River God in the back line. Now, again, still a trade fight. Great stall from the Genji, great stall from the Kiriko, and Hawaii looks like they're going to be forced back unless Math Dealer back in the game now. You have the slam out, and now the Junkrat in a lot of trouble. Here comes the dash away from Nether. Finds one, is going to find a second, and Nether's just going to try to end this right away. There's a Clutch being forced down from Math Dealer. Question is, does it find anything? It does. The fight still continues. This is insane.
Credit where it's due. Arizona's composition does allow for them to surround and like poke onto point, but they unfortunately just couldn't confirm kills, and that comes down to target focus and making sure that you're getting out essential cooldowns. So let's see if they fix that in this next one. But unfortunately,
oh my gosh,
stepping off the point, and the overtime timer does go faster the longer the overtime has gone on. So as soon as that Genji popped, like just barely got that last pixel off, it went from 100 to nothing.
Wow. Now Hawaii winning that big map there on the Ruins. The Lighthouse could be the final map of the series, or will it be? Arizona needing to make the comeback. Gave up the point 113%. Can Arizona make the comeback all the way around? And there's the pharmacy combo we were talking about earlier. There's the pharmacy combo that came out on Midtown. But for Hawaii, question is, can they counter a little more enclosed area, especially on the point? They don't want to go to the side to start. They don't want to go down main. They want to go upstairs from the very get-go. Same thing for Arizona, who they're going to try to TP right onto point here to make sure that the Spar has little to no room to play whatsoever. And now Lazals is going to play on the Symmetra, going to make sure that this point is on lockdown. Lazals finds a secondary fire kill onto Nether, which has to be rezzed, which probably is going to be rezzed right away there, and there it is. And now this farm are in a lot of trouble here. Hawaii able to get the flip onto their side, but it's still damage all over the point. But what a great start from them, able to rush the point, knowing that a pharmacy might be coming out from them in the process. What a good start for the University of Hawaii.
Arizona is currently looking to take angles just to allow Far to get extra spam. In an easier situation with all of them spread out, they can't get damage onto everyone all at once. A boop is going to go onto the Junk. Junk goes down. They also take care of motion, and Farah, well, the Arista found one. Barrage won't find anybody, but it did make Riverguard go low enough, and they're sent to the Shadow Realm. Point finally going to flip at the 36%, 35% mark.
35% mark, yeah, 35%. Arizona, now they have that pharmacy combo online, already having that Rocket Barrage ready. Rivergod's also got the Amplification Matrix ready to go now. Lazal switching on over from the Sojourn, or rather from the Symmetra on to the Cassidy now. We'll see if that gives them any opportunity to win out and hit that pharmacy combination, but it's so far away now for them. Here comes the fight. Application Matrix being used very early on and not even in the spawn point here, but Drag Never takes down River God, which means that App Matrix not going to be used by the Baptiste anytime soon. Drag Never still pulling away at the Spara, gets 2 picks already, stay in a lot of trouble here in close quarters. Can't find a pick, is just spinning around to save his life, and now Drag Never's just going to go all the way to the spawn room and look at the doors.
They're going to have Graphitic Flux online, as well as very close to a Deadeye. Say is going to pick up the mantle of the Echo. Echo, with some help of the Cassidy, can take care of this pharmacy combo, but they have to make sure that they focus down one at a time. Otherwise, the damage will be too split. High ground's been taken over, but Matt Dealer gets dropped down and is in a sticky situation.
But it's not bad because Lazal's finds Drag Never in the process. Keaton Air Rush having to be used. Now there's the Terror Surge. Immortality Field is out, not destroyed before that Terror Surge is dropped. Meanwhile, Nope down to 54 health, no health pack available. Nether able to use that overclock. Hawaii flips the point right back, so no health pack just available just yet. Now Nether popping the overclock at the same time, though. Is it going to find anything? Nether down to 16 health, and now this pharmacy having to run away for those lives. But Drag Never finds a direct hit onto save. Huge play there from the Far as Hawaii still finds a way to win out this fight. Question is this all systems go for Arizona?
It could be. Far's looking for an opportunity to get into space and possibly drop Barrage. They have to wait for accretion and that mine from Cassidy, because if they take any damage, they're going to be down. Deadeye's pop finds no one. Barrage from above during the distraction picks up a three-piece.
It's huge. Drag Never finds 3. Lazals does find Drag Never in the process. Map Dealer, Lazals just them together, but Map Dealer kills himself. It's down to San Lazals on the point, but Say goes down, and that will do it for that fight. 78% Arizona looking to get up more and potentially make this one fight territory here, but oh my goodness. No ultimates online for either side, except it's going to be a Valkyrie versus a Gravitic Flux, and a duplication maybe for Hawaii here coming up, but 80% is the question. Drag Never finds River God, though. That's going to be an early res if they can even try to res that here for Motion. But Lazal's able to find Drag Never in the back line. Nope, on the Wrecking Ball now, able to find Lazal down. And so now with the choice of res here, Motion hasn't used the res just yet. Matt Dealer very low. Uses the Gravitic Flux to no avail. And now this Mara just going to go absolutely off with nothing to worry about Gravitic Flux-wise. Duplication, Say goes on through that Sojourn, which finds absolutely nothing, and it's a fight win for Arizona. And ladies and gentlemen, in the first game of Overwatch 2 in CECC West, we will go the distance.
All that's left now as well. Who's gonna be playing for Boops? Who's gonna be playing for Poke? I foresee we're gonna have Lucio's. But it looks like Arizona, not so much going for the Lucio plays. They're going to be relying on Ball and Farah to find those opportunities to send people into the Shadow Realm. From the side of Hawaii, it's really only going to be the accretion that could possibly send someone down. But now that Mercy Pocket from Motion onto Say could actually be the straw that breaks the camel's back of Arizona, because Echo Pocket is pretty gosh darn strong into any composition.
Well, let's find out if it's strong enough to defeat what Drag Never's been bringing. Drag Never's been cooking. Can Say turn up the heat on them? Nope. Brings out the Wrecking Ball. He's going to go right on the flank right around here. It's going to be Pharmacy versus the Echo Mercy. Can't really come up with a good name for it, but still, it's going to be on the side of the Lighthouse. Meanwhile, still a 3v3 situation. Look where Map Dealer is. Map Dealer is all the way behind, and now Nob is also in the back line as well. So, I mean, this is, any way you look at it, this is just a disregarded fight, not disregarded, but this is just a sporadic fight here. Say finds 2. Nob is able, or Motion is able to get the res up onto Lazals, who was killed by Nob in the process, but now it's just scattering all around this Wrecking Ball and the rest of the team, and Hawaii on that Echo Mercy winning the fight and eventually getting first cap.
So the chaos strategy from Hawaii worked out, with Math Dealer just pulling attention and damage away to allow their Echo Mercy to do some damage. That was incredible, but insanely risky. Stay does go down. They should have res online relatively soon because they used it so early at the beginning of the last fight, but they're gonna not have the space to do it freely as the Dynamite gets dropped. Stay is going to be coming back from spawn, but is very close to that copy.
Map Dealer surrounded, though, with a lot of damage being dealt. Meanwhile, Lazals and River God being kept out of line. The Soldier make sure that that res doesn't happen. And it's going to be a quick fight and a quick win here for the University of Arizona. The Wildcats flip it at 31%.
Very similar to what we saw earlier in map 2. Say, though, is going to be the first with ult online with that copy. We'll have to see who they end up copying. If it's not the Orisa or Nether, I'll be shocked.
Oh, let's see. Say has the duplicate available, ready to go. Math Dealer almost about having that same process with the Gravitic Flux at the same time. Nope is just going to run right rampant into the team along with that Fortify. Remember, it went down from 125 to 75 extra shield and health. And now you've got the Gravitic Fluxes up, which is going to find at least Nether. However, the Mercy is taken down, which means both of your DPSs may be down, but you still got an Orisa plus a Kitiko and a Mercy left to go. However, with the Orisa going down, now the overclock being used by Nether. Nether's going to have to come up big here because Hawaii's got an advantage onto this point, being pocketed by that Mercy, but that Mercy is just staying alive oh so well here. And that Mercy, now out in the open, but Mercy able to get away from right now. Still point being held on by the University of Arizona, 51% and rolling halfway home. And now just trying to find this Kitiko, which they do. Hawaii able to flip it back, and it looks like they're going to be able to get the fight win as well as Arizona backs off.
Nether popping that rail was... It may have seemed a little strange, but they really just did it to hold on to the little foothold they had on point for as long as possible, and I think it got them at least an extra 10%, which was huge. However, Copy still has yet to be popped, and now there's 4 ults on the side of Hawaii here. Arizona is going to be at 3 by the time this full fight starts, so it comes down to who pops their ult first. I think that'll win this one, as we have Bob in response to Window.
But Bob is taken down immediately with the amplification matrix plus the overclock. So now Lazal's going down at the same time, makes this a 1v1 situation. University of Arizona just pushing them all the way back. This Baptiste is in a lot of trouble. Is brought down, no way more field either. But it's still good for right now. There, nobody dies to that. Now Save duplicates into the Eraser at the same time. Greater Clutch being used by Map Dealer. Is this going to find anything as you question it? It does in the process. That Drag never does go down. There's the Terror Surge. This is going to find an Eraser. It does. 87%. And now Hawaii on the verge of taking this one into the winner's bracket. 92%. The team kill is on. Nobody is going to be able to reach the point in time unless it's this Tracer, but not enough time to reach it. Hawaii takes this to distance all the way to map 3, and Hawaii, Lava Kilo, a great win for the UH Esports program. Oh my goodness, what a game.
I mean, the first game on broadcast, we get a full 5-map series going constantly back and forth. If that's not a good omen, I don't know what is.
What a game. There's not much more you can say about this game. 5 maps going back and forth all the way through. Oh my God. I mean, I'm out of breath just watching that, and I'm out of breath for that one game. And we still got a couple left to go. I mean, we still got 2 more games, a lot more maps left to go. But, I mean, we still have a whole weekend, and that was just game number 1. I mean, the West is showing up. I saw a little bit of the Valorant earlier on as well in the West Division. I mean, West is the best region thus far in terms of qualifying online games because, I mean, what a series we just had. And coming up next, we're going from the University of Hawaii in Arizona to Boise State, in fact, the host of the lands coming up next, which means it'll be the winner of USC and the University of San Francisco. The Trojans and the Dons fighting it out in map number 5 as well. Winner taking on Boise State, which we will have coming up next here. But, I mean, wow, what a game we just watched.
I think the next game's going to be a little bit different. I know for a fact Boise State tends to play pretty hard meta, but if they get a little creative, I'm sure it'll make things exciting. I'm not going to go either way on that one, though, because I've not seen San Fran. I've not been able to cast them, so I also have not scouted them. I'm interested to see what they pull out for going into the game against Boise State, because that is David versus Goliath if I've ever seen it. That is not going to be easy by any means, but a war of attrition definitely tends to work very, very well against the Broncos. If you force them onto a map 5, they ain't going to be happy about it, so tilting is great.
Yeah. Well, a war that it will be an award that was, and we're going to take a short break. We're going to see if we can get an interview with the winning team of the University of Hawaii. We'll take a short break. You're watching the CECC West Online Qualifiers. Hawaii wins 3-2. We'll be right back.
save himself.
Now, I hope you're not sick of SFU, because while they already had their time in this weekly reel, they're going to find themselves here in slot number 3 as well. Mako, a shark in the water against the side of Muskingum to guarantee another round win for SFU on Pearl.
One, Mako will back up an operator that could get a collat here, and all of a second, they get one, have to reload, can't quite get the other one, don't need to, Sky's able to be the limit, they get another, stomachs are just being opened up with holes in the shape of a bullet, and it doesn't tag at least that one, another through the wall bang them, because they can't kill the Mako.
Using an ultimate in Overwatch 2 can be incredibly dangerous. If you miss your ultimate, it could put your team in a very poor position, but with a little Riz from Shiz, he kicked the door wide open for his main tank to come in and save the day.
Because now you don't even have another chance to recalibrate yourself. And the big EMP into the shatter! Oh my god!
That EMP shatter was devastating. 6 seconds left for Sumter to try and touch. There's not going to be a recontest.
Now, for this number 1 highlight of the week, I think anybody watching is going to know right away. Ridley is not a popular character in Smash Ultimate. So you know when you see 2 Ridleys going head-to-head, something incredible is bound to happen.
That's what I would do.
Yep, and then you sit and just take that up smash. Such a strong and potent kill move. Oh, we're going for the offstage gameplay. There's the stage spike from the neutral air. Hollow is a monster.
They live that. They live that. And now Holo has a very even game to play from. Minixo struggling to stabilize. Air dodges in.
We're seeing
but then
the
goes for one of their
reverse.
own. They do the same exact thing.
Hobbs is
Minixo gives
not gonna
Holo a taste of their own medicine.
And that brings week 5 to a close. Thank you all so much for watching this with me and getting to share all these moments and relive all these hype, fantastic plays in the ECAC. It's been a wild ride. We've got insane weeks coming up ahead as we get closer and closer to the end. The caliber of play gets higher and higher, and these players, they just improve and impress week after week. If you want to keep an eye on it, feel free to follow on all of the channels. If you want to follow me, it's just Septilence. You know where to find me on any social media. Thank you so much for watching. Check your posture, drink some water. Don't forget to love each other, and we'll see you next time.
Is that we don't have these preconceived notions, and we're willing to listen to our membership and read the room, read college athletics and how it's connected and how it's not, and take what we have expertise in championships, but also throw out some of the other stuff. I remember when we first started, there were some conferences were applying their amateurism rules to all of their esports competitors, and I think we knew enough to know that no, that's not going to work in an esports culture. It's got to be very different. And by the way, the NCAA was going in a different direction. You could see the train had already left the station on that, and so it's an incredibly dynamic area and ever changing, and will continue to change. And just as we didn't know when we started what it's going to be looking like, I think similarly we still don't know what it's going to be in another 5 years. I know enough to know that all of us are still going to have a thriving esports program that's doing a real good service for our members and for our competitors. But we still don't know necessarily what some of that is going to look like, and that's pretty cool about it all. Let me ask you this, because
Welcome back, everybody, inside of the booth. Clutch Key alongside Nerdy Bird with you, and cut the timer just a little bit short because we got ourselves an interview from the winning team of the University of Hawaii. He was playing Sigma for a good chunk of actually pretty much the entire match, really. We welcome into the booth here Math Dealer from the UH Esports program. And so, Math Dealer, a great win for you guys, and very first game of the online qualifiers to win game number 5. How does that feel for you and the rest of the team?
Feels really good, yeah.
So I gotta ask, when we were going into map 5, there was a debate on desk like what map we would probably see, but I think there was a consensus that we wouldn't see Ilios. So what was the deciding factor for you guys to pick Ilios?
We just practice Ilios a lot more than the other maps, so we just chose that. Yeah.
And also, the Sigma pick, we kind of brought it up. Was there ever any really like intent to swap to a different tank, or was it going to be Sigma for the most, like for every single map, no matter what?
Yeah, that was the plan, to pick Sigma all the time, pretty much.
It was pretty much the Sigma the entire time. I don't think there was going to be any ifs, ands, or buts about it when Math Dealer coming in here. And again, Math Dealer joining us from the UH Esports program there. But for you guys now heading into the rest of the time, remember, top 6 guaranteed. How good are you guys feeling going for the rest of the tournament, especially after some momentum like this?
We're going to try our best. I mean, we know it's like going to be rough, but we're going to try our best, and we think we can hit top 6. Yep.
Yep, top 6 is all you need to make sure you guys are headed up to Boise in March 3 through 5. So again, congratulations on the win. We'll see you guys in the rest of the tournament. Day number 2 coming up as well. We'll see. Hopefully, you guys to see you guys there in game number 2 as well. All right, again, thank you very much to Math Dealer joining us inside of the booth. And we will take another short break. When we come back, we've got another matchup for you. And this time, we're headed to both California and the state of Idaho, as it'll be the Boise State Broncos taking on the USC Trojans. When we come back, it's the CECC West online qualifiers. We'll be right back.
At least some of your schools are, this is not necessarily operating within the athletic department. And can you talk about how you navigate that in a conference office, and maybe the best way to handle that, or do you have preferences? Do you try to steer them one way or the other? And just talk a little bit about that, if you don't mind.
Sure. The majority of our schools are not under the athletics umbrella. We have one institution that perhaps by next year will be under the auspices of athletics, but most of them are in other departments across campus.
Right.
One of the things that has helped us is that we have support from the president's office. And so in order to participate in Mountain West events, you have to have an adult non-student administrator that oversees that, the eSport program. And that's where we get assistance with, eligibility checks and please complete your roster, things like that. I don't know in the future, and it depends on, who's sitting in the athletics director's chairs, whether or not more esport teams will go under the umbrella of athletics. And I'm kind of indifferent in terms of whether it should, because I don't want esports to go down the road that some conventional sports have gone down with the NCAA. So we have a unique opportunity to kind of craft esports in a way that fits what esports is, as opposed to trying to fit it into a conventional athletics box, so to speak.
Right.
I think the success of our program and getting participation is exactly that. The fact that we're not tying it in necessarily to athletics and NCAA eligibility. Like Carolyn, we probably have 3 or 4 schools that are under athletics. And I know it puts them in a difficult position sometimes trying to make some decisions. I got a request recently to consider allowing part-time students to participate during this year, because some schools struggle sometimes to fill out all the games that they want to play with us. And we held off on that for now. We defer to the institution and say, what's your policy for those that are under student development or activities? What's your policy for allowing students to participate? And if you certify that they're eligible under your current policies, then that's good for us. I also think, and I was part of some of the conversations early on with the NCAA years ago about the NCAA getting involved as a Division II representative, and I was crossing my fingers that wouldn't happen, just because I think this needs time to grow, and expand.
Can I ask Bob a question, because you mentioned part-time enrollment, and one of the things that we've done here is that as a conference, we've just set eligibility standards, full-time enrollment, making progress towards your degree as the institution defines it. Are you guys doing something like that as well? Because we've gotten that part-time enrollment question and we've said no.
Yeah, No, I don't think we've gotten that far down the line, Carolyn, to ask for that. I think we kind of put it on the institution, but we do say that the student has to be a full-time. Now, they could be a full-time grad student, but they have to be full-time as from what the institution decides.
Yeah, our eligibility requirements are just as simple as can be. You have to be a full-time student in good standing.
Yes.
And after that, and that's about it. Now I think we wanted as few impediments to getting this thing rolling as possible in the outset. I do think as schools get more competitive, they will start to distrust one another, and that's why we have this 500-page NCAA manual, because schools distrust one another. But we're not there yet. Right now there's still a collective. Let's move this forward, and the fact that the NCAA is not administering it, I think, is really helpful to the growth of it all. And yes, we allow grad students. We don't even have a 4 or 5 year clock. If you are full-time enrolled for 10 years in good standing, you can do. And why not? Why would we not say that that's okay? Now, eventually, like I said, we may change our minds if the schools require it. They say, no, this is crazy. Look what they're doing over there. We don't like, but I think we're still a long way from that. Alex, do you have anything?
Yeah, I mean, I echo everything that really Carolyn has said. You're gonna have to forgive me. What was the original question? It's been a minute. I know. I'm sorry.
Well, just kind of what you set out to do, and then what maybe the realities of it all.
Can y'all believe we are already 6 weeks into the ECAC highlight videos, and there's still so much content and so many great plays to see from these teams? It's pretty amazing, but I'm super excited to jump into it. If you don't know by now, I'm Septilence, and I have the honor to walk you through this week's highlights. I'm very excited to see what we got. Catholic U starts the series up. Toddy, 2 stocks on the board, needs to take 1 more off of Cherry. When Cherry answers back strong, Toddy finds themselves in a bit of a panic, but they play it cool, they find the stock, and they win out the set for their team.
And again, this is Min Min. If anyone has the potential to rob someone, especially off stage, it can definitely be Midland. Ooh, that was sexy. Oh no!
SUNY Poly was feeling great. 2 games already won, 2 games to go, and Wake Forest already 1 point in the lead, but with 16 seconds left on the clock, Toucan strikes a goal to tie things.
Welcome back inside of the booth, everybody. Clutch Key alongside Nerdy Bird here. We just saw a great 5-map game between the University of Hawaii and University of Arizona, but now we go on into round number 2. This is the upper bracket round, and we're not going to Group A. There's 4 different groups. We were in Group A just now. We're now headed to Group B, where we've got in the upper bracket round the Boise State Broncos, who defeated George Fox University 3-0 earlier today, taking on the USC Trojans, who defeated USFCA, or rather the University of San Francisco, 3-2. So now USC coming off a 5-map win as well. Boise State coming off a sweep. One of these teams is going to have the momentum and is going to guarantee themselves a spot into tomorrow, as well as guarantee themselves maybe even have a good shot of getting into the Atlanta, and Boise State coming up in early March. So hey, this game is very, very big for both sides.
Most definitely. The only thing that is kind of a slight concern is the Broncos winning on a 3-0 sweep. Their egos could get the better of them, and there could be a lot of mess ups early on here on map 1, and it could result in their own loss. You can't let your head get too inflated. With that being said, of course, if I come off biased towards the Broncos, I apologize in advance. Of course, Clutch Key will clean things up and make sure that we keep it fair. But I promise you this much: if they screw up, I'm gonna be roasting them. So I may love those players, but I'm gonna call them out on anything that I see that is like, why did you do that? And I will question it heavily. So even if I'm biased, I promise it's not gonna be just me loving on them the entire time.
Boise State alma mater, by the way, for Nerdy Bird here, just as a reasoning for any of the roasting and or the bias. But anyways, we go into this next game here, Boise State versus USC. Like you were saying, Boise State coming off a 3-0 momentum here. But meanwhile, again, USC, you go into the lower bracket here, the Dons losing in, or rather the Trojans defeating the Dons 3-2. Dons now into the lower bracket to face on GFU. But in the process here for USC, again, 5 maps can do wonders when we go into the case of momentum. So now, I mean, the question will be, which momentum is going to be better? So let's go ahead and turn into our rosters here, and we'll take a look at both of the rosters for these two teams. We will start off with Boise State University here, and for Boise State, I mean, like you said, you know these guys pretty well, but this is your starting roster for the Broncos here. Clear, Matt, Merck, Kel, Lyric, and Chosen in for your starting 5 for Boise State. And again, you know these guys pretty well.
I do, and so if anyone follows the contender scene, Matt Mercadante is typically a tank player, but since Clear got signed on to the Broncos in the fall, he's actually picked up the mantle of playing that tank, allowing Matt Merck to fall into the support role, which is what Matt spent the majority of the summer playing actually in contenders versus the previous years when he was on tank. And then Kel is also a player who started out on tank, was the off-tank player for Overwatch 1 when he joined the Broncos squad, and is now playing more of that DPS role. Lyric and Chosen, both fabulous support players. If you see a Zenyatta come out from the Broncos, it's most likely going to be Chosen, and in which case I say watch your heads.
Well, let's see if the heads will roll or if the USC Trojans will be able to defer that. And right now we'll take a look at the Trojans of USC out of LA. And for them, it looks like this for their starting 5. You're going to have Tsubasa to start us off, Siwa, Orange Streak, Vegan, and Junior Jellybop. So Junior Jellybop to line out the rest of the roster there for the USC Trojans. And again, for these guys, I mean, you know Boise State. Well, do you know anything on USC?
Actually, Orange Streak is a friend of mine. We have played in ladder before. Typically, they are on a support role, but now they're moving into that DPS, which is kind of nice the way that Overwatch 2 has balanced out the system a bit. If you're good at playing some supports and you're good at positioning on supports, you can typically learn where specific DPS are supposed to be going and where they're looking to lock down lanes. And that can transition very nicely into playing hit scan style heroes, as well as some projectiles. So I'm really excited to see what Orange Streak brings to the table. It's been a long time since I've been able to even cast a game for Orange. So super excited for you, my friend. Best of luck.
All right, well, let's see if if the friendship, it'll be the friendship or the alma matership that wins here for Nerdy Bird. Who do you cheer? I mean, I know we have to stay biased as for casting wise, but Nerdy Bird's going to have a little bit of fight in their head, in your head. You're going to have a little bit of a fight in your head when we get down to things to see who you're actually like mentally cheering for. I know I had a little bit of a problem earlier on as well, but for Boise State, again, you're looking at the lineup here. Those lineups were not in order, by the way. So here's your final standings. For Boise State. Boise State's going to put Clear on the tank side, Goblin, Kel on the DPS, Lyric, and Chosen your supports. Meanwhile, for USC, you can see it in your top right corner. Junior Jellybop on tank, Tsubasa, Vegan on your DPS, and Orange Streak, Siwa on the support side. So we will see how this lines up against Trojans taking on the Broncos. And right now on Lijiang Tower, first map is going to be the night market here. So for these guys, we saw earlier on, we didn't see Ramatra earlier on here for this map when we saw it against the University of Hawaii and Arizona. But we're going to see a Junker Queen and we're going to see an Orisa to start this very one off. 2 very different tanks altogether.
I personally love JQ. If you can force her and you feel confident on her, do it. It's just the question comes down to, can Lyric keep pace with this JQ as we lose Kelly immediately for the Broncos? But they are going to be able to spam down these 2 front lanes, lock them down, maintain space, which is important as they also take down Orange Streak because Goblin is on that Widowmaker, keeping back and able to just poke down damage, get the headshots. Now Broncos are able to use Yell and Amp to get in. There's bleed, the spear comes out, and I do think that the axe did miss. However, Jelly will go down, as does Tsubasa.
Good cleanup there. 3 kills already for the Boise State Broncos. Now they're just going to fall off the map. However, Clear still finds a way to get Vigon while they were trying to fall off the map. Orange Streak able to fall off successfully. But for USC now, coming up on halfway to an ultimate on Terra Surge. Meanwhile, the differential in the ultimate percentage, Boise State's already got 67. And look, they're playing what I would assume would be old style here. They've got Lucio and Brigida to start off the game. Usually see Lucio Kiriko, not the Lucio Brigida. So an interesting pick here. But for Boise State, hey, working out so far. USC was the first one's on point, but Boise State able to flip it right back. And now they can't even contest this Widowmaker right now. Chosen able to get the whip onto Tsubasa. And now this Orisa just in so much trouble. You talk about Boise State's momentum after a sweep. It's looking pretty clear right about now.
I know Brig isn't the standard pick. We saw her earlier on Junkertown as well. The thing you got to keep in mind, though, is that Yell provides a speed as well as armor, and then Brigida, so long as they're getting Flail, does stack armor out as well on top of their armor packs. And playing as a group with a Goblin able to stay back and forcing the side of University of Southern California into lanes like they are, gives Goblin free range from a safe distance. I mean, I think he's taken barely any damage thus far.
I think the only thing he's had to go for is a mini health pack thus far, but I mean, really, not a lot of damage being poured out, especially when you got a Junker Queen right in your face. Rampage available here for Boise State. Will Clear use it is the question. Terra Search is going to be used. That's a few people in. Clear finds Tsubasa. What a shot there from that, or Soldier, and finds a shot, but it's not going to be enough there. And now you're going to have the Kitsune Rush out. Here comes the Rampage, which finds, I believe it finds 2 people in the process. Protection Suzu able to be used on Orange Streak only, but Seawall not caught inside of it. So now Goblin takes care of Seawall. 88%, but USC trying to find a flip. However, it's starting to look clean for Boise State. The Broncos are on a roll here. They're going to rampage right over the rest of the team. Nobody else is looking like they're going to be able to touch. And the Broncos make sure not a speck of dust is on this point. Number 1, Boise State's up 1-0 on Lijiang Tower.
Going into that, if the Broncos don't make any comp swaps, especially if we go into Garden, I think they'll have a little bit of a rougher time. And yes, it is Garden. I'm hoping I don't see a repeat just from a different Lucio player from the Broncos here, which is a team decides to TP onto point, but TP's window. Thankfully, I'm not seeing a sim pick, so we shouldn't see an instant play of the game from any Lucios here. But we have Tsubasa making a swap over to the Tracer, which means their job is going to be harassing Goblin to make sure they don't just get free line of sight. Oh, nope. Okay, so it's probably going to be Symmetra and then maybe a swap over to Tracer. We'll have to see as they do also pull out the Winston. Clear is also going to go Winston. They just TP'd to get some space and then swap Tracer. So they've got the entirety of bridge locked down. Lucio goes in for the boop, can't find it though, and is forced back. Now we've got a battle of the Winstons here at the edge of the bridge. Another boop. Clear goes down to Tsubasa, so Broncos are down their front line.
Broncos down their front line, but it's traded out right away as Kel goes right into the face of Junior Jelly Bob. Meanwhile, again, another trade fight, but this time it's Chosen and Kel that both go down for a 2-for-1. And now Goblin still on the Widowmaker, finding a pick. USC, again, we saw this before in the very first round where they were able to take first cap. See what goes down thanks to the boop of Lyric. And oh my goodness, heads are rolling. Goblin's finding them all, and it's first flip to Boise State.
Now Goblin just gets to lock down this entire angle into the spawn door archway, meaning they have to use amp speed safely and try not to expel Winston Bubble while they do this rotation. Otherwise, Winston Bubble going down is the green button, well, the green light for the entirety of the Broncos to jump onto that back line. It's just they can't go too far or they'll lose healing from the Brigida.
Well, Wrecking Ball all over the place here, and there is the landmines coming out from Clear in the wall room. You can't find an escape. You can only find death on your way from Clear and Kel, and this is going to be a fight win here for you, for Boise State. All of it just on 1 landmines.
Broncos have pushed up, holding the archway. The Orisa swap from Jelly proven fruitful if they can force Clear out of lane. Going on bridge may not be smart though. Looks like they're going to try and choose to go white room. However, Kel is waiting, and Kel is 50% off the lost. Tiny room with the Reapers. The death sentence. They do lose their Lucio, and they lose their Sojourn to Goblin. Tracer, though, on the flank, takes down Goblin, who was too scoped in to recognize that there was a Tracer sneaking up on their side.
Yep, and still a good fight there for Boise State. Lyric's going to have a sound barrier available. Clear with another land. By the way, Clear with a second landmines coming up before Junior Jelly Bob, I think, even gets a Terror Surge, and ult in general. I think that would be the case here. The clear's going to come right in from the back line. Has the landmines available. Plans down 1 and 2. No sound barrier available for Siwa just yet. Either is going to back off for right now. Kitsune rushes out from Orange Streak to see if they can get any progress against the bridge. However, Goblin not looking around as Kel gets to be gone. Down to the final fight. Territory in a good 4v5 situation. Terror Surge having to be used immediately. Sound barriers used on both sides. And now the Death Blossom available here and is impaired.
Down goes Kel!
Off the map. And what? So wait, the Protection Suzu got it as well. So Orange Streak doing really well for them so far. The fight continues on here, but for the University of Southern California, the Trojans have command. They're not looking too shabby though.
That Tracer was serpentine, bob and weave as much as they possibly could. Did take down the Widowmaker. Their whole job, their assignment was completed. However, the rest is up to their team to clean things up as Kel finds one. Can Kel find the Arisa, who's using Spear Spin to live? They go down 99% for the Broncos. Tsubasa gets a touch. I don't think anyone else can follow up, and that is Lijiang Tower for the Broncos.
Big map there for Boise State, able to win it in the end, and you saw the trade fights happening for Boise State, and you really like the way that was lining up, especially for Lyric, who gets your play of the game here for them. And I mean, what a game for Boise State, going right and just making sure they can win this. Look at this 1v1 here against the Tracer. Takes care of Vagon, takes care of both of the DPSs, and in the end is able to make sure that this Lucio gets nothing else with the help of Clear, and a great job done by the Broncos of Boise State. Hey, there's a reason why they won 3-0 to start, and it's showing dominance in the very first map. Now will the momentum carry is the question, because coming up next is going to be Escort. So like we said earlier on, we had two control points. Now it just flips completely on over to Escort, where it's all streets phase coming up. And we saw this when the University of Hawaii took on Arizona. Arizona took on Junkertown. But for USC, do they have an answer on Escort coming up here for Boise State? That would be the biggest question coming up.
The answer is don't go Junkertown. I mean, you saw the Widowmaker from Goblin. What does Junkertown .1 heavily favor? A Widowmaker.
Widowmaker, yep.
I mean, like, yes, there are roughly 2 spots you got to keep an eye out for out spawn door, kind of 3 if they try to go for the grapple shot from behind, from like by outhouse over near where spawn drops down. Well, out of defender spawn when they drop down onto that area. Like, those are the 3 spots you got to look for, but that's 3 spots you got to check your heads from, and that's a little bit rough. If I were the Trojans right now, I'd be heavily advising against Junkertown.
Yeah, I think Junkertown isn't really your play, but you still have, I mean, you still have a little bit of a Widow Peak spot, if you will. You might want to not go Dorado if you're going to go against that Widowmaker as well. Kind of iffy there, especially on second point, trying to get up onto that, basically what would be the Widowmaker's perch. But and the only other 2 you've got, Route 66. I mean, you've got, what else is there? You've got... Is Shambali Monastery is available? I mean, that's more close quarters if anything.
It should be, yeah. Shambali is technically available as well. If I were trying to shut down angles quickly, I would go for Shambali, but not a lot of people are comfortable on it. The map has been out almost the entire season. It feels like still it's very much so hated. The other alternative is going Rialto, but Rialto very much so heavily favors defensive high ground control because it auto defaults to defense first. With that being said, if you're good at playing fast and understanding tempo control with the Lucio, you can dominate on Rialto. It's just a matter of getting DPS onto high grounds. With Shambali in the loop, though, I would throw Shambali in. It's just, if we see a Ramatra come out on Shambali, it's a little rough.
Yeah, and also too, notice why we haven't mentioned Circuit Royale either, because Circuit Royale long shot map, we know the Sigmas may or may not come out, but that's a longer map, and of course, again, Widow's Perch on second point, going to our second checkpoint, headed towards first as well. So I mean, it's pretty much pick against the Widow and pick against Goblin at this point. And what's your closest map bet to pick against that Goblin Widowmaker would be the biggest question. But we'll see what is being brought into this situation for the map pick that is for USC. And right now, we'll take a look at the next map, which is Route 66. Siwa coming out, Adalia coming in. So a little bit of a swap out there for the USC Trojans. So we saw this last time again. University of Arizona had to swap themselves in. Meanwhile, for for Boise State as well. But before we get into that, by the way, a little heads up for you from the Idaho Army National Guard, and they are a proud supporter of the CECC West Qualifier. The Idaho Army National Guard invites you to take your impressive critical thinking skills into real time with more than 10 jobs at offering a $20,000 bonus and your degree of choice paid for. The Idaho Army National Guard is the best team out there, and that, again, from the Idaho Army National Guard, again, proud supporter of the CECC West Qualifier. We head into Route 66 now, where Boise State, hey, don't fix what's not broken, especially if you're Goblin. You've got the Widowmaker clear on the Sigma now. Meanwhile, USC going to try to get in their faces with a little bit with that Doom.
Chosen gets to not play who he loves playing and is actually allowing the main support to play main support. So Lyric is able to play Zenyatta. Chosen's forced onto the Mercy here. We'll have to see how that goes, because having a Mercy is great if they know their positioning, and it looks like it is going to be okay so far as Goblin finds Jelly and Tsubasa in rapid succession.
Yeah, and heads will roll here when Goblin is coming out. Look at the positioning again, barely even touch. And you still got to worry about a Hanzo that is Kel. Goblin already 54% to an ultimate here. Almost finds another peek from spawn door. How the heck? I mean, the Raider arrows are helping you out. Goblin finds another head onto Tsubasa. This is just insane going on right now. They're going to switch on over to the Winston. Is this going to help them out is the question. Trying to find the Mercy. Won't find the Mercy just on yet, but still 5v4 situation in favor of Boise State. The Broncos showing why they're a threat in this tournament right now.
And we do hear the voice line signify that there's been a swap over on the side of Southern California. Tsubasa has picked up the Widow Mantle, is hoping to go toe-to-toe against Goblin, and they find Goblin, who was taking too bold of a position over on left side with no support. Clear will find Adalia as well as Vagon, so they'll force back the spawn, but the frontline powerhouse, so to speak, because Widow frontlining is ego a little bit there, Goblin, does go down. So this is an opportunity here for the side of Southern California to take space, but Tsubasa unfortunately meets the arrows of Kel.
Kel and Goblin together, their aim is so good. Kel can't be kept alive though, thanks to the laser beam of Vagon. And now Orange Streak almost down, and Clear actually does get Orange Streak. So look at where this Sigma is. They had one of each roll in the back line. Kel's going to get res in the meantime, so they can continue this if they want to. Gravitic Flux is out. This is going to find 3 upstairs, and this is just going to be an annihilation here from Clear as they get 3, and the wipe continues on as USC is melted away 2 minutes.
It's important to remember how much resource control is quintessential to Overwatch, and one thing that people don't talk about enough is attention. Attention is a huge resource. Clear a big tank pulled the focus of 3 people onto him and backed them into an area where they wouldn't be able to challenge the Mercy res that Chosen then went to do. So they gotta keep an eye out, not let Mercy just do what he wants.
Well, that Mercy gone yet again though, but this time it's on Boise State's side. Dragon Strike down the middle. Kel still finds Orange Streak through it. This Ana just not having the greatest time at all whatsoever. They used the nano boost, but it is slept. Junior Bellybop's got nothing to do but snooze away and watch as this team starts to be clear. Wasp though finds a kill on to Kel though, so this could be an opportunity here. Clear 98% away, but Goblin saves the day on to Clear as they get the shot onto Vagon. It's looking oh so good here for Boise State, and look at where this payload is, only 16 meters before they finally give up some space.
They their tank, and there's no way to get in there and get the res. We have Lyric backing up into a corner where they can be pounced on, but it does not look like the cooldowns for Southern are there just yet. However, this Ana is an easy pickings target for the side of Southern California, and they recognize the opportunity. They engage. It's cut off line of sight from those DPS, but the rest of the Broncos are pelting damage down onto the payload. No one goes down just yet. Winston, 50% on that Primal Rage, could gain a lot of ground here against these snipers.
Let's see if it does get any space against them right now. Just looking for a little bit of a kill. Goes so low. Tsubasa gets away with their life for right now. And now Vagon's going to trade out themselves for Lyric, which is huge for them. And now Vagon also gets rezzed up. So it's a 5-on-4 situation here for Boise State. Overclock, or rather for USC. Overclock is used, takes care of the Mercy. 3 meters left to go. USC finally finds an answer and is going to add 2.5 to the bank.
now we've got a wombo combo in the bank right now for the Broncos. They're going to have Dragons coming in this next fight. Clear was already going to have Lift on lockdown. There is no survivability for the side of University of Southern California through that ultimate unless they play spread out here and play smart, recognizing that that combination ultimate is in the pockets of the Broncos. But that comes down to who's tracking ultimates and are they on top of that ult track.
2 minutes and 15 on the clock here. We'll see if Boise State can make sure that they are stopped here. They stopped them for about 3 minutes and 48 seconds. Until that last 12 seconds, they were able to capture the point. Junior Bellybop's going to go ahead and use the Primal Rage out to make sure that Widow is taken care of and out of position for just a couple of moments here. Be gone with the duplicate, hasn't used it just yet. Junior Bellybop was bionated for a little while, able to get away with their lines for just a couple of moments. Here comes the Gravitic Flux up. Is this going to find anything is the question. It will not. It finds a Kiriko, and it does kill the Kiriko in the process. So Boise State now on the front end. You can't really rest that because you don't have that Mercy pocket with you. Clear and Goblin, though, trading out for right now, but that signals USC having a backup, and Boise State puts up the fence.
And Kel did swap over to the Tracer, even though they had Dragons online. Already got Pulse online now after that 30% charge off spawn from swapping, and Goblin's going to find Tsubasa. This is where being aware of where a Widowmaker can be looking for your spawn is important.
No one can hide.
So you don't lose 2 out the gate, because that is 20 seconds basically off the clock.
This is nuts. Goblin's aim insane. I mean, this is nuts. The jump shot and everything gets to, like you were saying, that wastes way more time, and you've only got a minute left to go. No pulse bomb either, but Tel really wanted to go in there and dive right in. That Winston, go low, but is able to rush up right away. They're going to use a Kitsune Rush to try to get out, but a great bionate from onto Junior Bellybop, and Tsubasa means that this Wrecking Ball has all the power to just go right in. Clear's got 3, Clear's looking for 4, and they will clean up house. 36 seconds, USC has the door shut on them.
Coming right out of spawn, they're going to have Valkyrie to allow them to sustain, hopefully not get headshot immediately by a Widowmaker. However, Clear is already there with landmines, capable of just dropping them at a doorway, which is going to make getting out of this spawn area even harder for the side of the Trojans. Clear just runs away after dropping them, recognizing his job is done, but one chase, and that could be their own undoing as Tsubasa goes down to Clear, and they're all focused on this ball. No one's heading towards that payload. They've got 8 seconds, 5 seconds to get a touch. They do find a spread on the Tsubasa, but no one's going to get in on time. The distraction of the ball and Tracer doing their job and keeping everyone focused on them.
Wow, that's so impressive. USC gets the door slammed on them by Boise State. Clear, and like you were saying, that Tracer and that Wrecking Ball doing their job, and then Goblin also getting 2 towards the end there to make sure that there was no chance whatsoever. That little sight line you've got for that Widowmaker plus the combination of the Wrecking Ball and the Tracer, and look, 51.01 meters was, I believe, might just be underneath that bridge for the checkpoint. We'll see in a little while where that golden box of victory is, but for right now, Boise State looking like that 3-0 was the best momentum they could have gotten. And look, they're going to guarantee themselves a spot into the, or rather is looking like they could guarantee themselves a spot in tomorrow's games, in tomorrow's top 8 bracket seeding games. But for right now, USC's just got to come up with an answer, and they're thinking that Vigon on this Torbjorn will make the difference. Maybe, but they're in the spawn, or no, they are the defensive side. So yes, Vigon's thinking that the Torbjorn will make the difference here.
I mean, Torb is useful so long as you don't use your overdrive too soon, because then you become very squishy. The addition of basically a 5th person that can prevent someone from being able to take an easy angle is great. It's just you also got to keep in mind that counter swaps from an attacking perspective on this first point can happen a lot faster. As soon as they recognize there's a Torb, I mean, you just go either Junkrat or a Pharah and it's easily taken care of. But we're doing the disruption play again from the Broncos with the ball comp with a Genji as opposed to a Tracer here. We'll see how that shakes out as everyone's knocked off top gas station. Tsubasa's going to be the first to go down, and Kel took care of the turret. Goblin goes down to Jelly Pop though, so this is progress gained for the side of California.
So USC does get a little bit of progress here. They're going to find 2 already. Kel does go down. This Kiriko in a lot of trouble having to TP away, and TP's actually backwards. So where the Wrecking Ball is, so it's the Kiriko and the Wrecking Ball that are still on point and getting some progress here for Boise State. In the meanwhile, though, Chosen does take care of Tsubasa. So right now, this Widowmaker just having absolutely no luck whatsoever. Goblin almost down here. Goblin will go down by the hands of that jump pack. there from Junior Jelly Bob, but now the Winston in so much trouble. Kel gets rid of him, and this is Boise State's opportunity to push.
Ball is going in and just doing damage. Orange Creek is getting a damage boost from their Mercy with a little bit of healing to try and take down either the Hanzo or the Kiriko, but they can't seem to find a head, so they have no choice but to just disengage for a moment and keep their DPS alive. The stall was huge from those supports.
Good protection, Suzu, not enough though. Kel gets the kill before that protection. Suzu can land on Vigon. That's a big takeoff for Boise State for right now, and Goblin also winning. And again, the Widowmaker battle onto Tsubasa, finds Orange Streak jumping up a little too high. The domes will roll. Goblin finds 3. Goblin's gonna find a little bit more if he hits the Winston, but Goblin does go down. Kel cleans up house, and this should be point gotten for Boise State.
We have a Dragon online just in case they need to clear some space, but I don't foresee it being used until mid-fight. Comboed with a Wrecking Ball Slam. Jelly Pop does have Primal Rage. Tsubasa is inching close to having Scythes online, which could help them spot out Kel and recognize the plan here from the Broncos. But Clear is just disrupting as much as they possibly can. Dragon comes out. We have Molten Core online coming off from this Torb, who's wrapping around the right side. Kel now in a 1v1 is going to find the turret, but can they find the Widow?
Well, they know where the Widow is. The Widow jumped on top of the roof, but now Junior Jelly Bob on the Primal Rage. Gonna find Lyric in the back line. Question is, how much more can you get to try to win this out? You've got to stall 4 minutes before that thing gets the golden box of victory, but it doesn't help when your Kiriko goes down that early on. Goblin is chased around. Lyric still finds a way to go to Junior Jelly Bob. Again, the risk you take here with this Winston is that, yes, you can dive right in, but if you die, it's a free push here for Boise State, and they're down to the final 25 meters.
They do have a Torbjorn who's still managing to stay alive over here near the payload. Possibly the strategy here. Yeah, Molten Core on point, but they were scouted out and deleted. We hear Valkyrie and dual Kitsune rushes get popped from both sides. Online for Joseph chasing after. I think that was Tsubasa right above them, but Tsubasa stopped looking at him, and the Broncos do cap the point.
Yeah, the landmines cleared out. Boise State now on match point here in map number 2. A great win for them. Not a lot of, still plenty of time left on the clock as well. Over 3 minutes left to go. But a job well done by Boise State to win out that map. Again, you take a look at your player of the game, Clear, and it definitely has to be right after this Kitsune rush. Gets 1, and again, it's gonna get 3 or 4 here from the looks of it. Yes, gets 3. Especially on the rollout and this Echo cleanup at the very same time. But what a play overall from Boise State. Again, up in the series 2-0. Broncos looking strong. Your alma mater is doing fairly well right now and looking to see if they can make the top 8 bracket coming up tomorrow. Meanwhile, you've got the USC Trojans who have still yet to find an answer. I mean, they had a couple of good fights, but against Goblin's Widowmaker, it just really hasn't all come together, especially when 3 minutes and 48 seconds were wasted on that first point, and 2.5. Yeah, 2.5 is a lot of time, but against a team like Boise State, you need a lot more in order to see if you can push that up to point number 2. So with that in mind, next map coming up is Push, and I'm assuming Coliseo ain't going to be the pick.
I mean, if you're super confident in your ability to understand that there's only one angle really a Widow will be looking at, unless they start taking some really awkward flanks, you can go Coliseo. It's just at that point, if you manage to win first fight and they're still on the Widowmaker, capitalizing on space and getting on top of the bridge is really important, but a lot of teams seem to fall short at that moment and start to struggle because they split their attention too much between pushing bot and winning the fight, in which case, get ready for the fight, have one person on cart, and then jump over towards the team on high ground when the fight starts. But with that being said, I do think Coliseo's out of the play here. Not New Queen Street. Yeah, New Queen Street could be possible. It's just there is another issue with lots of long corridors, like most of these push maps. I think East Peranza might be the way to go. It's just, again, high ground control for getting that second point on lock is really important.
Yeah, well, again, it's really going to be first fight wins out here for him. Although for UH, I mean, again, we go back to last game. UH, I don't believe won that first fight, but they were able to bring it all the way back down a couple of meters. But they, again, in the end, they still brought it all the way back. New Queen Street actually going to be the next map coming up. So the first push map that we saw, or one of the first push maps that we saw bringing out here for the third map of the game, and Siwa coming back out, or rather, excuse me, Siwa coming back in, Adalia out. So a little bit, again, another swap for the support side. I guess got to do anything you can here, especially on the brink. You really don't want to lose this game either, because if you do, then you'd be going down into what we call the decider game. And that decider game basically tells us whether or not you're going to make the top 8 bracket, or if you're going to basically be out of the tournament entirely. That's your elimination game right there. Double elimination bracket. You really don't want to line up here. So for USC, it's reverse sweep or bust. And for you, for USC, is there a key that against your alma mater, Boise State, is there a key for USC to try to bring this all the way back?
Regardless of what comp they play, if they're going into a Wrecking Ball Tracer, they need to understand that Wrecking Ball Tracer capitalizes on space as well as splitting up a team. So playing a Death Ball Brawl comp would be beneficial for them if they're able to understand target focus and know that you're not going to kill the ball or the Tracer out the gate, but you can force them to get away from your team, and then you can focus down someone else. Chosen is going to be popping in on the Moira, so I'm interested to see if we see an aggressive Moira player who does things that they shouldn't be doing and gets punished, or if we're just going to see this Moira fade in, use a heal orb, do damage, and fade out without getting touched.
Let's see. New Queen Street robot unlocks in 25 seconds. Doors are opened up. We are ready to play here. It's for USC again. Reverse sweep or bust. Goblin sticking on to that Widowmaker. Less sightlines here, less longer sightlines, if you will, but still going to be sightlines nonetheless here. Goblin's been hitting shots all game long. Will they be able to do it again? Vagon starts off on the right foot, poke, takes care of Kel, but it's traded out right away. But meanwhile, they take care of Clear, which is a very good early pick. Stays underneath the bubble. This is going to be a few good meters until Goblin peeks out and takes out the head of Tsubasa. Lucio and trying to just wiggle peek this a little bit, but still 7.57 meters before the robot stops moving. It is just frozen there for right now. Now they're going to dive right in. Junior Jellybob able to take care of Lyric. It's a good fight win here for Goblin. Goblin down to 1 health. Just got to hit him once. And Junior Jellybob there. And right now for USD, not looking too shabby.
I like how they delayed at bot, recognizing there was a Widow there, and their Winston most likely said, I'm almost there, and they squished the poor Zenyatta. Zen is a great hero, but in this meta where speed is the name of the game, and there isn't a lot of safe space on this map for Zen to back up into where you're not going to be taking damage, I question the Zen pick.
Well, I mean, now that you have Goblin switching on over from the Widowmaker into the Bastion, so Bastion goes Burr, and Goblin and Kel both gonna get kills. Kel gets 2. It's the rest of the team that starts to fall. Only the Winston left to go, and Burr goes to Winston. Burr goes to Bastion, and it's Boise State's turn to push a little bit more.
Okay, so they're still sticking on this Zenyatta Moira. Wait for the Moira to get over-aggressive and fade into your team. Go jump on Lyric like you already did. Or wait for Moira's fade if they use it before the fight starts and jump on them. You guys are playing a fast comp. Never mind, they've gone to Ramatra, our first Ram pick since our first map of the day. Interesting to see how that works out for Jellybob.
Yeah, but down only 37% ultimate. Meanwhile, Clear has that ultimate to use, the landmines available, and now it's going to be Junior Bellybob that's just going to go in the back line for the rest of the team, but it's taking a lot of damage, down to half health already. Goblin's taking care of Seawall, and now you have a nano boost onto Junior Bellybob to maybe do some damage, if anything, to build up that ult as quickly as possible. Already up to 80%, but it's still a trade fight here, down to 7-meter difference here for Boise State to take the lead on USD, but USC tried, Boise State wins, they take the lead.
Nano was expelled to keep Jellypop alive. That did make a huge difference though, because now they have Ramatra ultimate. It's just, how do you capitalize on that when you've got a lots of range, and most likely the Zen's going to be sitting far back from the Broncos, so will not be taking damage from the Ram ult. Moira just fades out, Tracer blinks out, ball rolls away, your target is Goblin. With Goblin down, don't even per se need to use the ultimate. As they've got bot control, they do lose their Lucio though, so coining an ult here is important. They have to pay something to get a leg up as Spawn Door is so close for the Broncos. Down goes Orange Streak, down goes Tsubasa. Chosen does go down, and the bot is not moving just yet.
Yeah, bot doesn't move just yet, but Clear still finding picks all over the place. And you're talking about how good this Wrecking Ball Tracer combination is. It's showing off. It's paying off right now. First checkpoint going to be gotten by the Broncos, and now we'll stop there for a little while. We'll like to call butt scratch mode, I believe, for the robot.
Yes, butt scratch mode.
Butt scratch mode, yeah. Just waits there for a little while. Just has a little itch in his backside and waits for a little while. Oh my God! If that was anybody else, that's a head rolled off yet again for Goblin on another jump shot who switches on over from the Bastion back to the Widowmaker. Don't switch from what you know there for a little while. You had enough damage being poured out. You still do on this combination, but now Junior Bellybob has that ultimate for the Annihilation available. Might not even need it. Tsubasa takes care of Kel, but Junior Jellybob oh so low here. So now with the tank on, it's push up opportunity here for Boise State.
Chosen is getting very close to that coalescence. They still have a trance online. I don't believe we've seen it popped because it was not needed. Clear's going to be able to clamp down and inside this Southern California. There's the trance to help the stabilization and to gain space for the Broncos. Tracer's going to have the opportunity to drop a pulse if needed. So there's a brig swap coming out from Southern California to try and just deal with some of the touch and go spam from the Broncos.
Oh, the spam damage is still coming out. Goblin finds 2, Goblin finds a 3rd. The Annihilation is being popped to see if they can save this fight, but with so many people down, the Annihilation finds absolutely nothing. It's already wasted away here, and 68.22 meters. Again, more push here with this Ramonchi just going to come out of play, and that's even more meterage that's going to be gained here from the Broncos of Boise State.
The Broncos actually lose their Zenyatta and their Moira in that fight. 2 of the easiest picked heroes in the Annihilation ultimate, but we have Orange Streak peek a corner and unfortunately go down immediately to a headshot. Copy comes out onto the Wrecking Ball. Let's see if we can get a landmines in favor of the side of University of Southern California, as they are down 1 DPS and 1 support. No ults pop just yet other than the Copy. Clear's going to find the Copy and Kel is going to go down to Jellybob. This is an opportunity now for them to gain some space and surround the side of the Broncos. Lyric takes a lot of damage. We hear the clock round pop. As does Kitsune Rush, so Brigitte is now in raid boss mode through that rush.
They're going to use that rally as that rush to go right in. And like you said, raid boss potential here, but they can't find anything else other than 2, so it's still forward spawns. 99 meters to 34, a big lead, 65 meters for USC to catch up, and they still need to go through the checkpoint as well. Goblin caught off though, so this is the Winston coming back into play against it. It's counter swap versus counter swap time here for USC, and this is 65 meters or bust, especially in the last 4 meters of play. Clear's going to try to clear themselves out for right now as they've got a 4-on-1 situation. Trying to roll around, almost up to the landmines yet again. Will roll around, has the landmines available. We'll use it to slam down. This is a lot of trouble here as Protection Suzu already needed to be used. It clears out the zone for them, and it's the robot back in favor of Boise State for right now. The question remains though, do they have enough potential to push this back to their forward spot? And the answer is going to be yes.
Lyric goes down incredibly low, but still finds the pick on the Brig. It's a 1v1 Clear versus Sojourn, and unfortunately the Wrecking Ball will win out and go towards the spawn doors. They have get out of jail free cards with the roll and grapple online and ready to go. Just going to do some damage, spin to win, and then back out after distracting some people. Might be able to throw this Winston into their own team. We'll see, as Kiriko even jumped in to help out. Lyric from the low ground can only give some healing, not so much damage. Vagon goes down. Kel goes down to Tsubasa on the Widowmaker though. Goblin now facing the wrath of the Winston.
Well, tries to clear out, but that's 3 people inside of there with a lot of damage being poured out. Siwa does find the shot onto the Chosen, or rather finds the whip onto Chosen, excuse me, but still plenty of time, still Lyric trying to make use of that Zenyatta Discord Orb, and will use the Transcendence to try to balance things out for right now. And the Pulse Bomb finds 2, sticks on the Orange Streak, and Junior Jelly Bob goes down with it. It's going to be a big push here for Boise State. They will get the robot back, and pretty much last fight territory with 2 minutes left.
University of Southern California is going to be coming up on that Kitsune Rush. They just need to buy some time in order for it to get charged. Orange Streak, this is your opportunity to make a make or break moment as Tsubasa clears Goblin. That is a lot of opportunity to gain space. Orange Streak finds Lyric. I don't even think the side of Southern California is going to need an ultimate to win this fight. They just have to get this Wrecking Ball away from them.
Well, let's see if that happens. So Coalescence is going to be popped up from Chosen. Here's the Boise State. Still has an opportunity. However, Chosen goes down very early on. Begone there, still an opportunity to finish the map completely. They will back off of it for right now. 1:40 on the clock, though. Still plenty of leads. 75 meters and counting here. The robot is stuck somewhere in the middle, but it'll finally get pushed off, and look, a good regroup here for Boise State.
Those sights that came out from Tsubasa prevented Tracer from doing much of anything, but now they're going to finally dwindle down. Clear comes in, drops the landmines. Winston's forced to jump. Tsubasa's trying to find an opportunity to get some heads clicked. They do take down a landmine that saved the ball from taking any damage, which is unfortunate. Now they're checking angles, making sure Tracer isn't coming up on them. They still manage to maintain robot control. Vagon is low, but is close to that copy. If they can get health onto Vigon and we can get a copy onto the Moira, Vigon has the opportunity to flip this fight in their team's favor. That extra support would be huge, but Clear finds Vigon, and down goes the Echo for University of Southern California.
And here comes the rest of the team falling down at the same token. 45 seconds remaining. Not a lot of chances here for USD to make their comeback. It's going to have to take a lot, but they do get a couple more meters. Unfortunately, it's not going to be enough. 36 meters, and it's still a huge lead of 73 meters for Boise State. And with infra sights, you're not going to get away from Goblin just yet. So final fight territory coming up here. 24 seconds remaining on the clock. Let's see if there's any other shots. Goblin's been hitting. Goblin hits Tsubasa in the dome. And looking for more, finds the Echo right in his face, but trades out. The both of the Widowmakers gone for right now. Vigon duplicates into the Tracer, seeing if you can get a pulse bomb quickly, maybe even a second one. I've seen Tracers get two in the same process. They back off for right now. 4 seconds left, though. Boise State know they've got a lot of time to play. Lyric finds Siwa, though. It's still a trade-off fight, but Boise State finding their way through still.
Wrecking ball with France and the Moira. They find Orange, they get on
the overtime clock
forward to end overtime. Well, the Broncos didn't need to stay on the bot, and that's was their plan, was to gain space and not keep touching it. So that will end out push for the Broncos.
Broncos win the game in a sweep, brings out the broom out of the closet, and what a win there for Boise State. 2 sweeps in a row sends them to tomorrow, at least in the top 8 bracket. We will find out the seedings from then on out. Tomorrow, though, right now for USC, the bigger challenge goes down to the deciding round, and we will see if they can make it out in the end. But that was, I mean, what a fight there from Boise State, and you saw how that Wrecking Ball and Tracer can do so much for this team, and right now it just showed. And Goblin as well. Goblin on that Widowmaker, if you cannot touch Goblin, Goblin's just gonna pop, and that's exactly what happened in that game at the same token. So I mean, for right now, as it stands, we take a look at the bracket here for Group B in their side, as we do not know the result of University of San Francisco taking on George Fox University. We do not know who the winner of that one is. Again, loser in that lower bracket eliminated from the open qualifier. Meanwhile, Boise State advances on, plays tomorrow at the very least. USC will now drop down to the lower bracket, plays the winner of San Francisco and George Fox. Again, we'll find out who their opponent will be coming up in a little while. But in the meantime, we will take a short break, and when we come back, we will see if we can get an interview from the winning team of Boise State. You're watching the CECC West Online Qualifiers. We'll be right back.
Third win in a row. Field pass to Toucan with the shot. There goes the tie. 16 seconds left here in game number 3. Looking at potential overtime now.
And the only reason why that was not saved because of the amazing speed on the ball there. Thankless in the right position.
The pistol round in Valorant is one that many consider to be possibly the hardest in the game because you have no utility. You've just got your pistol and a dream to win the round. Space from UA, however, had his opponent seeing stars when he takes down all 5 of them in less than a minute with only a pistol.
That to cut off vision and go for a defusal. Pond is also available, so I'll be selling for some information. Crossfire, it's going to be something of a nightmare to deal with.
One enemy.
He's gonna back up. Oh, a nice dink. That's a 4K. Looking for the ace is Shadow, as they want to be able to get another one, and they're gonna open up this game.
For clip number 5 here, our keen-eyed viewers might notice that clip number 7 does in fact spoil the result of this one, but does not make it any less interesting. Suni, Poly, things are close, but in the final half of this game, they close it out aggressively against Wake Forest.
Go ahead and push it through. Of course you are. Had plenty of boost as well. Why not? Wes has just been a mechanical nuisance for the defense here of Wake Forest. If not extending the play, getting some of these individual.
With a great EMP Death Blossom combo, Southern Arkansas was feeling fantastic. One member of the opposing team already down 4 to go, and they could cap that first point. But they're about to learn the hard way that nothing shines brighter than the Suns.
Out onto the field. This might be good enough for Bellarmine to be able to hold on, but no.
Both the healers!
Suns! No way! You just went right up into the back line and hit the fatty shotty from behind. We were trying to do the same thing, but Suns...
Yoru in Valorant is considered to be one of the worst agents in the entire game, but Rusty, clearly a big fan of Yoru just like myself, comes out quick, gets a 3v1 victory, and secures the penultimate round for UA.
Hurry. Does OC him first, able to turn 1 from boxes, will be able to counter strike. No, where are you looking? What? Oh my goodness, Rusty's able to do it all himself! Where in the world was that second man looking?
This upcoming clip absolutely deserves this second place slot because, as you know, these clips are usually about 30 seconds to a minute, but Percival did so much more than we'd ever be able to fit in 1 minute, taking all 9 stocks off of the opposing team before losing 3 of his own.
Timing on the up special from Little Mac. A potential KO punch is going to whiff here. 4-2, 1-2. Little Mac is off stage. There's the Nikita. Air dodge is going to get caught. He has no jump. He's catching it with the drop, Nikita, and the down smash. But he's still alive. He is living. One read there from Little Mac is going to take that's the neutral air.
Our number 1 clip for week number 6 is easily my favorite. We're about to watch Priz get a 5K, a complete ace with the Odin. The clip itself is great, but the camera work makes it so much better. Enjoy this clip.
And there you go. Okay, so they're systematically clearing. You love to see this, but they're running into 2 Odins. This definitely isn't a fun time for anybody that's involved. Priz gonna find 1 here in Boathouse. The ping's coming out. Priz gets the collapse. Priz finds it. Priz finds 4. Can he get the 5th? The ace for Priz coming out with the Odin. Just camping out in Boathouse. He has a campfire. He's got some marshmallows and some graham crackers, and he's making s'mores out of Stonehill.
And, as all good things must, Week 6 highlights have come to a close. Folks, it's always a blast to get to walk through this with you, so if you enjoy what you're seeing, go catch it live. Go check out ECAC on all their main channels. If you like what you're seeing here, feel free to follow me on my socials. It's just Subtilence everywhere. Thank you so much for watching, folks. Check your posture.
Welcome back, everybody, inside of the booth. Clutch Key and Nerdy Bird with you. Just a little bit of an update for you. We weren't able to get an interview from Boise State, but that does not mean the action does not continue here. We are going to take another short break. When we come back, though, it'll be the Group D decider match, a decider match for the top 8 bracket coming up tomorrow. Losers out, winner stays in for Sunday. It'll be the loser of the University of Utah and UCLA Bruin main team taking on the UNLV Rebels. The Cavalry team is there on the bracket as well. So we'll take a short break. We'll find out what our Group D decider match is, and we'll bring it right back with you here at the CECC West Online Qualifiers.
I can't say that. I'll get in trouble. There's one for each game, so teams this weekend, somebody's going to have to explain to TSA why they're coming home with an extra trophy. Fine. We're fine. This is going to be great. Why is everybody staring at me? I'm not even doing anything yet. Is it because I'm in a suit? It looks nice. Snow. I'm stressing. It's all right. We win these. We absolutely win these. I've never seen us lose these. I love him. I think I don't remember his name. What is going on, everybody? And oh, are we ready? I'll start over. Okay. What's going on, everybody? We are here at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup 2022 in Atlanta, Georgia. The players are just now entering the arena for day one. A lot of them had the opportunity to be here yesterday to get jerseys, to get familiar with the area, and to get to know one another. But today, the friendly gloves have to come off, and they are all here. Earlier, I was talking to these guys. This mannequin, when they didn't have anything else set up, I could see it from all the way down there, and I thought it was a person. And I stood there for like 5 minutes, and I was like, why is he standing like that? And I thought it was like a smooth criminal. I thought somebody was giving us like a Michael Jackson impression, and then it was a mannequin. I was really embarrassed to admit that. Oh my God, that's a lot of people. Hold on, let's go over this window. Let's go over this window. It just keeps going. There's so many people outside. There are so many people outside. We're gonna interview people when they come in. I don't really want to go outside. It looks like it's gonna rain, and this suit is new, so. Oh, there's Doc Haskell. Hi, Doc. How are you? He brings a full notebook with him and like writes notes down. It was pretty insane. He had it yesterday. He's gonna be coming through this metal detector right here. I don't know his name though, but I recognize his hair.
Jen.
You're Jen? All right, we're gonna interview Jen, who's supporting Kennesaw. I'm gonna ask you like a couple of very simple questions. Okay. Are we ready? All right, great. College. I really like Georgia College's color scheme. It's just red, white, and blue, I think, but I think they did it in a really clever way. Mineral area wearing hoodies, even though it is 75 degrees outside here in Atlanta, Georgia. Absolute legends.
If only Nick could hear you. Nick, come back.
If he's over 100 feet away, he can't.
You were whispering something, and he started smiling. I'm like, are you whispering?
Oh yeah, because he's got his headphone in if we're close enough. But
Bless you.
Gesundheit. Gesundheit again. You're welcome. I'm gonna go find him. Oh, there he is. Oh my. Oh, okay. Real stuff is starting. Real stuff. Competitive integrity needs to be upheld. We gotta get out of here. Yeah, I don't want to get in trouble. I get really embarrassed when I get yelled at.
30 is
Okay. Wow, it's not 10:30 yet.
It's only like barely 10.
Woo! All right, it's gonna be a long. Hey, what's up? Surprise interview. Join me over here though, so we have a cool backdrop. What are we here for?
Rocket League.
Awesome. I'm not going to ask what school you go to because unless you swapped hoodies, that seems pretty clear.
Nope. You know, I got my jersey on with my name on it.
Oh, you do? Show us your jersey. Look at John T. Turbo here.
Yeah,
That's not his name. I just keep calling him that.
Yeah.
His name is John, but
my name is John Turbesi.
Yeah,
That's
not John T. Turbo.
Yeah, I get the message that I'm going to Nebraska where I met you.
Oh, that's so crazy. So context, if we're probably not going to use this, but I want to talk about it. Turbo and I met at a LAN like over a year ago. That's so great. What is going on, everybody, and welcome back to the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. I am Seb Dillons, joined by a man I have interviewed probably well over 10 times. It's going to be my good friend Neb here from Bay State Overwatch team. Neb looked at me before he started his last series, and he said, "We are not dropping a map for the rest of the day." And so far, he has lived up to that title. But Neb, is there anybody you're thinking, we've got to get them out of the way, we've got to take them down?
No.
No? Just looking at it, each fight's its own, every game going into it, just taking it as it comes?
I have the confidence right now that we're not going to drop a single map.
I love Neb because not only is he confident, but he's correct. Bay State is one of the best Overwatch teams I've ever seen. So it's always good to hear. I love the confidence, and I love Bay State, so I hope they do a great job this weekend. So what qualifier, did you win a qualifier to get here?
At large bid.
We're looking at Rocket League, we're thinking high odds, low odds, where do we think we're walking away?
I think pretty high. I think we're doing pretty good.
Is there anybody that you're looking at, you're like, please do not let us go up against them unless we absolutely have to?
I mean, really, everybody's good competition, so.
And sorry, what was your name?
Ethan.
Ethan from Mineral Area.
Yep.
Very exciting. Well, Ethan, good luck.
Thank you.
We'll see you soon. What kind of pass? A player pass?
Let me get you a lanyard.
No, you actually have to like tape it to your chest, like really awkwardly with masking tape.
Okay.
And it's gonna fall off. Yeah. It's gonna be uncomfortable, I promise. That's a guarantee. Okay, cut that, I'm gonna sneeze. Okay, good. I'm great, everything's good.
Who do we interview? Who should we interview?
I don't know, I'm just here. I need caffeine.
Visit NationalGuard.com to begin your guard adventure.
That's why we're here, right? This is why a lot of people are trying to figure out, how do we replicate what you guys are doing? How do they do what you guys are doing to a degree, or why are you guys doing what you're doing to a degree? But to kind of, I think, focus in then a little bit more, I want to talk about gameplay a little bit before we jump into business and all of the other stuff. Jensen, this one's for you, right? I want to talk a little bit about this because to someone like me who's traditionally a League of Legends fan and all that, I know that you've been a coach that's been all over the world. You've worked with a lot of different professional teams and different regions. my question, I really want, I think a lot of people want to know, how did you end up at Maryville, and why like a North American collegiate college? What was the draw, or what brought you here? How did you get to this point?
When I first came to NA, I worked with the models, with the academy team, and I realized that there's a lot of cultural challenges that exist in that's very unique to NA and esports, right? Where there's this very interesting intersection, because in unlike traditional sports, in esports, players they don't start training with under a structure or a system or a coach. From a very early age, which is what happens if you want to pick up any other sport, right? Like you start going to community events or whatsoever, and then you start developing your skills and your literacy of the game from the age of 6 or 7, and you're very used to working in a team environment, a coaching environment. But in esports and for League of Legends, a lot of times players they go through they go up, they climb the ranks in solo queue where everything is basically self-taught, and then all of a sudden they need to be placed into a team environment. And I realized that this is something that the Asian teams got right, where they had these B teams. They have the B houses in Korea and Taiwan. You would spend almost close to a year just being a understudy or training partner for the team before you even join an academy team in the first place. And in China, they have like these massive B team systems with like lots of players in them. The moment you hit a certain rank on the ladder, they fly you in. You are then boot camping for a month there at the facility, and depending on how well you do, they then decide whether to retain you on as a training partner or as a trainee in whatever capacity, given how well you perform in those scenarios. So the West was very lacking in all of this, and culturally to do the same things and try to replicate the B house environment or what they do in China or Taiwan would not be possible to do. But the West has a very successful model of developing sports and talent, especially in America, when that is in the collegiate space. So I looked at this, I saw the resources that was available, and when then when Clerky pitched his vision to me, it's like, yeah, this is what I think should be the future for development in the NA ecosystem for esports.
Oh, right on. I think, well, maybe let's follow up on that a little bit then. Because Dan, okay, so Dan, you pick up Jensen, you've got this going. I think that's going to be my question then is, or to any other schools that want to be competitive like you guys on that level, is this something that we should be expecting to see in the future, right? Is this now, the standard that you guys, Jensen, you and Dan, do you guys feel that this, if every college across the nation starts doing this, if they start, recruiting coaches like Jensen, and trying to build this atmosphere, is this going to be the next standard, or is this something that's very successful that obviously it's proven to work, but is it sustainable? Is it possible for everyone, or maybe not everyone, but right, the greater sense of the industry and the ecosystem? How do you guys feel about that?
It's a dream of mine, obviously, to get to a point in the future where every university has an esports team that's taken seriously, and every day they report to practice. It's an improvement-driven mindset across the whole program. I think for me though, like the reason isn't necessarily like to see like a March Madness with millions of dollars flowing through it. For me, it's a little bit more simpler than that. The reason why this is my vision is just because it's best for player development and just players in general. What we see in tier 2 ecosystems almost across the industry, that's like below academy, I would say, like right before you, I would consider academy professional, because you're making a salary, higher salary than exists in a lot of semi-pro sports actually. But in the tier 2 ecosystem, you kind of go from like your parents' bedroom making no money on a Discord server with a coach that hasn't been certified by any national body, to playing academy, and that's horrifying to me. So while I don't see collegiate as being, or maybe it does end up being this way, but it doesn't have to be the definitive path to pro. I want it to at least be an option, like a parallel option, similar to how you can go through the Canadian hockey system, where you can choose to spend a couple extra years developing and maturing physically and emotionally in the NCAA model before you go to the show in the NHL. I'd like to see that reality in esports. This isn't something where there's a century of history to the competition. So it's a very powerful tool, especially when you're trying to convince your parents that this is a worthwhile pursuit, that you can get a college degree. And it's one of those things where, at least in America, with how expensive college is, getting scholarships after your first like after like your 18 to 20-year-old years is usually harder academically. You usually get the majority of your scholarships going into school when you're an 18-year-old freshman, and the way that the current path to pro is set up, a lot of players are foregoing that span of time to try to go pro for no pay. And so for me, it's more about like a health of a pipeline, health of the ecosystem, health of kind of the player experience of pursuing this, and that's the big thing for me. And obvious it's a dream. I want Maryville to serve as like a case study and a model for that. We want to show results. We want to eventually be competing to win proving grounds, to show that this can be a functional alternative to the traditional tier 2 within esports, and that's what we strive for every year.
And I can add to that a little bit, just from a business perspective. I think, we're very fortunate to have Jensen and Dan here at Maryville, but I think if you're a university looking at, just adding a coach, maybe not to the magnitude of Jensen, but I think you have to look at the metrics. I think if you look at what the ROI and the business case of adding relevant esports within your university, what that means to your student life and all those different things, all those things that they try to check boxes within higher ed. I think having a relevant esports program or a relevant system within esports, every university should be looking at it, because their baseball players and their basketball players and football players are all playing gaming. And a lot of these esports, figureheads and coaches, etc., are the relevant people in digital media. And it helps the school with a brand perspective. And I think just having any sort of relevant and adding bodies within the esports ecosystem at universities, you have 2 or 3 basketball coaches, you have 2 or 3 soccer coaches, both on male and female. I think having relevancy within esports, it has probably a 15 to 25x, return versus like traditional sports. And I can say that with my background and everything like that, and just knowing how we look at it. But at the same time, if you're not looking at esports as a relevant, not even revenue stream, but relevant digital eyeball within your sports and student life perspective, I think you are sort of behind the times.
Week number 7 of the ECAC highlights is finally here, and this is, I know you guys are about to be like, whoa, why does he say every week is a banger? But this one is so real. There are some really impressive plays, some kind of like one in a million moments that I have never seen before that I'm really eager to show you guys and share with you. So let's jump right into it. Oh, also, I guess I'm Succulents. You probably know that by now, but it's always nice to introduce myself. All right, let's get to the clips. Now, clip number 8 to kick things off might not be flashy, but by golly, is it impressive. CSUMB guaranteeing themselves their 4th and final win to 4-0, the powerhouse team known as UNCG Gold.
From Greensboro, final seconds ticking away. Here comes Garrett's. They're trying maybe to walk away with one more missed contact.
Brutal.
Oh my goodness, insult to injury at this point in time. As the all zeros are on the clock, he gets another one, and Monterey Bay do it again. They pull off the sweep over Greensboro.
Clip number 7 of this week might be the fastest 0 to 100 clip we've seen in quite a while. Ashton, from the side of SVSU, just barely clutches out a victory for his team to start things off a little bit better on Icebox.
Weapons utility, here's the flank from the Viper, and only good for 1, but has distracted enough.
The timing is there for Ashton, and he salvages the round, reclaims control for SVSU.
The Joker versus Game & Watch matchup is definitely a weird one, but Pato from Iona University certainly does not crack under the pressure.
Nice. Ooh, almost gets the berry from that. That could have been a kill. Alright, so funny enough. Oh, what a chase! Oh my god, that was deep.
Fisher versus Ball State Black, 2 very strong teams in the world of collegiate Overwatch, and we even get to see Ninja Curly Fry and Depresso on that Sojourn. They both pop their overclock, and unfortunately, one of them finds a little bit more success than the other.
The beat is going to keep them safe as they are knocked back towards their team. Depresso, though, coming up clean with headshot after headshot. And as Ninja Curly pops their overclock, guess what? Nikon answers with a beat in kind, and now Depresso using their overclock. Unbelievable, too! They're looking for the 3rd one, but Nev's going to take it from them, and it's going to be Me98 once again on the payload. It's a tale as old as time, though.
For our 4th place slot, our technical honorable mention, it's going to be Neon from the side of Stevenson playing, well, Neon. They have that overdrive already online, that ultimate prepared, and even without using it, they already farm half of another one.
Really sorry, Oath. You're not going to enjoy what happens next. Yeah, that's a 3K. Neon looking for a 4th and is able to catch it. A flawless on the save.
Now this clip is one for the ages. The game just starting off, CSUMB loses ball control, and the casters, they love the new name change. Before they can even focus on the game itself, somebody's already put that ball in goal. It's truly a blink and you miss it moment.
Is making a joke, right? Making a joke on our expense based on what we think
my
of him.
goodness,
Oh,
Calflick.
Calflick! Wow. Okay. Calflick, everything in a bag of chips on this one. 71 miles an hour is breaking almost every speed limit in the United States of America, right?
But yeah, that was just...
In our second medal spot of the week, it's going to be a huge play from Ball State's Roadhog player Spencer. Gets caught in the ship above second point Gibraltar, but the other team will very quickly learn he was not trapped in there with them. They were trapped in there with him.
To the next checkpoint, and Spencer narrowly managing to stay alive, gets a hook on Diva, and the whole hog is going out. Spencer getting a kill on him, double kill, triple kill on a Trader's mech, and Trader's as well, triple kill with the face mist.
And in our number 1 highlight spot of the week is a play absolutely incredible from RPI. If you've ever heard me personally cast Valorant, I always talk about the importance of trigger discipline. I could not think of a better example than this.
Backside's there. The Crosshair was waiting, but Spec wins out the duel against Moses. It's just Mandigo. Nobody spotted him. A chance for 3. Denies the spike. Headshot on the next. It's a 1v1 here. Onus on the Sky to make the play. There's the Seeker to distract. Spec swings out, but it's a 4K for the KO.
And now, I must shed a tear, because week 7 is over. It comes and goes so quickly, but at least we've got some more weeks to look forward to, and the entirety of the spring is just around the corner, so, you know, we're done, but we're not fully done, you know what I mean? It's always a pleasure to be here, folks. Still Septilins, please follow ECAC on all of their main channels, because it is always, you never know what's coming next over there. Thank you so much for watching. Check your posture, drink some water, don't forget to love each other, and I'll see you next week.
That's so cute.
UCF, and it's really cute. So I'm gonna move down here. How do we feel? The odds for UCF? What are we thinking?
They got it.
No, we got this. We got it. We got it.
Go Knights, charge on.
100%. My friend Nick is behind you. He's gonna record it. Don't look at him. You'll ruin the shot. Don't look at him. Don't look at him. Come on.
Oh, let's go! Let's go!
My smile's probably really creepy. I was just being weird.
Oh, I love being in the shadows, though. Big shout out to the shadows.
We could interview Dilly just because I think he's handsome. You weren't supposed to hear it.
Here's the thing about the event. I'm the greatest that's ever lived.
Literally true. I know him.
I think everyone knows that. I think everyone's aware of that.
Hey, do you have a VIP access badge on?
I actually have an all access.
Oh, an all access. I thought it said VIP access.
And that's only available for the best.
That's true. He's right. That's a main stage TO right there.
If this goes live, I'm suing everybody.
It's all right. A video of me, the first clip is me saying, don't put that in. And then it was the first, cut the cameras. Oh, you're recording already? Great. So this is this is Bay State versus UCF. I believe something that we saw yesterday on day 1 of the tournament, but instead we're gonna have that run back here. I think they're fighting for a spot in Grand Finals. Anarchy, one of the best Greninja players in the United States, currently struggling against a Terry. Terry notorious for that DLC privilege, being a very strong character with some very strong abilities. Greninja, not so much, considered one of the weaker characters in the game. A Falco player, one of the best in the United States, and he just got spiked by a Terry. Same Terry that took out Anarchy literally minutes ago. UCF still up by 2 stocks. This guy is looking to rip this team apart single-handedly. That is, I mean, nuts, to say the very least. Absolutely absurd. That was a disgusting spike. I cannot believe that happened. Will you hold the microphone so I can sign this? Sorry.
For context, he's got a fan. He's actually signing something. He's so excited.
Was it like to not hear my voice for 2 minutes, for 30 seconds maybe. What was it like? Probably bliss. I was signing a mouse pad, which is really cool. I've never done that before. Nobody's ever asked me for a signature, so I'm gonna start blushing. But I'm really excited about that. And then he wants a picture. Can you take a picture of us? I said, is it bad? She went, no. I'm gonna go ahead and take that as a yes. Turns out I can't tie a tie sitting down. What do you think is the appropriate face to screen ratio for a Valorant player?
Face to screen, like how close I sit?
Yeah, like how close should a player sit?
Personally, I play really, really close. I think it depends on your eyesight, but for me, I like playing close because it helps me focus on my crosshair.
Is the value of sitting close, the crosshair being the only thing in your line of sight?
Yeah, that's pretty much the main benefit of it.
It's so funny how close some of these guys sit. Oh my goodness. What do you think is the healthy face to screen distance for a Valorant player?
I think it's all kind of personal preference. I guess I would consider myself like pretty close when I play because I like to like zone in on my crosshair.
It is the second person to say that. It's all about the crosshair. And then what's up with the horizontal keyboard?
I don't know, like it just kind of fits like the form when I'm close to monitor. Like I don't know, it might sound cringy, but I like to like be one with my gun, you know?
No, bro, I feel it absolutely. What is going on, everybody? I am here with some UCF fans. How are we feeling about UCF? Let's go! Let's go! We've got a bunch of UCF fans in the crowd right now. UCF, they are up by a single game. They're looking to find their third and possibly final, secure a spot moving forward. Things looking great for them against Northwood here today. This guy's playing Minecraft right now. He keeps double building instead of placing the dirt. Pressure's on, man. Everybody's watching. Just kidding. Just me. Cameraman's not over here. Just kidding. He's behind you. There's actually always cameras on you if I'm around.
Welcome back inside of the booth, everybody. Clutch here alongside Nerdy Bird here with your final game of day number 1 of the CECC West Online qualifiers. And this is the decider match, meaning win this and you're in for tomorrow. Lose this and you're out of a spot in this tournament. We take a look at the two teams here. First of all, this is the group that only had 3 teams in this group. However, buys don't matter at this point. When one of them had a bye, University of Utah was able to win win one of their match, and that was after they had the bye. So University of Utah, we will see tomorrow. Meanwhile, UNLV and UCLA Bruins and the Rebels will have another go at each other. They did this earlier on today. UCLA would win this game 3-0, but then would have to run into the University of Utah, and Utah would beat them 3-2. Mind you, Bruins were up 2-1 at one point in that series, but Utah would come back in the end, win in 5 maps, and send UCLA down to the decider match. So UNLV Rebel Cavalry taking on UCLA Bruins main. Let's take a look at the rosters real quick before we go into the game here. UCLA will start off with the Bruins from LA, and right now for these guys, and a lot of no names we were talking about in the back line: Star Factor, Theodore, Courier, Arcane, and Suarez. And for you, Nerdy Bird, any notes here?
Not a whole lot of notes just out the gate, but I would say keep an eye out for Arcade as well as Suarez. Both those supports are pretty strong. Star Factor on the front line as that tank is pretty flexible, but if we see anything outside of Sigma Ramatra, possibly we might see a Zarya, but I think the make or break is still going to come down to these DPS. Are they surviving long enough, and are they getting the important picks? And then beyond that, as a team whole, I'm interested to see what their target focus looks like, just based off what I've seen from these players in the past.
Take a look at UCLA right now. We'll switch on over to the Rebels of the UNLV out of the Mountain West Conference here for them. And it looks like this: Slamtaro, Omniflarp, Insipid, Allure, and Zephyrs, all your lineup here for the UNLV Rebel Cavalry team here. And for these guys, I love the name Slamtaro, by the way. Slamtaro, fabulous name for them.
I also have an actual Hamtaro doll that is like plushie staring at me right now. So perhaps Slamtaro's sending me a message. If anyone is familiar with Slam, you know that they are a Wrecking Ball warlord. However, being well-rounded on one tank does not necessarily mean you're great at all tanks, and one tank can be countered. The question just comes down to, are they going to have a Tracer Wrecking Ball combo like we saw come out in games earlier today? Because those two synergize very well. However, that does leave your core unit very exposed, so they have to make sure they maintain space and they don't take too much spam between the neutral fight and mid-fight rotations. So I think we got a pretty even team balance on both sides coming into this. It's going to come down to truly target focus, positioning, and then utilizing abilities properly.
Well, let's see what they bring. Meanwhile, here let's give you some updates in the meanwhile before we get into the game here. This is Group D right now. UCLA and UNLV in the decider match right now. Go to the other brackets. We didn't see Group C just yet, but in that group was another UNLV team. This time the Crusaders, UCLA Bruin Academy team, UCSD, the University of California, San Diego in there as well. Chico State Esports in Chico State falls out of the bracket. UNLV Rebel Crusaders are in, so that's one UNLV team in UCSD, Navy, and UCLA Bruin Academy playing in the decider match right now. Again, win or you're out of the tournament. Meanwhile, one more time, we want to let you know about the Idaho Army National Guard and a proud supporter of the CECC West Qualifier, Idaho Army National Guard, who invites you to take your impressive critical thinking skills into real time with more than 10 jobs offering a $20,000 bonus and your degree of choice paid for the Idaho Army National Guard, and it's the best team out there. Reach out on Twitch at iGuard Gaming. Take a look at the lineups here as we go right in to the map for UCLA and UNLV. First straight fight, both of the Sojourners are out. Meanwhile, like you were saying, Slamtaro on that Wrecking Ball.
Both teams did the pretty standard fight for control here in mid at that mega pack. It's just Slamtaro broke through, wrapped around on one side, and had no one focusing him, so he was able to find some picks. It's just now the respawns from Bruin have come in. It becomes a war of attrition, and this Kiriko allure from UNLV Cavalry is going to go down. That forces a reset, so playing for time was the quintessential fight win there for the Bruins.
The Star Factor taking out Zephyrs, and like you were saying, playing for time, so a good start for this team from the University of California, LA, so a good start for the Bruins here. And right now, you take a look at the ultimate. Star Factor already up to 80%, beating out the Wrecking Ball, and we've seen the Wrecking Ball in that last game build up an ultimate so quickly. That was clear out of Boise State. That was on that Wrecking Ball, just making a menace out of that team, but now Star Factor almost up, difference only about 7%, so we'll see a tank ult very quickly here, even before the support ultimates even come out. Insipid, though, takes care of Courier in the mirror battle, though Safer's taken down. Means that this is pretty much a go signal here for UCLA. They're going to run rapid as both of the supports are down. Not even needing to use an ult, mind you. UCLA will win the fight, and yet again, they hold on halfway through.
The unfortunate truth here is that this came down to a composition difference, and Cavalry rolled out on that Ana, and you are very easy pickings for a team that is playing off of speed and disruption play like the Bruins currently are. They've swapped over to the Mercy, which can help, but there is very little mobility, and they do for the side of the Cavalry squad. And so that means Mercy is an easy target. They got to change something up and change it fast. I don't care if you have Valk online. The Lucio pick would have been stronger here just to gain space.
Yeah, well, they haven't changed off of it yet. Has the Valkyrie, like you said, almost online, 78%, though. They played touch the spawn doors with only one annihilation, and that was pretty much it. A lot of ultimates online. 8 of them counted up, 9 total ultimates pretty much online here for both sides. The only thing not online, the annihilation. Everything else in favor of UNLV for right now, 5-on-4 for ultimates. Let's see where they use it. It's last fight territory. Wall bomb goes a little bit wide. Landmines are on at the same time. So come the sound barrier out for UNLV. It's looking like a fight win for right now as they bring out the Valkyrie at the same time. No Kitsune Rush, no Pulse Bomb for right now. Kitsune Rush now used by the side of Allure, who's going to find Arcane on the mirror battle. And this Ramonster goes down. UNLV in desperation mode, able to flip it back.
In desperation mode, dropping 4 ultimates just to get control of point. Now they're going into this with nothing but a Pulse Bomb. The only target they can hope to land it on is Courier on that Sojourn, and even then, if they slide into their Kiriko and they drop Suzu, that ult is going to be for nothing. So this is really going to come down to waiting for Suzu to be burned and then capitalizing on that space control.
See where they land up here on that space control. In the meanwhile, Overclock is used. Courier finds Zafers, and now it's just a run along here. The pulse bomb goes a little bit wide, won't find anything for right now, and Tippett does go down in the process, and Samtaro finds 2, but is it going to be enough is the question. 2-on-3 man advantage for UCLA. Star Factor has the Annihilation ready to go if they want to clear the point, but they might not even need it here. The Tracer doesn't reach, and now it's just Lucio on here. Does not have a sound barrier to survive either. Could just use the Annihilation just to prove a point as the overtime clock will bleed, and the Bruins are off to a wonderful start here on Busan. Oh, not quite over just yet. I thought a little early here, but you've only got a Wrecking Ball left to go, and now you have the landmines as well, which count just a little bit, but it's still a very impressive stall out here for UNLV. Unfortunately, now it'll go all for nothing. They finally get rid of the Lucio. The Lucio now gone, Tracer now gone, and there, oh my god, this stall's insane. But finally, the overtime clock run, I thought they had it about a minute ago. UNLV then tries to stall it as long as possible, an impressive stall, but in the end, it's a clean point for UCLA.
It is, and truly, I hate to say it again, but a support can't win you a game, but they can sure as heck lose you one. And right now, if your supports are not able to play Kiriko Lucio, you are in a very tough situation. Not playing to the meta with the support game can be a lot of teams' undoing. I'm glad we're seeing Zephyrus swap over to Lucio and stick with it. And if they stay on that and play off of Slamtaro's slams and engages with this Tracer, they definitely can come out on top of this one. They just need to be aware of where the other DPS is standing in respect to their team from the Bruins squad and respect to the rest of the supports. And truly, if they play spread out and not as a unit, that's easy pickings for the Cavalry squad.
Let's see if Cavalry can bring this one back. Still sticking on that Tracer, and I mean, still sticking on the Mercy, so they're thinking there might be an opening here to maybe play that out, but the question is, do they have it, or does this Ramatra and basically the rest of UCLA have it as well? They've already got Zafers on the back foot here as Theodore goes right on in and charges right up. That allows Starfact to go in with minimal healing, or rather minimal healing to UNLV, and this is the rest of the team falling very early on. It's a quick fight win here in the Bruins start the cap.
And Tracer's recall is already forced out while they're trying to gain space, and that's going to take a couple extra seconds off the clock for the Cavalry squad. They can maintain some space control, but Nemesis Form has been popped just to hold corner here for the side of the Bruins. Ball's gonna get split off, that's okay, because Ball has a lot of self-sustain, but instead Ball rolls back just to grab that Mercy's heal and is going to be punished in the process.
Punished in the process, but they're traded out for Theodore right away. They still keep playing this along the Spawnnor lines here, but Safer's gone, and a Tactical Visor just to make sure of everything else. There goes Insipid, there goes Omniflarb, and yet again, a game of touch the Spawnnors, basically. They're not going to, but they're right at it. Might as well be.
I believe they did see Slam roll to the left. Slam's possibly looking for an opportunity to push the team into the Cavalry squad. Instead, he's gonna roll straight through them. Slam down behind, pull some attention, allow the opportunity for space to be gained, but this Ramatra is undeterred and is aware of how Wrecking Ball plays.
Annihilation!
Pop the Annihilation at the spawn doors. We hear Valkyrie go off, but it's not going to be enough, but the damage focusing is on point right now for the side of the UCLA Bruins.
Annihilation is still active, mind you. Still 2 seconds left on it, even if they were to go back into the spawn door. The Mercy is still outside. The Mercy's going to go down, and they have no chance here for the next 10 seconds. It's going to be 88% at the very least until they can even get back.
And that is why Ramatra ult is being nerfed to 20 seconds, because even in spawn it was still frozen because it was just tickling someone.
It's nuts the way they're playing this right now. Omniflar will be able to find out Courier isn't going to be enough. A Molten Core is out. Star Factor, though, even without the Annihilation, is making sure they are punished for their misdeeds. 95% Wrecking Ball is going to touch the point, which means the overtime clock will happen. The question is, how long can this Wrecking Ball hold out for? It does have the landmines available, but is it going to be enough to hold out for the team for right now? No Tactical Visors available just yet. Air Rush out for Allure, who still goes down by the hands of Theodore in the back line. Now the Tac Visor's out to make sure that this Wrecking Ball is all but taken care of. So is the Mercy in the back line. That's going to be a team wipe, and UCLA in 2 maps on Downtown and Sanctuary. Not a speck of dust on the point. The Bruins take game 1.
All right, so now we go into Escort, and we saw it earlier. The Wrecking Ball Tracer comp can still work on an Escort map. The question is when you actually have someone playing the god-tiered tank of Ramatra. How do you control space? How do you plan a fight when it's touch and go and you know they have Ramel for overtime? That's gonna get a little bit hairy, and I'm really interested to see what actual map the side of UNLV decides to pick.
Yeah, UNLV again, a couple of escort maps. I mean, it's not. I mean, after 100, again, we always say this though. It's control points that could be a lot different from escorts. We've seen this before with the streets phase. Kind of makes a little bit of a difference for team composition, but if UCLA keeps playing the way they're playing right now, UNLV is going to have a hard time trying to get through all of this. So for right now, the map pool here for escort, I mean, it's not very small, but it's still a pool that you can try and pick out of and see if really this Wrecking Ball Tracer combination is going to deter them at any given point. I mean, back on the last game we saw for Boise State, they picked, USC picked Route 66. Boise State was still able to run rampant on that composition still. So we'll see if this turns out to be the same way. But again, subs still in play as well for UNLV. They have a lot of teammates. In fact, we were told that they have 12 players on their team. So subs galore, if you will, for the UNLV team. Meanwhile, UNLV looking like they're going to stay with what they've got. And for UCLA, they're going to stick with what they've got. UNLV, meanwhile, two teammates coming out. It's going to be Slamtaro and Zephyrs coming out. Meanwhile, Speed and Vina going to come in. So I believe it's going to be a new support and a new tank coming in for UNLV. Meanwhile, UCLA staying with what they've got. Next map up, by the way, Dorado. Going to be your next map coming up next.
As much as I love Slamtaro and I love Wrecking Ball play, Slamtaro on attack, Wrecking Ball is not the easiest thing on Dorado because you need to get posted up on high ground, and Ball providing that space control to do that, not the easiest task. Interested to see if we do have a Ramatra v Ramatra or possibly a Sigma coming out on attack here from the side of UNLV. I mean, beyond that, we haven't seen much more creativity. Well, the Broncos did pull out JQ. Dorado really isn't the place for Junker Queen, as much as I also adore her. I might have a crush on Junker Queen. She does not work on this map.
Well, I mean, Junker Queen's always fun to just play and just to go run right in, right, and maybe even get a rampage. But yeah, you're right. I mean, it's still upper, lower, and all that too, and you still got the perch over as well. So we'll see. Hey, for Dorado, we're gonna get our first look at Dorado. Meanwhile, for UCLA, I take back what I said. UCLA will be making a couple of swaps as well, from what I'm looking at. For them, Star Factor is out, Courier is out. Meanwhile, coming in is your boy Johnny and Xerxes coming in for this team. So Theodore stays in. And you're going to have Suarez stay in as well, I believe. But for them, for right now, it's looking like a little bit of a swap. Star Factor was your tank. So that's going to be tank for tank being swapped out on either side, really. So could be a little bit interesting. We might not see the Ramatra. We might see a little bit something else, maybe more dive composition-y. I mean, who knows at this point. We haven't seen, this was the first map I don't think we've seen in Orisa. I don't think we've seen a Doomfist either. And we saw both of those on the control points in our first two games. So it'll be interesting to see what they pull out here on the Escort, especially going tank for tank on either swaps.
I anticipate possibly a spam for defense on first point, and then maybe swapping dive if you can't get high ground control on second for our defensive squad. But dive on second point is strong. Again, it's just getting that catwalk right after the archway control is important. And I can eat my words. They're going dive, and we have Xerxes pulling out that Genji. And yes, while the devs have decided Genji's getting thrown in jail in a cave, lock and key behind an entire stone wall, players are still managing to get value on this poor ninja that's been nerfed into the ground. However, the one thing that's different from what we saw earlier, Xerxes is not going to have that mercy support. This is a lot of light damage heroes, so this requires target focus, good engages, and using your cooldowns wisely. Not to get into a fight, but to get out of a fight. And starting on these high grounds is essential for first fight wins, because you just drop down. There is no need to jump into them, and they're already forced to trace a recall out.
Yeah, already forced it out. Meanwhile, they're still sticking up on here, and Speed tried to jump up, didn't want to go right into that right away. So now you've got this Mercy just also running for their life. Protection Suzu needed to be used early on, though. Mercy still able to find a dash away pick onto the Tracer. And again, look, touch the spawn room doors here for your UCLA team. You get rid of Arcane. The question is it going to get rezzed? And Arcane might be close enough where they're not going to get rezzed. Oh, no, never mind. Insipid gets rezzed in the process, but still good fight win here for UNLV, I should say, or UCLA on the defensive end. They just hold on for right now.
They did end up losing their Kiriko though, so they have to give up some level of space. Xerxes goes down as well, so this is a kind of get poke, but don't
Speed.
risk your life.
Yeah, Speed finds 2 though, so it's a push here for UNLV, and this could be a whole different game here of Speed's in this game playing this Winston and getting picks that they want here. Just timing right into the back line. Kiriko in a little bit of trouble with the Winston having to come back, and protection Suzu used early on. So this is all systems go now. If they call that out, they know that they can just go right at this Kiriko, right at this Winston, who's half health as well. And the Winston in a lot of trouble having to back off right now. They get the cart into the plaza, but without a Kiriko and no Mercy Res on it, UNLV's got themselves a little bit of a good push coming up.
Speed has recognized that they can intimidate Allure into using all of their cooldowns just by engaging and tickling them with that Tesla cannon. We have a pulse get dropped. Theodore almost pulsed themselves, but they managed to live just long enough for Omni to come in and clean up. Vienna is going to res Incepted. Genji dashes through, doesn't kill anyone, but gets enough damage out to help your boy Johnny confirm 1 kill.
Well, the Bruins looking to turn this fight right back around. Your boy Johnny having to get out, and rather still has the Primal Rage available. That was Speed that tried the Primal Rage for a few kills here. Xerxes comes right back in. The Genji is still on its way and making some kills happen. Xerxes having to back up for a little while, but that's UNLV that has to back up all the way through. And the Cavalry stopped for now.
Here's where things start to get sticky and a little rough. The Bruins did the bold thing of picking this Genji blade, and now they forced Valk. The only thing that's going to keep the side of the UNLV Cavalry alive, other than the Winston, is a Suzu. And if Allure uses it too soon, that's the go button for Genji.
Let's see if it is though. Genji has that blade out. No defensive ult for this. Genji's gonna run free unless the protection Suzu comes out. Not in time. Xerxes is gonna run away here with 1 kill at the very least. But the rest of the team now following up right behind them. And this is going to be a great win here. Xerxes oh so low. Do you get away with your life? No, you don't. It's traded out, but you take a 3-for-1 any day of the week as UNLV down to the final minute.
Theodore's got that pulse bomb online, and we're going to have Beat as well. Primal Rage and Kitsune Rush all ready for the Bruins. They only expelled that Genji blade last fight. Side of Cavalry gonna have Kitsune Rush, maybe a late Valk for sure, gonna have Overclock, and then Primal mid-fight. They can win this. They've traded Kitsune Rushes. There's the beat from the side of the Bruins. If UNLV plays their cards right, disengages lightly. They did. Not unfortunately, Vena went down. That's not a good sign.
Yeah, not a good sign at all. Down to the final 25 seconds remaining, and Speed's gonna go right for this Genji, right at him. At 6 health left, they go 16 health left, mind you. Insipid does find your boy Johnny in the back. That's a big kill for the tanks down in the final fight. 15 seconds remaining. UNLV looking to regroup. They know that they have spawn room advantage. Theodore has his pulse bomb. Is it going to be a clip is the question. Oh my god, the Mercy flies right through the window there where Theodore could have just had enough, if had enough reaction time, could have landed that pulse bomb right onto him. And point blank range. Overtime clock starts to bleed though, and is anybody going to touch the point? Somebody's got to touch. Overtime clock bleeds. Oh, they touched right in time just as it was about to run out. Pulse bomb from Omni Flarp lands. Straight it out though for Insipid. So Lucio gone, but a Sojourn gone on the other end. Xerxes though trying to make the comeback here. Not a play just yet. Theodore has a pulse bomb, lands on top of the bubble, isn't going to find anything. But it's still a trade fight, and the payload still in overtime clock. Question is, does Mercy get away? The Mercy does not. It's starting to look good for UCLA to full hold them right here. Eagles gone too. I mean, this is a trade fight back and forth. Who's going to win out in the end? UCLA doing a wonderful job at target focusing it now. They have the Primal Rage, but are they going to leave the cart? Oh my gosh, this is C9 after C9 potential for them for right now, but it's an overtime clock that will start to bleed away, and it'll be UCLA that puts the door on UNLV.
Oh, Speed was so close to Primal Rage. I'm sitting here holding my breath thinking if Speed can get like 2 extra seconds and land 1 charged Tesla shot, they have Primal and they can just clear cart with it. UNLV was so close on that to get the checkpoint. That's just heartbreaking. However, even if they don't clutch this win on Dorado, they could still start the reverse sweep on Push. They're not out yet just yet even here for Dorado, because that choke point right there under that bridge is hard as all heck to get through if you have disgusting compositions that know how to play around it, and you know that your win condition is just stalling for time and playing for a cheesy ultimate that can clear the payload. And in this instance, of course, I'm referring to a Mei ult. We've seen a lot of those today. especially in our earlier games, but we'll have to wait and see what the side of the cavalry decides to pull out. They're going to instantly lock that Kiriko. They're going to go with the Winston. So obviously high ground, get in, get out type of playstyle, but they've got the Reaper. Reaper in the back pocket of a Winston can be absolutely vicious, especially with the speed boost coming out from a Lucio. It's just, you know, your Reaper has your most damage. Do not let him die.
Let's see. Omniflorb, like you said, on the Reaper. Meanwhile, UCLA is going to stick to what they know, except, I mean, you've got the Echo here, and really not a lot of potential. I mean, unless Insibit hits a shot, like we were saying. I mean, you have a Soldier now, but unless Insibit hits the secondary fire on the railgun, it's not going to land up for anything. This is a toss over the wall. Is that Bionate going to land is the question. Does it find anything?
It landed a little short.
It landed short. It was close, though. Our observer's trying to find where it went, but...
It landed on that building right there, just
to
below
no avail,
Echo.
just below the Echo. Oh, just to the left yellow building. Yeah, I see it now. So that's a little bit of an unfortunate landing. Tried the lineup, but doesn't work out. So they're going to try and go right ahead. And actually, Omniflor's going to go ahead and TP back. Meanwhile, the rest of the team starts to fall back, and they're just going to kite away for right now. They're going to give up a lot of space here in the first area, which means this Reaper really has nowhere to play unless it's at the choke point. You're going to have a dive in here, and now Theodore's in your back line. You've already lost Insipid. No res either, not good. If you're UNLV, Theodore's just ripping away at your back line, down to 88 health. And now this Reaper and the Kiriko, so much trouble. Theodore's got 3. It's all but over here in the final 30 meters.
I think UNLV realizes that they can't not keep tabs on Theodore going into the next map, because right now they're posted up on Archway. It's going to be hard to reclaim space. They pulled out the Wrecking Ball just for some stallability and for speed, but right around Fountain is where things get rough. You can't just keep a constant spin going. They are forced to use Slam and Overshield. Tracer's got Pulse online, looking for a target, doesn't need it yet. Xerxes finds one, your boy Johnny finds another. Down 2 is UNLV, struggling to get a foothold and control on this point. Wrecking Ball is going to be the last man standing as Incepid goes down to Xerxes.
Wrecking Ball tries to stay alive as long as possible. No healers, no supports, not coming at all. The Reaper, too little, too late. UCLA is going to win this in easy fashion. They're up 2-0 in the series, 1 away from Sunday.
Next map point, we can enjoy Johnny's POTG on the Winston here.
And this is going to be with a Primal Rage as well. I mean, this is just to keep them off the point for a little while, able to rush back. And, I mean, a great play from, I mean, it was a Winston v. Winston battle, but your boy Johnny, in the end, along with the rest of the team from UCLA as well. The Tracer comes in. Theodore, you could see in the back line of the very first fight of that attack for UCLA, basically gave them the win. I mean, you had 3 people already down due to that Tracer in the back, so got to take care of the Tracer, but you also have to take care of the rest of the team as well if you're UNLV. So right now, the Cavalry on the back foot, reverse sweep or bust here in this tournament for the Rebels. And going into the next map of Push, only 3 possibilities, either Esperanza, New Queen Street, or Coliseo. I mean, if you're trying to start off on a good foot, what do you do here?
I think you got to go for a Hail Mary play, and just the nature of the game. I know Coliseo, a lot of people don't like it, but it can be just because of the familiarity that everyone has with that map, one that can bring you back the win if you know what you're planning on doing. So far, there's been some composition changes on both sides, but we've not really seen, other than our Ramatra during Busan, anyone that I truly think is scary as far as frontline goes. It's really been a battle of the DPSs and who is better at flanking and just getting the squishies taken care of quickly. And Coliseo makes that flank play very difficult to pull off if you play as a unit. So theoretically speaking, if UNLV swaps things up from the dive, plays either more of a spammy comp or a brawl comp, they could capitalize on that very easily for Coliseo.
Well, the question would be if they want to play that, although if you take a look at map history as well for the university, or for UCLA, in their map against Utah, they got a win on Escort, but I mean, they lost against on Circuit Royale against Utah, and they were able to, they were basically, or no, excuse me, I take that back. For UCLA, they were able to get the win on Circuit Royale. So, I mean, hey, they got an Escort win. Now you got to get a push win as well. Esperanza is the one they played on as well. So for Esperanza, I mean, that could be a map decider as well. But we will see. Again, only 3 maps to pick from here. And you've got, again, Esperanza, New Queen Street, Coliseo, could be any one of those 3 maps. And in fact, we're going to go back to Esperanza here, a very familiar map for UCLA back in that last last game that they have a couple of more subs out as well. This is what happens when you got a lot of depth. You can get a lot of substitutions depending on the map. For UNLV, Speed and Insipid are going to come out. Meanwhile, Slamtaro and Gumbus Wu are going to go in. So Slamtaro back in for the tank side. Insipid on DPS comes out. Gumbus Wu Gumbus Wu rather, or something of that nature, is going to go in for the DPS side. Meanwhile, UCLA, your boy Johnny and Xerxes coming out. In fact, it is going to be Star Factor and Courier going back in. So I believe those two were coming out earlier, or came out earlier in that last one. And in fact, yeah, it's just a swap for a swap here. UCLA going back to their control composition in for push. And why not? I mean, it's basically a moving control point in this in push. So we're basically going to see the same lineup for UCLA. And for UCLA, if Star Factor's in, Ramatra possibility, no?
Yeah, Ramatra's pretty scary right now. What would be worse is if we saw an Echo on top of that and the side of UNLV decides to go with a Ramatra. So then you not only have the Ramatra out the gate from Star Factor, but if Courier went Echo and then they copied Slamtaro's Ramatra, that's 2 back-to-back annihilations. But we have Slam actually coming in on the Orisa, and we've got Torbjorn, Reaper, Kiriko, Lucio for the UNLV Cavalry, whereas the Bruins, not sure if Courier's sticking on the Bastion, but they might. Theodore, tried and true on the Tracer, not swapping. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. However, we've got the Ana. This Ana now can live quite a bit in comparison to what we've seen when Anas were out in the past, just due to the lack of range damage from Cavalry, excluding the Torbjorn turret.
Well, they're going to run in here with the Bastion. So like you were saying, not a bait this time around. Courier does bring out the Bastion for a lot of poured-out damage. Everybody going to switch into turn mode right away, but can't find anything, so that's out for another 10 seconds. Meanwhile, Robot unlocks in 5. They're going to battle right here down the middle, where they're going to try to zone out this Ramatra, but can't find where the Ramatra went. Ramatra actually went for the back line already, and it's going to find Allure in Nemesis form. This is good. Punch is coming out from Star Factor. It's going to give them the 1-2 left hook. What do you do? And now they're going to get meters coming up here for UCLA. The Bruins are off to a great start. They get rid of the Orisa, and it's going to be good meters to start off the game in the first minute.
I unfortunately think Omniflark going to the Torbjorn, the intent was to use the turret to keep the Tracer at bay, but it was not put at a spot to capitalize on that because it was so far away from where the fight was happening. So Omniflark's going to try to go toe-to-toe on that Tracer. We've got a Genji swap as well. Another Brave Soul. I'm anticipating a huge blade coming out from the Cavalry at some point. They forced Nem form early and are able to surround Star Factor. Can they finish him up, though, is the question, because they did actually take down their Ana, too.
So they take down the Ana, and Slamtaro able to find Courier in the back line. So an Ana gone, and hey, no more Mercy either, so no more Res is coming up from UCLA. So it's a fight win here for UNLV. Question is, do they lose anybody in the process? Is Omniflark just going to go right at Star Factor? Star Factor does go down, no forward checkpoint either, and it looks like UNLV is going to get themselves some meters on the board.
Theodore does have Pulse Bomb online. The next closest ultimate is actually going to be Annihilation from Star Factor, followed up by Blade and Kitsune rushes on both sides, but we do lose Gumby as we very early to Couriers, so that's down some manpower for UNLV. However, they've got high ground controls. We hear the Bastion from Courier drop the aerial strike, and it's a zoning ult.
A zoning ult, but it still finds a way to zone them out, and in the process gets rid of Allure. Meanwhile, so much damage being poured out by Star Factor and Courier that's going to be able to get both, one of each roll actually, and that's more meters. So they do get 21%. They get halfway to the lead. Unfortunately, the way UCLA is playing right now, they cannot be stopped. So UCLA is going to get even more. They might even be able to get a checkpoint the way they were staggered.
Possibly. We have Gumbius with that Genji blade, though.
But
can he make something? Don't get poked out early. Don't get poked out early.
They get the checkpoint, though, in the process. The blade is going to come out. Gumbi's Wu is going to go right at him, although the Annihilation out from Star Factor at the same time. So it's a rundown here for UCLA. They're going to try to get picked. The landmines are out at the same token. They don't count towards the Annihilation. Staying up to the Annihilation finally runs out. Slamtaro, though, meanwhile, takes down Courier. Actually, now all that stuff to Star Factor. No support with them. And they're just making sure that they can take down this Lucio. However, you're looking at 5v1, buddy. You're looking at everybody just surrounding you. And this is going to be UNLV taking the bot back. However, UCLA gets 4th spot. Oh, wait a minute.
Ramatra, Nem form comes out, forces Slamtaro back. Their Ana's barely caught up in time, but Ana now might have to face the wrath of a Tracer. Recall forced out. Star Factor, I don't know how you lived, but you owe a huge thank you to your Ana.
And a nano boost too, without an Annihilation. coming up, and Star Factor's just going to give Gumby another punch to the gut here. 58 meters, and it's going to keep rolling alongside with both of the DPSs gone. Really can't do anything without a Wrecking Ball and your two supports anyways. So it's going to be past the checkpoint. It already went through butt scratch mode, so it's going to go past this wall and pass on 60 meters.
Theodore looking for an opportunity to cut in the back line and get a pulse bomb onto someone. Same with Omniflap. Vena, though, taking a lot of damage in main, as is the Lord. Theodore helps clutch that one up him. They find Vena. Pulse supports are down. UNLV is bleeding all over the floor right now, as Slamtaro's just doing what they can to get some damage out. They almost find one, but unfortunately they go down to Theodore.
Yeah, and Theodore just making sure that they don't do anything else. And now it's a Tracer v Tracer, although the Ramontra tends to go right in. However, Theodore still winning that mirror fight. And 89 meters, and look, UCLA's got two ultimates coming up here. Cavalry's coming up with two of their own, but it's an annihilation and an artillery strike versus a sound barrier and landmines. I mean, which one's going to do you more damage? It's probably going to be UCLA. The landmines do come out at the same time. The cavalry does come out as well. This Bastion is just going to go ahead and just clean up. You know, there's a little bit of dust around. Maybe I should just clean up with my turret. That's fine with me as courier. Gets there, and now the annihilation is out. Sound barrier used at the exact same time, but it's not going to work out if the rest of your team isn't there to either kill the monster or send him away. It's still active and kills Gummies Move before the rest of the team can even get there. And now Star Factor is going to try to touch the spawn doors here. The game of touch the spawn doors won by UCLA as we head into what looks like the final fight, only halfway into the game. Can they even touch this? The question. I mean, this wall is getting close. Can they even touch? There's going to have the Reaper outside with 5 meters left to go. Somebody's got to touch here. The Wrecking Ball will get there. Kitsune Rush is also out at the same token, but already 2 kills falling. Courier does go down though, so any opportunity taken should be taken now. Good Pulse Bomb out. And, oh my God, wait, the Wrecking Ball runs into Omniflorm, and therefore Theodore gets it, and they're going to complete the map in under 6 minutes. UCLA takes it, brings out the broom, and sweeps the cavalry of UNLV to send them into tomorrow.
That was just an unfortunate roll through from the Wrecking Ball to get the Tracer. That always hurts any player's heart when they inadvertently cause the death of a teammate. Theodore coming in with the play of the game, picked up 2, is gonna headhunt the Reaper.
Oh man. Oh man, oh man. I mean, what a game from UCLA, though. That was the decider match. But UCLA proving that they can make it to Sunday with ease out of Group D. So they sweep the teams out. They sweep the UNLV Cavalry once. They said, let's do this again. Let's do the run back game. Let's do this all over again. And they did so, winning the game again 3-0 here. And it looks like we're going to be taking a short break. When we come back, we'll see if we can get an interview, and we'll wrap things up here for day number 1 of the CECC West Online Qualifier action. Take a short break. We'll be right back.
Bro. Your college esports Minecraft team absolutely rolled. L after L here. Let's hope UCF has a little better luck on stage, huh? What is going on, everybody? I am Septilence. I have the honor of welcoming you to the Collegiate Esport Commissioners Cup here in Atlanta, Georgia. All right, that was good. That was good. Good content, good content.
I really think that there's been a sorely missed opportunity for developers to take a step back from competition and take a step forward with community. And if they do that, I think we all win, because community, I would argue, is the one thing that no one's trying to solve. We're trying to solve recruitment. We're trying to solve competition. Tell me, where's community? Honestly, any one of you, go ahead. Shout out what's the national community for Scholastic right now. Any title, tell me.
Yeah.
Where do I go? How do I meet and hang out?
Of the storm. Community, 0.
There's nothing. It doesn't exist anymore. And it doesn't exist statewide. It doesn't exist school-wide. It doesn't exist region-wide. It doesn't exist nationally. It doesn't exist digitally on Twitch. It doesn't exist digitally on Discord. It doesn't exist through any form of skill-based development. It doesn't exist on any form of, skill-based learning or just pure socialization and fandom. huge missed opportunity. You want to take their time and make it more efficient, in my opinion. Tell Riot Scholastic politely to stop what they're doing with competitive, and their integration with LCS should be, Twitch, symposiums and summits and conversations and learning and all sorts of wonderful things, and promoting camps and educational learning activities and RSSA sponsored curriculum. That will move the needle. I don't see any of that.
So Chris, that was pretty much the last topic. You kind of wrapped it in a nice package called community. And I was kind of thinking more from an organizer and a broadcaster point of view around growing fandom. And how do we get fandom around collegiate esports to look more like traditional sports across the board? And that helps us go out and sell sponsorships in the place, of which trickles down to all our member schools that we represent. But when we go to brands and we can't check that box of, 1 billion impressions and 1 million views, we still are challenged with selling those sponsorships. So my last and final is, do we have any secrets around how to grow fandom or grow community let's just start with on campus.
I got the big one real quick.
Okay.
Best way to grow community: food nights. It has nothing to do with playing the game. I'll give you a real life example. We used to do dollar burger night at the University of Cincinnati. We'd just go out to Bar Louie. We used to have dollar burgers every Wednesday. We'd post in at this time it was Facebook groups, tell people where to show up. 6 people, 12 people showed up the first week. By the third month, we had 40 plus people coming. And it was the biggest revenue night of the week for Bar Louie every week, purely because of us. But we had friendships, we had relationships, we had roommates, we had all sorts of great, wonderful things come from that. And that translated to our LANs, our club meetings, and everything from that. Mm-hmm. It was nothing beats food nights.
Just like pro sports, we need to focus on tribalism. And the way that you create tribalism is you have to prioritize in-person experience, in my opinion. I think that there's a lot of companies trying to become unicorn online platforms, but at the end of the day, I think we need pockets and hubs around the country that serve as regional and local hubs. Once you get a group of people together that share their love for the team that is on their campus, they start to develop a bond around that. You can do that online, but it won't be nearly as effective. Professional esports is having this tribalism problem because it's the majority of it's online. It's resulted in fans following players more so than the teams. I mean, that's a pretty broad topic, though. Like, we're starting to see those trends in traditional sports as well start to occur. People will follow LeBron and specific players on different teams to wherever they are. But I think for collegiate specifically, schools need to create meaningful live experiences. And if we're talking explicitly about fandom, you have to make the students on your campus care about the team first. That's the biggest thing. Either you create a level of pride through community engagement, or through the team itself. At a lot of schools, the groundwork is there for this. Like, there are schools like UBC, Ohio State, with Buckeye Gaming Collective that have clubs that number in the 2,000 to 3,000 range, right? So they have a base to begin with. At a school like Maryville, like, we kind of developed it the opposite way. When I came in and started building our esports program, we had 3 kids in our esports club. And so we've kind of built the team, and then the club has followed, which is kind of the opposite for a lot of schools. But I think that we have to develop tribalism, and that starts with meaningful live events. And the more that these events, the longer that these events continue to be like only online, the less effective it is in creating that final goal.
Agreed. Doc, you wrap it up for us, please.
I would just say this: clubs ebb and flow based on their leadership. But if all students, all clubs, all groups are given regular and meaningful invitations to come in, use the space, create what you want out of this, then it will continue to thrive despite the change in leadership. I can just imagine that Cincy student group with Chris heavy in the leadership there just being amazing. But there's not always someone with his skill set at the helm. So you just need to be open and look for opportunities to serve, even though it can be more difficult, especially in the scheduling of the space. I know a lot of people that don't like anybody else but the players they're recruited to use their space. As much as we can, if we want to build community, we have to open the space to people that we wouldn't normally see in there and let them do the types of things that they want to do.
One more thing, so like on a national level though, if we want to raise the general viewership of all of collegiate esports and not just different pockets, that's a hard one because people watch esports to see people do stuff that they're better than them at, right? So naturally at the collegiate level, we're going to be at a lower level than pro. So it's hard to get people to watch for that reason. But what we can sell are narratives and storylines, matchup histories. And as we start to build a longer history of collegiate esports, I actually truly believe that some of the CLOL storylines are more rich than what exists in Academy and
100%.
and the LCS, but no one's really covering it. No one's really drilling down into it. No one's creating narrative content. So I think that that's the key to getting people to care about it. Like if there's a storyline, people attach themselves to it. Yeah.
Yeah. I'll add one more thing before we end. The largest organizations on any university campus. This is a very blanket statement. Could be wrong for you. It's right for many. Campus ministry and Greek life are always the largest groups on campus. Why? It's because of the concept of family. Let me explain. With a club or a program, many people identify, oh, I am a gamer, but I am also A, B, C. And usually it's I am A, B, C, and I'm also a gamer. Not everyone is a gamer first and foremost. And you're only going to capture that population if you're promoting purely competitive and purely esports. And so I said food nights and social activities. I'm really stealing from campus ministry and Greek life because what you want to do to build community at your school is to make it so that the thing that you're doing is the number one thing in the students' lives. Now that's a very selfish thing to say, but it's a true statement. For you to grow the largest community, your community needs to feel that the thing that they're a part of is the most important part of their social campus experience. That's why Greek life is so successful.
Welcome back, everybody, inside of the booth. Clutch Key alongside Nerdy Bird with you here, and this will be our final segment of the day. No interview for the day as well, but we're getting set and ready to go for tomorrow. Let's bring you some updates through the rest of the games and the rest of the groups as well. Going on right now in the decider match, University of Hawaii Esports taking on the University of Arizona Esports. That game at last check was tied 1-1 apiece. In that group as well, UC San Diego, the gold team in already for the top two inside of the top 8 bracket tomorrow. Head on over to Group B, where we saw Boise State as one of the teams moving on over the USC Trojans. They would win 3-0 in their series. So Boise State goes as the first team in from Group B. However, the decider match now is going to be between USC and University of San Francisco. The Dons able to sweep George Fox 3-0. So USC and USF have again another date with each other going on right now in that Group B decider match. Group C decider match already determined. UNLV Rebel Crusaders beat UCLA UCSD Navy 3-1. So that game was decided. UNLV has at least one team in to the top 8 tomorrow. Meanwhile, it would be UCSD Navy that defeats the UCLA Bruin Academy team 3-0 inside of that decider match. So UCSD has now 2 teams inside of the group of 8. So so you want to stick around if you're a UCSD fan. And coming up in Group D, you just saw University of Utah winning their match over UCLA Bruin Maine 3-2, which means UCLA and UNLV met again. And we just saw that where UCLA would sweep the cavalry of the Rebels of UNLV 3-0. And that's your standings right now going into it. We'll check that again tomorrow when we find out our top 8 bracket. But for you, Nerdy Bird, last question here for you as we wrap things up. Is there a team that you saw today, or rather in the brackets in general, that you think can run the table and get the number 1 seed in the end?
I mean, yes, I have to go with the Broncos on that one. However, because we did not on desk get to see UCSD, I think they're a little bit of a dark horse going into tomorrow. And if we're looking for an upset, I think it might be brought to the table by one of the UCSD teams.
Yeah, I mean, UCSD looks really strong right now. I mean, they've got 2 teams in. Hey, that might be not for nothing. I mean, they've got 2 teams in 2 different groups as well. So UCSD, a team to watch, and going to be the only team here that gets 2 teams inside of the top 8 bracket. Again, that all revealed tomorrow. 8 teams headed to the LAN. We'll find out which 8 do head to the LAN coming up at March 3 through 5th. But again, got to wait tomorrow. A couple of reminders for you all coming up tomorrow right here on Esports U. You've got more Valorant matches coming up, the decider matches, and then we go into the seeding brackets where the Group A decider, it will be Boise State taking on the Wave Riders at UH. That game starting off tomorrow at 9 o'clock a.m. Pacific Standard Time. If you're on the East Coast, that'll be 12 o'clock at noon Eastern Standard Time as well. Coming up as well for Overwatch side at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 3 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, mainly for the West Coast people at 3 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. You've got the Overwatch bracket set up and ready to go for you. And the top 8 we will determine coming up tomorrow as well. Big shout out to the production crew back in the studio, Colton as well for our producer, as well as our observer, Cool Scoots and Nerdy Bird. We got to do this all again tomorrow. Thanks for today, but we get to do this one more time tomorrow. Hope you're ready to go.
Oh, I most definitely am.
Well, we're going to be ready to go. We're going to be awake. We're going to be ready and raring to go. Day number 2 coming up tomorrow. Until then, thanks everybody for watching, and we'll catch you guys tomorrow, Sunday, last day of the CECC West Online Qualifiers. Take care, everybody.
https://twitter.com/Septilence. Don't put that in. I'll get in trouble. So that's worth it. Did I get too close to the camera on that one? A little bit too close. Should I? Oh, should I back up a little bit? Okay, sorry about that. My bad. I've been awake for probably close to 32 hours. Like, I have to hold my keyboard the normal way, because if I do it, I feel like I have arthritis and I hold my keyboard like that. It blows my mind. I can never do that. This guy right here, he's got his keyboard off at an angle. His isn't that extreme. There's a kid all the way down on the far end who has his keyboard all the way at a horizontal.
That's really cool.
They're going to be at that table right over there.
Public information?
Oh, I don't know. But this isn't live, so it doesn't matter.
It's not live, but you and I know.
Yeah, we know.
I'm not going to tweet it.
Awesome. What game do you play?
Smash Bros.
Who do you play? Is it embarrassing? Is it like Villager? Yeah. Is it Villager? Am I spot on? Oh my god. Is it the Ice Climbers? No. Is it Game & Watch? No. Is it Pichu? No. Is it Wario? No. I can keep going. I think I can name every character in the game. I believe in you. Is it, did I say the Ice Climbers already? Yeah, you said them. Is it them? No. Is it them a second time? No. Okay, all right. Oh, is it one of the Links? Yes, it is. Is it Toon Link? It is. Oh, that is pretty embarrassing. That is rough. Who do you play?
I'll give you $20 if you guess correctly right now.
First try? Give me a single hint.
It's an obscure character.
Obscure character.
Not played very often.
Is it Wii Fit Trainer?
Oh my god! Oh my.
I'm the interviewer for a reason, baby. I do what I do. I don't need the money. I appreciate it, though. I appreciate it. So Bowser Jr., Wii Fit, and I forgot already. Are you all lying to me? Am I being gaslit? No. Bowser Jr., Wii Fit, and you told me already. Oh, Toon Link. Yep. Where's my main support at? Who are we playing this weekend?
A lot of Brig.
A lot of Brig, really?
Brig Lucio, probably.
Brig Lucio, really? I shouldn't say that too loud. I don't want to give away your strategies. It's over-under?
What do you mean over-under?
Like, do we think we're going to podium? Do we think we're going to come in last place?
Not last place.
Not last place?
Certainly not last.
What about, like, 5th place?
That's doable.
That's doable? That's winnable? 3rd place?
Third place.
That's where things get dicey?
That's very doable.
Okay.
First place? That's very doable.
First place, very doable. Love it. That's the mindset. That's what he loves to hear. Yeah. Oh my God. Hold on. Cut the cameras. Well, who are you? Hello. Oh my God. I saw you earlier. I saw the back of your shirt. And I was like, I know that name. I know him. It's a quick play game. They Q-sniped each other at land. I thought it was a scrim. It's just unlucky. Are you actually a Villager player?
Yeah.
How do you feel about Villager being notably worse in Smash Ultimate than they were in Smash 4?
I wouldn't know.
You wouldn't know? You never played Smash 4?
No.
Oh, that's all right. Nobody's gonna hold that against you. Who do you play?
I play Robin.
Okay, wow. Did you know Robin has the lowest pick rate in the game?
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy? Come on, the LEDs, it looks just like Samus.
Huh?
Do you disagree?
I guess I can see
The
it.
Samus vibe. Show the controller to the camera. We're interviewing. This is recording, by the way. Surprise.
Not my controller.
Who do you play?
I play Peach.
Oh, wow, I like that. Who do you play?
I play the Shotos, mostly Kazuya.
No, you lose against Kirby. That's just like a statistics thing.
Yeah. It's maybe.
This is a death match. I think they're all in the same one. They're all on Icebox. Are they all in the same death match? Maybe. Who knows? I feel like none of them can hear me. I want to like approach somebody, but no one can hear. They all have both their headphones on.
What's up?
How do we think we're doing?
I think we're doing pretty good. Yeah.
What's your kitty?